Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-studied human introduction of first 30 seconds, followed by AI explanation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter accepted his dark destiny to end Voldemort forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Marked by fate, Harry abandons love, hatred, and childhood innocence to embrace a darker path. Accepting the destiny meant to destroy him, he becomes the one force capable of ending Voldemort forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Potter sat crossed-legged on his bed in the room that he had been reluctantly given for the past 5 years at number 4 Privet Drive. His brow furrowed, he had the look of someone who had grown an awful lot in a great deal of time. His expression was weary with experience and he no longer retained the boyish look that had often earned him so much attention. Dipping the quill into the pot of ink balanced on the bedside table, he paused for a moment before finishing his letter to Ronald Weasley, his best friend. Wanting to get the letter sent as soon as possible made him think faster and finish the sentence. He wanted Hedwig to have delivered the news as soon as possible after it had happened. I'm planning to tell them tomorrow night so I can figure out exactly what I'm going to say. I have no idea how they'll react, but I'm leaving tomorrow evening no matter what. Seeing as the Dursleys' fireplace is blocked, I can't get to yours by flow powder, so I'll apparate. Having a license won't make it any easier though, so I'll let you know if I end up in Ireland. Love to all, wish me luck. Harry. That would do, he thought, and sealed it with his wand. Hedwig, as though acting on cue, fluttered down from her perch in her cage and took the letter in her beak. She gave him an affectionate nip on the finger and hooted softly before she took off. In fact, Hedwig, Harry had noticed, had been acting a great deal more affectionately towards him these past few weeks at Privet Drive. It was as though she somehow knew everything that had happened and felt like Harry needed as much encouragement as ever. It was true that the last month had been the hardest of Harry's life. Sirius's death had felt raw, painful and, at some times, truly unbelievable. After it had happened, Harry often felt too angry, too hard done by, too traumatized to fully comprehend what had happened. Dumbledore's death, however, seemed to have awoken a very harsh, very real truth within Harry's heart, that he was alone. Sirius's death had rather been confirmed by Dumbledore's, and the knowledge that he would never see either of them again often made him feel sick. Ron and Hermione had sworn they would be beside him, of course, but they could not guide him. He, now, had to be the guide. So he steeled himself with what he had to do. He had to tell the Dursleys that it was goodbye for good. He couldn't actually believe it was happening now, at last. What with having fantasized about leaving for roughly 16 years, the thought that it was now happening was, well, frightening. Dumbledore's wish that Harry return one more time to the Dursleys, before his birthday, was thus realized, but having come of age a few weeks ago meant that Harry no longer had the protection that his mother had left him. Becoming 17 meant that he had become completely unprotected. Becoming 17 meant, in the wizarding world, that he was now a man. He began packing his things with the strong thought in his mind that whatever happened, he would be leaving the next night. This did not take long. Now he was legally allowed to do magic outside of Hogwarts. Hogwarts, whenever Harry thought of it, it caused him a sharp pain in his stomach. It was the place he associated with Dumbledore, the place he would always see and know as his home, the place he knew that he would probably never return to. After sealing his trunk with his wand, Harry lay back on his bed and thought hard about what he was going to say to his aunt and uncle. After a less than eventful day of avoidance from Dudley, glares from his uncle, and what would probably be his final pitiful meal from Aunt Petunia, Harry cleared his throat at the dinner table. They did not look at him at first. He did it again, a little louder. Strepsil. Uncle Vernon hissed irritably, not drawing his eyes away from the television program on ITV3 about some random old king and his murderous wife. Harry took a deep breath and spoke. "There's something you should know," he began. Uncle Vernon finally looked up and Dudley eyed Harry suspiciously, his fork hanging in midair. Aunt Petunia, however, was watching Harry with large pale eyes which were so unlike her sister's, a guarded expression across her bony face. Harry cleared his throat again. "You see, what it is. You're leaving, aren't you?" said Aunt Petunia suddenly. Harry looked at her quickly. Her expression had not changed. How did you? He began, but she cut him off. You've come of age in your world. There's no need for you to stay anymore. Harry blinked. No, there's not. Uncle Vernon's eyes were narrowed, his lips drawn into what was unmistakably a smile. Dudley on the other hand looked very confused, as though he were trying to work out exactly what Harry had just said. All my stuff's packed, Harry went on. I'm leaving tonight, not long from now actually. They continued to stare. I just thought you should know, he finished lamely. Since none had spoken since Aunt Petunia, Harry thought that was it, and rose from the table. It was only when he'd gotten up that Uncle Vernon spoke. So, you're actually leaving then? He asked distrustfully, as though he daren't believe it was true. Not that I don't want you to, of course, he added. Yes, Harry said. Uncle Vernon smiled more widely, as though he was sure it was a joke. Why so keen all of a sudden? He asked. Is this some little happy delusion you thought you'd tease us with before announcing that you're not going anywhere, like you did 2 years ago? What's suddenly so important, boy? Harry swallowed. He had not planned on telling the Dursleys why he was leaving. There's something that I have to do soon. And I just need to be away from here, he said. Just when Harry thought that his uncle's eyes could not narrow any more than they already had, they did, to the point of him resembling a Chinese person. What are you up to, boy? Have you finally been chucked out of that madhouse for bad behavior? Going on the run? Has that mad old fool finally realized what a freak you were and decided to kick you into touch? He's dead, Harry spat. The mere mention of Dumbledore, in derogatory terms or not, caused anger to flare inside him. Uncle Vernon's eyes opened again. Aunt Petunia however stood up. Harry looked at her. He's dead, she asked quietly. Harry opened his mouth, and then decided that he did not want to discuss this. It was stupid to have thought that telling the Dursleys would be easy, so he turned on his heel and walked back to the stairs. I'm talking to you, Aunt Petunia shouted. About bloody time. Dudley chuckled triumphantly. I always said, Uncle Vernon began, always, that those magic folk would come to the same sticky end, just goes to show, doesn't it? Harry stopped on the second stair, turned and stood in the doorway. He had lost his temper. You want to know what happened? Okay, I'll tell you. Dumbledore was murdered because of Lord Voldemort, just like my godfather was, just like both my parents were. I am the only person in the world that can finish him. I am the only person in the world who can kill him, who can stop this war that we're all in the middle of, even you. The Dursleys looked suddenly shocked, stunned, their mouths open. Uncle Vernon shook his head again. Not all that rubbish about that Lord thingy again. We've had all this before, you know. We know how you exaggerate just to scare us. Harry laughed harshly. You think that all these things happening at the moment are normal. They're not. They're all because of him. Murders, explosions, massacres, it won't stop. What do you mean? Aunt Petunia, white-faced, asked him, her hands gripping the sugar bowl in front of her. You have no idea, none of you. And suddenly, he was yelling. The pent-up anger of 16 years at the people who had made his life hell was fueling him and nothing else. What I've been through, what's happened to me these past years, because you never bothered to ask. I've lost everything. I've got no way out. My life is leading up to, or will probably end in murder, and if I don't win this, we'll all die. And you ask me if I'm joking. You. It all became too much. Yelling at the Dursleys for their complete ignorance was no longer sufficient. The magnitude of what he had to do started to sink in, and Harry found that he could not be around them anymore. Turning once more, he ran up the stairs and slammed his bedroom door. Harry had sat on his bed for the last time, calming himself before he left. It wouldn't help him if he tried to apparate for the first time with his license if he was pulsing with anger. He'd probably end up in North Africa. But no sooner had he checked everything, making sure he had left no socks under the bed, no photos in the drawers, that there was a knock on his door. Not in the mood for any more conversation, Harry grabbed his trunk, ready to push his way down the stairs when he opened the door. It was Aunt Petunia. She was standing there looking as though she was not entirely sure that she should be there. What do you want? He spat at her, having not gotten rid of all of his frustration. She had an odd expression on her face, like none Harry had ever seen. It was softer, almost sympathetic. His anger abated slightly. I came to wish you luck," she said quietly, so that Harry was certain he had misheard her. "Sorry," he said, frowning. She came into his room and sunk down on the end of the bed. Harry was lost for words. "I think I know what you have to do," she began. "You have to kill the one who killed Lily and James." Harry stared. He had never heard her use either of their names before. "Figured it out, did you?" he said. He was not completely free of anger yet. "Congratulations. You win the prize. Now leave me alone." Aunt Petunia lowered her head. "I'm sorry for the way things turned out. I really am. I suppose I never really thought that they'd leave you here, when you turned up on the doorstep that morning. I know it never got any better, but it was because, well, I hated her so much," she finished, on a particularly high, shrill note. "This isn't helping," Harry said through clenched teeth. "And why did you hate her?" "Because they loved her more than they loved me," she said simply. "Your grandparents, I mean. I suppose I just wanted you to know what it felt like." "Well, thanks. I got the message," Harry said bitterly, surprised by her honesty, and went to leave. "Harry, wait," and Harry stopped with his hand on the door. "When she died I was angry with her. Angry that we'd never sorted it out, and I know I took it out on you." Harry said nothing. "But you should know that I did love my sister." Harry looked at the floor. Aunt Petunia had never before spoken so openly before him, and, though her emotion was unsettling, it didn't mean what it would have meant a year ago. "You know I can never forgive you," he said simply. "There's just too much going on now in my life now for your justification to mean anything." He went to leave, and then stopped again, looking back at her. "I guess I kind of knew that the way you treated me was a punishment meant for someone else, but to be honest, I didn't know any different, so I didn't dwell on it." "I know," she answered. "I know you can't forgive. But if you're going to do what I think you are, then I had to say good luck. Because, whatever you might think, I don't want you to die." Harry stood there for a few moments, before swallowing. He turned his back and dragged his trunk behind him, but called back before he descended the stairs. "Thanks." As he reached the front door and pushed it open, he heard Uncle Vernon's voice from the living room. "Bye, then," he called cheerfully. Harry could tell from his sarcastic tone that his uncle thought that this was all a big joke that Harry had cooked up, and his lack of interest was to try and make Harry feel like he wasn't in the least bothered about his nephew. But Harry thought, with a jolt to his stomach, that soon, one way or another, he would know that it wasn't a joke. With fear twisting uncomfortably at his insides, Harry left the place that he had loathed for so long, and had often been loathed in return, but had nevertheless given him protection since the age of 1. Now, at 17, Harry was painfully aware that this period of his life had ended. With the cold night air stabbing at his lungs, he prepared himself for the apparition to the burrow, and the journey away from safety. With one final look behind him, Harry stepped into a sharp spin and vanished. It was coming up to dusk at the burrow. The chickens were clucking peacefully around the yard, the birds were twittering softly in the large oak trees in the orchard, and Mrs. Weasley was waving a rubber chicken at her two twin sons Fred and George like a sword, its head flapping uselessly. "Third one this week. Cropping up all over the place. I won't have it, you two, I won't," she bellowed, red patches appearing on her cheeks. "Just because you're earning money now doesn't mean you—" all right, Mum," Fred cried in a pacifying tone. "It wasn't meant for you, anyway. I would have thought that you'd have at least matured a bit. Adults now, with your own business." "Mum, we run a joke shop," said George sarcastically. "Yes, and that's exactly the reason why, oh my goodness," she cried, for somebody had just appeared out of thin air into the kitchen with a large crack. "Harry." "Hello, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry breathlessly, clutching his trunk in one hand and a large box in the other. "Sorry to startle you." "Not at all, dear, not at all," she cried in a motherly fashion, taking the box out of his hands and hugging him profusely. "You two," she added, poking the twins in the chest, "you can take his trunk up to Ron's room." "Oh right," chuckled Fred sarcastically. "House elves now, are we?" Mrs. Weasley threw the rubber chicken at them. As they passed Harry they clapped him on the back. "You all right, mate?" Fred muttered. "Yeah," Harry replied, laughing in spite of himself at Fred's mutinous glare back at his mother. George nodded, concealing a smile, and they both disappeared out of the room, and Harry eventually heard the dull clunk of them thumping up the wooden staircase overhead. How are you, dear? Mrs. Weasley asked affectionately, brushing his hair out of his face. You look like you could do with a few square meals whilst you're here. I'm okay, said Harry. Thanks for having me, now it's so hectic with the wedding and all, he added, looking around at the various boxes of bits and pieces needed for Bill and Fleur's big day. Don't be silly, she snapped. Your family. You, not be here. I wouldn't have had it any other way. And neither would Fleur or Bill, she said, looking at him fondly. Are you sure you're all right, my love? Yeah, Harry said truthfully. It wasn't easy, leaving the Dursleys. They wanted to know why, and well, I told them. It was hard to keep my temper. Oh, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said concernedly. Listen, she began, fixing him with a maternal eye and putting both hands on his shoulders. Right now is the time where you must think of nothing at all to do with, well, you know. Ron's told me what you're all planning to do, and even if I do think it's a bit dangerous, I know you have to do it. But right now, you must relax a bit. We'll look after you, legally an adult or not. Harry didn't know how to express in words how much it meant to him that she cared for him like she were his mother. He felt his throat constrict as took her hands off his shoulders, and kissed her on the cheek before saying, Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. Oh, for goodness sake, she said distractedly, wiping her eyes on the nearest tea towel. Now you must go upstairs and see Ron and Hermione. They've been beside themselves ever since you left each other coming off the train. I think Hermione is in Ginny's room, with Fleur. They should be trying on the bridesmaid dresses. Ron will be with Bill, I'd expect. Go on. Harry smiled at her one last time before leaving the room. He heard Ron's voice when he was halfway up the winding rickety staircase. It was coming from a room off the landing that Harry had never been in. He supposed it must be Bill's room. Ron's was right at the top of the house underneath the attic and the noisy family ghoul. No, that sounds rubbish, he could hear. Ron sounded very animated. Harry pushed open the door. There was his best friend, tall and gangly with thousands of freckles. Ron Weasley had grown even more if it were at all possible. He rose from the tiny chair he was sat on. Harry, I didn't hear you. He moved towards his best friend. They went to shake hands, and Ron inclined his head. Don't be such a tough guy, give me some love, Ron said, and pulled Harry into a brief, one-armed hug. Harry chuckled. Hi, Bill, he said over Ron's shoulder. Bill got up a little more slowly than Ron had, obviously not completely recovered from his previous and very grisly attack from the infamous Greyback, a vicious werewolf who was notorious for his merciless assaults on adults and children alike. All right, Harry, he said warmly, grasping Harry's hand. His face still noticeably bore the scars of his encounter, but Harry could tell that Bill was focusing everything he had on acting as though all was as normal as it had been before when he and Fleur had become engaged. Ron's just helping me with my speech, Bill explained, which accounted for Ron's animation before. He needs it, believe me, said Ron, turning to Harry. Love will bring us all together in these turbulent times, of that I'm sure, and so is Fleur, the kind of stuff that makes you want to find the nearest bucket and empty your stomach, you know. Harry did his very best to keep a straight face. It felt wonderful to be able to smile again. He hadn't done much of it since Dumbledore's death. Yeah, all right, Ron, said Bill, offended. I'm no good at this stuff. Fancy helping Harry? Bill asked. Yeah, sure, said Harry, glad to help. It's a good match. If you've got the sickly stuff, Ron's got the sensitivity of a warthog, and I'm. Harry broke off in mid-sentence as there was a shriek from the doorway. His vision was obscured by a lot of brown hair as Hermione ran towards Harry and threw her arms around his neck. Let the man breathe, said Ron, glancing at the pair of them. You never hug me like that, he added quietly. Hermione threw him a reproachful look. Oh, Harry, it's so good to see you, we haven't stopped thinking about you, and oh how did it go, with your aunt and uncle? I'll bet you couldn't wait to be out of there, could you? We've missed you so much. He's only been gone a few months, Hermione, Ron reminded her, a wry smile on his lips. Needy, I tell you. Hermione let go of him. Harry grinned at her, touched by the sudden upsurge of affection. I know, she said. But it's good to see you. The feeling's mutual, said Harry darkly, his smile fading. If I hadn't left the Dursleys when I did, I might have murdered them in their sleep. But he broke off in mid-sentence as Ginny stood framed in the doorway. The sudden and awkward look on her face told Harry that she had also not heard him arrive. She was dressed in a beautiful, pale gold dress which fell to her feet and came down low just off her pale shoulders. Her hair was as vibrant as ever, but her eyes had lost the disarming sparkle Harry had been so used to. He had planned the moment when he knew they would inevitably meet again at the Burrow, but the sight of her standing before him drove all plans made clear out of his head. Feelings came rushing back and it took all of his strength not to continue staring. Ron cleared his throat and Harry jerked back to his senses. "Hi," he said quietly. "Hello," she replied in a small voice, a thin smile on her lips. There was an awkward pause. Ginny looked at the floor, and then back at Harry, not quite meeting his eyes. "Do you like it, then?" she asked him in a cheerily bright voice, signaling to her dress. Harry swallowed, suddenly feeling very much like he was on the spot. It's beautiful. Thanks," Ginny said. She turned to Hermione. "Flem was just saying your hem needs to go up a few inches, Hermione. And please do what she says," she added pleadingly. "She's driving me batty," and left the room leaving a silence in her absence. Hermione cleared her throat as well. "I'm wearing it too," she added to Harry, a slight edge to her voice. Harry turned and looked. She was quite right, Hermione too was dressed in the pale gold attire and, now he looked, she did look quite stunning. Harry covered his tracks with some fast thinking. "You grabbed me," he spluttered. "I didn't see it until she came in," he said. But Harry was spared any more embarrassment as, for the second time that evening, somebody ran into the room and threw their arms around him. It was Fleur. "Ari," she exclaimed in her melodious voice. "Eetee's so good to see you. Ow, arranged by you." "Fine thanks, Fleur," Harry replied, reddening as she keyed at him on both cheeks. "How's the wedding plans going?" he asked, glancing at Hermione who looked less than ecstatic to see the beautiful Fleur, her silver hair fanning out behind her even though there was no wind in the room. "Oh, everything is simply perfect," she said, clasping her hands together. "Only a few days, and Bill and I shall be, husband and wife. We, Avenue decided to, Avenue Z ceremony in Z Orchard, air," she went on, eager to tell anybody who would listen it seemed, because, EET looks much nicer than I imagined. "We, Avenue ordered flowers, and archways and I am, hoping Z weather will be kind." Harry nodded. Ron was silently staring at Fleur, his eyes out of focus and Hermione had a crease between her brows. "Oh, and, Ari, Avenue your bottle green robes ordered from Z store, they will look magnificent with your eyes." And with that, she swept her hair behind her and left the room. Harry looked at Bill, Ron and Hermione. "So it's been fun then," Harry said. Bill moved over to Ron and pushed his jaw up back into its original position before cuffing him around the head. "You have no idea," said Hermione icily. The evening before the wedding day was eventful. Late things arrived by owl post, some so big it took at least 4 owls to carry them between them. One such item was the trellis archway which flew into the orchard and was dropped unceremoniously by a bunch of tired owls before they flew off again. More and more flowers arrived as the day drew on, so that by evening, Harry had the distinct impression that Fleur was starting a florist shop. All the dresses had arrived, all the suits and Harry and Ron's robes. Ron would also be wearing green, something which he explained to Harry that evening. "Mum got 2 for the price of 1 in Madame Malkin's," he said, ears reddening. "It's an expensive business, this wedding malarkey. Dad's been doing shifts night and day at the ministry." Harry looked down. "You know, I would have given you some if." "I know," said Ron. "So your dad's been working hard, has he? No trouble with Rufus Scrimgeour?" Ron shook his head. "Nah. After that Christmas when you told him where to go he's been steering out of Dad's way most of the time. Knows a lost cause when he sees one, I suppose. Plus Dad's not really had much to do with him, their offices are on opposite sides of the building." Harry remembered back to when he had accompanied Mr. Weasley to the Ministry of Magic 2 years ago when he had been due at a hearing for his illegal use of magic at the Dursleys. He hoped that Mr. Weasley's promotion since had earned him a bigger office than the broom cupboard he and Perkins had previously occupied. Dinner that evening was to be had out in the garden as some people arrived in the late afternoon to stay over before the wedding in the morning and Mrs. Weasley simply didn't have enough room to fit everybody in the kitchen. Amongst them was Remus Lupin who was hand in hand with Tonks, Harry assumed they must have since come to some agreement that Lupin was neither too old nor too dangerous for Tonks. She didn't seem to think so, at least. The wide grin on her face and her bubble-gum pink hair told Harry as much, and she swept him into a huge hug when she saw him. Arriving the next day, to Harry's astonishment, would be Professors McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, Madame Pomfrey and Hagrid, who Harry would be immensely pleased to see. Mr. Weasley came home after everyone had arrived, ashen-faced and looking exhausted, but smiled nonetheless and wrung Harry's hand at the dinner table. 36-hour shift, Harry, explained Mr. Weasley, when Harry asked him if he was all right. Had 5 different cases in 6 hours, if you can imagine. Some stuff that upon first glance might have seemed harmless, you know, muggle baiting, but we reckon there might have been some Death Eaters behind it all. A house salesman only this morning, what do you call them, state pageants? Estate agents, Harry supplied. Yes, them. Well, somebody, a wizard no doubt, was posing as one of those and sold some unsuspecting muggles a talking house. Fred choked on his mashed potatoes for laughing. A talking house? He asked incredulously. It's not funny, Fred. You can imagine, after they get over their initial shock, what on earth was it saying to them? How can we be sure that the house wasn't trying to brainwash them into doing something dangerous? Fred's smile faded. Harry leant across his plate of roast beef. So you think that it might have something to do with Voldemort? Don't say his name. Sorry. Mr. Weasley mopped his brow with his napkin. At worst, yes. It may be a new ploy, of course, like recruiting muggles. That's something we haven't heard of before. You can only imagine how dangerous that would be to everyone. I shall have to speak to Scrimgeour about this, sooner or later, against my better judgment. The order has already been alerted, of course. Harry thought briefly how dangerous it would be if muggles were turned against the wizarding community, onto Voldemort's side. Particularly if he used the Imperious Curse well, it really would be impossible to tell who you could trust and who you couldn't. The whole world was suspicious. Harry found that this thought hurt his head, so he allowed Lupin to engage Mr. Weasley in a conversation about goblins before turning his head to see what the others were laughing about. So he says, have you got any of those left? Didn't he, Fred? George was saying to Fred. Any of what? Asked Ron curiously as both twins burst into laughter. The patented daydream charms. Wanted to know if you could refine them. Well, of course you can, George was saying. But we weren't going to tell him that until we'd heard what he wanted. Who was it? Asked Harry. Ginny looked up quickly as she saw him join the conversation and then averted her eyes, determinedly not looking at him. Harry chose not to react to this. No, wait. Hear the best bit before you know who it is, Fred guffawed. So, then we say, what did you have in mind, sir? Well, he fidgeted and looked around him, and then said, you know, it doesn't really matter, but we said, sir, everything said in this shop is confidential. Oh, you toads, muttered Hermione, but Ron was nearly wetting himself with laughter. You can't do that, Hermione went on. It's all part of customer confidentiality. Muggle shops have that rule too. You could really get into trouble, you know. Anyway, George went on with a disbelieving look at Hermione. He turns around and says, I want something with a girl in it. Well, we knew he'd say that, but this is what we weren't prepared for. Go on, George, finished Fred. We asked him what kind of girl, and this took a while. By the way, he eventually said, well, it's a ghost. Fred appeared unable to restrain himself because he jumped back into the story. Whilst we got over our initial instinct to choke on our laughter, we said, if you give us a name, we can make it even more lifelike. Ron looked like he was about to be sick. It wasn't not. Mo. Ning Myrtle. That's what he said. The twins chorused. Nearly everyone, including Hermione, burst out laughing. That's not the best part. George gasped. It was only Colin Creevey. Fred spat, spraying pumpkin juice all over Ginny. Harry passed her a cloth. Oh, bless him, Hermione said. That's a bit odd. Odd. He's a bloody nutcase, said Ron. Myrtle was a right troll when she was alive, but dead. Well, she was nice in her day, Hermione went on, and I'm sure she was very clever. Yeah, well, I like a girl that's clever, but that doesn't mean. He broke off, suddenly very embarrassed. Hermione too, Harry noticed, began eating bread rather quickly. He was watching them too intently to stop himself in time from touching Ginny's hand as he passed the napkin. A glance shot between them and Harry felt his heart race. Ginny let go of the napkin extremely quickly. Hermione noticed that something had just occurred, as she looked curiously at Harry. Fred and George hadn't seemed to have noticed, and they plowed on with the topic. So, little Colin Creevy's a bit of a dark horse then, Who'd have known he was such a little man whore? Hermione looked scandalized. A what? Excuse me. George chuckled. Oh come on, if you want to know what that is, you'll have to ask Ginny. She met plenty last year, is it still Dean Thomas? Ginny turned to look at George, and he received a piercing glare. She then turned her head to Harry as though she couldn't think what to say, who opened his mouth to speak, and then found he couldn't. Excuse me, she said, putting her napkin down on the table, and with that, she left. Everyone who was not Ron and Hermione stared after her, confused. George looked at Fred and Charlie, a few seats down, bewildered. They clearly had not been told by anybody about Harry and Ginny. What did I say? But the look on Harry's face was enough. There was a slight pause. Oh. Harry went to rise from his chair, to go after her, to explain once more, but Hermione beat him to it. I'll go, and she left an uneasy silence in her absence. Fred and George looked extremely uncomfortable, but faked cheery smiles, changing conversation topic at the speed of light. So, anyway, best not to spread around that whole Ning Myrtle thing. We might get in trouble, you know. And the chatter sprung up again. Even so, an uneasy feeling within Harry's chest was telling him that perhaps leaving things as they were with Ginny was going to be a darn sight more difficult than he had anticipated. The next day, Harry found himself almost as nervous as Fleur. He couldn't really explain why this was, but feeling part of the family had given him a strange longing for everything to go all right. He and Ron had gotten up at the crack of dawn, shaken awake by a harassed-looking Mrs. Weasley before she disappeared again. They dressed groggily, and collided with a lot of people on the stairs. Ginny was one, who came out of her room, red in the face, balling her fists. Hermione's pacifying tones could be heard from within the room along with Fleur's impatient tusking, and Ginny looked anything but calm. That's it, she hissed to Harry and Ron as they came along the landing. I can't take it anymore. Her dress is fine, I tell you. Fine, who cares about one bloody crease? Harry laughed, but Ron looked shifty. We'd best get out of here, you know, he muttered. Girls in high tempers, we don't want to get in the way. They went to walk away, but Ginny, resembling her mother slightly, hissed at them again. You're really going to leave me with her? She said, almost upsetting her hair, which was twisted up into an elegant knot at the back of her head with a few curls coming down about her shoulders. It's a nightmare. And I can't get this bloody zip done up, she said, tugging at something on her back. Careful, you'll rip it, Harry said quickly. Well, somebody help me, then, she said, turning around, flustered. Harry turned to look at Ron, who was looking at him equally expectant. There was a beat, and then, you know, I'm just going to go and see if Bill needs any help, Harry lied, and strode off quickly down the next flight of stairs, leaving Ron to help Ginny. As he descended the steps, he thought angrily to himself, what was she playing at? Is she trying to make this harder? Or maybe she was just trying to be normal. It was just a zip. But can't she see how hard this is? I'm trying to keep it as it is. Maybe you don't want to know. You decided, it was for the best. He found himself outside Bill's room quicker than he had anticipated. With no choice, he knocked softly. Come in. Harry pushed the door open and found Fred, George and Charlie brushing off Bill's suit much more vigorously than was needed. As George gave a particularly hard brush, Bill went sprawling on the bed. They all roared with laughter. Hey, Harry, give us a hand. We're brushing him down, Fred said, laughing. Cut it out, you three. Harry, save me, Bill wailed, looking at his reflection in the mirror. Well, at least it fits. Yeah, unlike ours, muttered Fred and George. Harry looked and saw that their sleeves were far too short. Harry glanced at the wands in their pockets. Couldn't you fix them? He asked. The twins grinned evilly. Oh, no, we don't think so. See, we like them like this. Harry shook his head. Rather you than me. It's murder up there. Ginny was practically in tears when we were coming downstairs. Right, said Charlie, standing up. I'm going to have some breakfast before the mob arrives. And by that, Bill, I mean your fiancé's family. There might be more Vila, so you two especially, he said, prodding Fred and George in the chest, watch yourselves. The twins followed suit, mumbling something about having not been properly fed in months because there were always so many people staying at their house. They shut the door behind them. Harry sat down on Bill's bed. Nervous, then. Bill looked at him. A bit, he said, straightening his tie. But I love her, so yeah. I'm really nervous. Harry forced a smile. Bill looked at him again. Harry, can I ask you something? Harry hesitated. He hadn't really had an in-depth conversation with Bill before. Okay, he said. Bill contemplated. Were you and Ginny an item? Harry blinked. He didn't know whether to lie or not. Bill was her older brother, and he might be a little protective. Bill however seemed to guess what he was thinking. It's all right, I'm not going to deck you, he smirked. Harry exhaled slightly. How did you know? He asked. Bill shrugged. Well, I suppose to everyone who isn't you, it was kind of obvious. Ginny's been acting a bit odd, sort of falsely cheery, especially when you're around. I could tell from the way that Ron and Hermione kept looking between the pair of you, too. Harry nodded. He didn't know what he was supposed to say. So, what happened? Asked Bill. Before Harry opened his mouth he added, we don't have to go into this, if you don't want to, you just looked like you needed someone to talk to. So Harry told him. He told him about how he had been the last one to know that he had feelings for Ginny and how they had come together and how it had been the best few weeks of his life, how Dumbledore's death had awoken a knowledge within him that he should have really known since he was 12 years old, when Ginny had been taken by Tom Riddle, and that he had told her that he couldn't see her anymore. That must have taken some thought. How did she take it? Asked Bill. Okay, said Harry. Well, she said she didn't care about Voldemort, but I knew she'd say that, and he remembered, vividly, that determined glare she had given him that day, which told him that he would always be the one. Now she knew he felt the same. Bill nodded. That was a very noble thing you did there, Harry. Harry shook his head. No, it wasn't. It was cowardly. She didn't care, and neither should I. But you're right. Imagine if you know who found out. She'd be dead within the hour. Harry sighed. I know. But it's going to be hard, going back to normal. There'll be times when it seems like it was before and you'll forget, and then you'll kick yourself time and time again. Harry said nothing. He knew what Bill was talking about because it had happened at least twice in the past few days. Do you love her? Bill asked quietly. I don't know, Harry answered truthfully. I won't say you can't fall in love when you're 17, because well, that'd make me a bit of a hypocrite. Harry half smiled. Bill stood up. Well, you're a man now, Harry. You do what you think is best. Harry nodded and shook Bill's hand. Thanks, Bill. Don't mention it. Charlie's right. We should go and have breakfast now. If too many Vila come in and I go all gooey, the wedding could be off. Having spoken to Bill had made Harry feel a little better, and it was odd that it hadn't been Ron or Hermione that he had confided in. He supposed it would have been harder talking to them because they both knew him so well. As midday approached, more guests arrived. All Hogwarts staff arrived together, and Harry nearly didn't recognize them. He had never seen them in wedding attire. Hagrid, however, you couldn't miss. He was wearing his brown hairy suit and orange tie, but somehow his hair looked different. It seemed to be flatter and, as he turned, it was noticeable that it was in a very neat play. Everyone was spared wondering how he had achieved this amazing feat, as stood next to him was the biggest woman you would ever see, Madame Maxime, and she was licking her hand and flattening Hagrid's hair every few minutes. Professors Sprout and Flitwick greeted Harry jovially. Flitwick wrung his hand and said how good it was to see him, whereas Professor Sprout actually hugged him. Harry couldn't see much when she did as she was rather fat, but distinctly heard her say, "It's such an honor to be invited, young Bill, he used to be so little." And she went away, blowing her nose on her handkerchief. Professor McGonagall was a little more reserved. "Hello, Potter," she said rather stiffly, as though being dressed in a lilac frock and hat was causing her great discomfort. Harry saw, close to, that she looked a lot older. There were more lines around her eyes which in turn had bags under them. She looked worn and thin, and Harry suspected that, like him, she had taken Dumbledore's death hard. "Hello, Professor," Harry replied. "Is there a new head teacher for Hogwarts yet?" he asked, faintly interested. Even though he was not intending to return, he still ached inside at the thought of the beloved castle that had been his real home ever since he had found out he was a wizard. No, not much luck, I am afraid. I shall be filling in until we do. The school must stay open, as you know the governor's decided. But I dare say you'll hear more about it when you come back, Potter. Harry's insides squirmed. He knew he would have to tell her sooner or later. But not today. Instead he smiled and said, I look forward to it, Professor. Fleur's family were perhaps even more beautiful than she. A woman who could only be her mother was not a Vila. They knew this because Ron at least got away with minimal drool, and many other silver-haired people who seemed to waft about the orchard, commenting on how beautiful everything looked and enchanting everyone with their ethereal voices. Fleur's little sister Gabrielle raced up to Harry and Ron, hugging them around the middle before racing off back to her parents, a grin on her face. She was the mirror image of a miniature Fleur with her long silvery hair and blue-gray eyes, which told everyone plainly that she too would grow up to be a great beauty. The orchard did look striking. The hedges had been draped with vine-like delicate flowers and gave the impression of a riot of color. The wicker trellis formed archways and set out the route of what would act as the aisle, whilst at least 40 white chairs had been set out under the largest arch, which was stood just in front of the herb garden, so the tantalizing scent of jasmine and basil would occasionally waft through. Further along and nearer the house stood an extremely long table, groaning under the weight of Mrs. Weasley's fantastic cooking. From where he stood with Ron, Hermione and the other Weasley children, Harry could see plates and plates of roast beef, chicken, joints of pork with boiled, roasted and baked potatoes, tureens of vegetables, multicolored sauces, rice and perched in the middle with prime position, an enormous wedding cake with two little moving figures on top, resembling Bill and Fleur. As the guests took their seats, Harry saw Fleur come out of the house. He couldn't help it, his jaw dropped, and so did everyone else's. She looked incredible, her dress was gleaming white and appeared to be made of a light and floaty material, the veil came gracefully over her face, and her silver hair was again fanning out behind her. Bill looked like he had just won 1,000,000 galleons. An old white-haired but equally refined man, whom Harry could only assume was her father, held Fleur's arm as he led her down the aisle. Instantly, music was sounded. As Harry turned, he saw a group of wood nymphs he had not noticed playing softly on woodwind instruments. The sound they generated was enchanting. Gabrielle moved behind Fleur, holding her dress behind her. Bill was waiting under the arch with a wizened-looking old man who had to be the wizard vicar. He wore a soft gray robe and had a little sheath for his wand just above his roped belt. He smiled kindly at them all. Ron and Hermione led the way, arm in arm, behind Gabrielle. Fred and George followed, looking odd arm in arm as Ron and Hermione were, but beaming all the same. Charlie followed with Mrs. Weasley's, clutching a hanky to her mouth which left Harry and Ginny. He looked sideways at her and spoke softly. "Walk with me." Without another word, she took his arm and they followed the party, who gradually took their seats. Then the vicar spoke as a hush came over the guests and the ceremony began. If the Weasley twins knew how to entertain at Hogwarts, then they pulled all the stops out for the after-party in the garden. The nymphs were now playing a more upbeat tune, and sounds of raucous laughter could be heard from Fleur's family as Fred and George engaged them in a few of their favorite stories. With the food received gratefully, it was all going perfectly, until Percy Weasley turned up. Heads turned quickly in his direction, whispers came from all around the table. Even the Delacours, who did not know who he was, could tell from the Weasleys' expressions and the particularly loud muttering coming from Hagrid, who had 3 chairs to himself, that he was someone who was not welcome. Mr. Weasley stood up. "What do you want?" he said sharply. Percy looked around at them all, an odd expression on his face. Dusk was fast approaching now and the shadows from the hedges cast dark lines on his anxious face. "Well," George spat, having also stood up. "I just wanted to come and say congratulations to Bill and Fleur," he said in a small voice. Fred shook his head disbelievingly. Mrs. Weasley looked terrified. "And to apologize to everyone," he added. Everyone was looking at him. "Oh, really?" Charlie said. "Well, come on, then," Ron said with an ugly expression on his face as the stony silence escalated. "We're all waiting." Percy walked up to his father, who did not take a step back. "Father, I'm sorry for what I said the year before last. I was angry that you thought I got my promotion just because of Fudge wanting to spy on the family, and well, I knew you were right. I didn't mean what I said, and it was wrong. I had just wanted you to be pleased for me, but I soon came to see that Fudge was wrong, and Harry was right. Percy moved around his father and came to face Harry, who was sitting with Hermione and Ginny. Still all eyes were on him. Even the band had stopped playing. Harry, I hope you can accept my apology. I understand if you don't, because you must have thought that we were friends. There is no justifying how I turned against you with the ministry, and I'm sorry I ever doubted you. I should have trusted my family, and you. He held out his hand. It seemed that people waited with bated breath. Harry didn't know what to do. It was true Percy had been part of the persecution he had endured over the last 2 years, and yet he was Ron's brother, standing here, looking as sincere as though he really meant it. Harry shook his hand. "It's okay," he said. Chatter broke out again, softly. There was a sudden break in the ranks and Mrs. Weasley surged forwards and threw her arms around Percy's neck. "Oh, Percy," she cried, sobbing. Percy hugged her back. "I'm sorry to you most of all, Mother," Percy whispered, but Harry heard him. The band struck up again, and there was a great deal of awkward handshaking going on. The twins did so without fuss, but a look in their eyes told everyone that they had not quite buried the hatchet just yet and were only playing nice for the sake of the wedding and the family. Harry saw Mr. Weasley and Percy embrace, with Mr. Weasley whispering, "It's good to have my son back again." The upshot of it was, when Percy told his story to them as the party livened up once more, that Rufus Scrimgeour had once again told Percy that he had wanted to speak to Harry. Since Dumbledore's death, Percy told them that there had been real panic within the ministry and no one seemed to really know what to do. Scrimgeour was apparently still hung up on public opinion, and when Percy had suggested they leave Harry to get on with whatever it was that he and Dumbledore had discussed and stop the witch hunt, Scrimgeour had lost his temper, claiming that it should be the ministry that dealt with Voldemort, not some arrogant teenager. Percy had left the ministry that night. "So, Father, you'd best be careful of him. He doesn't know I'm here, but I expect you'll be his next direct route to Harry." Mr. Weasley nodded. "Yes, I expected as much." "Well, there's nothing we can do about that now," said Lupin thoughtfully. "What's done is done, and we should be glad we have one of our number back." People had all returned to the great table now and were either finishing their puddings or becoming red in the face with wine and champagne. Hagrid was speaking louder and louder, and even Professor McGonagall had taken her hair out of its tight bun as Professor Flitwick poured her more mead. They were all sitting there happily now, Harry thought. The wedding itself was over, he knew he would soon have no excuse for staying. With them all in one place, this was the perfect time to do it. Still his heart was hammering as he stood up and tapped his glass with his fork. Ginny looked up at him fearfully and pulled his sleeve. "Don't," she whispered. "I have to," Harry answered, and cleared his throat. Everyone, listen up." They all slowly began to hush and turned to look at him. Ginny stood up and walked away from the table towards the herb garden. "There's something I'd like to say." Once again, as it had done when Percy had arrived, a hush fell over the company at the table, but it was a more relaxed, sleepy hush as many continued to fill up their glasses with mead, Hagrid in particular. Harry cleared his throat. "Firstly, I know that you might not all have expected a speech from me, but I just wanted to say," he plunged on, turning his head to Bill and Fleur whose hands were entwined on top of the table, "that I'm sure everyone will join me in wishing Bill and Fleur a long and happy marriage." Everyone nodded in agreement and raised their glasses. "I can't tell you all how nice it is to be able to celebrate something good in times like this," Harry went on, "and to know that something as simple as this can make us all so happy," so he raised his glass. "To Bill and Fleur." Everyone chorused, "To Bill and Fleur," and drank deeply. Fleur was beaming up at Harry and Mrs. Weasley yet again wiped her eyes. Harry waited for the good-natured chatter to die down again before he continued. "The other thing that I have to say is less than celebratory, I guess. I'm saying this now because it's something everyone here should know." Lupin lowered his goblet cautiously, Tonks looked up at him curiously and Professor McGonagall's mouth had become a thin line, a frown on her face. They were all looking at him. "You see I'm going away, tomorrow actually." There was an instant questioning rumble which ran the length of the table, but as Harry went to speak again it died down. "For how long?" came Lupin's voice. "I'm not sure," and not being able to say means that he turned to McGonagall. "I won't be returning to Hogwarts this year, he said, unable to hide the trace of unmistakable sadness in his face and his voice. McGonagall opened her mouth and closed it again before saying, "What on earth do you mean, Potter?" "Not returning." She sounded stern once more, angry almost, back to herself as Harry had known her. Harry swallowed. "Some of you, well, all of you will have heard rumors about the prophecy." There was an instant hush and it seemed as though everyone had just held their breath. "Without going into detail, for obvious reasons, it means that there are some things that I have to do, and I can't really do them here." Professor Sprout raised her hand politely. "And does this have to do with he who must not be named?" "Yes," Harry answered. Again there seemed to be an intake of breath. Harry couldn't understand how they hadn't all expected this, but then again, he hadn't exactly said much to any of them about what he and Dumbledore had discussed. McGonagall stood up angrily. "Potter, don't talk rubbish. You must finish your education. You are not old enough to make these kinds of decisions on your own, and as for you know who." "With all due respect, Professor, I am old enough," said Harry calmly. "If I don't go away as soon as possible and do what I have to do, then there won't be a Hogwarts left to educate anyone in. There won't be anything left." And once again the magnitude of what he had to do set in, and what would happen if he failed. The fate of the free world was literally resting upon his shoulders. Voldemort had seen to that 16 years ago. McGonagall's nostrils flared. "Potter, Professor Dumbledore would never have allowed you to." "Professor Dumbledore is dead," Harry said shortly. There was a pause, and then, "And because of that I have to do this. You can't possibly hope to achieve revenge for Albus's death by storming off on some dangerous mission, as I suppose it is. You can't do this on your own, Potter, and without a parent or a guardian I shall have to. I am on my own, Professor. Too many people have died already for me, and as for Voldemort it's up to me. I think you know that." McGonagall sat down again, possibly stung by the harshness of his words. Harry was touched that she would have stepped in, as she was about to have put, but Harry had since decided that nobody could do that for him anymore. Harry turned to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. "I know you knew more or less what I was going to do," he said, and Mrs. Weasley nodded. "But what you might not have known is that Ron and Hermione are coming with me." Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened. Mr. Weasley turned to Ron and said, "Is this true?" Harry heard McGonagall faintly mutter, "Preposterous." Ron stood up with his hand on Hermione's shoulder. "Yeah, it's true." He looked at his parents. "I'm sorry we didn't tell you earlier, but I knew what you'd say." Mrs. Weasley stood up also. Harry had had a faint idea that this may happen. He hoped Ron wouldn't buckle. "I understand that Harry has to go, and that it's all for the good of this world, even though I think it's dangerous and a little reckless, but Ronald Weasley, you are not going with him." Ron looked for a moment as though he might give in, but then he said, "Sorry, Mum, but I am." Hagrid, who had been silent up until now, spoke in a loud booming voice with red, bloodshot eyes. "Where are ye goin' then, Ari?" He sniffed. "You know we can't tell you that," Hermione said in a strong voice. "What if Voldemort came knocking one day and asked you?" The reaction at Voldemort's name was predictable, intakes of breath and a few dropped glasses. Fleur's mother actually toppled over off her chair before regaining her seat again, embarrassed. "I'm not endangering more people than I need to," Harry said, and with that, he thought of Ginny. "So why are they going with you, then?" said Fred, pointing at Ron and Hermione. Harry smiled faintly. "They were always going to. Right from the day we all met it was always going to be this way." They beamed at him. "So I'm sorry for doing this at your wedding, Bill Fleur, but everyone had to know." Bill stood up. "Don't worry about it. We know what's important." Bill had a steely look on his face. "Always thought you'd go off to do something heroic. As far as I'm concerned, there's no one better who could do it." Fleur swooped down on Harry and Key, at him for what felt like the 100th time. Professor McGonagall sniffed loudly. "So Hogwarts is to lose 3 pupils. Miss Granger," she added, looking to Hermione. "Am I to lose my best student?" "We can hear you, Professor," muttered Ron. A few laughed nervously. Hermione smiled. "I'm afraid so, Professor." McGonagall pushed her chair back and moved to where the 3 were standing. For a moment, Harry thought she was going to yell at all of them. But then, "Well, if Potter has you two with him I suppose he can't go wrong." Harry was stunned as she put her hand on his shoulder. Never before had she shown him any kind of affection, He thought privately that there was a positive thing about Voldemort, he brought everyone closer together. Then Hagrid stood up abruptly. For a moment, Harry thought that he was going to collapse into a puddle of salty tears, but then he brought his hands together in what was an unmistakable booming clap. One by one, people gradually joined in. Within a few seconds, the garden was ringing with applause, and Harry, Ron and Hermione stood there sheepishly, a little surprised if truth be told that they had had their decisions accepted, finally being treated as adults. Whilst this was undeniably gratifying, it was also a little terrifying. As people returned to their food and their alcohol, Harry managed to slip away from the back patting, the hand wringing and the immeasurable wet key. From Tonks, Mrs. Weasley, Fleur, Gabrielle and, to his horror, Professor Sprout. He had not forgotten that Ginny had disappeared to the herb garden, and, what with everyone else having accepted his decision, he knew he could not leave it as it was. He found her sitting on the bench in front of the duck pond, throwing stones into the greenish murk and making ripples. She looked up when he approached. "Ginny, I'm S. Don't apologize." Ginny cut him off and turned back to her stone throwing. "It had to be done. It's my problem, Harry, not yours." Harry sat down next to her. I just didn't want to hear it again, I suppose," Ginny added with a grim smile, "or to know where you're going. Then I'd just worry. I didn't tell them anyway." She glanced at him, still protecting everyone. He raised his eyebrows in what he hoped was a, "what else can I do?" face. They sat in silence for a long time. The light was beginning to fade and powerful scents of herbs wafted around them. "Who'd have thought that acting normally was going to be this difficult?" she said without looking at him. Harry stared straight ahead. "This isn't normal. Normal would be us together," he said and then suddenly wished he hadn't. Bill was right, he could have kicked himself. Ginny looked at him quickly. "Then why?" "You know why, Ginny. I know you're brave and you'd probably cope, but I can't take that risk. I just can't." He knew what she was thinking and, probably for his sake, not voicing, so he answered the question for her. "It's different with Ron and Hermione. Ever since we were 11 years old, from that day it was always going to be them. And anyway, Voldemort knows they're my best friends. If he knew I was in love with you then..." "What?" Harry swallowed. So there was the answer to Bill's question. "So you see why." "Of course I do. You know what I said before, I suppose I always knew it'd be this way. That's why I like you so much." A strong beam of understanding shot between them. "It was just too short," Ginny finished. Harry nodded. "Story of my life." They sat in silence once more, but it was not the strained, normal pretense silence of before. They now understood each other. There really wasn't any need for Harry to say what he wanted to, but he said it anyway, albeit quietly. "That's me for life now, Gin. If you'll wait, there's never going to be anyone else." Ginny considered him for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, "Nah, I think I'm going to go off with Voldemort." Much more macho. They looked at each other and laughed. It was a mark of how strong their friendship was, as well as their feelings, that they could do this. Ginny took his hand. "You look after yourself, Potter," and they keyed for what would be the last time before it was all over. As the sun disappeared, Harry put his arm around her and said, in all seriousness, "Maybe I should start calling him Lord Chuckles. It'd lighten things up a bit, wouldn't it?" Harry would never, as long as he lived, forget the next morning, as it was the saddest day of his life, far outstripping ever saying goodbye at the end of a Hogwarts term, or bidding farewell to the Weasleys as school begun. This was partly because, though he would never divulge this thought to Ron or Hermione, he doubted whether he would see any of them ever again, and these particularly were the people he had grown to love, and to treat as his own family, having had none of his own. They had remained up late the night before, packing what they thought they would need, which was difficult as they didn't know how long they would be gone. In the end they compromised by taking just over a week's worth of clothes. "Harry, I sent an owl to Gringotts yesterday evening. They'll empty half your vault for you and you can pick it up on the way to wherever," Bill had said earlier in the morning. Harry thanked him and knew that at least they would be all right for money. It was a very subdued breakfast, as they all knew that the goodbyes were to come. By 8 a.m., all was packed, they were fed and their brooms and trunks stood in the hallway of the burrow. It also seemed that everyone who had been at the wedding the night before was also waiting in the hallway, which made it a little crowded to say the least. Right then, Harry said lamely, looking at them all, "Now, You three, have you got plenty of clothes? You'll need some food for the journey to wherever and money. Yes, Harry's got money, and you must take Hedwig or Pigwidgeon, in case of emergencies or if you need us, so then we can go to wherever, yes, and you'll need plenty of paper and quills, so you can write. Oh, and you must take Molly. Enough, said Mr. Weasley with a smile. He bent to hug his son and added in his ear, you do have all of those things, don't you? Yes, Dad. There was a great deal of hugging and it was all a bit of a blur to Harry. He badly did not want to say goodbye, but he knew he must do it now. He kept glancing at Ron and Hermione and his love and admiration for them grew. They would leave behind their families to join him in what would most probably be a fight to the death. Mr. Weasley shook Harry's hand profusely. I shan't say goodbye, Harry, because I'm sure we'll see each other soon enough. I can't tell you how grateful I am for everything you've done for my family. I know you'll be fine. Good luck, son, he said. The lump in Harry's throat had just got bigger, but it had only just started. Professor McGonagall came into view. I just managed to catch an early portkey over, Potter, Weasley, Miss Granger. To say goodbye, and good luck. Hagrid came over and stood next to Professor McGonagall. Ron and Hermione came over too. I just wanted to say, you three, you've been the best friends to me, and a lot of fun. Ari, I know y'ave got the Weasleys here, and, Lupin, but I always sorta thought of ye like the son I never had. Harry put his hand on Hagrid's massive arm. No, ye are. And, I oughta thank ye fair that, Ari, and, ye, fair standin' by me so many times. Hermione hugged Hagrid around the middle. Her arms didn't quite reach, but he seemed to appreciate the gesture. Get on yay, he said gruffly, wiping his eyes. Good luck, Harry. Lupin, who had been comforting Mrs. Weasley, let go of her gently and came over to Harry. He stood in front of him with a troubled expression on his prematurely lined face. Are you really not going to tell me where you're going, Harry? He said seriously. Harry considered him. If you were me, would you? Lupin cocked his head. No, probably not, he said. I hope this is for a good reason. What with Dumbledore now gone, you'll be on your own. It is for a good reason. It's actually because of Dumbledore that I'm going. No, not for only revenge, Harry added off Lupin's skeptical glance. He thought carefully about what he could tell Lupin. We discussed Voldemort a lot, he decided upon. And I'm fairly prepared, he told me more or less what has to be done now. Lupin looked at him. I thought as much. Harry, there's something else I'd like to talk to you briefly about, he went on, taking Harry's shoulder and moving over to the doorway, away from the others. Snape. Harry looked quickly at the floor, not wanting his face to betray him. If he told Lupin what he really wanted to do, then Lupin might be less happy about letting him go. What about him? Harry asked. I know what he did was horrific to say the least, but Harry, I'm asking you to let it go. Harry looked up incredulously, in spite of himself. How could Lupin say this? Now it was clear Snape had been a traitor all this time. Are you serious? He said as quietly as he could. You just want to let Dumbledore's killer go free. Lupin shut his eyes for a moment, as though the memory caused him pain. No, that's not what I mean. But you said yourself, this is about you and Voldemort. Not you and Snape. Harry took a breath. To him now, it was almost as personal, if not more so, between himself and Snape than it was with Voldemort. Voldemort had always tried to kill him, right from day one, but Harry's father had known Snape. Snape was partly responsible for his parents' deaths and he was wholly responsible for Dumbledore's. Harry tried to keep his voice level. If I meet him along the way. Harry, you can't let your hatred for him blind you towards what you have to do now. Then I can't promise you that I won't do everything in my power to stop him. And, yes, I'll kill him if I have to. Lupin sighed and put his hand on the doorframe, looking extremely weary. But I won't go looking for him, Remus. I give you my word. Lupin looked up again, a softer expression on his face. Thank you, Harry. They looked at each other for a minute. You are so much like your father, he said unexpectedly. And Sirius too, I have come to notice. At school, that may have been a hazardous combination, he said with a slight laugh. But in the outside world they would be so proud of you. Harry blinked and tried his hardest not to let the tear fall. What I said before, Lupin went on, "About you being on your own, I meant to say that I'll always be here, if you need me." Nodding his head in thanks, Harry held his hand out, but Lupin brushed it away and hugged him, possibly in the way that Sirius would have done, had he been there, and Harry knew it. Mrs. Weasley was still in the midst of a full lecture with Ron, telling him not to forget to clean his teeth, because even if he were on a dangerous mission there was still gingivitis, and not to take on more than he could manage. When he finally shook her off, he was hugged by Fleur, to what appeared his great enjoyment. Mrs. Weasley found Harry. "Now, Harry," she said, flattening his hair, ignoring tears streaming from her eyes. "I want you to know that when you come back." "If I come back?" He couldn't help being honest with her. "When you come back, you silly boy," he said strongly with narrowed eyes, "that you will always have a family here." "And that is from all of us," she said, motioning to her family. The twins stood behind her and suddenly gave Harry a bag full of stuff. "What's this?" Harry asked. "A load of stuff from our joke shop," said Fred. "It's to keep you amused along your dark and perilous journey," said George with a chuckle. "We reckon you'll need a good laugh." Harry smiled, and took the bag as the twins went off to give Hermione a second bag. "Don't mind them," said Mrs. Weasley. "They're not good at goodbyes." Harry nodded. Mrs. Weasley turned and looked at Ron and Hermione, who were now standing together, their hands touching as they listened to yet another lecture from Tonks. "Look after them, won't you, Harry?" Mrs. Weasley said seriously. "Of course I will," Harry said and saw Ginny over Mrs. Weasley's shoulder. She turned to see what he was looking at, and then turned back to him. "Oh, and don't you worry. I'll look after her." And with a small smile, she turned to leave them alone. As Ginny came towards him, Harry thought that maybe he would have liked to have said goodbye in a less than busy environment, but knew that if he did, he would not leave her behind. Ginny came up to him and punched him on the arm. "See you, Potter," she said. "You bet you will," he smiled, and pulled her into a hug, oblivious to the fact that there were lots of people around who might notice. "Have a good term." He had almost forgotten that she would be returning to Hogwarts. "Oh, and no snogging anyone," he added with a wry smile. She took his hand and key. "At it. There's one for the road." And she turned, climbing the stairs. It took longer than Harry would have liked, leaving, because everyone kept rushing up to give them one final hug, or word of advice, but finally they were out in the yard with everyone at bay in the doorway, or as many of them as could fit, waving. Harry turned and looked at his two best friends. "Sure about this?" No. "I've changed my mind," said Ron. Hermione looked at him. All right, I'm kidding." "Let's go then," said Harry, and, in a line, they walked away from the burrow, away from safety, away from childhood. Harry flung out his right hand as they neared the road, or to be more accurate the dirt track, and it happened a great deal quicker than he thought that it would. The night bus bustled sharply around the corner. "Goodness, that was quick," said Hermione breathlessly as the huge purple bus drew up. "Do we have to go on this thing again?" Ron Ned to Harry, who hauled his trunk up to a standing position as the doors opened. Ron had had a bad previous experience on the night bus. "Well, seeing as I have no idea where Godric's Hollow is, yes. We do." Ron grimaced. The man who helped them get their trunks on board was not, Harry noticed uneasily, Stan Shunpike. With an ominous feeling that his lack of release from Azkaban was not a good omen for the start of their journey, Harry got in after Ron and Hermione. The drive was predictably uncomfortable. Ron and Hermione ended up on top of each other numerous times and Harry had his face slammed into the windscreen twice. Hedwig's cage was so battered by the end of the journey that Harry had to check that she was still breathing. As they neared what appeared to be a sleepy little village, Harry spoke from the back to the crazed driver. "Can you drop us just outside the village, please?" he asked as politely as he could as his stomach was churning uncomfortably. Ron and Hermione looked at him curiously. "Why?" Harry spoke quietly so as not to be overheard. "I don't want to leave a paper trail. Anyone could ask the driver, he's too well known. Plus I want to have a look around the village and see if there's anywhere where we can stay." They paid the unknown conductor, took their things and stood well back as the night bus thundered off and disappeared around the bend. It was now around 10 a.m., and the street on which they stood was bathed in the early morning sunshine. The village main street looked fairly small, but there were at least 4 roads that Harry could see which led off into cul-de-sacs or closes with small wooden signs with names like Nairn End or Gibraltar Lodge. Directly in front of him was an even larger sign on the entrance to the village which read Godric's Hollow, so this was where his parents had lived, this was where he had once lived. "It's very pretty, isn't it?" said Hermione. And she was quite right. Alongside the edge of the winding footpath was a bubbling brook framed by a number of willow trees. All the shops and houses on the main street resembled the thatched, quaint dwellings of Hogsmeade. "Right, let's go, then." Harry, I've just had a thought," said Ron. "What?" "Well, what you said on the bus, about not leaving a paper trail. Everyone knows who you are." Hermione's eyes became wide. Yes, he's right, Harry. What with the Daily Prophet suddenly deciding you're their best friend nowadays and all the pictures they dug up of you, everyone knows what you look like." Harry's expression became stony. I hadn't thought of that, and he hadn't. How could he have been so stupid? "Well, we can't just walk around like this then, can we?" said Hermione. "So what do you propose, Hermione?" "I'm not a metamorphagus." No, you're not, but there is something I could do, something I studied when I was going over past Newt papers in our 5th year. "What?" said Ron skeptically. "Well, I could change some of your appearance." "Oh, no, I don't know, Hermione, he could lose a nose or something." "Oh, don't be ridiculous," she snapped at him. "I couldn't do anything as major as that, just something like your hair color, maybe even alter your eyes. It's a fairly simple spell, but the thing is, I couldn't keep doing it. It's a bit like overusing Felix Felicis. If kept up it might not change back, so I could only do it once." "Well, you'd best do it here," Harry said thoughtfully. "This is probably the most public place we'll be, and there's bound to be some wizards around here. It might well even be an entire wizard dwelling, you know, Harry," said Hermione. Ron looked up. "I thought Hogsmeade was the last wizard village." "One of the last." Harry looked around and walked over to the shade of the willow trees. "Come on then, do what you have to do. And please let me keep my nose." Ron looked at her sharply. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" "Of course," she replied testily. "I tried it on myself once." Ron looked at her questioningly. "What did you change?" he asked. Hermione blushed. It was over quicker than Harry expected. The smallest changes made the world of difference, he noticed, as he looked at himself in the window of the shops as they walked on. All that had changed was that his eyes were now blue. Hermione pointed out that if they were hazel, then people might think that he was his father, not something they wanted to test in the village where he once lived. His hair was now a lighter shade of brown rather than black, and this was the weirdest part for Harry. His scar was gone. "How long will it last?" Harry asked. 3 days, maybe," Hermione answered. "Thanks." They came to a halt outside a pub with a swinging sign above the door which read Bravery's B&B. It was small but appeared from the outside as welcoming and friendly. They entered through a small door Ron had to duck, and found themselves in a dark but well-furnished bar with comfy red chairs resting merrily by the crackling fire and a few laid tables. The bar at the back of the room was mahogany in color and had 2 chubby barmaids behind it. The clientele inside the pub told Harry that this was in fact an entirely magical community. Someone was stirring their tea with their wand. A child was sat on the lap of her father holding a wand which was emitting a reddish liquid into her cup, and the blonde barmaid was absent-mindedly waving her wand to clear a few tables of plates. Excuse me," Harry said to the second barmaid, a brown-haired, rosy-cheeked woman. "Yes, my dear. I just wondered if I could ask you a few questions about this village," Harry said, thinking on the spot. "Of course, lovey," said the curvy girl. How long have you lived here?" The girl giggled. "Oh, let me see, around 10 years, I might have done." Harry's heart sank. She wouldn't have known his parents. He was going to ask her anyway. "Do you know anything about Lily and James Potter?" he said. The girl's expression changed. "Oh, course I do, lovey, everyone round here does, that's what this village is famous for." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, though he thought he knew. "Well, it's the place little Harry Potter stopped you-know-who, the very first time, in it. Don't fancy the poor lad's chances much now, though, if truth be told." Harry cut her off, not wanting to hear the rest. "Where did they used to live?" The girl looked as though she would have thought that everyone would have known. "Well, Godric's Close, of course, no house there anymore, not the original anyhow. Burnt to smithereens, wasn't it? New housing estate over there now." Harry stood back, a little disappointed. He should have known that things would have changed. The girl's expression became more suspicious. Why do you want oh no, anyway? She asked. You ain't reporters, are you? 'Cause I don't trust newspapers these days, and anyway, that whole Potters thing was years ago now, more pressing things afoot nowadays, what with you know who. Quote. We're not reporters, we're Hermione opened her mouth before Harry could answer. We're students well, past students, we left school a few years ago, and we're helping our younger friends with a history of magic project. It's about famous villages. We're en route to a few others. Oh, the barmaid's expression softened immediately. Harry thought that she couldn't be too bright. I see. I would have thought you'd know all about this place then, if you're doing a project. Well, we wanted to talk to the locals first, said Ron joining in. I tell you what, the girl went on, leaning towards them. There's a lot more history to this place you know, but I can't remember it all. The landlord of this place is in tomorrow, he knows all about it. You should come and talk to him. Great, thanks, we will, said Harry, glad to know they had gotten somewhere on their first day. Anything else I can help you with? She asked. Do you have any rooms available? Harry asked. Now then, let me think, she said after a pause. Yes, we do. We have 2 left. You can either have the furnished one on the 2nd floor with 4 beds, or the one in the attic. But then you'd have to share with Mrs. Lenningham. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. We'll take the one on the 2nd floor, please, said Harry. Ron cleared his throat. How old is Mrs. Lenningham? Hermione elbowed him in the ribs. That'll be 12 galleons a night then, my love, she said slyly, giving Ron a cheeky grin. Hermione's scowl deepened. The room was deceptively large. From the outside, they felt some trepidation, but once inside they were pleasantly surprised. There were 4 beds, one was separated from the other 3 by a wall which created a smaller sub-room. There was a tiny bathroom and a sink basin next to the wardrobe. "'Snot bad," said Ron, flopping down onto the bed which he claimed as his. "So how long are we staying here then?" "Not sure," said Harry. "I want to have a wander around the village at some point, maybe find my parents' house." "But how are you going to do that?" said Hermione tentatively. "No idea. So Harry, what are we doing here? Why did you want to come, I mean besides your parents?" Harry thought carefully. "I can't explain it, really. It all started here. I guess I wanted to come before I started searching. Maybe I'll find something here." "And, we're looking for Horcruxes?" Ron asked. "Yep. Basically, Dumbledore reckoned that there are 7, the 7th being him in his body now. I destroyed one, the diary, in our 2nd year, remember? Ginny had it. Dumbledore got rid of another one, a ring. It was owned by Marvolo Gaunt, Voldemort's grandfather. So there are 4 left." Hermione repeated. They had gone through this before, but Harry felt that it was better that they kept hearing it. It also helped him to constantly think things through in case he came up with a new brainwave. "I reckon that one of them is a cup, a valuable silver cup that was Hufflepuff's. As far as I know, Voldemort's still got that one. Dumbledore told me he was suspicious about that snake that Voldemort uses. It's called Nagini. That's a possibility too, but there's also the locket." He broke off. "Harry," Hermione pressed. "The locket that me and Dumbledore went to get from the cave, but it wasn't there. The one RAB took." They had not really discussed RAB much. Harry had not shown signs of wanting to specifically find out who it was, and since none of them recognized the initials, they hadn't pressed the matter. "Yes. Because Riddle liked to take trophies from important people, I think that the final Horcrux should be something of either Gryffindor or Ravenclaw's." He sat there mulling it over, and a sudden thought came to him. It was for these pauses in between and new ideas that Harry kept going over this. Or if the snake isn't a Horcrux, then we'll need something from both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, meaning the snake is harmless. Well, not harmless. I was going to be fed to it at one point. Ron sat up a little straighter and scratched his chin. "So basically, we've got to find the real locket from someone who took it that we've never heard of, who might be dead anyway, then find this cup, which you know who is probably sleeping with under his arm in his bedroom. Figure out which one of Gryffindor's or Ravenclaw's thousands of possessions would serve as a good Horcrux. Find this murderous snake that you know who never lets out of his sight, then try and kill you know who himself, and if that doesn't work, we'll know that one of those 4 things isn't a Horcrux, and we have to start again." There was a silence. More or less. Ron lay back down on his bed again. "So, small job really. After settling themselves in the room, Ron and Harry took the beds by the window whilst Hermione had a certain amount of privacy by having the bed separated by the wall. They decided to have a wander. Being used to Hogsmeade made occupying in different wizarding community rather odd. People they didn't know would randomly do magic on the streets, but it was odd to see it done in a way where some people vanished any rubbish in the roads, or else stopped for a good-natured chat with Martin from the local butchers, or otherwise greeted them happily as they passed. Harry could understand why his parents had lived here. They came to the end of the main street on which they had passed Mr. Rubel's all-purpose occasional robes. Find the robe that suits you. Eponine's Eatery, come on in for a cuppa and rest from the flow. Martin's Best Butchery, another pub which was smaller than the one they were staying in and was called the Magical Marquis of Granby. Sophie Spotwell's stationery store, buy your auto-correcting quills here. And, as the shops became smaller and less frequent, they came to a church. It was fairly small, but very pretty, somewhat isolated from the rest of the community a little way down and in front of large and open fields on the edge of the village. There were two small stone chambers linked by a pointed tower with a bell atop the highest point. The front of the church was given over to a large stained glass window, which showed the baby Jesus lying alone in a crib, dark panes of glass creating almost a swirling vortex around him. Looks like you, Ron said with a trace of humor, nudging Harry. Shall we have a look around? Harry said, moving towards the front of the church. Ron and Hermione looked at each other and then followed. They knew inside why Harry had come here, to find his parents' graves, and they were not totally sure how he would react, or even if they'd find them. Surrounding the church was an overgrown garden which nevertheless looked well tended to. The long grass gave an almost meadow-like feel with the yellow and red flowers growing here and there. They rounded another corner and were now directly behind the church, and there it was, a graveyard, under the shade of abundant beech trees. Harry walked a little ahead of them on the dappled pathway from the shade of the trees. Ron and Hermione looked at some of the graves. These are quite old, Hermione pointed out. Look at this one 1744-1770. Over 250 years ago. They're probably preserved by magic, said Ron, rubbing the grime off one of the stones to reveal the name Arnold Wolfbecker. Blimey, this guy was 112. Must have had a philosopher's stone. But Hermione was looking at Harry a few yards ahead of them, who had stopped at one large headstone. Harry, Hermione prompted gently. Harry looked up. It's okay, he said. I've found them. And all three of them stopped in front of what appeared to be one of the newer graves. Obviously Godric's Hollow did not have a vastly high mortality rate anymore. The grave was black in color, and contained gold lettering. James Edward Potter. 1957-1981. Beloved husband, friend and father. Also lies Lillian Maria Potter. 1958-1981. Beloved wife, daughter and mother. Both now sleep safely with God. Hermione put her hand on Harry's shoulder. Are you sure you're all right? Harry nodded. He didn't speak for a minute, but then said, it's nice to see them. I've never seen them before. He turned and walked towards a particularly thick clump of flowers. Both Ron and Hermione watched him cautiously, but their expressions softened when he returned with armfuls of red and yellow wild flowers, placing them at the foot of his parents' graves. He turned to look at his best friends. Would you guys mind giving me a minute? Oh, of course, said Hermione, grabbing Ron's arm and steering him away to a larger tomb nearer the church. Harry knelt down and spread the flowers. There you go, he said, more to himself than anyone. He felt a bit stupid talking to himself, but now he was here, he felt like he ought to say something. Sorry I haven't been before. And he hadn't been before, it hadn't really occurred to him until now. You see, I'm on my way to destroying him now, and this is where I start. Harry did not know what else to say. This was harder than he thought it would be. He stood up, thinking aloud. I will finish this, I promise you. He keyed his hand and touched the gravestone before rejoining Ron and Hermione, who put her arm around his shoulders and led him out of the graveyard. Finished? Ron asked as they exited through the gate. Harry pondered this. He settled, for now, in saying, it hasn't even started yet. Harry's sleep that night was troubled. It was not simply that Ron's echoing snores filled the room, punctuated frequently by Hermione's irritated sniffs from the other side of the room, but whenever he dropped off, his head was filled of images of his parents and Dumbledore, who were all cut off from him by large towering gravestones, their troubled faces visible from the other side. He finally slept for what felt like 5 minutes before somebody was gently shaking his shoulder. "What is it?" he muttered groggily, groping for his glasses. "Nearly 8 a.m., Hermione said. Harry sat up quickly and pulled the covers up to his chin, forgetting for a moment that he was sharing a room with a girl. "You're up early," Harry said to her, putting his glasses on as the room came slowly into focus. "Yes, I don't really sleep in much," said Hermione. "Looks like he does though," she added, nodding towards Ron, who had his mouth wide open and was snoring louder if possible than he had done all night. "You'd do well to remember that in the future," Harry said under his breath, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and rubbing his eyes. "Pardon. Nothing," he said hastily, masking what he said with a huge yawn. "Actually, I got up a bit early because I thought we might catch that landlord today, you know, the one that the barmaid said we should talk to. I'd be quite interested to hear what he has to say about this place's history. It must be named Godric's Hollow for something." Harry felt more awake now as possibilities occurred to him. "You mean maybe something of Gryffindor's that Voldemort might have wanted to use?" "Well, it's an idea," Hermione said thoughtfully. "We could be completely on the wrong track, but I just thought maybe we might have more to go on about the Horcruxes, because you said yourself that you felt like you needed to come here." "Hermione, I'm not Trelawney. I didn't see anything with a newly found inner eye." Hermione glared at him. "That's not what I meant. Some wizards, well, they feel things, like a sixth sense or something like that. It's happened before, with you when you first came to Hogwarts. You sensed that something bad was happening, and that was even before your scar started hurting." Harry pondered this for a moment. It was true, he had felt somewhat drawn to Godric's Hollow for reasons that he couldn't quite place. Behind them, Ron gave a particularly loud, grunting snore and rolled over. "He sounds like a rutting warthog," Hermione said in a level voice. Harry glanced at her and, having too much experience of their arguments, he added, "I'll go poke him." They ambled downstairs half an hour later to find that breakfast was included in the price of their room, for which they were very grateful. It was by no means Hogwarts' standard of food, but it was edible to say the least. Swallowing his fried eggs, Harry looked up quickly when the door swung open and a large man in bright red robes came in through the door, raising his hand to the girl behind the bar. "Morning, Muriel," he said in a very well-spoken accent before disappearing behind the bar. Harry put his fork down. "Do you think that's him?" "Must be," said Ron. "Looks like a landlord, doesn't he?" "Let's give him a minute," said Hermione. "We don't want to appear too eager or they might not buy our history project story." So they waited for 10 minutes, finishing the pot of tea on their table before they approached the bar in as normal fashion as possible. "Excuse me," Ron said this time. They were lucky it was the same barmaid as yesterday. "Oh, hello my lovey," she said brightly. "Sleep well," she added with another cheeky grin. "Yes, thank you," Hermione interjected. "Did you say that the landlord was in today?" "Only we wanted to ask him about the history of Godric's Hollow." "Oh, yes, of course you did, I remember now." "1 minute, Mr. Turner," she bellowed through the door. "Some people wanted to ask you about the village." There was a pause followed by, "Send them through." Muriel stood back and opened the bar for them. "First door on the right," she said cheerfully. The three of them entered a room which was furnished in a very old-fashioned style. There were floral-patterned curtains and armchairs, an open fireplace and what might have been an antique desk in the corner. The landlord was sitting in one of the floral armchairs reading the Daily Prophet. "Hello there," he greeted jovially. They all said hello and stared around rather uncomfortably. The landlord shook his head, tutting. 2 murders in a week, dear me." He then seemed to notice they were still standing there. "I'm so sorry, I forgot to introduce myself." He stood up and offered them a pudgy hand poking out of the end of his woolly red robe. Harry thought he looked rather like a comical monk. "Willard Turner, been here all my life, ran this pub since I was 25 and I'm a little older than that now, I can tell you." They smiled disbelievingly. "A little flattery wouldn't hurt. Now, I hear that you want a little history. Look no further, my friends, you have come to the right person. Until last year, I held some talks about this village and its history. I used to be the curator of the National Wizarding Museum before I missed my home too much and returned. That was about 30 years ago now." He stared at them impressively. Harry knew they had struck gold. What is it you want this information for? We're doing a history project for some children at Hogwarts School, Hermione said. It's all about famous villages, and we heard that Godric's Hollow was the place to come. Turner poured himself a glass of gold liquid, which Harry supposed was mead. Ah, yes. You were correct. Doesn't get many visitors these days, I must say. But I suppose it all happened rather a while ago now. And you say you come from Hogwarts. I heard about old Dumbledore. Tragic, absolutely tragic. Didn't know him well, but still very suspicious circumstances as well, if you ask me. Mr. Turner, Harry cut off. We wanted to know if there's anything else that this place is famous for, other than for being the place where who vanished. Oh, you know all about that, do you? Mind, I don't suppose there's a soul alive these days who doesn't. The Potter story everyone knows, don't they? Harry flattened his fringe nervously out of habit, forgetting that his scar was temporarily invisible. Knew the Potters, for as long as they were here, of course, brave souls. They used to come in here every now and again, laughing and joking with their friends, not a care in the world. Then young Lily was showing, congratulated her myself. That poor young lad, as if he didn't have enough trouble now he's been labeled the chosen one. Turner appeared to be lost in thought for a moment. Anyway, enough of that. And he took a swig from his glass. Harry exhaled thankfully. He was getting uncomfortable hearing so much public opinion about his life and his chances. It was very odd being treated normally and not having people stare at him all the time. He was also spoken to normally, as though he were just another person invited to join in the debate about the chosen one. Well, you may have noticed the name of this village is significant. He asked mysteriously. I'm sure that, being from Hogwarts, you will have undoubtedly heard about the 4 greatest witches and wizards of that age long ago. It appeared that he was a good storyteller and reveled in a captivated audience. Harry, Ron and Hermione did their best to try and look as though they were on the edge of their seats to try and get as much information as possible. Setting his glass down next to the crystal decanter, he said, this village's story begins with the 4 founders. Well, as you know, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Slytherin were the founders of the school. You'll know all about the fallout between Gryffindor and Slytherin, I presume. They all nodded enthusiastically. What people may not know is the real root of the problem. Yes, they were all 4 of them famous for the school, and yes, Slytherin and Gryffindor's animosity is known far and wide, but what many do not know is what exactly they quarreled about. Harry frowned. Ron, it appeared, had not heard this either. Now, you may know that Slytherin wanted to be more selective about educating pure-blood students. Gryffindor disagreed, and there was a big row culminating in Slytherin building the legendary Chamber of Secrets within the school. Harry, Ron and Hermione all exchanged looks. All 3 of them and Ginny alike knew that the Chamber of Secrets was anything but legendary, having both entered it and been attacked by the monster within over 5 years ago. That's as much as many people know, but what they don't know, Turner said, dropping his voice dramatically, is that Gryffindor retaliated. What do you mean? Said Harry quickly. Well, Turner stopped, suddenly looking wary and lowering his glass from his lips. Is this going into a project? Not if you don't want it to, Harry said quickly, not wanting to overstep the mark and not get anything out of the man. Turner nodded. It may be best if this was edited slightly. If I tell you the whole story, then be selective. This is a very closely guarded secret. I only know because my grandfather told me and his before him. It's very sensitive. Of course, said Hermione in an understanding tone. We wouldn't use this, Mr. Turner. We were in Gryffindor House ourselves, and we'd like to know more about it for peace of mind, of course. That was pretty much true, Harry thought, marveling at Hermione's tact, and saw with relief that Mr. Turner seemed to get over his inhibitions about releasing this protected information that he alone appeared to know. Well then, as I was saying, Gryffindor built somewhere too. Oh no, not in the school, he added off their looks. He knew that Slytherin had done something of the sort before he left, and so built his own legend, Godric's Hollow, right here, in this village. Here, said Ron incredulously. Oh, it's never been found. Much like the Chamber of Secrets, it has a basis in fact, but there are possibilities that the story has been tampered with along the years. Naturally, people who know of this legend have searched the village for such a place, a hollow if you will, but it hasn't been found. Harry swallowed. They had found the Chamber of Secrets, hadn't they? All of a sudden, he felt one step, one glorious step closer. Why did he build it? Well, now you ask. Like I said before, this is subject to misinterpretation, but like Slytherin, the Hollow was supposedly supposed to be opened by a specific person, Gryffindor's heir alone. What was inside? Asked Hermione fearfully. That is not known, said Turner with a trace of disappointment. No, I'm afraid that I do not know. But if I were to make an educated presumption, seeing as how Slytherin's chamber was supposed to contain a monster to harm all those who were not pure blood, I would hazard a guess that Godric's Hollow, the real place, contains something that would purge the world of evil, or something to that effect, but what exactly I don't know. He fell silent. Harry's heart was racing. And no one has any idea where this place is. Turner shook his head. I've made my own assumptions, but nothing concrete. Few know why this place is named as it is. They assume that Gryffindor founded the village, or he lived here previously. Some don't even make the connection at all. But then, why did he build it here? Ron asked, confused. Turner shook his head. There are many possibilities, many of which I have tested and none of which I have been right about. I'm an old man, my dears, speculation is my hobby. I'm not a treasure hunter. Harry's heart sank slightly. He turned theatrically to Ron and Hermione. Well, we could put in the bit about Gryffindor building something but leave the name of the village out of it. What do you say, Mr. Turner? An excellent idea, my boy. And I appreciate your restraint. It's nothing other really than a desire to keep some legends legendary, if you catch my drift. Harry nodded. I understand. Well, thank you very much for your help, Mr. Turner. Yeah, we'd best get writing on that project, Harry. Said Ron. Harry glared at him. Ron's expression then turned suddenly to one of utmost horror at what he had just said. Turner looked at Harry. Harry, did he say? Yeah, short for Harold, invented Harry wildly. I say, what a coincidence. You do look rather like that famous lad, if I might say so, young Harold. What irony, Harry smiled, but it turned out more as a grimace. Yeah. They turned to leave, saying thanks once more, but Hermione spoke unexpectedly. Excuse me, Mr. Turner, could I ask, is there a public library anywhere near? Turner frowned and narrowed his eyes. Not in this village, my love. I'm afraid you'll have to travel to the town of St. Marlowe's for that. Huge library there, restricted section to boot. Quickest way is flow powder, we have some in the bar. Well, thanks again, Mr. Turner. Turner waved his hand. Please, call me Willard. Glad to be of help. Good luck with the project, and do enjoy your stay here, won't you? They left through the door and out the front of the pub, stopping on the street outside. They all looked at each other. Clearly none of them had been expecting to find out so much on the second day of the journey. Wow, said Ron. They kept that one quiet at Hogwarts. It doesn't necessarily mean what we think it does, said Harry, trying not to get his hopes up, yet feeling excited all the same. What else would you know who use? Whatever's in the Hollow would be perfect, seeing as how you thought he wanted something from the founders, Ron said. All the same, Hermione began, we're a bit lost without any other information. We really ought to go to this library. Ron looked at her with a quizzical expression and a trace of a grin. Missing your favorite pastime. Hermione ignored him. If we could get more information about the village itself, we could maybe figure out why Gryffindor would build the Hollow here. And where? Harry nodded. Good idea. I'll go, said Hermione, then set off their looks. I'll be quicker than either of you. What? We can look for books just as well as you. Ron interjected. Okay then, explain the filing system, Hermione said with a smug expression, knowing fully that Ron wouldn't be able to answer. Ron opened his mouth and closed it again. Well, yeah, okay. You'll be quicker. If I go now then we won't be hanging around for ages, will we? Harry nodded. Yeah, good idea. Thanks, Hermione. She smiled and turned to move towards the fireplace. Ron grabbed her arm. Oi, he said as she turned. Be careful. Hermione looked a little surprised at Ron's concern, which caused her to go slightly pink before stepping back into the pub. Harry looked sideways at Ron. What was that about? He asked when Hermione had gone. Ron's neck had gone as red as Turner's woolly robes. What? Harry said nothing and put his hands in his pockets. He was torn between the Ron and Hermione issue. Whilst knowing that it was really none of his business, he was worried that Voldemort would somehow find out if they were to admit to each other, if no one else, thus putting them in more danger. Harry said no more on the subject and permitted Ron to be evasive for now. On the other hand, he thought, with regret, of how much he missed Ginny and how much he wished that they had had more time together. Harry rubbed his eyes wearily. He and Ron had just exhausted everything that Turner had told them. Ron had the idea of writing it down. Harry thought that this was a good plan as it would be handy to have a record of what they had found out and look for any patterns. When Hermione had been gone for nearly 2 hours, Ron spoke. "Do you think she's all right?" "Yeah, she's Hermione, isn't she?" Ron looked skeptical. "Yeah, but on her own maybe we should have gone with her." "She'll be okay." Harry reread what he had just written. Gryffindor retaliated. "Well, I reckon Turner was right about what might be inside it. If it was to get back at Slytherin, then it would probably be the opposite to a dangerous monster." "If it exists," Ron reminded him. "And even if the object itself wouldn't benefit Voldemort, if it was Gryffindor's, it'd be perfect to use as a Horcrux." Harry sighed. "But where I only hope Hermione found out something or were absolutely buggered." Just at that moment, the door flew open. And Hermione stood there with a bag full of books, looking wide-eyed and harassed. She dropped the books on the bed and sat down next to Ron, looking fairly excited. "Anything?" Harry asked hopefully. Hermione nodded and said to their grateful ears, "I think I know where it is." Harry stared at Hermione, who was now feverishly flipping through pages and pages of the numerous books she had brought back with her, now strewn across Ron's bed in a heap. "You know where it is?" he repeated disbelievingly. Hermione looked up. "There is so much history to this place. But it's all sort of spread about, in different books and records, so that if you only looked at it once, you wouldn't think that the village was special at all. I went to look up Gryffindor first, but I didn't get very far. There was nothing really about him that we didn't already know. You know, having founded the school, one of the 4 greatest wizards of the age, it said something about his quarrel with Slytherin, you know, blah, blah." Ron and Harry glanced at each other with raised eyebrows. They had seriously reached a point of drastic prioritizing if it caused Hermione to say, blah, when referring to revered facts about one of the founders. She ignored their expressions. "The only thing written that we didn't know was that some believed Gryffindor to be some kind of prophet who sensed things to happen in the future. He didn't make any specific or radical predictions, so I don't know how much of it is true, but it's worth noting." She picked up one book entitled The History of Wizarding Dwellings. "This book here," she said, indicating to a specific page and pointing to a line. "It clearly states that there was a week of search parties surrounding Godric's Hollow about 70 years ago, but they don't seem to know what for. It just details recently a great interest in something unknown that some select villagers were searching for." She threw the book aside and picked up another, a much older and battered book than the previous one with a peeling, crusty cover. This one actually gives a specific date where there was a rush of interest in some sort of treasure hunt conducted by some old expert in those times. "Sounds like the same sort of search party," said Harry, thinking hard, trying to digest Hermione's words. "That's exactly what I thought, but neither book reports that anything was found." "Does it say where they were searching?" asked Ron. Hermione delved again into the pile of records, looking extremely knowledgeable. "Well, because it gave a date. I went into the archives section of the library and pulled out some old newspaper reports. There was one here," and she pulled out one single sheet of yellowing parchment, "comments on an excavation in Godric's Woods, on the edge of the village, next to that church, remember?" "Yeah," said Harry slowly, still not getting it. "Now," Hermione continued, "just because I had an idea about why Gryffindor would choose this place, I looked up magical occurrences and disturbances in the directory and the index in the library, and there were only 3 major events in the year of 923 AD, which was when that excavation was." "What major events?" Hermione found the correct record and pulled it out, handing it to Harry. His eyes traveled down the paper. "It documents events as magical disturbances, that is to say, not done by wizards. The first was a day of shooting stars hitting Earth somewhere in Putteridgebury, and later on somewhere a village spontaneously turned green, but they're not important. I found that there were reports of what could only be described as a vortex, somewhere where people would come to be healed. Some said they were cured of serious ailments and afflictions here. They couldn't explain it, but almost that this phenomenon was almost shamanistic." She paused at the look on their faces. "That means it was a naturally good place, good as in the absence of evil." "It was perfect, if it's true, of course." "Where was this event documented?" Harry asked. "Well, I didn't know at first, because before Gryffindor came here, the village went under a different name. In fact, there was a record of the name being changed in 923 AD when Gryffindor founded the village. He founded the village, Ron said incredulously. Yes, I was just getting to that, so that's why they called it Godric's Hollow, of course. If the legend is true, then Gryffindor was leaving a clue about why he founded it, but of course people wouldn't make that connection, would they? They would have just accepted the name he chose because he founded it. So how do we know that this place was the Vortex if the village went under a different name? Hermione smiled smugly. Because, she said with pride, I can translate ancient runes. Harry and Ron waited patiently whilst Hermione basked in the advantages of taking ancient runes as a subject. The Vortex was supposedly in a place called Norte Domines Vibestion. That sounds ominous, Ron muttered. But if translated it reads as North Tower Village, which is what Godric's Hollow was called before the name changed. With a satisfied smile, Hermione looked from Harry to Ron, who were beaming at her. You are amazing, Harry said aloud, before he went on. So going back to this excavation in Godric's Wood, you reckon that's where the Hollow will be? Hermione nodded. If we put it all together, it makes sense. If Gryffindor left something that supposedly helped to rid the world of evil, then it would make sense to leave it in a place with healing spiritual qualities. And having a hollow in a wood is fairly plausible. Harry nodded, momentarily too astounded at Hermione's brilliance to say anything else. So, we're going to the woods. The day had worn on to a later time than any of them had realized, and by the time they were setting out through the village, it was past 6 p.m. Do you think perhaps we should wait until tomorrow? Asked Ron, who was eyeing the pinkish tinge in the sky. Hermione answered before Harry did. No, we have to try now. Harry agreed. Now they were so close he wanted to get as much of a move on as he could. Every now and again, sheer curiosity often hid the main objective of his journey. He was so caught up in the history of Godric Gryffindor that once or twice he had to remind himself that this would all enable him to kill the most evil wizard of all time. They rounded the final corner on the main street and passed the church. There was a fairly steep incline up a hill behind the church, and it was here that the trees began. It was hard work moving up the hill, as every now and again there was a really steep bit where Ron often gave the others a leg up before clambering up himself with his long limbs. However, before long they were truly inside the wood, with most of the late afternoon light blocked out. It was unlike the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts in the sense that the trees were much taller, yet no less thick, and the floor was pleasantly springy here and there with pine needles. As they trod a deeper path, however, the track disappeared and the ground became increasingly muddy. Harry turned to Hermione, who was currently negotiating a particularly stubborn bramble bush. Was there anywhere specific the books mentioned? Hermione considered. Something about the deepest thicket. I would guess that means in the middle, but it's not a very big wood, so we should keep our eyes open for anything. What exactly are we looking for? Said Ron, ducking a low branch. A kind of dip in the ground, I suppose, like a cavity, Harry answered, hoping his idea of a hollow was similar to Gryffindor's. But there are loads of those underfoot. Harry looked down. True, the ground was uneven and potholed in places, but none were big enough that warranted investigation. A big one, or just anything that catches your eye. They moved onwards cautiously. The light had faded fast and visibility was becoming progressively more difficult. Harry took out his wand and muttered, "Lumos," before pocketing it again. 10 minutes slowly turned into 20 as the wood became steadily darker. They gradually moved towards what they thought must be the heart of the wood, surely, as they had been walking now for at least half an hour straight in the same direction. Even though the trees were tall, the brambles and bushes were less easy to pass, and before long, all three of them had scratches on their arms and sweaty faces, mud filling up their shoes. I could try a locator spell, Hermione suggested. It would reveal anything that shouldn't naturally be here. Harry and Ron nodded, their knees beginning to hurt as they had been gradually walking down a deceptive hill for the last 5 minutes. Revellious, Hermione said clearly, pointing her wand into the darkness of the thicket. There was a small pop, like a bottle being opened, and then a flash of electric blue light that stung their eyelids before it faded. After a few seconds, Hermione shook her head. Nothing, but that doesn't mean it's not here, she added, looking at their crestfallen faces. That spell only focuses on the surface, the hollow might be hidden from the BPDI. That's good then, said Ron sarcastically. Well, there's nothing I can do about it, Ron. It's not my fault the spell can't search to the entire core of the Earth. I never said it was. It's not like you've had any other bright ideas. Guys, Harry said suddenly, not only because he was tired of their bickering but because he was just realizing what they were standing in. He indicated with a shaky arm all around them. It took a few seconds for both Ron and Hermione to see it, but when they did, Hermione gasped, "Oh my!" And Ron exclaimed, "Bloody hell." The slope that they had been walking down before coming to a halt had finally flattened out. Harry pointed all around them and, though it was dark, they could see that all around them the earthy banks rose upwards. Without even realizing it, they had just walked into a massive bowl. Ron let out a nervous laugh. Harry couldn't understand why it had taken him so long to note that something was different as there was, now he looked, a significantly reduced number of trees and springy turf underneath. "Well, this is certainly a large hollow," Hermione noted, suddenly looking down at her feet as though hoping to see something directly underneath them. Ron glanced around him looking ghostly under his wand light. "How can anything be built here? There's nothing." Harry privately agreed with Ron that there couldn't be anything here, but this was the biggest hollow he had ever seen, and it couldn't be coincidence that there was one like it within Godric's Wood. "Let's split up and have a look around," he said. The others moved away and began walking around the edge of the surface area of the basin-like landmark, scrutinizing every odd clump of earth, every nearby tree, anything unusual. Harry peered around where he stood and having no trees nearby to examine, he dropped to his knees and felt the earth beneath his feet. It was damp, just as the other earth outside the hollow had been. He scooped up a clump and felt beneath, to see if there was anything solid, but there wasn't. All he had now was blackened fingernails. He moved away from his original spot and walked over to where Ron was looking very closely at a tree. "There's something sticky on this tree, it's not natural," he said. "It's called resin, Ronald," retorted Hermione from over the other side without even looking over. She was also examining the earth. Harry moved towards the middle of the hollow and the floor beneath him suddenly felt quite different. "It's quite springy here," he shouted over to them, walking over the earth. "It's not like the other ground, it's almost like there's something." But he never finished his sentence because the ground suddenly disappeared beneath him. Scrambling uselessly against the abrupt lack of ground, Harry received a face full of earth and knew a moment of terror before he sank into a large pit. It took him a minute before he realized that he was actually sliding down a smooth surface before he came to a bumpy stop at the bottom of what had acted as his slide. He could hear Ron and Hermione's anguished cries from somewhere above him as he struggled gingerly to his feet and checked to see that everything still worked. He turned to see that his slide was actually a large and very long trapdoor, which had been concealed within the earth nearby roots, and had opened the second he had stepped on it. "Harry! Oh, Harry, are you all right?" came Hermione's desperate voice from above. Harry peered upwards and could see daylight coming from where the door was hanging open. Ron and Hermione were both peering cautiously into the hole. "I'm okay," he called up to them. "Really, I'm fine." He examined the ancient door again. "If you're very careful and sit down first you can probably slide down this door to the bottom." As Ron and Hermione deliberated about how to get down, Harry looked around for the first time at where he had landed. He seemed to be in some kind of underground chamber. It was like a circular room with stone walls, only beneath the earth. Harry looked above him once more and saw that roots were trailing from the ceiling too. The musty and decaying smell told Harry that this was a very old chamber, possibly not entered for hundreds of years. Ron slid down the trap door first, followed closely by Hermione, who uttered a slight squeal before she lit her wand. "What is this place?" she said fearfully, getting to her feet and brushing down her skirt. Harry took in a musty breath. "I think it's Godric's Hollow, Hermione." "But I don't get it," said Ron confusedly. "I walked over that spot twice." Hermione nodded. "Yes, so did I. So how come you fell through it?" Ron said. Harry shrugged. "You both weakened the ground, I guess," Harry said, moving around the chamber, excitement mounting in his chest. They had found it, but where was the Horcrux? But Ron and Hermione continued to look doubtful. Ron touched the walls, withdrawing his hand immediately. "They're slimy," he said, disgusted, looking to the green-tinged walls. Hermione reached out a trembling hand to touch the wall nearest her and the wall moved. With a terrible crunching sound, like the sound of heavy metal grinding against hard stone, the wall moved slowly backwards. Hermione had jumped back into Ron's arms, startled, but Harry moved instantly forwards to what the wall had revealed. A small, dark opening into which Harry squeezed through. "Be careful, Harry," Hermione warned, and both she and Ron followed him cautiously. As they moved into what was a second chamber, smaller than the first, they noticed that it was filled with a faint silvery light. Harry's heart was pounding in his chest and his breath hung as fog in front of him by the light of his wand. Could this be it? He could hear Ron and Hermione's shaky breathing behind him. It was only when Harry turned in a full circle and looked on the back of the recently moving wall that he saw it. Written in a very old hand so that it was only just discernible was a message written in a silvery ink that had not faded in the slightest. "To he who hath found this place. Know your truth, and use it well." Ron's face was screwed up. "What on earth's that mean?" he said. Harry read and reread the message that had been emitting the silvery glow through and through, a sinking feeling beginning to settle within the pit of his stomach. As soon as he had entered this room, he had known that there was no Horcrux to be found. Save this glowing message, the room was as empty as the first. Hermione's expression was similar to Ron's. "Know your truth, what does that mean? Is it some kind of a clue?" "What truth though?" said Harry dully. "This message doesn't tell us anything. Except that seeing as this place is over hundreds of years old, the message is surprisingly bright. That must mean that Gryffindor knew it needed to be long-lasting, so someone in the future could find it. Maybe someone beat us to it," suggested Ron. Hermione muttered the message quickly under her breath, as though trying different ways of saying it. After a few minutes with all of them staring at the message, she spoke. "I just don't know, Harry, I don't understand it. Why did Gryffindor go to all of this trouble?" Ron said, indicating to the chamber around him, "and just leave that? I mean, what use is that if you don't know the truth?" "It says specifically, your truth," Hermione continued, "so it must relate to one specific person. It also addresses it to he." "That doesn't necessarily mean anything though," said Harry in a flat voice. "Back in those days it will have been a patriarchal society anyway." They continued to stare at the wall in a stony silence that stretched for an uncomfortable amount of time. Harry felt that to speak would be to admit that there truly was nothing here to be found, that they had made the exciting trip for nothing. Soon, he could bear it no longer. "There's nothing here. Let's go." There was an angry bite to his voice as he turned on his heel and walked out of the hidden chamber. He had been so sure that he would find Voldemort's Horcrux here. Something of Gryffindor's. Well, wasn't this the most obvious place to hide it? He knew, even as he walked away, that it wasn't going to be that easy, but all the same, he had felt so close. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance and followed in his wake, all three of them with a somewhat defeated sound echoing in their steps. Harry lay flat on his back on the bed in their occupied room in Bravery's B&B. It was almost like above his head was a mini-moving solar system of ideas, each spinning round and producing conclusions which became wilder and wilder. He had written down the message in Godric's Hollow in the notebook, but there had really been no need, seeing as it was as though the silver words were permanently imprinted on the back of his eyelids every time he closed his eyes. Ron and Hermione were each sat on their respective beds, legs crossed, tired expressions on their faces. It had been past midnight when they had returned from the woods, as the journey back was a lot more difficult in the dark. They hadn't all realized how hungry they were until they had returned. The disappointment of not finding the Horcrux had driven the thought of food right out of their minds. "I'm going to go and see if we can get some sandwiches sent up," said Hermione, slipping off her bed. Neither answered her. When the door had closed, Ron looked at his best friend. "Come on, Harry," he said. "It was never going to be that easy, we knew that." Harry nodded to the ceiling, feeling completely useless. "It's not your fault, we'll figure out what that message meant eventually." Harry sat up. "I know, I just wish we'd started better." Ron leaned forwards. "You know, I've been thinking about that message and I reckon it was left for you." Harry stared at him. "Me?" he repeated. "Yeah," Ron went on. "You were obviously meant to find that place. I reckon that this truth, whatever it is something that'll help you in the end." Harry lay back down again. "Yeah, well, old Gryffindor could have been a bit more informative, couldn't he, Ron smirked at Harry and the door opened, Hermione entering with the tray of sandwiches. "Ah, now there's a nice image," Ron muttered, yawning. Hermione looked at him quizzically. "What, me or the sandwiches?" Ron's ears went red. "Egg and cress, Harry." After a meal of nicely thick sandwiches, Harry felt a little better, and once he had changed and gotten into bed, he felt okay discussing what had happened with Ron and Hermione. Use it well, Harry pondered aloud, as Ron had 4th helpings of sandwiches. That sounds like something Dumbledore once said to me about my invisibility cloak. Hermione frowned. But I don't think Dumbledore will have had anything to do with this, Harry, just because, well, I think he told you everything he knew. Yeah, Ron said through a mouthful of a BLT. Anything as important as that, he would have told you earlier, wouldn't he? Harry nodded. He had felt for a moment there that something associated with Dumbledore was reaching out to him, but the reality told him that this was a false dream. Dumbledore would never communicate with him again. Hermione vanished the plates with her wand, just as Ron was about to take a 7th sandwich. But Ron's right, Harry, it wasn't your fault. There was a real possibility that there would be a Horcrux in that hollow, more than a possibility, I'd say. Harry nodded again. It's just odd now, you know, that it's just us. I mean, I know that that's how it's meant to be now, but well. What with Sirius and Dumbledore gone, I don't really know what to do next. Hermione pushed her hair out of her eyes and sat up matter-of-factly. Okay, let's think about this logically. If we're saying there's no Horcrux of Gryffindors, then it must be that there's something of Ravenclaw's to go with the locket and the cup. And thinking about it now, you did say that Dumbledore told you he thought that the only known relic of Gryffindor was safe. Harry thought back to Dumbledore's words. The sword. Ron nodded. Makes sense really, if there was going to be one founder then you know who didn't like, it was going to be Gryffindor, wasn't it? Harry frowned. So that means we at least know what the 4 Horcruxes are, the locket, the cup, the snake, and something of Ravenclaw's. Okay, let's go after the cup, because we know what it is and whose it is was. We know Voldemort stole it from that woman Hephzibah Smith after he killed her. Where did she live, Harry? Harry racked his brains. Somewhere in London, because Voldemort visited her on foot from where Borgin and Burke's was. So he might have hidden it in London, said Ron. Dumbledore said he vanished from work the day after Smith died, didn't he, Harry? What with Smith's family having realized those treasures were gone, he wouldn't want to have been caught with any of them on him, no matter how elusive he was, Hermione said thoughtfully. So you think he would have wanted to hide the cup there and then? Hermione nodded, but Harry had just had a sudden thought. What if he didn't vanish that day? What if he went back to the shop in Knockturn Alley before he went? Ron looked skeptical. I don't know, Harry, that'd be a bit risky, even for him. But Harry shook his head violently. No, if there's one thing I learned about Voldemort, it's that he liked to keep trophies of people and places. He must have hated Burke being higher than him for all that time, just waiting for his breakthrough. What if he went back for one last time? Burke wouldn't have known what Voldemort was planning to do, so he might have wanted to get him back and he could have talked more openly. Hermione still looked skeptical, but she finally said, it's worth a try, I suppose. Ron shook his head. But Harry, Burke isn't there anymore, it's just that slimy Borgin, and he'll never say anything, he knows who we are. A dark expression came over Harry's face that neither Ron nor Hermione had ever seen before. He'll know something, we'll just have to persuade him. It felt very strange walking down Diagon Alley in the bright sunlight the very next day. Diagon Alley was a place Harry associated with school, with the Weasleys and with Hagrid. And now, they were going to try and find out where yet another of Voldemort's Horcruxes may be hidden. Having gratefully left their heavy trunks at a small hotel just outside the alley where they were less likely to be recognized by anyone, they set off towards Knockturn Alley. Unfortunately, the spell that Hermione had performed to alter Harry's appearance had since worn off. Harry had been badgering her to do it again, but Hermione wouldn't take the risk. It's too dangerous, Harry. She had said earlier. I don't want to be responsible for giving you permanently pointed ears. Ron seemed to think that this would be quite funny, but after Harry had a vision of pointed ears, he fell silent and stopped asking. The sunlight seemed to shrink away from them as they turned into the notorious alleyway, and the air now contained a slight chill. Harry walked purposefully, words figured out in his head, and thinking that perhaps the fact that his appearance was back to normal was a good thing. They came to a halt outside the black and now disheveled-looking store, which was sandwiched in between what looked like a rat shop and a boarded-up old place on the left. Harry walked in first, remembering how hideous some of the artifacts on display were. There were human skulls encased within a glass cabinet, deformed-looking limbs which appeared to be fossilized whilst they were rotting, a row of tiny red bottles, all labeled with a yellow hazardous sign. Harry knew why Voldemort had worked here. Ron and Hermione followed in behind him. Ron let out an audible gasp, having never been in the shop before. There was no sign of anyone at the counter, and when Harry leaned over the table, which separated customer from till, there was still no sign of Borgin. Ron was looking very uneasy. "You know, there's no one here. Let's go." Hermione looked at Ron sarcastically. "You'd make a great henchman." Harry rang the grimy little bell on the counter, ignoring Ron. There was a slight shuffling from within the back. A raspy voice was eventually heard. All right, I'm coming. Do you know what bleedin' time it is?" He stopped short at the sight of the three serious-looking teenagers, and an uglier expression appeared on his already ugly face. I know who you are," he muttered, pointing at Harry, red blotchy patches appearing on his withered cheeks, and his jowls were set aquiver to rival Filch's. "Good," said Harry coolly. "That saves us an introduction." Borgin twitchily brushed his oily hair out of his eyes. "You shouldn't be here. I don't want you in my shop." And he moved around the counter towards them. Harry stood his ground. "Get out," Borgin hissed, pulling out his wand, and still Harry didn't move. Their faces were now very close together. Anyone else would have recoiled at the sheer repulsiveness of Borgin, but Harry had to be more intimidating or they would never get the information they came in for. "No," he said simply. "We want to ask you a few questions." His hand was curled around his wand in his pocket, and he was hoping that Ron and Hermione had theirs in a similar position. Borgin eyed him suspiciously. "I don't want to be seen talking to you," Borgin said darkly. "Get out of my shop." Harry took a step forwards and Borgin took a step back. "No." From the look of his face, Borgin was formulating a plan within his oily head. Taking yet another step back, he moved behind the counter. "What is it then?" he asked, turning away. But as he turned, and Harry knew he was going to do this, he spun on the spot and aimed his wand at them all. "Fernic! Protega!" Harry yelled, parrying the curse swiftly. Borgin was knocked back off his feet into a shelf full of liquid containers. They cracked as he slid down the wall. Harry moved towards him. "I don't really want to hurt you, Mr. Borgin," he said casually. "But like I said, we want to ask you a few questions." Mr. Borgin scrambled to his feet. "Get away from me, Potter. I know what you are," he muttered, pulling his wand out again. "I don't think you have a clue about who I am," Harry said coolly, looking at Ron and Hermione. Hermione drew her wand and shouted clearly, "Incarcerus." Tight thick ropes shot with a bang out of the end of her wand and wound themselves tightly around Borgin where he was crouched against a shelf. Unable to move, he let out a stream of swear words in rage. Harry let this tirade pass, and watched as Borgin struggled, and failed, to get to his feet. Eventually he gave up and settled for a mere crouch against the liquid-shelved wall. He looked up at Harry, spite in his eyes. "What do you want?" "I don't know anything." "We haven't asked you anything yet," said Ron. "How do you know you don't know anything until we've asked?" "I'm not telling you anything." Borgin spat. "No matter what it is. Do you know how quickly I'd be killed if they knew I was helping you people out? Look at my shop. Look at the alley it's in. Are you stupid or something?" Harry looked down at Borgin with a certain amount of disgust in his voice. "It's hardly our fault that you chose such dangerous friends. That's your problem. And you are going to tell us what we want to know." "Oh, I am I?" Borgin muttered sarcastically. Harry crouched down so that he was on the same level as Borgin. "We know that somebody called Tom Riddle used to work here." Harry was using Voldemort's human name, because he could hazard a guess that there were now very few people left in the world who knew about the connection between the names. Dumbledore was one, Harry, Ron and Hermione were the only others he knew of. Borgin's expression didn't change. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Harry reacted in a flash. Thinking the word Levicorpus. Inside his head, he waved his wand upwards. Still restricted by his bonds, Borgin flew into the air upside down by his tied ankle, unable to move for the ropes. He struggled wildly but to no avail, and it was not until he began to turn purple that Hermione uttered a warning in Harry's ear. "Harry, be careful." Harry thought the counter curse, Liberacorpus. And Borgin crumpled into an unceremonious heap. Harry bent down once more so he was facing Borgin, who now appeared to be in a considerable amount of pain. Ron had since crossed the room and made sure that the closed sign was hanging in front of the grimy door. When did Tom Riddle work here? Harry repeated in a level voice. Borgin shook his head, panting. Before. My time don't know anything about him. Harry tutted and shook his head. Now see, I think you do, Mr. Borgin. Borgin spat on the floor. Harry considered him for a moment before taking his wand and pointing it right between Borgin's eyes. Hermione made to grab Harry's arm, but Ron held her back, watching Harry closely. Borgin went cross-eyed looking at Harry's wand. When Harry spoke it was in a voice full of hatred and anger. Listen to me, you disgusting little worm, you are going to tell me everything that you know about this man called Tom Riddle, because I have had just about enough of your sort to last me a lifetime. Now if you don't tell me, you might just find out what it's like to have someone unleash the 16 years of hell he had to live through right back on you. Borgin looked back at Harry, apparently unable to speak. Do you want to try me? Harry added, raising his eyebrows looking rather frightening. Borgin leaned back and did not speak for a few minutes. Then he opened his mouth, and it seemed that both Ron and Hermione let out a giant breath. I never spoke to Riddle, Borgin began. Like I said, he was before my time here when Burke was in charge. I was just starting out, always in the back. Poor you, said Harry dispassionately. Go on. Riddle was odd. Very shifty. Define shifty, Harry said warningly. Borgin shook his head irritably. Like I said, I didn't really know him. Very interested in the dark stuff, more so than anyone I'd even seen. Had a weird look in his eye, didn't like him much. Harry nodded, an oddly twisted expression on his face. No, neither did I. Okay then, what happened when he left? Borgin looked for a moment like he was going to tell Harry where to go, but seemed to think better of it at the last minute. Well, seeing as I was just a junior then, I had to come back some evenings for till training like. Ron snorted and received a look of pure hatred from Borgin. I came back one evening through the back door like, and was just about to speak to Burke when the door opened and that Riddle came in. You're sure it was him? Harry asked. It was essential that this information was right. Of course I am, said Borgin irritably. He looked odd anyhow, sort of a red gleam in his eye. Harry resisted the temptation to shiver, he had seen that red gleam all too often. Mr. Burke was saying something to him about old Hephzibah Smith. She was a good customer of the shop and she'd died the day before. What was he saying? Said Ron. Didn't hear, said Borgin. Harry got out his wand again, but Borgin stammered. No, really, I didn't hear, so I moved closer. Burke seemed angry about something, said that Riddle had stolen something that should have been his. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione suddenly. He knew they were all thinking the same thing, the cup and the locket. Then what? Harry prompted. Riddle said he didn't know what he was talking about, said this place was a dump, that he was going to leave anyway. Burke said he couldn't, something about not until he'd given him what he knew was his, sounded like treasure. Harry's heart was pounding. So anyway, Riddle, Borgin swallowed. Riddle, he killed Burke. Or at least, he did some spell on him and loads of blood came out. Harry's mind was racing. Sectumspmra, did that mean that Snape was already working for Riddle then and had shown him that spell? Had Snape already decided then that he was going to kill innocent people? Harry wrenched his thoughts away from the hated form of Snape and tried to concentrate on Borgin's words. Riddle left, Burke was still alive. And did you help him? Hermione said sharply. When Riddle had left, Borgin hesitated for a whole 10 seconds and then shook his head. You just left your boss to die. Hermione said, looking horrified and yet a little disgusted. That's because you knew you'd get the business, wasn't it? Ron said. You called it Borgin and Burke so that they'd think he'd left it to you. That's why you didn't want to tell us all this, I suppose. So what did you do? Said Harry. Follow Riddle. Borgin nodded. Harry snorted bitterly. That was only because you thought he had some treasure. You're lucky he didn't catch you, or did he? Borgin shook his head this time. I followed him for hours, wanted to know what it was all about. That was stupid, Harry said, and then remembered that Borgin did not know that Riddle was in fact Voldemort. He thought it might be amusing to tell him, but refrained from doing so. So where did he go? Hermione asked, biting her nails. Got as far as Somerset, Borgin said with a trace of disappointment in his voice. Blimey, Ron muttered. You must have been a poor sod to travel from London to Somerset for a piece of treasure you didn't know anything about. I knew it must be valuable. Borgin spat. He'd just killed for it, hadn't he? Anyway, got to Somerset and I lost him. Completely vanished, like right into thin air. Harry thought that there was in fact quite a big possibility that Voldemort had in fact vanished right into thin air. Let me guess the rest, said Harry. You went back to the shop the next day, knowing that Burke would be dead, and waited patiently at home for the call from the magical law enforcement squad. Borgin nodded slowly. I ain't proud of it, he said quietly. Why do you think I didn't want to talk about Riddle? Especially to you. I'm what? Said Harry coolly. Borgin fell silent. Is it true? The chosen one and all that? Harry turned his back on Borgin and signaled to Ron and Hermione that they should leave the shop. He looked back at Borgin and said sarcastically, well, thank you very much for that easily gathered information, Mr. Borgin. We won't be seeing you. They turned and pulled open the door. Hey! Came Borgin's angry shout from the floor. Aren't you going to help me? Ron gave a mock laugh. Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot, and he turned to closed sign back to open. When they had moved away from the relative darkness of Nocturne Alley and into the relative sunlight of Diagon Alley, Hermione turned to Harry and Ron, a look of great excitement on her face. Well, that clears a lot up, she said happily. Harry nodded. I should have guessed that Voldemort killed Burke Somerset. Why did he go there? Hermione looked incredulously at Harry and Ron, as though astonished that they hadn't gotten to the same page that she was on. What? Said Ron. Oh, didn't either of you read those books I got out from the library in St. Marlowe's? Both Harry and Ron shook their heads. The book about the four founders? No, I can't believe you two. Well, come on them, put us out of our misery, Miss Brain Box. In the introduction it gives information about their backgrounds, and something that I read about Helga Hufflepuff was that her original home, before she moved to Hogwarts of course, is open to the public. It's in Somerset. Harry finished the sentence for her. Right. Let's pack our stuff. Couldn't we have called on the night bus again? Muttered Ron. They were all sitting in a small compartment of a Muggle train, which was bumbling along the wet tracks to Somerset. No, Hermione answered him patiently. It's best that we travel in different ways so nobody can pick up a pattern. And I suppose that there's less chance the Muggles will recognize me, said Harry, who was looking out the window. 1,000 thoughts racing around his head. I need a pensive, he thought. Exactly, said Hermione. Wizards scoff at Muggle transportation, but it's much better than they give them credit for. I think we'll probably be there in an hour. They had been discussing the information that they had extracted from Borgin in hushed voices. All the same, Muggle transportation or not, you could never be too complacent about being overheard. I suppose Voldemort did have motive for killing Burke, said Harry thoughtfully. How do you work that one out? Said Ron, perplexed. Well, Burke took the locket off Voldemort's mother, Merope, before he was born. Voldemort knew because Smith told him that day, when she showed it to him. Burke ripped Merope off. That locket would have been priceless seeing as it was Slytherin's. So do you think that's the only reason why Voldemort went back to the shop? Hermione said. To get revenge. I don't know, Harry pondered. Maybe it wouldn't have happened if Burke hadn't tried to get back the stuff Voldemort stole from Smith. I suppose he thought that it was his because he'd tried to get it off her for ages. There was a pause and then Hermione looked at Harry with a half-beady, half-frightened look in her eye. Harry, she began. What would you have done if Borgin hadn't told you all that? I don't know, Hermione, Harry answered truthfully. I mean, would you have? Leave it, Hermione, Ron said quietly. I wouldn't have killed him, if that's what you mean, Harry said slightly defensively. But I might have thrown him about some more. Anyway, why does it matter? He talked, didn't he? It was raining outside and the waterlogged chartered towns they were passing gradually became more rural as the train moved into the bucolic outskirts of Somerset. It was almost as though they were traveling to Hogwarts and, for one glorious moment, Harry tried to pretend that they were. All that he had to worry about was homework, and what the next Quidditch conditions would be like, and hoping that the rain would clear up soon enough so that he and Ginny could spend some time alone together down by the lake in the sunshine. Harry, Hermione said softly, tapping his shoulder. We're here, you nodded off. Harry wrenched himself out of this perfect daydream, gathered his things and followed Ron and Hermione out onto the rain-spattered platform. As the train ambled away from them, they drew their coats around them as the rain lashed at their faces. Hermione wandered over to a map which was encased in a plastic cabinet for newcomers to look at. She muttered, scrutinizing the map. Hermione, said Harry over the noise of the wind. That's a Muggle map. I know, she said brightly and rapped it with her wand. It instantly changed. Different places were pinpointed in bright colors, places that hadn't been there before. The map was unrecognizable in its riot of bright pink, orange, electric blue and lilac. Oh, said Ron vaguely, moving closer to see it. Blimey, there's not much to see here, is there? Look, there's a farm. And oh look, there's another farm. Hermione ran her finger down the wet plastic and came to a halt. There, she said, pointing to a specific spot with her wand. The house of Helga Hufflepuff, open to the public all year round, 10 till 4. Ron glanced around him and looked up at the sky. Won't have many visitors today, will it? He muttered, receiving a face full of rain. How far is it? Asked Harry, feeling increasingly chilly and resenting having to lug his trunk around with him. Hermione consulted the map again. It says it's in the village of Little Daft, but by the looks of it it's quite far out from the village, on top of that hill, she said, pointing to an illustrated lump on the map. The village is about a mile from here. That's good, we can rent another room, said Ron. This trunk is killing my arms. Nodding, Harry led the way out of the station and, following Hermione's directions, moved towards the village of Little Daft. The B&B they left their things in was very small, as was the village of Little Daft, much more so than Godric's Hollow had been. Before setting out, Ron turned to Harry as they put on warmer clothes. You know, I should send a letter to Mum and Dad, just to let them know we're okay. Harry considered. Yeah, I suppose that'd be alright, he decided. Great, said Ron, getting out a piece of parchment from the drawer next to his bed. Then she can let everybody know we're alright and we won't have to send 10 letters. Harry pondered. He had been thinking about this for a few days. It would be really nice to write a letter to Ginny, to let her know that she was still in his head. Ron wouldn't make a fuss, at least he hoped that he wouldn't. It took Ron about 10 minutes to finish the letter to his parents, with Hermione helping him over his shoulder with his grammar. Necessary is 2 C's, 1 S, Ron. You don't want to remind your parents how young you were by writing to them in blatant garbage, or they'll worry more that you're here. Ron, who was biting his tongue as he spelled the last word, appeared not to hear her, but corrected, necessary, anyway. Harry was just finishing a short message to Ginny. Gin, hope everything is going okay at school. I'm missing it more than I thought I would. Things are going okay here, had a few bad days, but I think we're on the right track now. Obviously I can't tell you anything about it, but you knew that already. Knowing that you're there at home keeps me going sometimes. I might not be able to send another letter anytime soon, so I just wanted to say hi. Love, Harry. He took Ron's letter for the Weasleys, and slipped his note inside it. Wandering over to Hedwig, who snapped awake instantly within her cage, hoping for some food, lifted her leg out obediently. Take this to the burrow, he murmured to her whilst stroking her neck. He then leaned right in so that Ron and Hermione couldn't hear him. And take this, he tapped the small letter within the first one, to Ginny. Okay. She nipped his finger affectionately and took off out the window. Hermione looked worried. She won't be followed, will she? No, said Harry confidently. It's not like we're staying in one place more than a few days. And they silently watched her disappear into the stormy midday sky. It was still raining hard when Harry, Ron and Hermione trekked through the one-horse town of Little Daft, and they had to bow their heads against the roaring wind and the stinging rain. Ron kept turning to Hermione in regular intervals to check that they were on the right track. Are you sure that we're going the right way? Hermione shook her head in an exasperated sort of way. You never have faith in me, do you? Why don't you try and trust me for a minute? She said, nettled. Ron fell silent, muttering something about always trusting her. Within 10 minutes, a very large hill came into view and, though it looked quite a way away, there was a visibly large house on the very top of it. Hermione turned to Ron with a self-satisfied smirk on her face. Well, I guess that's it then, said Harry. Far away, the house appeared very imposing and rather derelict, silhouetted against the iron-gray sky. But once they got closer, it simply looked like a very comfortable mansion. The hill was steep, and by the time they had gotten to the top of it, they were soaked to the skin, shivering and breathing heavily. Must have been under an enchantment, said Harry. That's why we couldn't see it for what it was far away, so Muggles can't find it. Yes, Hermione agreed. And it'll probably be unplottable too. A large sign in front of the grand house read, Original House of Helga Hufflepuff. Open to the public from 10 until 4. We're cutting it a bit fine, said Hermione. It's 3:30 now. There won't be anyone in there now, said Ron. It's raining hard. Nobody with a brain would come to the house of the dimmest of the founders on a day like this. She wasn't dim, Ron, said Hermione reproachfully. She was one of the 2 greatest witches of the age. That's why Voldemort wanted to steal her relic and turn it into a Horcrux. Ron shook his head. Yeah, well, you know who isn't exactly stable, is he? Shall we go in? Harry suggested in an attempt to avoid another argument. There was an instant musty smell the moment they entered the large hallway. An old chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling before a wide wooden staircase led the way upstairs to what appeared to be the first landing. The wooden floor beneath their feet was paneled and freshly polished, yet the stale smell would not exit their nostrils. Wow, said Ron, clearly awed by the sheer size of the hallway. On the walls there were moving portraits of wizards who were plainly drunk, or very simple, vacant expressions on their faces. Next to these pictures were large plaques with information such as, Helga Hufflepuff's favorite Aunt Mabel, died 1645. There were lots of information points around the hall and they continued up the hallway. Harry spotted an information desk straight ahead of them, which should supposedly have been manned but was at that moment empty. Harry moved forwards and rang the bell on the desk. There was no movement anywhere. Sensible sods probably gone home, Ron muttered. No, it'd have been locked if they closed early, said Harry. Maybe there's some visitors already here, Hermione suggested, looking around, but they could hear no one. Let's have a look around, said Harry. And stick together. They moved into the first room, which was roped off halfway down the middle, presumably to preserve the carpet and wallpaper which was looking rather worn. Green velvet chairs stood next to a large bay window which was not emitting much light as the sky outside was so dark. Looks like my great-grand's front room, said Ron. Stinks of old lady. She wasn't that old when she lived here, said Hermione knowledgeably. This was her parents' home too, so there may have been quite a few living here at some point. She didn't begin teaching until she was in her later 20s, so Hogwarts would have been founded. Hermione kept up a flow of learned information about Helga Hufflepuff as they explored the rest of the house. There were 5 rooms downstairs along with the large old-fashioned kitchen with many of the original cooking implements and a typical black and white tiled flagged floor. The upstairs had 6 bedrooms, all fairly large, yet Hufflepuff's bedroom held plenty of information about herself. There was no clue to indicate that there was a Horcrux hidden anywhere. And then, after all of them had relaxed somewhat and loosened up their tense muscles, there was the sound of the door banging downstairs. All 3 of them froze, looking at each other and holding their breaths. A voice came ringing upstairs. Hello. It sounded like a very old woman. Anyone still visiting? She called again. I'm locking up now. Hermione turned to Harry. Shall we leave? No, hissed Harry in a hushed whisper. I want to look around some more. But she'll lock the door. Are you a witch, or what? Said Ron in an agitated undertone. There was a sound of soft footsteps coming up the stairs. Without a second thought, Harry dived under Hufflepuff's bed, Ron quickly following. Hermione looked momentarily scandalized, as though they were desecrating something sacred, but Harry grabbed her wrist and dragged her under. The old woman didn't come in the room, in fact she appeared to just be doing her rounds. She turned frequently on the spot, as though she was constantly forgetting something and muttered to herself constantly. Harry had to elbow Ron in the ribs twice to stop him from laughing out loud, yet he himself was forcibly reminded of an 80-year-old Trelawney. When the front door banged closed they heard a very loud click, like a lock clunking into place. Breathing a sigh of relief, they emerged gingerly from underneath the bed. Right, now we know we won't be disturbed, we can keep looking, Harry said. But they looked, and they looked and they looked, but found nothing. After splitting up twice and reporting back with nothing, Harry was beginning to feel distinctly unconvinced. Had Voldemort really hidden the cup here? He began to doubt Borgin's information. As though she could read his mind, Hermione spoke. Borgin was telling the truth, Harry, I could tell. It's got to be here somewhere. Harry threw his arms up angrily. What have we missed? There's got to be something that he would have wanted to use something symbolic. Tell us about Hufflepuff, Hermione, said Ron seriously. If you'd only clean out your ears, I have been, Ron, she said angrily. Tell us about a secret chamber, or something, said Ron hopefully. Hermione adopted a sarcastic voice. Oh, yes, I left the bit out about the secret chamber on purpose. Because it's really funny to go around in circles and keep looking. Ron opened his mouth to retort, but Harry stepped in. Look, this is getting us nowhere, just shut up a minute, I need to. But he stopped, looking at the plaque on the wall opposite him. Due to Helga Hufflepuff's marvelous stew, they were instantly married. And one that he had seen downstairs. Best subject was herbology, largely due to her intense interest in cooking plants and their flavored properties. And even just below that one underneath the stairs. Harry ran to it and stared at it. Became an incredibly accomplished cook, whose recipes are widely used today. And finally, favorite room was her kitchen, which she prized as the best kitchen in the whole of Somerset before leaving for Hogwarts. The kitchen, Harry mumbled, turning to the kitchen behind him. It must be something in the kitchen. Why? Said Ron, perplexed. Slytherin's locket was hidden underground, like it was in a dungeon. Harry spoke very quickly, striding towards the kitchen. Because of all the connections with Slytherin, even their common room is in the dungeons at school. Marvolo's ring was inside his own ancestor's house. It goes with character. Why not do the same for Hufflepuff? They reached the kitchen and looked around expectantly, as though expecting to see the Horcrux directly in front of them. Harry looked all around, crossing the roped-off areas and ignoring Hermione's anguished gasps of, "You can't go there." He picked up the old copper pots and pans, looked under the stove, even put his head in the huge open fire oven. But found nothing. Hermione shook her head. "I don't think there's anything here, Harry." Ron looked as though he privately agreed yet said nothing. Harry turned finally to the stone walls and put his hands on them. Unsurprisingly, they were cold, but the second he touched them, he experienced a very odd feeling, something that he had not felt before, an incredibly strong magical presence. "Touch this wall," he said quickly to Ron and Hermione. They both put their hands out to the wall and held them there for a few seconds before looking confusedly at him. "I don't feel anything, Harry," Hermione said slowly. And yet Harry could not explain it to them. It suddenly felt like the whole room was alive with magic. It was buzzing, and then suddenly he got it. He remembered vividly back to the cave when he and Dumbledore had gone in search of the fake Horcrux to no avail. How when Dumbledore had suddenly stopped because he had felt something, and then pulled the no longer invisible chain out of the water to reveal the boat. Harry must be feeling something similar. More convinced than ever that this was now the place, he feverishly searched the wall for another clue, running his hands over it. Seeing nothing and ignoring Ron and Hermione's worried looks towards him as though he had recently lost his mind, he moved right away from the wall and stepped back so that he could view it from a distance. He narrowed his eyes as far as they could go, willing himself to see something, and miraculously, he did see it. Blessed as he was with the ability to see things that others often did not, as had helped him so often in his Quidditch matches, Harry moved closer to the spot where he had just seen what he had been looking for. As he came nearer to it, he couldn't understand how he hadn't noticed it before. Holding out a trembling hand, he pointed to Ron and Hermione. "What?" said a confused Ron, but Hermione had gasped. "Oh my goodness, it's a badger." And there, formed by the brickwork and the roughened edges of the crumbling stone, was a clear image of a badger. It was almost as though time had sculpted it out of the stone, and now they all looked at it. It was more obvious than ever. "How did you know that would be there?" said Hermione, looking at Harry in awe. "Had a feeling," replied Harry. He ran his hands over the badger and pushed it, but nothing happened. Wait a minute," Ron said suddenly, as though he was a proud toddler who had just come up with the answer of 2 + 2 = 4. He held his hands up dramatically. "Remember the Chamber of Secrets, Harry," he said excitedly. "Remember how we saw that snake on the tap? Remember how that meant that was the entrance?" Harry thought Ron was right. This was the entrance to a secret room or something of the sort. Slytherin's snake, Hufflepuff's badger, where the Horcrux may be. Another sudden thought hit him like lightning. Was Hufflepuff bilingual? He asked Hermione, hoping above hope that she would know the answer, but he needn't have worried. "Yes," Hermione said in an exasperated voice. "I told you that already." She could speak French, German, Italian, Mermish. Which one was she best at? He asked quickly. "French, I think," Hermione said. Harry turned to the badger excitedly. "What's, open up, in French, or something like it?" he asked her, palms sweaty. Hermione thought for a moment as though she was going to ask him why, but then said uncertainly, well, I suppose the best thing would be, ouvert la porte. That means, open the door. Say it again, louder, said Harry, aware of the fact that she had spoken softly and uncertainly. Hermione looked at him strangely, but he repeated what he had just said, and then, apparently against her better judgment, she spoke loud and clear. Ouvert la porte. As a large crack of lightning erupted outside, momentarily casting bright white light on all three of them before it turned dark again, the wall moved, but it wasn't with the same crunching noise that the one in Godric's Hollow had made. This one slid gracefully upwards, leaving an archway large enough for a large man to pass through. None of them breathed for a beat, and then Ron opened his mouth shakily. Bloody hell, he whispered. All three of them stood rooted to the spot, staring straight into the gaping opaque hole in the wall that they had just made. It looked incredibly dark inside, and they instinctively lit their wands, thereby casting a faint and eerie yellow glow between them. But Hermione spluttered. But it's too simple, it can't be here. Well, we can't leave it, can we? Said Harry strongly. Now more than ever he could feel the magical vibes emitting from the dark space in front of him, so much so that it made him shiver. They were like ripples, invisible ripples in water which he could feel all the time. He turned to them both seriously. Listen, once we're inside, you have to remember that it's Voldemort who is trying to protect this thing. If it was easy to find, you can bet anything that it won't be easy to get. I need both of you to swear that you'll do what I say, even if it sounds stupid. Course we will, said Ron immediately. Wouldn't enter somewhere like this with anyone but you, mate. Hermione nodded. No, neither would I, but, Harry, if we're up against Voldemort's enchantments we probably won't be able to get it at all. He'll have made it impossible. It can't be impossible, Harry answered, recalling Dumbledore's words as they had entered the cave all those months ago. Because Voldemort would have needed to make sure that he could get to it if he needed to, like if he wanted to check on it, or take it someplace else. And with that, he took a deep breath and turned to enter the dark hole in front of him, feeling, rather than hearing, Ron and Hermione behind him. The air was instantly freezing, so much so that Harry breathed in sharply in shock, the cold atmosphere piercing his lungs. Harry was aware that the space into which he was walking was very narrow, but was careful not to touch the walls for whatever reason. After they were all within the darkness, there was a sudden loud crash behind them. Hermione let out a little yelp of surprise and Ron leapt a foot in the air. The stone wall had slammed shut behind them. Hermione ran to it swiftly. We're trapped, she moaned. Ned, pushing at the wall. Ouvert. But nothing happened even as she hammered on it harder. Ron looked oddly pale in his wand light. What now? He said to Harry. I've got an idea how to open it, Harry said slowly, a thought occurring to him. But he didn't want to divulge this thought to Ron and Hermione. Yet. What? Said Hermione hurriedly. It doesn't matter right now, said Harry. If we're going on. Just trust me, and they fell silent, following him. The passageway wound round to left and right, up and considerably down, until Harry was sure that they must now be in some underground cavern, possibly underneath the cellar of the house. The ground became earthier, until it was distinctly muddy and their feet stuck a good 2 inches into the muck. After what felt like half an hour of struggling in the slippery conditions, they came to their first barrier. It appeared that there was a wall of solid earth directly in front of them, firmly blocked, impassable. Reducto, do you reckon? Suggested Ron. Harry looked doubtfully at the earthy wall and put his hands to it. It was moist with condensation, but nonetheless unyielding. You could try it, he concurred. Ron rolled up his sleeves dramatically and cleared his throat. Reducto. He shouted loudly and clearly. A beam of orange light burst forth from his wand and hit the earthy wall and ricocheted off onto a nearby stone wall, denting it but leaving no imprint on the earthen wall whatsoever. Well, it was worth a try, said Hermione. But I suppose that this kind of enchantment's impermeable to spells like that. Maybe there's a password or something, said Ron. Something only you know who would know. No, said Harry immediately. It's not a door, it's an obstacle. This did nothing to lighten the mood. There might be one spell that could work, Hermione said quietly. It's supposed to return solid objects into a different property, so this solid earth would just become liquid mud, and we could get through it. Harry, though that he had heard of this spell before, they had covered it in charms when they had turned water into ice and vice versa. Even so, he thought that it was more than likely that Voldemort would have obviously thought of that. However, he didn't have any other current ideas, so he heeded Hermione. Go on then. Be careful. Hermione pointed her wand towards the barrier. Liquefy. There was an electric blue beam of light, a squelching noise, and the earthly wall began to crumble into a soggy, disgusting paste, opening up the way before them. Well done, Hermione, said Ron excitedly. See, didn't think of everything, did he? They stepped back slightly as the wet mud cascaded along the passageway a little further towards their feet, but stopped just short as the barrier was almost completely gone. Right then, said Ron, obviously enlightened by their success and, pulling up his trouser legs, waded through the now gooey passageway. Hermione wrinkled her nose before doing the same, but hoisting up trouser legs made little difference as they were still covered in mud when they emerged onto drier flooring. Harry waited a second, still wholly unconvinced that it would be that simple, and then followed Hermione a little way through, but no sooner had he stepped into the viscous sludge he felt the reassuringly solid ground beneath the mud disappear beneath his feet. There was an awful squelching, king sound, and Harry could feel himself descending further into the mud, as though he were being ked down into a giant plug hole. Hermione screamed and Ron whirled around on the spot where they were both safe. Surging forwards, they reached out desperately to grab Harry's hands, but he was now waist-deep in the newly made mire. It suddenly became horribly clear to all of them that this was no ordinary quicksand. Harry kicked his legs as forcibly as he could, but it became harder and harder to move them as the mud around him closed in like cement. Get back, he yelled at Ron, who had just stepped closer to try and reach him. Stay back. Through a haze of foggy terror, Harry thought desperately there must be a failsafe, there must be some way to reverse it, it can't be impossible, it can't be. Ash's brain worked wildly, the mud came up to his ribs, freezing his arms painfully. Reverse it. Reverse it. Reverse the spell. He gasped at Hermione, straining to keep his head above the mud, his muscles screaming out at their forced use against the smothering bog. Hermione, who had been wringing her hands in despair with wide terrified eyes, grabbed her wand in white-knuckled hands and pointed it at the bubbling mud. Harry was up to his neck. Rectify, she bellowed. It would surely suffocate him any second now. And, as quickly as it had happened, the mud became earth-hard, crumbly earth. Harry's head was just above the level of suffocation and he wrenched his arms upwards in a shower of dirt, looking gratefully at Ron and Hermione's anguished faces. That was lucky. But no sooner had Ron said this, Harry felt something grab his ankle in a vice-like clasp from directly underneath him and he sunk a little deeper back into the earth, but even as this happened he knew what it was. What it could only be that chilled his whole body to the bone in fury. In his own whirl of panic, Harry knew that Hermione reversing the spell had been the failsafe he had been searching for, but, as had happened in the cave, the only way to survive was to perform it, and in so doing they had activated the tortured souls waiting patiently beneath their feet because Voldemort had planned it so. Harry groped for the earth in front of him, trying to wrench himself free of the fleshless soggy, icy grip that had hold of his ankle, but even as he kicked out hard, two in fury burst out of the no longer dormant earth. Hermione shrieked very loudly so that it echoed around the passageway. Abandoning all inhibition, Ron flung himself forwards to where Harry was still trapped and grabbed both his arms. In one almighty wrench, Harry slowly came free, the grasp on his ankle relenting as they both toppled over further back into the passageway. What are they? Hermione cried, trying to stupefy more figures emerging from the earth. In fury, Harry bellowed, straightening up. As though from a previous life, distant memories of how to defeat them came into his brain. Like many creatures that dwell in cold and darkness, they fear light and warmth. Fire, he yelled, throat hoarse having inhaled a lot of dry earth. They hate fire. Ron and Hermione raised their wands. Incendio, they yelled, simultaneously, jets of blue flame emerging from their wand tips and keeping the Inferi at bay for a few precious moments. But even as he regained his breath, Harry knew that Ron and Hermione's spells would not hold any Inferius at bay for long. Mustering all his strength and concentrating all the particles of his being on the spell he must perform, Harry raised his wand high above his head. Incendio Maximo. Feeling its heat pass over him as the white-hot flame erupted from the tip of his wand with the force of a high-speed train, Harry was forced to step backwards as the fast-growing fire he had created hurtled over Ron and Hermione's heads and encircled the Inferi, binding them within their own earth prison. In spite of themselves, Ron and Hermione looked back at Harry in disbelief. "Move!" he yelled at them. "Move back!" And still holding his wand aloft, amazed at what he had achieved, they stumbled backwards as the glowing fire and the ghostly fury became fainter and fainter. As soon as they had all completely crossed the threshold of where the earth barrier had stood minutes before, there was a loud bang like a gunshot and the barrier was newly reinstated to its original place. The only difference was that Harry, Ron and Hermione were now on the other side. None of them bothered to light their wands immediately as they were plunged into darkness the moment the fire was shut off from view. They simply leant against the wall and panted. Harry eventually lit his wand and looked into the faces of his two best friends. Dirt spattered and completely out of breath, they looked terrified, bruised, but nevertheless unhurt. "Are you okay?" he asked shakily, still flexing his limbs and relishing the use of them again. Raising his bloodied and dirty hands gingerly, Ron spoke in a faint voice, "I'm gonna go out on a limb, and say that I don't like soulless dead things." Hermione let out a reluctant laugh whilst straightening up and dusting herself off. "Why did that not happen when we crossed?" she asked, pulling Ron shakily to his feet. Harry thought that he already knew the answer, but knew that telling them would not raise their morale in the slightest. "I think it's got something to do with magical power." They looked at him quizzically and he confided what was in his head. "When I was in the cave with Dumbledore, and we had to get into a small boat, I asked him if it would take two of us, and he said that it wouldn't measure weight but magical power. Because I was underage at the time, it didn't register mine at all so we were okay." "But I'm overage now," said Ron. "It didn't register mine." "So am I," said Hermione, flexing her elbow. "The dark forces in this place must have seen you as the threat, Harry. Even though we're qualified, our powers didn't register because we're young." "That must mean your powers are huge," said Ron, looking half impressed, half worried. "It didn't even notice us," he added in a slight undertone. "That doesn't matter," said Harry, having felt as equally useless that night in the cave. "That's Voldemort's mistake. He wouldn't have expected you to get this far. More fool him." Both Ron and Hermione looked as though they felt slightly happier as he said this. Harry raised himself off the ground and tried to siphon off some of the muck with his wand. He felt a sudden pain in his ankle, remembering that he had shaken of the Inferius with some considerable force. He pulled off his trainer, still thick with mud, and his equally black sock to reveal a purplish blue and rapidly swelling ankle. "Ouch," said Hermione. "That looks really painful." Harry stuffed his shoe on and tried not to grimace. "Nah, it's just bruised." He tested his weight. It was painful, but that didn't matter. They couldn't turn back now. A few minutes later, they were all on their feet again and moving down the darkened passageway, Harry doing his best not to limp. The air was, if possible, even colder here and their breath rose in a misty fog in front of them. The passageway too was wider now, so wide in fact that it appeared to be more like a really long chamber with no apparent end in sight. As they had been walking for so long, they were tired, sweaty and dirty and thus did not notice the ceiling becoming lower as the chamber narrowed once more. Harry flung out his arm. "Something's different," he said. "What?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Can you feel something?" Harry moved tentatively forwards. There was definitely something different here, he could feel it, some kind of a trace. It was making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up and he didn't like it one bit. "Blimey. Look," said Ron suddenly, pointing a little further down the passageway. "It's the cup," he said excitedly. They all strained their eyes. Sure enough, there was definitely something twinkling innocently down the other end of the passageway, and as their eyes adjusted, they could see that the passageway ended. Harry's heart began to beat very quickly. "What now?" Ron made to run forwards, but Hermione grabbed the back of his collar. "Wait." Sure that the danger was by no means over, Harry looked at his feet and saw that there was a single lone rat scurrying along the edge of the passageway. It was a common black rat with mean little eyes and a scavenging look about it, but it had given Harry a sudden idea. Lighting his wand so it shone with a faint willowy light, he shone the beam at the unsuspecting vermin, which turned tail the moment it realized that it had been discovered and scurried off in the opposite direction, away from them, and towards the cup. "What are you?" But Harry held up a hand to silence them. They waited a few seconds on tenterhooks before the rat was really out in the open, and then suddenly Harry clapped his hands loudly. The rat leapt into the air and was immediately speared by a huge sword which apparently had come out of the low ceiling above them, but then was gone. Hermione raised a hand to her mouth and Ron cursed under his breath. Harry had been ready for something like this and so said nothing. "What on earth do we do now?" Hermione asked, her hand still shaking. "There's got to be a way," Harry said quietly, almost to himself. "Yeah," Ron began. "A way that doesn't involve one of us becoming a kebab on a stick like that poor bugger." Harry began to pace up and down the safe part of the passageway. He had to get in, he had to be able to get in. Maybe some kind of spell. Harry shook his head. No, this is different, this is the end of the test, it's not a spell. Ron looked at the dead rat with revulsion. "Well, if it's not a spell, it's got to be something you do yourself, like a test of character or something." Harry looked at him. "A test of character, yeah, maybe." Hermione also looked at the rat, but it wasn't with the distaste that Ron had, more like she pondering an arithmancy problem. "The rat wasn't killed until you clapped your hands like that, why? Why did it not happen until then?" They all paused, deep in thought but lost in their own fear. They could all hear each other's hearts hammering within their chests. Ron put his own hand to his chest and then opened his mouth. "Fear," he whispered. "What?" said Hermione. Ron's eyes were wide and he looked like he had just been hit by a bolt of inspirational lightning. Harry frightened it when he clapped his hands. It was only stabbed when the magic surrounding the Horcrux realized that the rat was afraid, so it couldn't have been Voldemort, that's it. It's all to do with fear. How appropriate, thought Harry. Voldemort trying to pretend that he wasn't afraid of death or darkness when Harry knew he secretly feared both. Amazed with his own brilliance, Ron couldn't help but beam with superiority. Hermione was looking at him proudly, but Harry, whose mind had been made up in that instant, strode towards the Horcrux. "Harry, no. What it's not right." Hermione gasped, trying to grab his arm. Harry stopped and looked at her. "Then we'll find out." He knew that it had to be him. Ron had been right and he couldn't ask either of them to do it, it was always going to be him. Clenching his fists as he walked, he tried to think of the one thing that would take his mind away from the terrible fear that was making his very bones shake. Ginny. As he walked, as though in slow motion, he could distantly hear Ron and Hermione shouting and screaming at him to come back, but they became more and more distant until he could hear them no more. Even the pain in his ankle was gone. He remembered that moment when he had realized how he had felt, that moment when the monster within his chest had risen unexpectedly and erupted with jealousy when she had been Dean, and then the moment when they had won the Quidditch Cup and she had run up to him with that look upon her face, how he had at her without fear, without trepidation. How, for once, it had been wonderful to have been gossiped about for something that was making him happier than he could remember for a long time, for when he was with Ginny, the whole world seemed to disappear and nothing else entered his head. When he was with Ginny, they spoke about stupid things he had never talked to anyone about, even Ron and Hermione. She had really cared for him as more than just a friend. How he knew that she still did. "Harry, you did it." Hermione's oddly distorted voice ringing through the chamber brought him out of his daydream and he realized that he had nearly walked into the cup, which was sitting on top of a stone ledge at the end of the passage. It was exactly as he had remembered it from the pensive, still as shiny and gold as it had been back then, the large badger embossed on its side in gold filigree. It was a magnificent piece of treasure. He looked back at where Ron and Hermione stood. They were oddly hazy, as though a sheen-like mirage hung between them and him. Harry looked at the cup. If it was a Horcrux, something would undoubtedly happen when he took it, and so he braced himself. It would only be a matter of time before the magic within the room realized that he was not Voldemort. He shouted back at Ron and Hermione as loud as he could, not sure whether or not they could hear him. "Get ready to run fast, okay?" Ron waved his arms, apparently to indicate that they could hear him, and so Harry held his breath. He grasped the handle of the cup and for a moment, nothing happened. The handle was oddly warm to touch. He had expected it to be cold. And then it started. Where his hand had been moments before, a huge spear-like sword came from above him and pierced the stone ledge that the cup had been standing on. Rock and stone fractured in an instant with the force of the blow, showering Harry with great chunks of granite and leaving deep cuts in his hands and on his arms. He turned sharply and ran for his life, ran as fast as his legs could carry him. Behind him he could hear the ground shaking and deafeningly loud clunking of swords hitting the ground, inches behind him. As he sped up, a non-existent wind whipped at his hair and he actually thought that he felt one of the spears catch his hair before it plummeted into the ground behind him, desecrating the floor. Even though his ankle felt like it was going to explode from the throbbing pain, he paid it no attention and ran faster. "Run!" he yelled at Ron and Hermione, but they didn't need telling twice. "Run!" So they ran until the stitches within their sides became so severely painful that their bodies were screaming for them to stop, and yet they did not. They ran and ran until they came to the earthy wall. Harry aimed his wand at the barrier as he was running. The quicksand would not pull them under on the way back. It didn't matter now. Liquefy. The wall disappeared. It was only then that they realized the spears had stopped, but they had forgotten about the Inferi. Dead and yet wholly mobile, they staggered towards the wheezing three who could not catch their breath. Ron sent jets of fire over his shoulder to keep them at bay for as long as it took to reach the end of the passageway. It must be soon, it must. And there it was, the sealed doorway. But it's shut. Hermione wailed frantically. "Don't worry," Harry panted in sharp stabs. "I know what to do." He turned to Hermione and received a shock that almost drove him to his knees. An Inferius that had broken free of the others was on top of her. "Hermione!" Ron yelled, surging forwards into it, but it wouldn't budge an inch and began to drag Hermione, who was screaming in terror, backwards towards the thickening mud. Harry reached out frantically towards the wall and wiped his bloodied hands on the doorway. "Please work, please." And a thankful sliding noise told him that it had. As before, Voldemort demanded a blood payment to exit this time, rather than enter. And still Hermione was grappling with the Inferius. Harry knew that if they didn't get it off her soon, there would be no escape. Somehow, Ron had managed to throw it off of her with a mixture of brute force and anger, but now it appeared to have him around the neck, trying to drag him back into the muddy depths instead. Harry threw a curse at it, realizing it had gotten used to the fire. Sectum's Piemra. He knew it wouldn't harm it, but it had the desired effect. Although gashes appeared in the already dead flesh and though the lost soul had no blood to spill, the Inferius was momentarily stunned, and dropped Ron. This was all he needed, and he grabbed Hermione and raced with Harry towards the already closing door. Meters from it, they flung themselves into a sideways roll, scraping under the doorway as it shut behind them. The Inferius's whole body didn't make it, but its hand did. It moved grotesquely and wildly despite having been almost severed. However, it appeared that the doorway was no less forgiving and snapped the rotting limb off with one final push before slamming completely shut. Too exhausted to even be disgusted, the three of them remained where they lay on their backs in the total darkness of the seemingly innocent house, next to the now invisible doorway, breathing hard. Harry had the cup clasped tightly in his hand. Ron spoke finally, still clutching Hermione to his chest. "You know, I reckon they realized you weren't Voldemort." They had since vacated the kitchen on account of the rotting limb protruding from underneath the now invisible doorway. They were now sat in the hallway of Hufflepuff's house and Hermione had lit several of the candles with her wand. Lighting the lanterns, she had said, might attract too much attention from outside. Ron was sitting on a long couch, wiping his face and hands with a damp cloth. "Now what?" he said, scrutinizing the cup in front of them. "Will you know who realize what's happened?" Harry shook his head. "No, I don't think so." His soul's too torn up to notice anything detached from it. "Did Dumbledore ever show you how to destroy a Horcrux?" asked Hermione tentatively. Harry shook his head and took off his right shoe. "No. The ring completely killed his hand, so that'd mean it's not easy, but on the other hand, I just stabbed the diary with a poisoned fang, so I guess that was simple enough." "And did anything happen when you'd done that to the diary?" Harry thought and said in what he hoped was a sarcastic voice, "Well, I was slowly dying from basilisk poison at the time, so I can't really remember. There was a lot of green light." Hermione looked ponderous. "Maybe we could just, I don't know, smash it." Harry doubted that this would be the answer, but still didn't have any other ideas. After all, perhaps it was the simplest way that would work for once. "Maybe." Hermione raised her wand and, pointing it at the cup, shouted loudly and clearly, "Reducto." The orange beam of light bounced off the cup with a loud and solid clang. "Impervious to magic," she muttered. "To magic, maybe, but what about?" Harry looked around him over to the fireplace at the end of the hallway. Next to it was an old brass stoker. He strode over to it and picked it up, wielding it in front of him. "Stand back," he said to Ron and Hermione, and they shuffled out of the way. Harry raised the stoker above his head and brought it down upon the cup with about as much force as he could muster. It hit the solid gold object with a loud reverberating clank. On reflex, Harry made to bring the stoker up again, but found that he could not. In fact, he couldn't move anything at all, everything was frozen. The next moment, he felt excruciating pain within his own head. It was not only a pain but a truth, an awful horrible truth crashing down like thunder, and was like he himself was speaking, only it wasn't his voice. "It's all your fault, everything that's happening, it's your entire fault." Harry struggled against the buzzing pain pressing in on him from all sides, but it was taking him away from everything he knew, from everything he could remember. "You can't stop this, you are but a tiny fly within this world, you mean nothing." The pain was unbearable. Harry had never felt like this in his life, so powerless, so utterly useless, and at the same time, oddly, so willing to believe it was true. "They'll all desert you eventually, you are nothing to them, really." And Harry thought against his will that, yes, they probably would, they would leave him because he wasn't worth following. "If you only gave up years ago, if you'd only given in, you could have stopped all those murders, all your fault." Maybe it was all his fault, his parents, Sirius Dumbledore, but was it? Even though the pain was excruciating, Harry could still see, however dimly, the path that lay ahead of him, the path that he had carved for himself, and nothing, not even the powerful dark magic within a Horcrux, was going to stop him. Just give up, let it go, let him win. No, Harry answered his own brain, and a sudden surge of hope, of knowledge that there was a fight to be fought, entered his own muscles, his own being, and the voice was getting dimmer. "Stop, stop." And with an almighty wrench, Harry pulled the stoker upwards again, and, as if it had only just been hit, the cup shattered into 1,000 fragments in a haze of yellow light. Harry thought he heard an echoing yell of fury which was possibly within his own mind, ringing throughout the hallway as the cup was destroyed. Panting, he looked towards Ron and Hermione and saw with a sudden start that they were holding heavy objects too. Ron was holding a bust of what looked like Hufflepuff's father, and Hermione was gripping a long wooden curtain pole. "What did you do?" Harry asked them both breathlessly as he sank to his knees, massaging his head. "We whacked it as well," said Ron thinly. "We saw you were struggling, we didn't know what kind of magic it was, but we whacked it anyway." And suddenly Harry knew, with a sudden rush of affection towards the both of them, where that immediate strength at the end had come from. It hadn't been wholly him that had just destroyed that Horcrux, it had been not only his own resilience, but also that of his two best friends. It had been they who reminded him that he must carry on, that it was only him that could do this. Despite his gratitude, Harry was half angry with them. It was the terrible thought that they had been subjected to what he had just been, that he couldn't bear. So many times Ron and Hermione had watched, listened, or indirectly imagined what Harry had been through with regard to Voldemort, but now, they had to go through something with him. "That was really dangerous," he said seriously. "You had no idea what it was going to do, you could have been killed." "So could you," Hermione cut in. "But you still did it." "I didn't think twice." She looked oddly worn, like she had been crying for days or just received news that someone very dear had died. "What did you hear?" Harry asked them. He knew it was a personal question, but he asked anyway. Hermione shook her head and let Ron answer first. "It was weird," he said. "It was like it knew me. It was telling me that I was the most useless of all of my brothers, that this was too big for me, and I believed it for a second as well." Hermione looked up. "It had said that I didn't belong, that I was mudblood, that you wouldn't stay with me." Harry shook his head. "Magic. It was dark magic, designed to get inside our heads, to what we fear the most, to make us believe what we fear." He thought then, that what had just happened may have been the very same thing that Dumbledore had experienced that night in the cave, that he drank that awful potion. Perhaps he had heard voices within his own mind that he had been forced to believe, but unlike Harry, he hadn't had anyone to share the experience and draw strength from. His only companion had just forced more potion down his throat, and it had all been for nothing. He wrenched this awful memory from his mind. Harry looked at them seriously. "I couldn't have done that without you too." "True," Ron said with a true smile this time. Harry knew, though he had been told on a number of times that he resisted the imperious curse and Voldemort's sway over people well, but still he knew that if Ron and Hermione had not been there that particular time, the magic in the Horcrux would very possibly have made this the end of his quest. "I can't believe I ever thought twice about doing this on my own. I just, well, thanks." There was a pause, broken by Hermione, who rushed forwards and hugged Harry tightly around the neck. Harry allowed her to for a few moments before looking over the top of her head at Ron with an expression that clearly said, "Girls." Once back in their small little hotel room in the village of Little Daft, it became clear to Harry that his ankle was badly sprained, but thankfully not broken. He tried the Episci spell on it that he had learned from Tonks the year before as a result of Malfoy's most recent attack on his nose, and it reduced the swelling and the pain somewhat. Hermione had a rather bad cut on the back of her neck from where the Inferius had tried to strangle her. Harry had used the same spell on it as he had used on his ankle, and although it was reduced in size, it was proving a little more stubborn than Harry's ankle. "It needs some kind of dressing on it," said Ron, "like a little cream and a plaster." "Well, I can reach it," Hermione said, her hand straining behind the back of her head. "Just pass me that box." "I can do it," Ron insisted. "Mum made me take this little kit," he added, picking up a green first aid kit. Opening it, he took out a bottle of Mrs. Crippler's cut cleaning cream when the spell just won't work on that stubborn smudge. And a see-through plaster. "She got these in Diagon Alley a little while back. Once you've put them on, they're invisible and they dissolve themselves." "Clever, Hermione held up her hair awkwardly as Ron dabbed gently at her neck. Feeling rather hot around the collar, Harry disappeared into the bathroom and left them to it. He took out the little notebook that he now kept in his pocket wherever he went and, sitting on the edge of the bath, began to record the latest in it. Destroyed the cup. Leaves 3 possible Horcruxes. Harry put his quill on the sideboard and flipped back through the book to reread what he had written. The locket, the cup, the snake, something of Gryffindor of Ravenclaws. The fake locket was still in his possession, and thus the real Horcrux still at large. The cup was gone, he thought as he crossed it out with a certain amount of satisfaction. Dumbledore said he was curious about Nagini, Voldemort's snake. Possible that she is a Horcrux. That was going to be difficult. Harry had not even begun formulating a plan on how they were going to kill Voldemort's pet snake. Nothing in Godric's Hollow except a message. "He who hath found this place. Know your truth and use it well." Not understood yet, must mean Voldemort is using something of Ravenclaw's as another possible Horcrux. They would have to do some research on Ravenclaw next. Harry did not know anything about Rowena Ravenclaw except that in her house it was intellect that was prized. Slytherin's Horcrux is the locket. Voldemort used a ring. Also possible that another Horcrux is a piece of jewelry. Ravenclaw's symbol was a bird. Would that be significant at all? Raising himself from the edge of the bath, Harry resigned himself to interrupt Ron and Hermione. As he entered the room, Hermione was holding Ron's hand and peering at it cautiously. They looked up and saw Harry. Hermione let go of Ron's hand really quickly. "Well, I don't think you've broken it," she said briskly. Harry ignored this, and said what was on his mind. "Hermione, do you know anything about Ravenclaw?" Hermione stared at him. "Of course I do," she said in a slightly affronted tone. "Did she have any prized possessions?" Hermione thought for a moment. "Well, there's a few I can think of off the top of my head, but I'll have to check." "Like what?" said Harry eagerly. "Well, there are some famous family heirlooms of course, but I suppose that's the same for lots of famous people. And then there's her books, obviously." "Her books?" said Ron. "Yes," Hermione answered, frowning. "She was an intellect, she wrote books and kept safe the ones she learnt the most from. But I wouldn't know which one Voldemort would most likely use as a Horcrux, if at all." "Then we'll have to do some digging," said Harry in a resigned tone. Ron nodded. "Best to get some sleep first though." And with that, he yawned, stretched out his arms behind his back and was promptly snoring before his head even touched the pillow behind him. Hermione was up at the crack of dawn, and it was her incessant riffling through pages and pages of books that woke Harry up. It was so early that the sky outside was dimly lit with a faint blue, purplish light. The sun hadn't even risen yet. "Hermione," Harry muttered groggily. "What are you doing?" Hermione looked up, her eyes bright. "I've been researching, of course." "What, all night?" "No, don't be silly. Only the past few hours." Harry shook his head, marveling at Hermione's dedication. He swung his legs out from underneath the warm and comforting covers and went to sit on Hermione's bed. "Look at this," she said, thrusting the book into his hands. "There's hardly anything about Ravenclaw's treasures or things like that in any of the books, not even that book I got about the 4 founders. They're mentioned, but not in as much detail as her books." There are 3 books that keep getting cropping, 2 that she wrote herself and 1 that she had read from cover to cover from the age of 4. It was that book that inspired her to learn more, to become one of the cleverest witches of all time. Harry rubbed his eyes sleepily. So where do we find these books? Hermione scratched her head. Well, now we're into guesswork really. There's a Ravenclaw museum up north somewhere, but I'm sure that I've heard about a library dedicated to her, because of all her books. It might be there. Harry narrowed his eyes. If it's that famous, it won't be easy to get our hands on it, and we can't be sure that it's a Horcrux either. And I suppose if we find it in a library, we can be pretty sure that it's not. Well, it's worth finding out. What are you 2 doing? Came Ron's voice from the other side of the room. He was looking very much still asleep but suspicious all the same. Researching, they said simultaneously without looking up. Oh, Ron muttered, and went back to sleep. Where's the library dedicated to Ravenclaw? Said Harry. Hermione frowned again. I'm not sure, I'll find out. I saw another library in this village on our way in, and seeing as it was Hufflepuff's hometown, I'm sure there'll be something about Ravenclaw somewhere. Already dressed, she muttered, "See you later," to Harry and disappeared out of the door. Harry was very glad that she was with him, for he doubted that he could ever be that proactive. Harry had dragged Ron out of bed and down to breakfast 2 hours later under serious protest. Ron, it appeared, always enjoyed a lie-in on Saturdays. Harry ignored this and had continued to poke his best friend until he had no choice but to get out of bed and into the bathroom. They were halfway through their bacon and kippers when Hermione emerged through the front door of the reception. She was very wet with her hair limp and straggled, her coat soaked through. She nevertheless looked very positive. "Raining, is it?" Ron said amusedly. Hermione scowled at him. "No, I fell in the river." Harry choked on his egg. "That library is in Wales," Hermione said with as much dignity as she could muster. "I asked around at the local information desk, and it was quite hard to get any information about anything that wasn't Hufflepuff," she said with a disapproving sniff, "but I managed." "So how do we get there?" asked Ron. Hermione sat down and began eating some of Harry's potatoes with a spare fork. "Well, it just so happens," she began through a mouthful of potato, "that my parents used to like to go on holiday in Wales, in a little place called Betws y Coed, which ironically is where this library is based." "How's that gonna help us?" said Ron, out-chewing Hermione with a mouth positively bulging with bacon. Hermione looked a little worried about what she was going to say. "Well, I could apparate there." Ron nearly choked on his bacon. "Wales is a long way, Hermione. You might end up in Belgium or somewhere like that. Just because you left an eyebrow behind in your test doesn't mean that I will," said Hermione loftily. "Half an eyebrow. Look," said Harry in a pacifying tone. "We could try it, you know," sighed a long apparition, "if she knows where she's going." Ron continued to look grumpy and began to mutter about his eyebrows. Harry and Hermione, however, took this as a concession to their plan and continued to share the potatoes off the same plate, Harry hoping beyond hope that, this time, they might just be on a roll. Harry gripped Hermione's elbow as tightly as he could and braced himself for the unpleasant sensation that he had come to associate with apparition. Ron in turn took hold of Harry's elbow, but he looked much more skeptical than Harry was letting on, he felt. Hermione, quietly confident, spoke in a positive voice. "Everyone ready?" Neither Harry nor Ron answered her for fear of breaking her concentration. Hermione screwed up her face in apparent concentration on her destination. Then, she turned with great confidence, and Harry doubled his grip on her arm. It felt just as horrible as ever it had done. Feeling as though he were being compressed from all sides, Harry held his breath tightly and waited for it to end. As he opened his eyes, he knew that they had definitely traveled somewhere. Hermione was looking exceptionally pleased with herself and looking around in great interest. "Is this the place?" Ron asked. "Yes," said Hermione proudly. "It's been ages since I was here. If only I'd known about a Ravenclaw library when I was younger. It sounds fascinating." "Well done," Harry muttered, patting Hermione on the back. They were standing in an old courtyard with a small church behind them, a small little sign propped up against the wall saying, Betws y Coed. "So how the bloody hell do you pronounce that then?" said Ron, pointing to the sign. Hermione looked at him pitifully. "It's B2C, Co-Ed." Ron looked thoroughly confused and shook his head. "Well, that's just a stupid name. It's Welsh, Ron." Harry looked around. They had definitely traveled some way. The village of Betis appeared to be situated in a valley, surrounded by steep mountains on which white dots that Harry supposed were sheep balanced precariously. "So where's the library?" Harry asked. Hermione looked around. "It's quite a small village, so it must be quite there." Hermione pointed up the street with her finger at a smallish building coated in a blue marble stone. It looked old and oddly hazy, and Harry suddenly realized that it must have been similar to places like the Leaky Cauldron in terms of Muggle enchantments. The more he looked at the building, however, the more defined it became. "It's so odd seeing that here," Hermione mused as they walked towards the library. "Almost like I was totally ignorant for the first 11 years of my life." "Well, you were. In a way," said Ron. They neared the entrance, which appeared to Muggle passers-by as a disused building site, and pushed open the door. The hallway was brightly lit with a highly polished mahogany floor leading up to a desk. The library was by no means as large as Hogwarts, but it had rows and rows of musty books spiraling into the middle of the room, where a small witch with thick black glasses sat behind her information desk. "How can I help you?" she asked them in a brisk but light voice as they approached. Hi," said Harry uncertainly. "Is this the library dedicated to Rowena Ravenclaw?" The small witch twitched her nose and indicated upwards with her eyes. Harry looked above his head and saw the large sign situated atop of the paneled roof of the desk. "The Rowena Ravenclaw Library. Founded by Mrs. Natasha Kapok. A lifelong follower." "Oh, right," Harry said, feeling rather stupid but determined all the same to follow up this very possible lead. "How can I help you?" "Besides telling you where you are," said the witch coolly. "We were wondering if you could tell us a little about all of these books," said Hermione. Ron looked sideways at Hermione as though he knew this would take ages, and gave her a look that said plainly he had no desire to learn about all the books. The witch looked a little more pleased at this, with the opportunity to show off her knowledge. "Certainly," she said brightly. "I can take you on a tour if you wish." "Oh, you know, we don't really have much time." Hermione stood on Ron's foot and cut him off. "That would be lovely, thank you very much." The witch stood up and set off ahead as Harry and Ron exclaimed gloomy looks. It was deathly boring, even by Harry's standards and comparable experiences of enduring Professor Bin's history of magic lessons. Harry and Ron trooped after Hermione, who was at the witch's heels, hanging on her every word. Harry tried to keep up with what the witch was saying in case there was anything specific mentioned, but there had been nothing intriguing so far. "Of course we have got the codified parts of that volume in the restricted section," the witch was telling Hermione. "And Ravenclaw in fact documented the release of that book in the earliest version of the Daily Prophet." Ron yawned very loudly. They were climbing the stairs at the back of the library into a darker section which was shrouded in numerous curtains. Harry had zoned out for a moment, his brain fuzzy with trying to continuously sift out all the useless information the witch was giving them from the important things, but he didn't have to work hard to know that what she said next was very important. "And here of course is where the most famous book stands." Harry jerked his head up. There in front of them, encased in a glass cabinet, was a very large, very old book. "Why is this famous?" he asked her quickly. The witch opened her mouth, but Hermione spoke before the witch did, almost like they were back in school and she was trying to earn a few house points. It was the first book that she ever had published when she was very young. It influenced witches and wizards all around the world for centuries to come, and the way that they used magic. Hermione and the witch continued to converse for several minutes whilst Harry and Ron had a hushed discussion. "Do you reckon that's it, then?" Ron hissed. Harry opened his mouth but then looked more closely at the book. It was famous, so it would have provided a great pull over Voldemort, but in the back of Harry's mind, something told him that something didn't quite add up. This was just it was almost too obvious. Having learnt quite a large amount about Voldemort thanks to Dumbledore's lessons during the previous year, Harry was quietly confident enough to presume he knew the Dark Wizard fairly well, and he couldn't see him choosing this as a Horcrux. Slowly, in answer to Ron's question, Harry shook his head. No, it's too obvious." Ignoring Ron's quizzical expression, he looked at the witch, who was still in full flow about Ravenclaw's first book. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but did Ravenclaw ever have any?" He thought hard about what Voldemort might have used. "Did she have any notebooks that she recorded anything in? Like anything in rough?" The witch frowned. "Why do you ask?" she said suspiciously. Harry shrugged. Just curious, I suppose. The witch folded her arms. Well, Ravenclaw often kept notebooks about her work and her writings. Did she keep any rough copies of that first published book? The famous one. Yes, well, she made plenty of notes about her findings and she kept some personal information in a notebook. It was all edited down for purposes of the main book to be published. Lots was cut out. But that was all stolen, of course. Harry blinked. I'm sorry. Oh yes, taken from within the very library itself. Just that one book, to be precise, the notebook containing the bulk of Ravenclaw's notes and her personal experiences. Mrs. Kapok was most upset. It was her who dedicated the books in the first place. When was it stolen? Harry asked in an urgent tone. The witch looked upwards, apparently thinking hard. Oh, must have been near on 30 years ago now. I had only been working at the reception for a year. Harry looked quickly at Ron and Hermione, knowing their brains must be working as fast as his was. 30 years ago Voldemort would have been right in the midst of broadening his chances of immortality. A perfect time to make one of his Horcruxes. Do you have any records about the theft? Hermione asked. The witch looked slightly disgruntled that her audience were no longer interested in the life and works of Ravenclaw. She pursed her lips. Perhaps. It may take me a while to find them. And she disappeared down the stairs with Harry, Ron and Hermione behind her. They waited for 15 minutes whilst the information witch rummaged in a room off to the right. She emerged soon enough with a harassed look on her lined face. I have the original report from the Magical Law Enforcement Squad and there are numerous profit articles. She put them on the front desk in front of them and Ron stretched out his hand to pick them up. The witch snatched them away quickly, however. Oh no, you cannot have the originals. She tapped the pieces of paper in front of them with her wand and duplicate copies appeared. Harry took them in his hands and looked to the witch. Thank you, he said. Are you sure, Harry? Ron said an hour later as they sat on the grass underneath a beech tree in the sun. I mean, wouldn't you have thought that it'd be that famous book? Wouldn't that be more important? The notebook contains everything Ravenclaw found out, Harry said. Everything that led her to write that book. It's more important than the real one because it has everything in it. You heard that, witch, it had to be edited. I suppose it's a bit like Riddle's diary, said Hermione. He probably chose this because it has all the work in it and personal records from Ravenclaw herself. Harry nodded. Exactly. The fact that it was stolen pretty much tells us that it is a Horcrux. He flipped through the pages of the copied prophet the witch had given him. It says here that the break-in occurred at night. Obviously, they say, it was feared that you know who may have been responsible for the break-in. So Voldemort must have been known by the wizarding world by that time, so this Horcrux must have been one of his last, but magical law enforcement were unable to confirm this. Well, they were a bit crap, weren't they? Hermione nodded. The actual report states that they remanded someone in custody. He was sent to Azkaban for it when they charged him, but it all sounds a bit woolly if you ask me because they never recovered the stolen notebook. Yeah, well, that's the Ministry all over, isn't it? Said Harry bitterly. It doesn't matter if you've done the crime or not, just as long as it looks like they're doing their job. They don't care who they put away. Ron scratched his head. You reckon he's still there? Said Ron. In Azkaban. Might be. What was his name? Harry asked Hermione. Wallace Cromwell. Harry racked his brains but he couldn't think of anywhere he had heard that name before. It says he left a wife and 3 children behind. Odd really, isn't it? To risk your family like that. Not if you're a Death Eater. They all contemplated for a moment the horrors of Azkaban. We should go to Azkaban, Harry said after a period of silence. Ron and Hermione looked at him. Ron cleared his throat and said in a very small voice a few octaves higher than usual, go to Azkaban. Hermione too looked a little apprehensive. Harry, are you sure? Harry had never been to Azkaban. As he thought of it he felt a sudden involuntary chill spread through his bones. It was the place associated with the Dementors, and yet even though they had abandoned their posts as the guardians of the prison there was the additional horror of knowing that it was the place Sirius had been kept a needless prisoner for 12 years. 12 years for a crime he didn't commit, nor did Harry need anyone to remind him that all the Death Eaters he had named were currently imprisoned on the Marooned Fortress, probably planning his death in more ways than one. And yet he knew he would have to overcome this. He had to go there. If that was the only lead they had now, they had to go. Harry looked at them. Look, I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again. You don't have to come with me. They opened their mouths to speak. No, I mean it. I know it's daunting, but I'm going to Azkaban. And you don't have to come with me if you don't want to. They looked at each other and then back at Harry. We've had time, Harry, Hermione said quietly. You know we're with you wherever you go. They had a head start in finding the way to Azkaban prison, seeing as Ron's dad had since visited it more than once in the previous months. It's off the coast of Dover apparently, with all the Muggle Ferris or something like that. Fairies, Ron. Yeah, them. Then we have to go to the disused terminal and punch in the code. What's the code? Dad wouldn't tell me, but you don't grow up with Fred and George and learn nothing. Hermione smiled at him. They got the old extendable ears out when Dad was having a private conversation with Mum. Heard a bit of stuff I'd rather forget Mum and Dad alone, I tell you. It's embarrassing. He shuddered. Anyway, I thought they might come in useful. It's 23461824. Wow. Good memory, said Harry. Ron looked faintly pleased with himself. Once we're in, they ask who you're visiting and give you a portkey across the sea. It's all heavily done up with security of course, but they assume if you know the code, you've been given it before to visit someone you're related to. Hermione had an odd expression on her face. It was not one of fear, but she looked as though she dearly wanted to say something. Harry, you do realize that all those Death Eaters, they'll be in there, don't you? Lucius Malfoy. Harry's face darkened. Yeah, I know, I'm looking forward to it. Harry, Ron and Hermione stepped off the Muggle bus only to be hit with the salty smell of the sea on the harsh wind. The wind which came off the sea whipped their hair and chilled their bones. The sky was an overcast gray and did not inspire good feeling about what they were about to do. Ron stuffed his hands in his pockets as he walked. Blimey, if my mum knew what I was about to do. Don't think about it, Ron, said Harry. There's the disused terminal, said Hermione, pointing to a run-down-looking warehouse on the end of a row of newer-looking ones. Before they entered the darkened building, Harry pulled out a black woolen hat and pulled it over his head, which at least concealed his hair and his scar. Looking good, muttered Ron. Shut up, Harry retorted. The punching-in code box looked distinctly broken, but Harry had had too much experience of knowing that things were not all they seemed in the magical word. He slowly punched in the numbers Ron had recited and waited. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, very suddenly, the huge ribbed metal door shot upwards for them to enter. Once they had left the relative gloominess of the sky outside, they were plunged completely into total and complete darkness. All of them froze, feeling something unnatural about the absolute opaqueness of the area. For a second or two, all they could hear was the sound of their own quick breathing, and then a voice echoed through the darkness. State your names, please. Harry cleared his throat. Jonathan, Bill and Alice Cromwell. State whom you are visiting, please. Wallace Cromwell, our father. There was a pause and something old and patched, like an old boot, glowed blue out of the darkness. Harry recognized it as a portkey. Waiting for them to be cleared, he held his breath. But there was an uncomfortably long pause. One moment, please. Ron turned to Harry quickly. It shouldn't take this long, he said in a worried voice. There's something wrong. Harry had made up his mind before the voice finished its sentence. They couldn't afford to be found out now. They couldn't afford to be cited or reported on if there was the slightest chance that Voldemort would find out what they were up to. Would you all follow me, please? Muffaliato. Harry yelled, pointing his wand at the unsuspecting voice. With the spell causing an unidentifiable buzzing within the ears of the portkey guard, Harry, Ron and Hermione rushed forwards to the glowing object in front of them. Harry felt a familiar jerk in the region of his navel and felt as though if he were dissolving in a sickly whirl of color, Ron and Hermione at his side. Harry felt his feet slam into the ground suddenly before him and did his best to keep his balance. Ron was unsuccessful in this feat and fell flat onto his face only to be helped up by Hermione. When they had regained their composure, they stood up gingerly and looked around. Hermione gasped. They had been transported to the top of what appeared to be a large stone tower with crumbling turrets beneath their feet. Harry glanced over the edge of the immensely high platform and saw black, unforgiving waves crashing mercilessly onto the island below them. It was as though they were on another planet. The weather had changed its climate and the skies were dark and menacing, sending thunderbolts as loud as gunshots down to the fortress of which they stood in front of. Oh my God, muttered Ron, turning away from the edge of the tower, looking rather green, and then up at what could only be the entrance to the prison. Black stone coated in age and grime acted as the outside walls of the immense bastion of Azkaban. Huge grilled iron doors could be glimpsed if one narrowed their eyes against the blinding rain, and Harry thought he could see a lantern bobbing in the distantly dim light. "State your name and business, please," came the voice from the lantern. As the voice came closer, Harry could see a small, possibly dwarfed man in a long black traveling cloak shuffling towards them, the light clutched in his hand. "We're here to see our father," Hermione called out. "Wallace Cromwell." The old man edged forwards and peered into their faces as though determined to detect a forgery. "Cromwell hasn't had any visitors for 10 years, he said suspiciously. "Where did you catch the portkey from?" "Dover," said Harry, hoping against hope that the guard back in Dover would not get the message that they were impostors through to Azkaban quickly enough. The little man frowned. "Very well," he muttered, and walked off leading the way. "Don't suppose it really matters who gets in anyway," he said. "It's who gets out that's the problem, isn't it?" Harry nodded in silent agreement. The little man raised his wand and muttered a quiet and soft incantation. There was a small vibration which ran through the air and a dim violet light shimmered through the rain. Harry recognized this as the undoing of a charm to keep the prisoners in. Even though the Dementors had left Azkaban, their essence undoubtedly remained, and Harry watched Hermione pull her cloak tighter about her shoulders to keep out the chill. The little man cleared his throat. "So why are you suddenly visiting your father then?" It's been a while," said Ron. They neared the great iron doors and the small man took out a very large and ornate gold key, unlocking the doors. They creaked open with protest and Harry, Ron and Hermione entered behind the little man. A long and dark corridor awaited them, lit only by guttering torches in the walls. The stone floor was old and cracked in many places and Ron tripped twice. It was very much like what Harry imagined death row would look like, with iron-barred cells on both sides of the corridor with a single bed and a dirty toilet. The corridor was very narrow and Harry could see that it was very long and forked at the end to left and right. "The East Wing," said the little man waving his hands up. "Don't reckon you remember much of it, last time you was here." The three nodded convincingly. "Your father was moved to the West Wing last month due to circumstances that demanded more space." Harry could only assume that this was a good thing because the Ministry must have caught a few more Death Eaters. However, bearing the Stan Shunpike incident in mind, Harry was forcefully reminded not to assume that any of them were likely to be real Death Eaters. This thought made his blood boil with anger. Would the Ministry never get it right? Harry turned his head as they walked and looked in on the sorry inhabitants in the cells. Some were simply in an apathetic state, lying on their beds or else on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, whilst others peered hatefully out through their bars at passers-by, their hands gripping the metal bars until their knuckles were white. One prisoner actually made to grab Hermione's coat as she passed, but Ron grabbed her elbow and steered her away, whilst the little man leading them drew his wand and shot boiling water into the face of the prisoner. Hermione gasped at this sudden violence. The man looked at her. "You have to let them know who's boss," he claimed. "Now the Dementors have gone, they think they're gonna have an easy ride." Well, they're wrong, aren't they? Harry wondered silently whether or not he approved of the methods they were witnessing in the prison. He thought of all the convicted Death Eaters and how, in his opinion, they deserved everything they got, but then he was struck by the memory of Sirius, stuck here for 12 years not guilty. How many more of these prisoners were innocent? They had just finished climbing a second flight of stone stairs and the little man stopped. "This is the West Wing," he said. "Wallace Cromwell's cell is right at the end." He indicated down a passageway, narrower than the first. "You can speak through the bars, but do not attempt to enter the cell. Do not speak to any other prisoners. If there are any problems, please alert me immediately." And he shuffled away, lantern bobbing in the dimly lit corridor. They waited for him to go and then Harry advanced on the final cell, wand raised defensively. Wallace Cromwell did not look up immediately. He was sitting on his bed with his back to them and remained in this position for a good minute. Ron cleared his throat loudly and slowly but surely, the prisoner turned around to face his unexpected visitors. He had a sunken face with skin like yellowing parchment. His eyes were unfocused and he looked as though he were suffering from a permanent nightmare. He held out his hands in front of him, as though hoping to touch something that only he could see. Ron and Hermione took 2 hasty steps backwards. Crowell opened his mouth, dry and cracked as it was, as though he had lost all use of it from not speaking. "Who's there?" he mumbled, eyes not fully opened. He was like a grotesque parody of a newborn baby with his sleepy eyes and total unawareness. He stood up shakily. Hermione, abandoning all pretense, moved as far away as possible from him, but Harry was struck by a sudden idea. He had been prepared to use all methods necessary to get this information out of Cromwell, but if he was careful, they might not need to. Cromwell was at the bars of his cell now, staring unseeing at Harry. Who is that?" he mumbled through yellow and crumbling teeth. Harry cleared his throat. It's me, Dad," he said. Ron and Hermione looked at him, clearly confused. Cromwell narrowed his eyes even more. Is that my son? Is that Johnny?" Ron's expression turned to one of sudden understanding. "Yeah, and Billy and Alice are here too." Cromwell's eyes filled with tears, even though he clearly could not see properly. "My children, my beautiful children." He groped out through the bars with blackened and filthy fingers, reaching for their hands. Harry looked down, revolted, and hesitated. Ron, however, reached out and took Cromwell's hand bravely. It must have been 30 years, my loves. Where is my Emily? Where is my wife?" Cromwell was clearly deluded, his long spell in prison having addled his brain, and this must have been why he was seeing what he wanted to see rather than what was really there. Harry felt extremely thankful for this stroke of luck. He had not planned on finding Cromwell insane. Hermione began. "She couldn't make it, Father, I'm sorry." Cromwell began to sob, loudly. Harry couldn't help thinking that whilst this was all well and good and a good plan of his, that Cromwell must realize soon that they were not his real children, no matter how much he wanted them to be. "Listen, Father," Harry began, trying to shift Cromwell's mind away from his lost family and back to what they were trying to achieve. "We need to know what happened, the day you were arrested." Cromwell was muttering under his breath at someone that no one could see. Ron shook his hand a little impatiently. "Father. Why I never told you, my children, you were too young, I loved you so." And he dissolved again into a mass of sobbing. Ron let go of his hand, a sickened look on his face. Harry straightened up, thinking that perhaps this was going to take longer than he had thought. And then, Cromwell began speaking with his head in his hands, not looking at them, which suited Harry fine. You mustn't judge, my children, it was 30 years ago." Harry believed that Cromwell couldn't see them as the 18-year-olds they were and not the age that his children should be, but it suddenly struck him that perhaps the little man who had led them there might realize soon enough that they were in fact not the Cromwell children, or else the guard back in Dover may have gotten a message through. Either way, they could not waste any more time. He was sure that they wouldn't be in that much trouble. They weren't doing anything illegal, but he couldn't afford anybody to find out where they were or what they were up to. I was recruited to the Dark Lord's service when I was very young." Skip the prologue, Ron muttered under his breath so only Hermione could hear him. "Oh God," Cromwell muttered. Harry refused to feel sorry for him, even though he was trying to grasp his hand and never let it go. Thinking he was the son he had lost all those years ago, it was his own fault. Harry thought savagely, he's part of the reason all this is happening. I was given a mission, it was such an honor, you have no idea, my children." They waited patiently for him to continue. He took a deep shuddering, rattling gasp and continued. "I was to steal a document, it was very important to the Dark Lord." "Why?" said Harry suddenly, so suddenly in fact that Hermione looked at him warningly. Cromwell panted, as though the memories of his previous life were causing him enormous discomfort. "He did not say, he only told me it was very important." Harry nodded to himself. Dumbledore had told him that only Voldemort believed that only he himself knew about his Horcruxes. There was no way he would divulge the information to such a follower as Cromwell. "So I was given the codes for the library where this document was, and I entered at night and I stole it." "Weren't you caught?" said Ron, thinking that this was why Cromwell was here. "No, I escaped and presented the Dark Lord with the document. He took it gladly and said I would be rewarded beyond my wildest dreams." "Right," said Ron, looking in at the little cell. "Wildest dreams. Got it." Harry elbowed Ron. "But there was a problem because I was curious. The Dark Lord told me he would tell me all, but days passed and he did not. One night he left somewhere and I followed him." "Yeah, lots of people do that," Harry muttered under his breath, thinking of Borgin, but Cromwell of course couldn't hear him. "I followed him to an old castle in Yes, in Devon." Harry looked quickly at Ron and Hermione. This was the most specific information they had yet, but there were bound to be plenty of old castles in Devon. He found me, of course the Dark Lord always knows, said I was too curious, warned me not to tell anyone." Why didn't he just put a memory charm on you? Asked Hermione. He did. They fade. It's been 30 years, my child. I have only recalled this in the past few years, but now of course, it is too late. He buried his head in his hands and sighed deeply. Within 2 days of my discovery of where the Dark Lord was, I was arrested. Harry scratched his head. So he set you up, did he? Cromwell shrugged. I can only assume I wait. Harry looked up quickly. Slowly and, yet surely, Cromwell's eyes were becoming less unfocused, a state of comprehension gradually dawning on his prematurely sunken face. You are not my Billy, my Johnny. Who are you? He blurted out suddenly, eyes wide with fear. Harry stared at him, a long and cold stare that even made Hermione blush. We are the people who are going to stop your lord. Cromwell blanched. You lied to me. Yes, we did. Harry slowly pulled off his hat to reveal his scar, his expression blank, fathomless. If Cromwell looked frightened before, that was nothing compared to the expression he wore now, recognizing Harry. He began to breathe erratically. You're the boy who lived. Harry Potter. Harry nodded coldly. And you've just signed your life away, Mr. Cromwell. Cromwell grabbed at Harry's robes, not violently, but desperately. He will kill me. I was the only one who knew this secret. If you know, he shall know that you're a treacherous piece of scum that deserves everything he gets. Please, is there nothing I can do? Cromwell begged, grappling at Harry. Harry pulled himself out of Cromwell's grasp and looked at him with a calculating expression on his face. You know, there was a time that I might have felt sorry for you, Mr. Cromwell. You've got a family, a wife, all of that, so that might have been a redeeming feature once. But do you know what? It's people like you, weak, sheep-like followers, who are the main contributors to the destruction of this world and the murder of innocent people. Innocent people like my parents. So, no. There's nothing you can do. Harry began walking away, Hermione and Ron following but looking hesitantly back at Cromwell as they did. Without looking over his shoulder, Harry called out, "Enjoy your next 30 years." Ron and Hermione did not speak the whole time they followed Harry back down the corridor. Neither of them had ever seen him so cold, so unfeeling before, and the total lack of emotion within him was beginning to scare the both of them. Harry was walking a little further ahead. Harry, Hermione eventually called out. Harry appeared not to have heard her. Harry. He turned. Hermione reached out and put a hand on his arm. Are you okay? And before her eyes, the hard, frightening look leaked away from his demeanor and Ron could see his best friend again. Sorry, Harry said. I don't know. One of them asking for my help, I wanted to kill him. But you didn't, Harry, Hermione said calmly. And that is what makes you different from him. From all of them. Harry nodded and then looked around him. He had been walking so quickly with so little regard as to where he was going that he appeared to have made a wrong turn down a different corridor and now, it seemed, had no idea where they were. Hermione glanced around them somewhat nervously. I think we're in the East Wing. Ron stared at her. What? Harry frowned. Why's that a problem? Ron had suddenly gone very white. My dad told me once all the most dangerous, the ones with the highest security, they're all in the East Wing. Hermione's eyes widened to the size of galleons. We should leave, she said quickly, looking around for the nearest exit. We can't apparate until we get past the enchantments of the outer wall. That's for obvious reasons, but I think our best bet is that way, she said, pointing her wand ahead of her so that it glowed green. Locator spell, she explained. We came in from the north entrance, so this way should lead us right. Harry and Ron, who took virtually anything Hermione said as law, followed her without question. They had been walking for about 3 minutes when the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood up for reasons unbeknownst to himself. He stopped suddenly and Ron turned. What is it? I don't. And in that second, two hands flew out from the cell on the right so quickly that they were unseen for a second. In the next, they had wrapped themselves so tightly around Harry's throat that he was slammed backwards hard into the iron cell doors. Hermione screamed. Harry knew who had hold of him the second the fingernails dug deeper into his neck. Lucius Malfoy. Potter, he hissed in Harry's ear. Ron had darted forwards and tried to prise Malfoy's fingers off of Harry, but it seemed as though Malfoy was being fueled by something other than strength. Hermione pulled her wand out and tried to aim a spell at Malfoy through the bars, but she couldn't get the right position for fear of hitting Harry. And in that instant through his watering eyes, Harry remembered the last meeting with Lucius Malfoy when Sirius had been killed. Malfoy yelled and let go of Harry, who had suddenly become impossible to hold. Harry fell forwards clutching his throat, panting against the cold stone floor. They all whirled around to look at Malfoy, who was slumped against the grimy bed cradling his burnt hands. Harry cleared his throat and took a few deep breaths before speaking. "Mr. Malfoy." Hermione put her hand on Harry's arm to see if he was all right. Malfoy licked his lips. "Now what on earth brings the Chosen One to this forsaken place, I wonder?" Harry laughed unfeelingly. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Malfoy cocked his head. "On the contrary, Potter, I have had enough news to last me a lifetime." Harry knew what was coming. The death of the great Albus Dumbledore, that one ought to keep my thoughts occupied for many a year yet. Harry longed to blast the doors of the cell open and kill Lucius Malfoy where he stood, but he didn't. "But your son couldn't do it," Harry began. Hermione's warning hand on his arm tightened, but he ignored her. "Your precious pureblood son didn't have the guts. From what I hear, you are hardly one to speak." "What's that supposed to mean?" Harry spat. "Come on, Harry," Hermione mo.ned. "Let it go, don't let him bait you." Malfoy surveyed Hermione with purest loathing before opening his mouth and answering Harry. "Let Severus go, did you? Let him escape after murdering your mentor." The taunt about them both fell heavily in Harry's ears so that he didn't realize he was raising his wand above his head, about to curse Malfoy. Both Ron and Hermione grabbed his arm simultaneously. "Harry, no." Feeling rushed back into his brain and Harry lowered his arm. Malfoy was laughing softly. "Act first, think later, Potter. Rather reminiscent of the late Mr. Black, wouldn't you say? And one can only imagine where he is now." Harry was breathing heavily, but did not raise his wand again. Instead he faced Malfoy and spoke in a voice of forced calm. "When you get out of here, yeah, I know you will at some point, set free of Not, but when you do, I'll be waiting." Malfoy smirked. "When you die, I'll be there, Mr. Malfoy. Just wait for that day while you contemplate your miserable existence within these walls." Then he turned and walked towards the north exit with Ron and Hermione behind him. Malfoy sank back against his bed, still with a smirk across his drawn, gray face. "Oh, I shall, Potter. I shall indeed." Harry, Ron and Hermione had arrived in Devon late that evening under a clear sky via Muggle transport once again. Ron had wasted no time in criticizing the British train system, which eventually resulted in Hermione losing her patience with his incessant whining and whacking him over the head with her suitcase. The Ning did not stop on the train platform, however. They were forced to stay in one of the smallest B&Bs Ron claimed he had ever seen, and Hermione too looked as though she were somewhat fed up with their ever-changing accommodation. But Harry was not going to tell them they didn't have to be there again. "This is useless," Ron mumbled hours later, lying on his front on a tiny camp bed. He was flicking through a directory provided by the B&B looking for clues as to which old castle Voldemort was likely to have hidden the notebook, and an unexpected rainstorm beat down on the open window. "I concur," Harry agreed dully, closing the second largest book with a snap, thus causing dust to rise in a cloud above his head. Hermione looked as though she were dying to say something as she bit her lip and surveyed Harry and Ron with a mixture of pity and annoyance. "What?" Ron snapped aggressively. She shook her head. "You two really are hopeless. Call yourselves wizards." Harry threw the large book at her, which she caught in midair. "Go on then," he said, lying back down, exhausted. "Dazzle us with your amazing skills." Hermione distractedly pulled her hair up into a messy knot. "There must be some way we can refine it. I can do a searching spell on the text and it'll narrow the names down considerably." "How many castles were there in that directory, Ron?" "I don't know. I lost count after number 10 billion. Hermione scowled and turned to Harry. "Can you think of anything Voldemort related that we could search for in this?" Harry sat up wearily. There were thousands of things it could be. All Cromwell said was it was an old castle in Devon. He rubbed his eyes with the back on his hands, making them red. He wouldn't have just hidden it in just some old castle. It'd need to mean something. Hermione bit her lip. "Okay, I'll search for anything with the 4 founders' names in it." She raised her wand and muttered a few well-chosen words before lightly tapping the top of the directory with her wand. There was a buzzing sound and a glow of many colors. The directory flew open forcefully at one page. Ron sat up quickly. Hermione scanned the page and then frowned in disappointment. No, the only thing near to anything is Ravensbrook Castle. There's nothing else, perhaps. No, just Griffin End Castle. That's not even in Devon. Harry sighed and slumped back against his musty pillows. Hermione kept at it for hours, trying different word combinations to speed up their search, but it felt to Harry like it was lengthening it. The thunder had since stopped, but the persistent rain appeared never-ending. They had tried riddle, the names of victims Voldemort had killed. They had even tried searching for names connected to Ravenclaw, but it was no use. Ron had fallen asleep in the last hour and Harry was staring at the same patch of paper, his eyes unfocused. The light in the room was dim and his head hurt and felt all fuzzy. It was then that the name jumped out at him. He was so tired that he thought at first he was imagining it, but then as he cleared his head, there was no mistaking it. Why hadn't he thought of searching for that name before? Gaunt Castle. The words appeared emboldened on the page as he stared at them. Hermione, he said, sitting up so quickly his glasses slipped down his nose. Look. Pointing at the name in the directory, he watched her as her eyes became wide, her mind registering what had just registered in his. Harry, that's it. That must be the place. It's his ancestors' castle, most probably from thousands of years ago. As her voice grew louder and louder with every sentence, Ron jerked suddenly awake. Whassamatta? Ron, we found it. Gaunt Castle. First Ron looked confused, then a little drunk, and finally he realized. Oh, right then. It was a hideously imposing building from the outside. Harry thought that Hermione must have been right in assuming that the castle was owned by gaunt descendants of thousands of years ago, as the walls were decrepit and crumbling away. Long vines of twisted ivy hung and tangled themselves tightly around the structure, causing even more damage, as though the plants wished to strangle the brickwork. The windows, possibly the originals, were broken and dangerous, and the turrets rose high above their heads, looking alien against the clear blue sky. Such a welcoming bunch of asses, weren't they? Said Ron bitterly. There were rusted iron gates surrounding the old castle and ran the entire length of the outside walls. The front gate, though fortified in old stone, was broken and frail. Ron marched up to the front gate and touched the worn sign, which was only just discernible. Gaunt Castle. Doesn't look very strong, does it? Ron said, moving closer to the gate. Harry hung back. Ron, I don't think. Come on, it's all broken. Harry shook his head. Wait, come on, I'll go first this time. Look, Ron, seriously, we should. But Ron had walked directly up to the front gate and pushed it hard. It swung backwards and promptly collapsed with a bang and a cloud of dust. He turned confidently. See. But the second he took a step over the threshold of the gate, he was hoisted up into the air very quickly by some invisible force and hurtled backwards with the speed of a bullet before hitting an oak tree with a sickening crash. Ron. Harry and Hermione rushed forwards towards Ron, who was getting shakily to his feet. Are you all right? Hermione said hurriedly, grabbing his arms. Ron groaned and rubbed his head tenderly. Ouch. Hermione touched the top of his head and withdrew her hand. You're not bleeding, but that must have hurt. Oh yeah, just a bit, he muttered sarcastically. Harry shook his head after the realization that Ron was not seriously hurt. Ron, don't ever pull that again, he said in a low voice. If I say wait, then you wait. Ron looked at him incredulously. I didn't know that was going to happen. Harry weighed his words carefully. You should have known that this is Voldemort. If you want to be here, Ron, you have to listen to me. Ron stood up quickly so that he narrowed his eyes quickly with the head rush. Why? Because you know better than me. Harry opened his mouth to answer, but Hermione beat him to it. Yes, he does, Ron. She said, looking as though she was trying with all her might not to make this into an argument. He does know better than us. We're here to help. We said we'd do what we can. That's right, take his side. I'm not. Yes, you are. Well, if you'd just stop being all guns blazing, and listen to us for a moment, then I might not. Ron snarled. Oh, so it's us now, is it? Don't worry that I nearly just got my head cleaved in two. Harry cut him off, aware of where they were and what they had come here to do. Enough. Ron and Hermione stared at him. Look, this isn't the time, or the place. It can wait. He turned back to the monstrosity of the castle before them. But this can't. Now are you going to help or not? Ron stared at the floor sulkily. That's what I was trying to do in the first place. They moved towards the fallen gate, slowly stopping just short of the point where the enchantment was obviously in place. Hermione held her hands up to the air, as though hoping to feel it. It might just be an anti-intruder enchantment. It said in the directory that it was inadvisable to visit due to its current state, so this might not have anything to do with the Horcrux at all. Don't count on it, Harry said. An idea struck him. As he looked around at the ground near his feet and his eyes rested on a pile of logs underneath a beech tree. Harry wandered over to where the logs lay and picked one up. Stand back, he warned. With all his might, he hurled the heavy log through the gateway, expecting it to be desecrated or something similar. But to his utter astonishment, the log sailed right through and landed with a thud 20 meters from where they stood near the ancient entrance of the castle. Hermione stepped a little closer. Careful, Harry said lowly. Hermione stared at the log resting ahead of them and raised her wand slowly, tracing something in the air. It must measure magical power, she whispered. Harry turned to her seriously. Would it recognize animals? He asked her. She looked at him oddly. Probably not. Why, Harry? Harry bit his lip. How far did you get with animal transfiguration with McGonagall? Well, I mastered the basics, but wait a moment, no, Harry, that's far too dangerous. She said, suddenly realizing what he was getting at. Well, I can't think of any other way, Hermione. Can you? Either of you? He added, turning to Ron as well. Ron considered. Well, not really, but what if it goes wrong? I might have to live out the rest of my life as a bloody squirrel or something. Hermione looked rather affronted. It wouldn't go wrong. But I thought you said it was too dangerous, Ron reminded her. I do. So. Hermione looked torn between defending her magical abilities and reasoning with what was too dangerous. Oh, all right then, she said eventually in a shrill voice. Just as long as you don't have a go at me if something goes wrong. Would I? Said Harry, suddenly thinking that perhaps this was a bad idea after all. Hermione began to look very nervous. Now I'm sure I'll only have to transfigure one of you, because once someone is on the inside, then you can lift the magical wards with a simple lifting spell. Animal transformation only works one way with a wand, it has to, or the human animals couldn't transform themselves back again. So that just leaves you to decide which one. Harry gave himself a little mental shake. This was his fight after all. I'll do it, Harry said. But just make sure. No, Ron cut him off. I'll do it. I could have ruined this a moment ago, so I should. Harry shook his head. Ron, I'm glad you're here with me, but you can't take risks like that. I should do this, because I'm the reason we're here. Ron had a stubborn look in his hazel eye. Harry, you're more important than I am. If something goes wrong, then well, to put it bluntly, the whole world's buggered. But just do it, Hermione, before I change my mind. Harry gestured wordlessly towards Hermione, as though hoping she would side with him. She looked at Harry and opened her mouth timidly. Well, neither of you will get hurt, she said in a slightly self-protective voice. But Ron's right, Harry, she said more quietly. It makes sense. Harry threw up his arms and took a step back, but Hermione had already raised her wand. Ron put his hands by his sides and closed his eyes. How do I change back? Said Ron. Hermione bit her lip. It's a mental incantation. Reversus incantatum. Just say it in your head, and it should reverse the transfiguration. Ron gulped. Harry couldn't believe he was letting Ron do this. Hermione cleared her throat. Now, I don't think we should risk large animal transformations, so I'll just do something small-ish. Ron screwed up his eyes even more, bracing himself. Is a squirrel okay? Hermione said quickly. Ron opened his eyes angrily. No, it bloody well. But Hermione had already muttered an incantation. Slowly, like some invisible force in the air was slowing it down, a pale blue shimmering light traveled from Hermione's wand and circled Ron, whose eyes were open now, unable to not watch. For a moment, the blue shimmer completely surrounded Ron, obscuring him from the human eye. Then, very slowly, the transformation began. It started with his head, which slowly retracted into his skull and became distinctly squirrel-like. Then his body began to shrink, which happened faster and faster, like a sped-up film, so that it soon became a whirl. Then with a sudden and final bang, Ron was a squirrel. Hermione and Harry crouched down so that they were on his level. Oh, Ron, are you okay? Hermione said hurriedly. It worked. I can't believe well, I can, but I mean, I'd never done that before. Harry gave Hermione's shoulder a grateful squeeze. I'm sorry that it was a squirrel, Ron, but I. The little squirrel on the ground raised itself to its hind legs, surveyed Harry and Hermione and distinctly raised the second toe of its paw in what was unmistakably a rude hand gesture. Ron. The squirrel Ron turned tail and crept cautiously up to the entrance of Gaunt Castle. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand in panic as Ron got closer to the threshold and then released it as he sailed through unscathed. Harry let out a huge sigh of relief that he felt he had been holding ever since they had set foot on this land. Ron the squirrel turned back to look at Harry and Hermione. Seconds ticked by. Why is he not changing back? Whispered Hermione in a terrified voice. Harry, what if it doesn't work? Her eyes were wide with fright and her face was pale. Harry, too horrified to think about how they would cope with Ron as a squirrel, tried to keep his face as calm as possible. It will work, give him a moment. And in that agonizing wait, there was another bang, and Ron appeared in his full human form beyond the threshold. He looked a little pasty, a little ruffled, but no longer a squirrel. Ron! Hermione screamed at him. Are you all right? Course I am, said Ron, scratching his head. What took you so long? Harry demanded breathlessly. Forgot how to pronounce the reversing thing, he admitted sheepishly. Must have tried 10 different combinations before that one worked. Hermione shook her head in disbelief as Ron opened his mouth again. Now how do I get this barrier down? He called. It should be a simple lifting spell, Hermione answered. The wand movement is a flick and then up. The incantation is Levo Obex. It should work from that side, Ron. Harry tried his hardest to believe in Ron if it went wrong. There was no telling what kind of spells Voldemort may have placed on the castle if the wrong spell was uttered once. On the other side, it was not only a case of trusting Ron, but also Hermione in the hope that she had given the right incantation. They watched with bated breath as Ron rolled up his sleeves, flicked his wand upwards powerfully and bellowed, Levo Obex. The once invisible ward glowed red suddenly and highlighted that it ran around the entire perimeter of the castle, completely denying entry to anyone on the outside. The red turned to black, and then in an instant, it simply dissolved. Harry waited a moment with Hermione still attached to his arm, and then moved forwards towards the gate. His heart was thumping wildly in his chest that it hurt. They reached the threshold, and stepped through it unmarked. Hermione let out an audible gasp of relief and raced forwards to hug Ron, dotting his cheek. Oh, Ron, that was fantastic. And she at him again and again. It appeared first of all that Ron was wholly surprised that Hermione had at him, and for a full 3 seconds, remained still when their lips touched. Both suddenly became all too aware of Harry's presence, who was standing a little way back, exceptionally embarrassed. Hermione let go of Ron, who had gone Arlet. Yeah, well, I only did what you would have done, he said, looking to Harry. Harry moved forwards and put a hand on his best friend's shoulder. It means a lot that you value my life more than yours. Ron's ears went red. Yeah, well, you're my best mate, aren't you? Harry couldn't contain his smile, nor could he contain the elation that Ron was all right, and the knowledge that he had just sacrificed a lot for him. The gesture meant more than he could put into words, and so he hoped that Ron could see it in his face. Harry, I'm sorry about before, I didn't mean. Forget it. Harry grinned. Simultaneously, they turned towards the imposing castle and tried to dare not imagine the horrors within, but Harry could not help but wonder. This wiped the smile off his face much sooner than he would have liked as he led the way towards the dilapidated door leading to darkness. Harry's first impression of the castle was one of age and dilapidation. The thing that gave this away most obviously was the smell that hit his nostrils when he entered. It was musty and close, which gave an inescapable notion of claustrophobia, even though the entrance hall was very big. It was utterly demolished and appeared as though it had all been left to rot for 50 years. The dated furniture lay broken in a corner. There was not a window that was not broken, and yet the grime on the walls overpowered any light permeating the building, giving a constant aura of darkness and a primordial feel. Like Gaunt, Harry said aloud. At least we know where the last one got it from. They actually left this open to the Muggle public. Ron said, astounded, looking around at the dangerous glass on the cold stone flagged floor and the ripped tapestries on the walls. It was an old wizarding directory, Ron, Hermione said. But even so, I don't know why anyone would want to visit it. Well, nobody could if they couldn't turn into a squirrel, Harry said with a trace of a smirk. Listen, both of you. This is a huge place, so we might have to split up. There must be more than one staircase, so we're going to need some kind of signal if we get into trouble. How about a Patronus? Ron suggested. He had told Harry once they had gotten to Godric's Hollow one evening in the little room over Bravery's pub that he had been practicing over the summer. They're pretty big and noticeable, and they'd find whoever we'd want them to. Ooh, I didn't think of that. Hermione said, enthused. I was going to suggest red sparks, but that's much better. Harry looked at them both. Are you sure that you can both produce powerful ones? He asked them seriously. Oh yes, Hermione said. Mine's an otter. It's beautiful. Ron scoffed. Ha, an otter. Mine's a lion. I think well, it was big and hairy and it roared. Right then, Harry said. Don't use them unless you really have to. I'll go up the main staircase first. Ron, there's at least 5 other rooms down here, you check them out. Hermione, it looks like there's another staircase through there that must be the kitchen. And there's probably a cellar. What are we looking for? Hermione asked. Anything and everything, Harry replied. Any clues, anywhere where it looks like there might be a secret room or doorway, anything related to Ravenclaw. They both nodded resolutely. And be careful, Harry added. If you find anything, send me a signal or something and I'll come along. Do not go anywhere suspicious without me. Okay. Yes, Harry, Hermione replied, her eyes wide, straining it appeared to catch every word. That Harry was saying. Ron, he asked. Ron nodded. I'm not planning to do any more racing off in a hurry, don't worry. Harry grinned weakly. Let's meet back in this entrance hall in half an hour. And they all went off in their different directions, wands held at the ready. Ron had not got further than 10 yards before he tripped over an upturned sofa stuffed with what looked suspiciously like peacock feathers. He cursed loudly and continued through a stone doorway into what must have once been the living room. Portraits hung on the wall, faded and vastly unrecognizable, so much so that the inhabitants had long since given up the ghost and refused to move anymore. The result was oddly chilling for Ron, who was so used to moving pictures. Instead, the entire Gaunt family appeared to be staring down at him menacingly. They all had the same strong jutting jaw, the same sunken faces as had Morphin and Miro, but since Ron had never seen what Harry had in the pensive, he wouldn't have known this. There was an ancient fireplace taking prime place in the room, rotted with congealed ash and soot, blackened. He bypassed this fireplace and went into the other room which led through. A completely empty room met his eyes, devoid of anything except a shattered chandelier in the center, which on closer inspection held nothing captivating. There was a smaller door to the left that Ron only just noticed as he moved around the chandelier. He pushed it with a sweaty hand, only to find that the lock that once secured it had since been broken. This room must have been, Ron thought, a study. What better place to hide a notebook, he thought. But as he sifted through the crumpled documents strewn everywhere, there was a nagging feeling that Voldemort would have hidden the Horcrux in a much better place than this. But as he thought this, another notion occurred to him. It was entirely possible that the study had been like this for years, with artifacts strewn everywhere and papers torn. But this looked less than ancient. It almost looked recent. And then a thought occurred to Ron, someone had already been here. Thinking that perhaps this thought didn't merit a Patronus, Ron wandered back into the room he had just exited and stopped directly in front of the fireplace. It certainly was very big. Ron dropped to his knees, wondering what it was about it that intrigued him so, and yet he couldn't take his eyes off it. Ron leaned in, looking closer at something that he had just noticed, a footprint, a very faint footprint at the back of the fireplace where the hearth would have once been burning, but all the same it was there. Ron knelt down and touched it with slightly unsteady hands. It was then that he saw it. A minuscule carving into the stone, so small that it wouldn't have been noticed unless someone was kneeling right where Ron was now. A bird. A bird that looked suspiciously like a raven. Ron swallowed down the bile in his throat which had since risen. As he knelt there with his back to the door, he had the distinct feeling that there was someone watching him, and yet when he turned slowly around, all he felt was a little draft on the back of his neck. He mentally shook himself and wiped his forehead before turning back to the small protruding carving of the bird. It looked strangely shiny, as though it had been touched many times. Ron reached out his hand slowly, and then withdrew. What am I, stupid? He thought. Touching something unknown in a house like this was about the stupidest thing he could do. I should probably go and find Harry, Ron thought, and yet he could not draw his eyes away from the raven. As though on a sudden impulse, he reached out quickly and pressed it into the stone. Hermione couldn't help but wonder what this kitchen must have been like back when it was in use, possible hundreds of years ago. Her eyes traveled over the decaying instruments, orange with rust, left to rot atop the stone surfaces. Despite the dingy disused nature of the place, Hermione could see, in her mind's eye, house elves and servants scurrying around getting the dinner ready for the lord of the house. However, she wrenched her mind away from this sudden image and scanned the huge room to look for remote clues. There was, as Harry had said, another stone staircase which spiraled upwards, but it was incredibly dark and she couldn't help but feel a tad frightened. Lumos. She whispered into the darkness and her wand tip ignited, flaring yellow into the darkness. It revealed nothing, however, just that the staircase was indeed snaking upwards. She took a deep breath and put her hands on the cold stone walls on either side to steady herself. Step after step she climbed, her breath rising in a misty fog in front of her, illuminated by the wand light in the cold air. She could hear nothing, the silence was almost oppressive and heavy against her ears. Just when her feet began to freeze and she thought the staircase wouldn't end, she came to a small landing carpeted in what would have once been red. There were 4 doorways off the landing, 2 with doors hanging off their hinges and 1 with no door at all. Hermione stepped into the first room. It had been completely ransacked. The old flimsy bed lay on its side, shattered, the pillows had been torn and feathers littered the floor, a mirror lay cracked on the floor. Hermione's heart began to beat very quickly. Somebody had already been here looking for something. Hermione left the room backwards and stumbled into the next one. It was in exactly the same state, as was the next should she send her Patronus. No, Harry said, only use it if we really needed to. Hermione looked further down the corridor, and saw that there was another stairway, narrower than the first. But the moment she set foot upon the first crumbling stone step, she felt as though someone was watching her. She spun around, feeling a chill on the back of her neck, but there was no one there. Hermione turned back to the second stairway and removed her foot. 7.5 years of magical education had not been wasted on her, but Hermione was by no means devoid of common sense. She had an exceptionally bad feeling about that second stairway, and so returned down the first. Once back in the kitchen below, she took a more scrupulous look around, turning all the pots over in her hands, examining the walls, opening small doorways and cupboards, but there was nothing. Her eyes rested at last on the open fireplace at the back of the kitchen. It was the most disused artifact Hermione had ever seen, and she couldn't ever imagine it burning with the warmth and welcome of the Hogwarts fires. It was cold and empty, except for the dust, soot and grime coating it. But as she got closer, she noticed that there was the smallest scorch mark next to the wall, like somebody had purposely left their mark there. Hermione dropped to her knees carefully and ran her hands around the edge of the fireplace, feeling the rough stone beneath her fingers. And then she felt it, the tiniest little lump that was too well sculpted it couldn't be a coincidence. She bent in closer to take a better look. Hermione hesitated for a few seconds before drawing her wand again. She pointed it at the small figure of a raven in the fireplace and spoke a new spell she had not tried before. Reprehendo malum. There was a yellow burst of light, and a little puff of smoke, but nothing else. Hermione had memorized this spell during one summer out of Hogwarts in their 4th year. After Harry's ordeal in the graveyard, she had taken it upon herself to do some serious defense research, and this handy little spell, which checked an object for traces of evil, was one she had been itching to try. Having not used it before had the disadvantage of not knowing whether or not it worked, but Hermione could think of nothing else. Against better judgment, Hermione reached out her hand towards the little stone raven and pressed it. Harry lost count of the amount of stairs he climbed. The main staircase was very wide and sweeping, a ghost of its former self with great chunks often missing from steps and only the faintest trace of the glamour that must have once been. Harry passed many portraits upon the walls, many with hard sneering expressions or else ones of content, though they were no longer moving. Harry contributed this to them being descendants of Slytherin, all with a slightly menacing air. After passing different landings and continuing upwards, Harry's knees began to ache in protest, but he pushed on. trying to ignore the chill reverberating down the back of his neck, as though someone was permanently behind him. More than one, he spun on the spot, wand at the ready, only to find himself completely alone in the darkness. Perhaps it was the essence of the house. After what felt like hours, Harry emerged at last at the top of the castle and pushed through a large oak door at the top of the staircase, only to find that as he did so, a heavy lock fell from the side, splintered from the wood. It appeared to have been broken some long time before Harry had touched it, possibly grime and age keeping it attached. But as Harry pried the door open further, it crashed to the ground with a loud crunch. Harry bent down and picked up the metal lock. Cold against his sweaty hands, the metal looked like it had been soldered away, with magic. There was only one explanation: somebody had already been here when this door had been locked and had since forced their way in. This notion sent a shiver down Harry's spine. He soon found himself looking up at the darkening gray sky above. There was a stone walkway opening up into crumbling turrets and spires and unsteady rooftops. An old ripped green flag resembling a serpent fluttered softly in the wind, only just hanging onto its wooden pole. Harry was very conscious about where he was putting his feet based on the fact that it felt as though the whole building could fall down any second. It was a long way to the unforgiving ground. Harry shivered and tucked his hands into his sleeves as he edged along the open walkway. "There's not going to be anything up here," he kept telling himself. "You may as well go back down," but he wanted this to be true more than he believed it to be. The stone had once been carved crudely into vicious beasts like vultures and roaring lions on the edge of the turrets, but weather and time had worn away their fine detail, now looking more grotesquely like dead corpses. It was during an examination of these lost sculptures that Harry saw it. Next to a crumbling stone snake, was a huge raven with spiked wings and a very intolerant expression. Its beak had been carved open in a permanent squawk. Its claws looked sharp even now they had been eroded in time. Harry stood back for a good long while, studying the stone raven before him. It was bigger than he was. Suppressing the feeling that it would suddenly come alive and attack him, he moved a little closer, watching his feet as he did so. He reached out very slowly and pressed his hands to the freezing hard stone. Nothing happened. It felt oddly smooth, like hands had touched it before. Harry had expected it to be rough. Something in Harry told him that this was the key. This was Ravenclaw's symbol after all. It had to be the source of something. Perhaps he should send a Patronus to Ron and Hermione, but then what was the point if nothing happened? Pushing his hair out of his eyes and narrowing his eyes against a sudden gust of wind, Harry reached out to the top of the sculpture and pushed hard, feeling the raven move. Just as two silver Patronuses, a lion and an otter, came charging towards him. Harry spun so sharply that he cricked his neck. The shining creatures gamboled around him, clearly signaling distress, and Harry felt all the color drain out of his face. What was so bad that they both simultaneously sent help signals? Which way? Harry yelled at the glowing figments and they turned tail and hurtled back the other way. Where are they? Oh no, Harry muttered under his breath as he struggled to follow the Patronuses. Perhaps it was the fact that his friends were in danger, but Harry did not notice that the raven had disappeared into a hole in the roof, nor did he notice that its sudden disappearance was causing a ripple to run through the stone floor. He eventually felt something, as his feet disappeared from beneath him, but he had been running so fast that it was too late and he did not keep his balance. The Patronuses flickered and died in the light of the sudden magical disturbance. Harry slammed hard onto the stone, smashing his elbow and feeling a stinging pain, but there was no time to entertain this. The floor was moving. It happened so quickly that it was over within 7 seconds flat. Effortlessly, as though it was made of water, the stone formed itself into a bowl shape with very steep sides, like a giant sink, so that Harry could not help himself but slide into the dark center. He scrambled uselessly at the sides, all spells driven clear from his mind in the wild panic, but he got closer and closer to the dark hole in the middle with every microsecond, and then he was in. Harry knew a moment of pure terror as all light was extinguished from the world. He could hear a rushing in his ears and a cold wind whipping at his hair and knew that he was falling very, very fast. All too quickly, the knowledge that if he hit the ground at this speed he would die, hit him. Banging into the sides of the long chute, Harry fumbled with his fingers around his wand and thought of the only thing he could. Turning his wand as best he could against the rushing in his ears, he yelled, "TARDIS momentum." It was the same spell that Dumbledore had used on him that day at the Quidditch match when the Dementors had come to his match. He did not know if it had worked straight away, but eventually the rushing stopped and he felt himself slowing down. He still hit the ground incredibly hard, landing on his left side. He felt his hip burn with pain and wondered vaguely if it had been shattered. His already cracked elbow seared with agony and he felt bruised all over. For a whole minute, Harry could not move. He closed his eyes against an oncoming wave of nausea and then opened them again. He muttered, "Lumos," under his breath, and as it had done before, the wand tip ignited. He tried to free the uninjured arm which was holding his wand and mumbled, "Episki," whilst pointing his wand at his hip. The pain lessened vastly, which at least meant that the hip wasn't broken. There was nothing to be done about his elbow, however. Harry sat up slowly and rubbed his face. Fear coursed through every inch of his body as he thought of Ron and Hermione. Perhaps their patronuses would lead them to each other, unless they were both too badly hurt. He forced the image out of his mind and drew his legs up to his chest in an attempt to move. But Harry turned slowly. Where he sat it felt like a bucket of ice had just been emptied into his stomach. There was somebody lying next to him. He leapt up with such speed that the world was a blur for a second as he leant against the wall, panting hard. It was a corpse, a very old and rotted corpse, so much so that there was hardly anything left. Seeing spots in front of his eyes, Harry doubled over and retched, willing himself not to pass out. He stumbled backwards through a small opening which led out into a passageway and leant against the wall, breathing hard. How long he stood there, Harry did not know. He waited as long as he could for his heart to stop beating so hard as it was starting to hurt his chest. He put his hands against the cold walls, steadying himself. The iciness was calming against his sweating forehead. "It's just a body," Harry told himself. "It can't hurt you, it's only a body." Harry took a deep breath and began to move slowly towards the skeleton. As he got closer, Harry found that not everything had eroded away. The flesh had gone obviously, but the shoes were still there despite the crumbling leather. Something else that looked hard and shiny also caught his eye. Harry bent down, still feet away from the corpse, and stretched his hands out slowly. His fingers enclosed around the hard, once shiny object, slightly tarnished over the years, and he pulled his hand back away from the skeleton extremely quickly. Harry held his wand up high, scrutinizing the object. It looked like an identity bracelet under the wand light. There was some kind of writing on it, but Harry couldn't quite make it out. Struck by a sudden idea, he raised his wand once again and spoke clearly into the darkness. Castus. This was a spell he had learnt from Hermione 2 years ago during their clear out of Grimmauld Place, which cleaned an artifact with a simple household spell. The bracelet glowed red and then came up as clean as if it were new. Harry adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and peered at the lettering on the side. What he saw made him drop the bracelet to the floor with a clatter. His jaw dropped and he felt dizzy, having to reach out and lean against the wall again. He looked again at the corpse, confused and horrified, tears blurring his eyes. The bracelet read Regulus Alfred Black. Ron and Hermione could not move. They were both in exactly the same situation, though being in different parts of the castle and wholly isolated from each other. They did not know this. As soon as they had stepped into their respective fireplaces and touched the small sculpted raven in the stone, a purple fire had sprung up behind them, encasing them within the large cavern of the hearth. The fire was not hot, as Hermione had panicked when it first happened and performed a heat-resisting charm on herself, but it was impassable. Ron discovered this when he touched the licking flames with his wand and could not penetrate them. As for the present time, they were utterly incarcerated, but nonetheless relatively unhurt. More than once, Harry's words echoed in their head from his experience with Dumbledore in the cave and what the late headmaster had told him. Lord Voldemort would not want to kill the person who reached his Horcrux, he would want to keep them alive to find out how they managed to penetrate so far through his defenses. So were she and Ron doomed to wait for Voldemort to hurry along to the castle and interview them. They simultaneously regarded this as a desperate situation and so had raised their wands and cried, "Expecto Patronum." Hermione had been fearful that the Shining Otter would not be able to get through the purple fire, but it appeared that magic could get through. It was only they who could not. Harry stared at the body of Regulus Black for a full 10 minutes before he became vaguely aware that his eyes were unfocused and he was not in fact looking at anything at all. Regulus Black, Sirius's brother. I'm looking at Sirius's brother. The body was almost entirely decayed, though parts of the skull remained, such as the empty sockets and the crumbling bones of what was once a young and healthy human being. Harry took another breath to steady himself. He must have come looking for the same thing. He must have done exactly what I did, except the momentum spell, and he had paid for that mistake dearly, having plummeted to his death. Knowing that that could have easily been him, Harry shivered. He dimly recalled, as though from a former life, Sirius's words all that time ago as they had stood in number 12, Grimmauld Place, scrutinizing the family tapestry before Mrs. Weasley had served dinner. He was murdered by Voldemort. Or on Voldemort's orders, more likely. I doubt Regulus was ever important enough to be killed by Voldemort in person. From what I found out, he got in so far, then panicked about what he was being asked to do. Harry thought wildly, his head hurting as he couldn't take his eyes off the corpse in front of him. Sirius had never said they had found Regulus's body, and here it was, right in front of him. The memory of it also having been dated around some 15 years previously. This corpse looked younger than 15 years old, but then, Harry was no corpse expert. Wasn't it possible that Regulus had simply been thought dead? But he had been a Death Eater. What was he doing looking for Horcruxes? Harry bent down slowly and shakily, picking up the bracelet that he had dropped in shock. Harry stared at the lettering. His brain was fuzzy and muddled, but began to put two and two together as he isolated the initials RAB. RAB. Regulus Alfred Black. How had he missed it? How could he not have thought of it? Now staring at the silver bracelet, it was more obvious than it had ever been. Sirius's brother. Sirius's brother had discovered Voldemort's secret. The initials staring him in the face had plagued his mind ever since that fateful day of Dumbledore's death. When alone at night, he had thought of nothing else except this, and no, he knew. Harry felt as though he had received simply too much information in the space of a few minutes, finding the body of his godfather's brother, and now there was a possibility that this was the same man, the same nameless and faceless ghost that had been in Harry's head all these months. So this must mean, if Regulus was indeed RAB, that he had been against Voldemort, not with him. He had been good all along. With a sudden jolt of emotion, Harry thought if only Sirius could had known, but where on earth, had he hidden that locket? For that was where he had left his last message. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. So he knew he would probably die, but somebody had definitely retrieved that Horcrux in the cave. Harry grappled with a dozen emotions for a moment, whilst all the time there was the nagging sensation that this was not what he was here for. The Horcrux was temptingly close. Ron and Hermione were in danger. Sirius's brother had been good after all. The locket all of a sudden seemed less of a sheer impossibility. And suddenly Harry turned his back on the body of Regulus Black and continued down the dark passageway that lay behind him, the identity bracelet clutched in his hand. The passageway Harry continued down was not as long as he had expected it to be. Soon enough it opened up into a large chamber, emitting a faint and eerie pale blue glow coming from somewhere Harry couldn't quite pinpoint. His breathing had not yet returned to normal, and it felt somewhat surreal, descending this passageway, armed with so much new knowledge and on the way to destroying yet another piece of Voldemort's soul. But this time he was alone. The chamber opened up into a large vaulted ceiling, which Harry was sure must be part of the stone floor on top of the castle. This must have been one of the Gaunt's secret chambers, as there were murals of snakes painted on the stone walls, long since faded. He wondered how the Gaunt family would have reacted if they could have known that one of their descendants would one day use it to store a piece of his broken and fragmented soul. Harry had to remind himself more than once that he was after Ravenclaw's notebook, and not Slytherin's. He stopped at the end of the chamber where a long wall rose up in front of him. This was it, this was the end of the chamber. So the Horcrux had to be somewhere nearby. Looking up, he saw gaping craters in the ceiling and the walls, but they were too high to reach. His eyes fell instead on a small iron gate to the left of the end wall on a slightly downward incline, apparently sealed. It looked as though someone could fit in through the gateway. Could the Horcrux be down there? Harry reached out and tugged at the bars on the gate. They remained stiffly shut, yet appeared to be coated in a strange, wet moss, almost as though it had been submerged in water previously. Harry raised his wand. Alohomora. Nothing happened. He stood for a few seconds, thinking, and then he heard it. First of all, it was simply a distant rumbling, as though there were some far-off earthquake whose tremors could be felt from a distance. But then he heard a rushing, rumbling noise distinctly overhead, like a giant clogged-up shower head. Jerking his head upwards, Harry knew what it must be. Moments before it happened, Water gushed in from the craters overhead in the ceiling and walls. Harry leapt sideways to avoid the cascading jets now raining down on him, but he needn't have bothered as soon enough, he was drenched. He raised his wand again, eager to reverse what had just happened. Reversus incantatem. But he had nothing to point his wand at, he had not done something that could be reversed by that spell. With his brain working frantically and aware that before long the water would cover his ankles, Harry thought again. Perhaps the best thing to do was to try and do something to the water like freeze it. Solidify. He yelled, aiming his wand downwards. Solidify. But nothing happened except the flow of the water increased dramatically. For such a large chamber, it was filling up exceptionally quickly. Harry looked around frantically for something to stem the flow, but there was nothing. Nothing except a sculpted raven, made into the wall, about the size of his hand. Harry sloshed forwards as quickly as he could, restricted by the rising water. Should he press it? It might make things worse, or it might stop the water. There was nothing for it. Shaking, he raised a dripping hand and pressed the hard stone. To his relief, it sank into the wall with a clunk, but at the same time, he heard a popping noise to his right. He spun around quickly and saw that, on the right wall, there was another sculpted raven. He moved clumsily over to that one and pressed it, but the popping noise was there again, mocking him. The third wall had yet another sculpture. They clearly needed to be pressed at the same time by 3 people, but the only 2 who could help him were currently imprisoned, because Voldemort had planned it so one person alone could not do this. A bubblehead charm perhaps, but he didn't know how to do it, and something told him that even if he did, the magic within the chamber would somehow prevent it. Harry looked up to where the jets were surging in and wondered how long it would take to fill right to the top. He at least had 10 minutes to think of something. He was not going to stand there and wait for it to go over his head, but the icy water was now up near his waist. This could not get worse, Harry thought desperately. And then the ceiling began to move. Hermione shifted restlessly on her feet, imprisoned within the fireplace, surrounded by the strange purple fire. Neither Harry nor Ron had since come to her aid. Did that mean that they were badly hurt? Or in the same position as her? As minutes passed, her fear was replaced by an element of anger. Nothing like this had ever beaten her. There must be something she hadn't tried. Magic could get through, but she couldn't. The fire seemed impervious to anything. There must be something. She squinted with her eyes through the purple haze to try and see what else was in the kitchen. Rotting pots and pans, tables, nothing that could help her. If this was fire, then it must be weak to water but impervious to her magic on this side. But what about from the other side? Magic could get through. Hermione raised her wand and tried to direct it at one of the ancient pots on the decaying table through the barrier. Wingardium Leviosa. To her immense delight, the pot rose shakily into the air, as though the magic was being filtered by something. The spell was going to have to be very strong to hold up. Hermione mustered all of her intellectual powers of concentration to keep the pot in the air whilst she held her wand steady. Something was telling her that if she uttered another spell verbally, the levitation would be broken. The time had come for non-verbal spells. Hermione had always had less trouble with these than Ron or Harry, but now, under pressure, she thought of the incantation in her head, and willed it to be so. Aguamenti, she thought. It worked. A jet of water spilled out of her wand, spurted slightly through the fire, and landed into the hovering pot. It took several attempts for the pot to have enough water to make any kind of difference. It appeared that the flow of water slowed down considerably through the fire, but even so, it worked. Keeping the pot afloat with her mind, Hermione raised her wand once more. Spilius, she chanted clearly and loudly. The pot tipped itself upwards and upset the water towards the fire. Hermione knew one moment of pure terror as her vision was obscured by an acrid-smelling smoke. Perhaps it had gone wrong, but then she breathed in the stale air of the kitchen once more as the fire began to sizzle and die. When she was sure that it would not spring up again, she stepped cautiously over the threshold out of the fireplace and breathed a huge sigh of relief that she felt she had been holding for hours. She had done it. She had outsmarted Voldemort, but there was no time to dwell on the achievement. Dusting herself off, she sprinted out of the kitchen and yelled at the top of her lungs. Ron. Hermione suddenly thought that if Ron was in the same position she had been, perhaps he could not be hear her through the purple fire, even if he could hear her. She recalled Harry's words before they had set off. Ron, there's at least 5 other rooms down here, you check them out. She raced into the rooms on the ground floor, glancing fleetingly in one before withdrawing and moving on to the next one. When she reached the study, she almost missed him. The fireplace was right at the back of the room, but she couldn't miss the purple glow. "Ron!" she exclaimed, looking at him through the purple fire, thinking how strange it was that they had both been in the same situation. Ron's mouth was moving, but Hermione couldn't hear anything. Evidently the fire prevented the prisoner from calling out to make them assume that magic couldn't get through either. Hermione gestured with her hands as best as she could. "Okay, Ron, stand back." Ron appeared to comprehend as he put his hands over his face and turned to face the wall. Hermione raised her wand once more. Aguamenti. The purple fire reacted in the same way as it had done when she had released herself. Ron waited for it to subside before falling forwards and scrambling out of the fireplace. "How the bloody hell did you do that?" Ron gasped, astounded. "I kept trying to blast that fire out of the way, it didn't work." Hermione shook her head, breathing heavily. "It didn't work from our side. The magic to overcome the fire had to be done from the other side. Actual magic could get though, it just didn't work on the barrier." "How do you know that? It's not like you were trapped inside a wall of purple fire." "Actually I was," said Hermione coolly. "We must have done the same thing." Ron frowned and looked thoroughly confused. "I don't get it. How could we have done? Something happened when I touched that little raven thing. There," he pointed to the small sculpture within the fireplace, but was careful not to get any closer. "I think we must have triggered something. Did you send a Patronus?" Ron nodded. "Harry didn't come to me either," Hermione said in a worried voice. Ron looked as though Hermione had thrown a bucket of ice over him. "Well, he might just have. I dunno." "Ron," Hermione began. "Harry's in trouble. We have to do something." Ron nodded distractedly. Hermione turned instinctively towards the fireplace. But what she saw made her jaw drop. "Ron." But Ron was staring at the floor, apparently lost in thought. "Ron. What? Look." She was pointing to the fireplace where Ron had just escaped. He turned and looked. The fireplace no longer had a back to it, instead there was a rough-edged opening. Ron exhaled slowly. Do you think that's what we triggered?" Hermione nodded slowly. "Come on," she said slowly. Ron looked up, flabbergasted. "I'm not going in there again," he said. "I just got out of there." Hermione looked at him sternly. "Ron, we're going in there now." Ron looked as though he might have put up a fight, but then decided against it as he stepped backwards into where he had just come from. He knelt down and peered into the gaping hole. "What do you think?" he said. Hermione shrugged. "Well, it's a dark hole and we don't know what's down it, so we're going in it, aren't we?" Hermione went in first. Ron watched her squeeze herself in and then disappear very quickly, as though she had been kept in by some invisible force. Ron swallowed and then followed. Harry was rapidly running out of options. He had swallowed a great deal of water since the ceiling had started to move down upon him in sheer panic, but he had since regained his head slightly. Perhaps he could do a spell on the ceiling to stop its movement. That would at least give him some more time. "Subsisto!" he yelled upwards, trying to stop the ceiling. But either he hadn't done the spell properly or magic could not be achieved in this chamber. Harry strongly suspected the latter. A sudden piercing yell came from above, forcing him to look up, his vision obscured by a direct showering jet of water. The next thing he knew, Hermione was on top of him. Her weight forced him under the water, which he could now not stand up in. Thankfully the water broke the fall somewhat, but Harry was sure that hitting the water at that force must have dazed her. Kicking his legs so they reached the surface, he grabbed her arms and wrenched her upwards. "Harry," she gasped, spitting out a mouthful of water. "Hermione, are you all right?" he asked. Yes, I'm okay, but what? Where's Ron?" This question was answered in an instant as there was another fairly high-pitched yell from above, and Ron came careering out of the same crater Hermione had just descended from high above. Harry and Hermione swam and sloshed towards him, dragging him upwards as they reached him. "Ron." Ron coughed a great deal, eyes watering as he looked at Harry and Hermione, and then appeared to register that they were in water. "What the hell is going on?" he yelled. Harry shook his head distractedly. "Listen, we have to all three of us press in those ravens." He went to point at the sculptures on the wall but then saw that they had disappeared under the fast-rising water. "They're under the water, but anyway, we have to do it now. The ceiling's coming in." Hermione looked upwards and gasped. "Oh, My God. Ron turned a paler shade of green. Come on, Harry said urgently. Hold your breath, and do it as quickly as you can, but we have to do it all at the same time. Ron and Hermione nodded, now soaked to the skin. Ron, you take the left, Hermione, the right. I'll do that one, he added, indicating to the back wall of the chamber. They all turned and dived under the water, swimming hard towards the stone ravens underwater. Harry took a deep breath and plunged his head under the cold water. When Harry opened his eyes he could not see very far in front of him because the water was a murky shade of green. He moved towards the wall and held out his hands, feeling the stone. His hands at last found the raven. He broke the surface and waited for Ron and Hermione. The ceiling was now less than 10 meters from his head, the water would soon have nowhere left to go. Ron came up first, followed by Hermione seconds later. Found it, he gasped, and Hermione nodded in confirmation. The ceiling was fast cutting out any extra air room they had left. Harry, Hermione wailed, staring at the ceiling. Harry nodded quickly. Right, on 3, we'll go down and do it at the same time, just take a big breath, in case. In case what? Harry didn't answer her. 1, 2, 3. Harry took his last breath of air as the ceiling scraped his head. He pushed back down again and found the stone raven. Then with both his hands, he gave it an almighty shove and it sank back into the stone. Harry had never believed in any kind of god, nor had he ever really prayed before, but he could not contemplate a worse way to die than drowning. So now, as he looked above him and saw that there was no gap left, he prayed that it had worked, but as the water began to fill his lungs, he could pray no longer. Harry wasn't sure whether or not he could have actually held his breath for 1 second longer, but luckily he didn't have to. The ceiling began to move up again with a crunching noise he could hear even below the water. The second this happened, he kicked hard with his legs, ignoring his protesting muscles, and gasped in the glorious air above. But the second after Harry had taken in oxygen, he snapped his head around quickly to look for his two best friends. He could see Ron over by the back wall, hands pushing the ceiling, as though willing it to move up faster so he could get more air in. But Hermione was nowhere to be seen. Harry shook his wet hair out of his eyes. Where is she, Ron? He yelled so loudly that his throat hurt. Ron glanced back and Harry saw sheer panic in his eyes. I thought she was over by you. Harry and Ron looked for a split second directly into each other's eyes and then both dived under again. Harry's heart was pumping faster than it had been when he had feared that he would never take in oxygen again, but now, it beat so thunderously that it hurt his chest. His eyes were as wide as he could open them and he was frantically looking, feeling around with arms outstretched, for Hermione. It was impossible to see anything, with the abrupt halt of the cascading jets of water from above. The moment the ravens had been pressed, the water had become cloudy and Harry was swimming blind. But he knew after a minute, as he began to panic, that he couldn't stay under for much longer. He needed air, and yet he wanted to keep looking for her until he suffocated. But it is a strange fact that few can purposely die underwater by holding their breath. Instinct forces the human body's desire for oxygen for them to seek it above all things. Therefore, just as Harry's eyes began to darken, he swam upwards. He broke the surface and took in a deep breath, ready to go back down again, and then he saw Ron, holding the top of the newly appeared gate. Now the water was receding. Harry's heart filled with relief when he saw that Ron was clutching Hermione's unconscious form. The water, it seemed, was now filtering out very quickly and Harry felt himself moving down, with the water, nearer to actual ground level. As the water became less and less, it was clear where it was going, through the now open gate that Ron was by, holding Hermione. Harry was soon able to touch the bottom of the chamber floor and slosh over to where they were. It was surreal, hurrying over to Ron, who looked utterly dazed, and Hermione, who could have easily been sleeping. The water was now splashing innocently around his knees. Hermione, Ron said quietly at first, gently shaking her shoulders. Hermione, a little louder. But she didn't open her eyes. Ron took out his wand. Magic doesn't work in this chamber, Harry said shakily, leaning down quickly and trying to see whether or not she was breathing. Ron turned a shade of green as he grabbed Hermione's arm, shaking it gently. Wake up, Hermione, come on. Harry rose again, feeling very sick. She's not breathing, Ron. Ron's face was blank, his eyes out of focus. What do we do, Harry? We can't use magic. Harry's brain was working frantically. No magic. Hermione always kept her head in these kinds of situations right. CPR. Harry had never been taught how to perform proper CPR, but now was not the time to hesitate. He bent down over Hermione's pale, freezing face, tilted her head back and blew into her mouth once, twice, 3 times. "It's not working," Harry Ron Ned quietly from her other side. Harry ignored him and kept at the CPR. Once or twice he thought that his own heart might have stopped. After a few seconds, Ron took over, but even then Harry feared. It was too late. He almost didn't notice when Hermione began to cough and splutter, the water exiting her lungs, breathing again. It took Harry a full few seconds to realize that she was alive. He sank back into the wet floor and raised a shaking hand to his eyes whilst Ron hugged Hermione's wet but warming body close to him. The color rose in her cheeks again, and when Harry opened his eyes he could see Ron dotting her face over and over again whilst she came around. "Don't you ever, and I mean never, do that again," Ron muttered, holding her tightly. Harry knelt forwards and grabbed her hand. "You're all right now, Hermione." It took roughly 10 minutes for Hermione to be on her feet, Harry and Ron at her side, protesting that she sit quietly for just a little longer. "I'm all right, honestly, Ron. I'm just a little shaken." Ron nodded his head sarcastically. "Oh yeah, a bit of drowning here and there, no harm done." "Ron's right, Hermione, maybe we should just wait for a bit." Hermione coughed once more, as though attempting to clear her throat of all remaining water. "I'd rather not sit in here, seeing as it's the chamber where Voldemort would have attempted to kill the person who tried to get to his Horcrux, if you don't mind. I'd sooner be moving again." Harry conceded. "Okay, you're probably right. We shouldn't linger around here. If you're sure you're okay." "Yes, I touched the raven, and it was like my head felt upside down. I didn't know which way was up and the water was so dark, and then I started to panic." "That was just cruel, that was," Ron muttered. Volume he must have known that you needed more than one person once you're in here, and so he shacks them up in the bloody fireplace." "What happened?" Harry asked, forgetting that there had been life before what had just happened. "Oh, we'll tell you later, it's a long story. I don't think it matters now," Hermione said. "Come on, that gate's open." And she was right, the gate that had been barred when Harry had tried it prior to the invasion of the ocean was now wide open. It was also the place that all the water had just been ked. "Okay, but I've got an idea. Let's never separate again, yeah," Ron said. It soon became clear that the restriction on their use of magic was refined only to the chamber that they had just exited, as Harry went to light his wand out of sheer habit and found to his great surprise that it worked. The gateway they had entered through was very low and narrow. Although it was very wet inside and the ceiling dripped, Harry couldn't understand where all the water had gone. However, soon, this also became clear. The tunnel widened out into a great cavern, with a huge bubbling lake in the middle. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, but neither Harry nor Hermione heard him. The lake in the middle was lit by an eerie light that must have been candlelight, only none of them could see any candles. Harry felt like an iron fist had curled itself around his insides. This place reminded him irresistibly of the cave where he and Dumbledore had failed to get the locket. Something told him, however, that the water had already played its part in the attempt to keep the Horcrux safe. "Oi, what's that over there?" Ron indicated, pointing to the other side of the cavernous space. There seemed to be a part of the stone chamber where there was more of the eerie light emitting. "I don't know," said Harry truthfully, moving towards the source. As he got closer, he could make out what it was. Upon what looked like an iron stand stood the notebook, clear as day, twinkling in the strange light. As Harry got closer he could tell that the light was in fact coming from the book itself. "What do you reckon?" Ron suggested. Harry wondered for a few moments. The most obvious thing to try was a summoning spell, but that might trigger something else. But hadn't Dumbledore encouraged him to do that, back in the cave all that time ago? Hadn't it in fact given them a glimpse of the Inferi, what they would have to later face? "Accio notebook," Harry called loudly and clearly, his voice ringing thinly around the chamber. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, as though he were summoning a dictionary for Professor McGonagall in a transfiguration lesson, the blue notebook soared effortlessly into Harry's open hand. Hand shaking, Harry stared down at the cover. Ron looked nonplussed. Hermione, however, wore an expression of utmost distrust. "It can't be that simple." "Do you reckon that's really it?" Ron said. "I mean, yeah, we all nearly drowned, but surely there'd be something else to stop someone just lifting it." Harry continued to look at the notebook. It was larger than he thought it would be. The cover had faded over the years, but the gold lettering was still there, as though preserved by magic, which, Harry thought, it probably is. The lettering read Rowena Ravenclaw. This is definitely it, Harry said, thinking that it must be, seeing as Regulus Black had died for it. Maybe you should open it, Ron suggested. No, Hermione answered immediately. Why not? Hermione frowned. I just have a bad feeling. A bad feeling. Well, we're in the old castle of one of you know whose ancestors trying to get rid of part of his tortured soul, so yeah, I'd say I've got a bad feeling too. I have to read it, Harry said quietly, cutting Ron off. Ron and Hermione looked at him. What? Harry turned the notebook over in his hands. It's the only way, it's the only thing I can think of. This is the Horcrux, everything we've found out tells us as much. Reading it must be the only way of destroying it. But well, unless you're a retard, then reading a part of the book isn't going to kill you, is it? Ron said in a small voice. Knowing Voldemort, probably, Harry replied. I don't know. Won't know until I open it, will we? Harry held the book up and turned it over again, as though looking for hidden qualities. Stand back, just in case, Harry said. Ron and Hermione took several steps back from Harry and stood by the edge of the lake in the center of the chamber. Harry took a deep breath and turned the cover of the book back. Nothing happened. All he could see was the first blank page of the contents in the back of the front cover. Put it on the stand, Harry, Hermione called from the other side of the room. Harry took the notebook and placed it very carefully back on the iron stand that he had summoned it from. The second he did so, there was a flash of bright blue light, and the pages of the book began to flutter faster and faster until their pages were a blur. Then it stopped suddenly. Harry took a tentative step forwards and took a closer look. What is it? Ron called out. Harry stared at the page. Just a passageway, like it's been selected. And he was right. It seemed that Voldemort had selected a certain place within the notebook, only a few lines long, which stood wholly alone on the page. He read it though in his head and realized why Voldemort had chosen it. It was Ravenclaw's experience of what had almost happened exactly to Voldemort when he had been Tom Riddle at school, and tried to open the Chamber of Secrets. A simple diary entry. But once he had read it, nothing happened, though he hadn't really expected it to. Perhaps you have to read it aloud. Hermione suggested. Harry took a deep breath and opened his mouth. I have searched far and wide for this information so that others may use magic more effectively. Ron and Hermione stared at Harry as he paused. What's wrong? Hermione called out fearfully. Harry stopped speaking and stepped back slightly. The second he had finished the first sentence of the highlighted paragraph, he felt a stinging pain on the inside of his forearm. Harry lowered his wand arm and drew back the sleeve of his t-shirt, revealing a deep cut. Oh, Harry, are you all right? Hermione cried, seeing the vivid redness of Harry's blood glistening on his arm. It's a test, Harry whispered to himself more than anyone else, typical Voldemort, believing that pain and death was the main worry of mankind. Even so, Harry tapped his arm with his wand. A pisky. Nothing happened. Why am I not surprised? Harry thought to himself. He took another breath and steeled himself to continue. What I have seen and done will not be recognized by many. Harry stopped again. He could feel a searing pain around his rib area and didn't even need to check as he could already feel the blood seeping through. I begin preparing myself for the fact that. The cuts began to come faster and felt to Harry as though they were getting deeper, although this may have been due to the fact that he now had three, the latest on his shoulder. That many will not be aware of what I had to endure and. Harry, stop it, Hermione cried out. Just we'll find another way. There is no other way, Ron said quietly. Harry tried to speak the passage very quickly, thinking that the faster he got the less chance the cursed Horcrux would have to inflict its pain. And I know much of my work will be ignored. Harry felt a gash appear on his face, as though an invisible wind had passed across it, like a dull blade. And cut out, but I can only help that wizard kind will remember my name and that we educate those intellectuals who deserve it. Harry's eyes traveled down the page, ignoring the blood dripping off the end of his fingers. He could hear Hermione screaming in the background and Ron yelling, but he knew he had to finish in order for the Horcrux to be destroyed. It's only pain, you've had it before, he kept trying to tell himself, but it really was excruciating. It was worse than the Cruciatus curse. If I desire one thing, it is that my work will not be wholly forgotten. Harry had finished the passage. There was a flash of blue light which shot upwards out of the notebook, which immediately burst into flames. Harry thought he could hear a loud scream of fury, possibly in his own head, but he was sure that it was Voldemort's soul. And then he knew it was over. The noise in his head stopped and the pain doubled. Unable to stand for a moment longer, Harry dropped to his knees. He was dimly aware of Ron and Hermione rushing towards him, holding him up, speaking urgently, frenziedly, and then everything went black. Harry knew that he was dreaming. He knew because when he looked down at his body, it wasn't his own body. With a thrill of sick fear, he saw the white spider-like hands splayed out on a mahogany desk in front of him with a giant snake hissing lazily at his heels. The scene flickered hazily before his eyes, almost like an old film on a roll. He was in Voldemort's mind, of that he was sure. But hadn't he been told all that time ago that Voldemort had attempted to use legilimency against him? But Harry couldn't hold this thought in his head any longer because it wasn't his head, and suddenly a strong knowledge intruded, knowledge so powerful that it was almost like truth. Horcruxes. All that filled his head was Horcruxes, like he was sharing the thought. And then Harry knew that the mind trip was over, as he was transported painfully back into his own mind with a jolt, and only one thought in his head. He knows. Harry. Oh, please wake up. Harry could hear Hermione's voice calling fretfully from far away. With a huge effort, he wrenched open his eyes. Thank Merlin, he heard Ron mutter. The scene came blearily into view. It seemed that they were out of the chamber where the Horcrux had resided. They were even out of the dismal dungeon below. In fact, they seemed to be back on the castle roof. Harry tried to sit up. Where are we? He said shakily. We got you out, Hermione said. We're back on the roof. That's where we ended up when we tried to apparate. We think that the magic restrictions must have lifted when you destroyed that notebook. Slow down, Hermione, Ron said. Let him catch his breath. You all right, mate? Harry sat up. I don't know. He lifted his sleeve and saw that the cut that had been there still showed, but it was less vivid and didn't sting as much. What did you do? He asked. Hermione did it, Ron admitted. It was some kind of skin knitting spell. What was that, by the way? For future reference. I looked into it after Harry told me about Snape and Malfoy that time in the girls' bathroom. Thanks, Harry said slowly. The pain certainly was less. He turned to look at what had suddenly attracted his attention. The notebook lay, still smoldering, by his side. So it's destroyed then, Ron said, prodding it slightly. Well done, Harry. That took some nerve. But Harry just remembered with a jolt what he had just seen. Now aware of his surroundings and coming to terms with the fact that he was still alive, he remembered. He knows. A loud silence followed this statement. Hermione spoke first. What? He knows, Harry repeated. Voldemort knows what we're doing. He knows. Ron said disbelievingly. How can he know? Harry shook his head. I don't know, maybe we pushed our luck destroying them all so quickly. He must have sensed something. We should check the local paper, you know, Hermione said quickly and in an almost business-like tone. Why would we want to do that? Ron asked her. To see if there have been any unusual activities going on. Ron snorted. We're in the middle of a war, Hermione. Unusual activities are becoming more normal by the second. Hermione ignored him. You know what I mean. Harry put his head in his hands and rubbed his eyes. Someone must have spotted us. We were too careless. God. We waltzed right into Azkaban, half of them in there are Death Eaters. What were we thinking? Hermione put a pacifying hand on his arm. We didn't have any choice, Harry. There's no way we would have found out about the Horcrux on our own. Ron nodded. She's right, Harry. Sure, we could have done some stuff differently, but he was bound to find out at some point, wasn't he? I suppose, Harry answered. In truth, he hadn't expected this to happen quite so quickly. How much did Voldemort know? Could he now sense how far Harry had gotten, having destroyed 2 Horcruxes in quick succession? It was much more dangerous now for everyone. Dumbledore's words echoed once more in his head, as they so often did these days. Voldemort's soul is now too maimed to even notice. Well, maybe he had noticed something or someone else had. If he was onto them, so to speak, there was a possibility he would want to keep the other Horcruxes safer. The locket which brought him onto the other thing he had to mention to Ron and Hermione, but oddly enough, it was they who brought it up. Harry, when we followed the chamber back, we found something, a body. Harry looked up. Ron spoke. "We dunno who it was, any ideas?" Harry delved into his pocket and felt his fingers close around the cold metal of the identity bracelet. He raised it up, and Hermione took it from him. "Regulus Alfred Black, oh, my god. Ron started, and snatched it from her. Bloody hell, that was Sirius's brother. Yes. Harry could see Hermione putting two and two together, just as he had done hours before. R.A.B. Sirius's brother was R.A.B. Yes. Ron swore so badly that it earned him a reproachful glare from Hermione despite the situation. Harry slowly began to tell them the story of Sirius's brother and how he had been believed to be a Death Eater, but how now it seemed that he must have turned before he was discovered. So it was Sirius's brother who stole that locket from the cave. Ron confirmed. Harry nodded. It was all guesswork, but they had no reason to believe it was anything but accurate. "So what do we do now?" Ron asked. Hermione spoke first. "The first thing we should do is see where the land lies. We should get a local paper, yes, Ron, and then decide what we do." Harry nodded. "Can you do some sort of locator spell? To see where the nearest wizarding community is? Because it'll have to be a wizarding newspaper." "Yes, I'll do it back at the B. It'll be quicker if I can concentrate, and then at least we can sort of regroup." So they gladly exited the castle of Gaunt, none of them confiding how nice it felt to be out in the open once again, away from the evil sensation that surrounded the castle. But they didn't go straight into the B&B when they got back. They stood outside, open-mouthed for 3 full minutes. There, over the building, clear as day, as grotesque and as chilling as it ever was, hung the dark mark. The B&B that Harry, Ron and Hermione had booked for their stay in Devon was in a very rural area. The nearest town was a good 10 miles away and there was not a sound that disturbed the cold and silent hills around. In fact, no one would know that anything was wrong with this scene, except for the fact that an ugly skull hung directly over the roof, fired most probably by a Death Eater or Voldemort himself. "Oh, God," Hermione stuttered, her face white and drawn. Oh God, what happened?" Harry took steadying breaths. Ron's expression resembled one of utter disbelief. Harry instinctively looked around them, eyes wide, wand raised. Whoever had conjured the dark mark may have been very close by, perhaps even now. "Lumos Maximo," Harry uttered. A brilliantly bright light burst from Harry's wand and illuminated the scene around them. He moved his wand carefully around the yard and through the trees, around the back of the house, but there was no one there. "They must have dissipated," Ron said quietly. Harry shook his head. "We've still got to be careful. Invisibility cloaks or whatever, they could still be here." Harry suddenly became very aware of what he might find within the B&B. The dark mark usually meant that Voldemort or his Death Eaters had killed. There was no reason why this time should be any exception. "Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go inside, yes, Hermione, on my own, and see what happened. I need both of you to wait out here, in case there's anyone still around." "But what if they're still in there?" Hermione whispered, tears of fear glazing her eyes. Harry shook his head. "I don't think so. This was a way of them letting us know we're on borrowed time. They want to know what we're going to do next." "Yeah, and I don't think that one of us should stay out here on their own," Ron seconded. Harry nodded. "But if you need us, send the stag, yeah." Hermione looked as though she thoroughly disapproved of the idea, and yet her fear of what was inside overcame her reservations. Harry turned, gripped his wand tightly, and walked towards the house. It was what he had expected. The B&B was a wreck, tables in the reception area turned over, bookcases upended, a carpet lay smoking in the corner. Harry flicked the light switch up and down, nothing happened. Instead, he lit his wand and proceeded further. He recalled that when they had checked in, the receptionist had commented on how slow the season had been. She had been a muggle and that they only had 2 other guests staying. She had been an uncommonly pretty girl, something Harry couldn't help noticing, with blonde hair and soft brown eyes. She had also been surprisingly aware of the strange goings-on, for Muggle. "All this weird mist, it isn't right," she had said the previous morning. "Don't reckon it's got anything to do with the weather, know what I mean? You look after yourself now." The mist of course was being caused by the increasing Dementor activity throughout the entire of Britain it seemed, leaving gloom and misery in their wake as well as the damp mist. Harry reached the stairs and shone his wand up them. He saw nothing but darkness. He began to climb them, remembering that their room had been the second one on the landing. But before he could take another step, he trod on something squishy and hastily removed his foot. Harry knew what it was before he even looked down, but nothing could have prepared him for the petrified, blank look on the dead receptionist's face as she lay, spread-eagled in an awkward position across 3 stairs. Harry tried to look away, but found that he couldn't. There was something about the macabre situation drew his eyes right back into her own empty ones. They were like deadened windows of an empty house. Had she felt much pain? Had she put up a fight? Would they have left her alone if she had just let them in? No. Of course they wouldn't. Harry didn't know whether or not to move her. He knew he probably shouldn't, and yet it seemed so wrong to simply leave her lying there. But he found himself stepping over her body and continuing up the stairs. The rug on the landing had been upended, lighting fixtures smashed, glass littering the floor. The pictures on the walls had been torn and their frames smashed. Harry peered carefully into the first guest room, whose doors hung off its hinges. He stuck his head in through the gap he had made. The room was as expected, but there was no sign of a body. Perhaps they were out, Harry thought thankfully. The next room was theirs. From the moment he had seen the dark mark hanging over the B&B, Harry knew that the charm he had placed on their doors in every place they had stayed would most probably have been smashed. It had been, though it seemed as though the Death Eaters had had trouble with it, as the door, in the end, had been smashed to smithereens and lay splintered on the floor. The beds had been turned over, pillows had been torn, the wardrobe in the corner lay on its side, but Harry crossed the room immediately and went to the bathroom. In every place they had stayed, Harry had hidden the bag that contained the fake locket in the cupboard in the bathroom on the premises. The mirrors had been smashed and someone had turned all the taps on so it was flooded. He knew there was no hope as he looked in the broken cupboard's compartment. The locket was gone. Harry quickly exited the bathroom, heart pounding. If they had found the notebook where he had recorded everything they had done, they might as well give up and go home. He found the newspaper still residing in the bottom of the wardrobe, which had been wrecked, but the newspaper was still intact. Revellious, he said clearly, pointing his wand directly at the print. There was a flash of red light and the newspaper turned into the notebook. Harry exhaled shakily. All had not been lost. In the likely event that something like this was bound to happen sooner or later, Harry had bewitched the book to look like a newspaper cutting. He had gotten the idea from 7th-year students when Umbridge had scouring the school in Harry's 5th year for the article from the Quibbler because he had given an interview about Voldemort's return. People had bewitched the article to look like something else. Harry remembered this as though he were remembering it from a former life. With the notebook safely in his pocket, Harry found a bag that had not been split and began stuffing clothes and artifacts that could be salvaged from the wreckage. He found Ron and Hermione waiting outside, shivering. A faint pink light was beginning to show over the hills. Dawn. Well, what did you find? Ron asked, rubbing Hermione's shoulders as she was shaking so badly. Harry's face darkened. Ron and Hermione seemed to know what he was going to say before he even said it because Ron swore under his breath. The receptionist's dead. All the rooms had been ransacked, but there wasn't anyone else in there. Luckily. Hermione put her hand to her mouth. But we were talking to her this morning. I know, Harry said, looking at the floor. It was going to take him a very long time to get those blank staring eyes out of his mind. They took the locket. What? The locket was gone. The piece of paper from RAB was in there too, so Voldemort will know about Regulus Black by now. Ron swore again. This, Harry said, holding up the bag he held, is what was left. There's most of our stuff in there, clothes and things. We can never come back here again, it's too obvious. We have to assume now that someone is watching us all the time. No more chances. They nodded. Hermione, can you find out where the nearest wizarding shops are? She nodded, face white. Yes, I could tweak the locator spell I suppose. She raised her wand, muttered a few words quietly under her breath that neither Harry nor Ron could hear, and then said a little louder, point me. A silvery trail shot from her wand, lighting a path in front of them. Right, Harry said, putting his hand on Ron's shoulder. Let's go get a newspaper. Hermione's altered locator spell led them to a row of houses with what appeared to be only 2 shops. It couldn't even be called a village. As they neared a gap between the only 2 shops in the inhabited row, Harry narrowed his eyes. There, as though it had been pushed and squashed into the tiniest gap, was a little shop with a red sign over the door which read, Wilbur's Weekly Wizarding News. Before they went anywhere near the shop, Harry stopped them. They still looked white and shaky. Okay, no more chances, yeah. So we're going to have to do a glamour spell or something. This was more Hermione's territory than Harry's, which was why he looked directly at her when he said it. Right, Hermione muttered distractedly. Well, it'll have to be a small one because, well, like I said last time, it could be damaging. Just do what you can, to all of us. Hermione managed to make them all look different to some extent. Harry's hair was a shade lighter and his scar was gone again. Ron, to his great delight, had shot his ginger hair and now looked completely different with darker hair. Hermione did not do a glamour spell on herself. Instead, she cut her hair to just above shoulder length. Hermione, you don't have to do that, you could just change the color, Harry had protested as she took some scissors to it. I've wanted to change it for a while now, she said matter-of-factly. Yeah, but at least get it done properly in a wizarding salon. Or something, Ron suggested. Where am I going to find one of those around here? Hermione retorted. Plus this way's quicker. All right, but let one of us do it at least. Hermione looked at them both. Are you mad? Harry and Ron exchanged affronted glances, but both privately agreed, between them, they could no more cut hair than put on makeup. When their appearances were all effectively altered, they entered the small wizarding newsagent's. It was a tiny place with a little old man sat asleep behind his desk at the back of the shop. There were piles of newspapers everywhere and two owls sat on perches next to the old man. But at every paper they looked, there was the same picture, Harry. He felt as though someone had emptied an ice bucket into his stomach. This was the last thing they needed. The headlines differed, but their message was the same. Harry bent down and picked up the Daily Prophet and held it up to the light. Boy, WHO lived on a mission. Bloody hell, Harry, Ron muttered. That complicates things a bit, doesn't it? You wanna buy that, son? Said the old man behind his desk, apparently awake. The Daily Prophet cost them 8 nuts, which Harry extracted from his pocket. Once they were out of the little shop, they went and sat down on a small bench opposite the only row of houses in the community. What does it say? Hermione asked, chewing her nails as Harry surveyed the paper with narrowed eyes. Harry Potter, better known nowadays as the boy who lived, is reported as having not returning to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry last September. Based on an informed tip-off, the Daily Prophet can exclusively reveal that Potter is definitely not attending Hogwarts at the present moment. Rumors surrounding Potter allow us to speculate that this may be due to the fabled prophecy, in that Potter and he who must not be named are reportedly concerned. It's possible that the reports of Potter being the one to destroy you-know-who are true, and this time off his important studies is due to some mission Potter must carry out on his journey to defeat Thingy, says a senior representative from the Ministry of Magic. It is also possible that the Ministry sent Potter on such a mission. If this is so, it may be comforting for the public to assume that Potter is working for the Ministry of Magic. However, the Daily Prophet cannot confirm this. This new evidence comes as much-needed reassurance in the current wizarding community. Startling new figures shed light on how many have fallen victim of he who must not be named in the past 3 months. The current figure stands at 23 confirmed murders and 5 unconfirmed disappearances. Meanwhile, defense experts inform us that Dementors are multiplying, as was hinted at in the minister's press release last week. For more on Dementor defense, see page 394. It is unknown where Potter is now, although sources say he recently visited the wizarding prison of Azkaban. For unidentified reasons, it is also unknown what he is doing, but we are confident that, given Potter's history, it will be something worthwhile, and in the interest of the magical community. Harry exhaled shakily as he finished the article. No pressure, Harry, Ron said in a trembling voice. The tip-off must have been Malfoy, Harry said, more to himself as he thought than to anybody. The Death Eaters must have found some way of communicating with Voldemort. Even in Azkaban, Malfoy must have told him we were there. Voldemort told him to leak it. But why? Why would he want everyone to know what you're doing? Ron said, confused. Harry took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Because Voldemort knows how shallow the papers are, he can keep up with what we're doing via people like Rita Skeeter, as well as having us followed. Double whammy. Hermione shook her head. Harry, this isn't good. Really? Harry said sarcastically. I thought it was fantastic. He sighed deeply as Ron and Hermione fell silent. Okay, so he knows what we're up to, or at least some of what we're up to. Maybe we should keep moving, Hermione suggested tentatively. Seeing as he knew we were at the B&B, he must have some idea where we are now, and Harry, we're completely on our own here if you're caught by the Death Eaters now. That's not going to happen, Harry said strongly. Look, we're just panicking, okay? It's not as bad as. Oh come on, Harry, who are you trying to kid? Ron said with repressed fear quivering in his voice as he spoke. This is about as bad as it's going to get. Harry shook his head and fixed Ron with his gaze. No Ron, it will get worse. And if you can't handle that, then you might as well go back to school right now. Ron said nothing and didn't move, but looked away. Harry turned to both of them. We can handle this, okay? But neither looked convinced. We need a plan. We need to figure out what we're going to do. Okay. The main thing in Harry's mind had been plaguing him ever since he had discovered that Voldemort knew about Regulus Black. It's very possible that the locket, the real one, is at Grimmauld Place. True, Black might have moved it, but it's certainly a starting point. And we have to be prepared that we're not the only ones that are going to have figured that much out. Hermione suddenly went white. Oh God. Grimmauld Place is still the headquarters for the Order. Harry nodded. Voldemort might go there for clues, they don't know a thing about it. The first thing we need to do, Harry continued, is send a letter before we leave to the Order and warn them to get away from Grimmauld Place, for the time being anyway. Ron nodded. Harry, my parents are in that house every day. We'll send it right away. Voldemort's only known about Regulus for less than a few hours and it'll take him a good while for him to find out where headquarters are. Don't worry. But Ron looked as though he were destined to worry for the next month. Wait, Hermione began. The whereabouts of Grimmauld Place are protected by a secret keeper who's secret keeper for the Order. Harry thought. Dumbledore, he said slowly. I don't know what happens when the secret keeper dies. As though on cue, Hermione recited the procedure like she'd swallowed a textbook, as though they were back in school and trying to earn a few house points. The original secret keeper nominates 3 other potential candidates to withhold the information, and if the main person is killed or something, the 3 chosen hold a meeting and chose before they perform the spell. Do you know what the spell is? Ron asked out of interest. Yes, of course, but I don't know how to do it. Harry looked at Hermione. So the whereabouts should be safe for now. Hermione looked a little skeptical. Ordinarily, I'd say yes without question, but what? But well, this is Voldemort. A heavy silence fell upon them. Who is secret keeper now? Could they be trusted? Harry was sure Dumbledore would not have chosen his 3 candidates lightly, but what if Voldemort got to them first? We should make a start on that letter and we should stick very closely together. The prophet left out the fact that you 2 are with me, so if they're looking for dirt, they'll only be looking for me. But Voldemort will know that you've got us with you. Which is why we have to be extra careful. They nodded. Ron looked a little less green now they had a plan formed. If we do the letter in a public place, a pub or something, we'll fit into the crowd more. Death Eaters aren't likely to be socializing with Muggles, are they? No, but reporters might. Harry shrugged. They couldn't do it both ways. The pub they chose was not one in the small village of the B&B. Without risking apparition, they had trekked 7 miles due north thanks to some handy navigation magic by Hermione and found a Muggle town. The pub was large and smoky, but with a good-natured atmosphere, and the young Muggle barmaid behind the beer kegs had particularly welcomed Harry and Ron. I love not having ginger hair, Ron said as they sat down with their lemonades. It'd be nice to try some Muggle alcohol. What in the name of Merlin is Bacardi? Will you concentrate? Hermione hissed at him, returning from the bar with a piece of paper and a pen. Since Ron had never used a biro pen before, being used to feather quills, Harry wrote the letter. What shall I write? He asked them through a sip of lemonade. Most of it was what had been in his head for the past few hours. It was hard to leave out a lot of the information that he so wanted to share. In the end, they ended up with a rather short message, much more a warning than a letter. To all at the Order. I can't say as much as I'd like, but you need to vacate everyone from Grimmauld Place for the time being. All I can say is that it isn't safe right now. If you've been reading the papers, you should have some sort of idea what I mean, but it's a possibility that Death Eaters may come looking, or even Voldemort himself. I'm not saying this lightly, it's dangerous to stay. Please take this seriously. Harry, you don't think it's a bit ominous, do you? I mean, we don't know anything for sure, said Ron. Rather ominous than not serious enough, Hermione said, sealing the letter with her wand under the table and away from the eyes of the Muggles. When did Noah build the Ark? What? Before the rain, Ron. Before the rain. We'll send this on our way, Harry said, downing his lemo. And going to stand up. What? We're going to Grimmauld Place. Now, Hermione said, startled. Eventually. There's somebody I've got to see before we do anything else, Harry replied, picking up his considerably lighter bag of possessions. Who? Ron and Hermione asked in unison. Rufus Scrimgeour. Their journey to London was not a comfortable one. Everyone who looked in his direction, everyone who paused for more than a nanosecond on his face looked like a Death Eater. Everyone who had a pen or a quill in their hand looked like a reporter, but that part of the problem, at least, Harry could do something about. They took Muggle transport, mostly because Harry was less likely to be recognized by Muggles, especially with the glamour spell. It would have been churlish to assume that the Death Eaters would not move amongst the Muggles. Knowing a few of their faces from years before could help Harry no longer. Now, with the war in full rage, the Death Eaters could be anyone, and they could be everyone. Is this a good idea, Harry? Hermione said quietly, gazing out of the window, apparently lost in thought. Waltzing into the Ministry of Magic, glamour spell or not. I don't have a choice, Hermione. Yes, you do, Hermione protested, turning away from the window at last to look at him. Harry sighed deeply and looked at Ron, who was busy trying a Muggle chocolate Mars bar. What do you think about all this? Me? Yeah. Ron unglued his teeth and swallowed deeply. Well, isn't there any way we could see Scrimgeour outside the Ministry? Harry had been expecting this. He wouldn't leave the Ministry alone now. He's got to be one of the prime targets, destroy the leader of the community, and there are more people to manipulate. He's hardly a leader, is he? Hermione said darkly. That won't matter. He's the head of the Ministry. Even if we sent him an owl, he'd only meet us with about 6 oars at his side. This has got to be well. You know. And you just expect them to let you walk right into his office, despite the fact that you've just outlined how well protected he's likely to be. Hermione said. They'll let me in, Harry said, and in turn looked out the window at the misty weather. The old red telephone box looked exactly the same as it had done to Harry 2 years ago when he and Mr. Weasley had gone to the Ministry for Harry's hearing. The glass panes were still missing and the phone itself had not been remotely repaired. Harry recalled vaguely the numbers Mr. Weasley had dialed as he picked up the broken receiver and dialed 6, 2, 4, and 2 twos. The dial whirled smoothly into place, as it had done before, and a voice, different from the one Harry had heard before, filled the phone box. Instead it was a harsh, male voice. Due to recent events, the Ministry of Magic is no longer accepting visitors. Please state your identification number to be admitted into the building. Hermione grasped Harry's shoulder. Oh dear, she said. Now what do we do? Hista squashed Ron from between Hermione and Harry. Harry gripped the receiver tightly and held the phone up to his mouth. My name is Harry Potter and I want to see the minister. Now. Hermione made a vehement noise from behind him. Harry, what are you doing? But Ron shushed her. There was a long pause before the voice came out of the phone again. Harry supposed that whoever was on the other end of the line was sending many messages to many different people. There was a click and a rattle, and something slid out of the metal chute. Harry picked it up. It read approved personnel. The floor beneath them all shuddered and they sank very slowly to the ground as the pavement rose up past the shattered windows. There was a grinding noise as they sank lower and then the box came to a resting stop. Light filtered in through the bottom crack of the door and shot up to their faces. Ron and Hermione did not gasp. They had been in the Ministry before, as had Harry. It was an experience he had been repressing ever since Sirius had died. As the lift clunked to a halt, Harry saw that there was someone waiting for him at the bottom. It was a very official-looking wizard with 2 name tags pinned to his chest, one saying Senior Security Personnel. He looked at Harry with suspicion in his eyes. Mr. Potter, if you could follow me, please. Harry, Ron and Hermione went to walk forwards, but the security wizard held out a hand and pushed at Ron's chest. Just Mr. Potter, if you please, he said gruffly. They're with me, Harry said in a low voice. I don't care who they're with, Sonny Jim. The minister has allowed you and you alone to see him, and I'll lose my job otherwise." Ron looked as though he may have protested further, but Harry's look silenced him. "We'll wait in the entrance hall, Harry," Hermione said. "Don't go anywhere," said Harry quite seriously. They made their way down the highly polished wooden floor, Harry glancing upwards for a few seconds to glimpse the peacock blue ceiling with the inlaid golden symbols swimming about merrily above their heads. With almost every step that Harry took, there was a whoosh and a witch or wizard would appear out of one of the many fireplaces set into the walls. All glanced at him and did a double take. After about 2 minutes of walking, Harry felt as though a whispering train was following him. This was either very smart, or very stupid. The security wizard reached a sealed door and tapped it with his wand. It opened with a grating clunk, and a secret lift was revealed that Harry had never been in. He entered, looking braver than he felt, and waited as the lift ascended. It felt like they stood there for an age until finally, an artificial female voice echoed through the lift. Level 17, Offices of the Minister of Magic, the Senior Undersecretary and the Junior Members. High-level clearance required. Harry stepped out of the lift behind the security wizard and followed him down a well-lit passageway. They eventually stopped behind a very large door with mahogany decorations along the edges. The wizard knocked sharply twice and a voice from within spoke. "Come in." The wizard pushed the door open but did not go inside. Instead, he motioned for Harry to enter. Harry walked in and caught a glimpse of a high-paneled ceiling and a row of detailed portraits hung upon the wall when he caught sight of Rufus Scrimgeour, standing behind his desk with tawny, unkempt hair, arms wide. "Harry," he said in a fruity voice. "Harry, Harry, Harry. Couldn't believe it when they told me you were here. Do come in. Sit yourself down." "I'll stand, thanks," said Harry coldly. He had been prepared for Scrimgeour's effusiveness and assumption that he were doing exactly what Scrimgeour had asked him to the previous year. "Can I get you anything sent up, Harry? A drink perhaps?" "No, thank you." Scrimgeour smiled warmly and sat down behind his desk, spreading his hands wide. "Harry, I cannot tell you how glad I am that you decided to take up the offer of coming in every now and again. Naturally I attribute your reluctance before to the trauma of Dumbledore's death and the like, but now, people may begin to see that you are helping us. Minister, listen, I read about your mission, you know. Not returning to school, Harry, you dark horse. Normally if it were any other student I would not have allowed it, but seeing as it's you." "Mr. Scrimgeour, listen," Harry interjected sharply. Scrimgeour stopped talking abruptly at the harsh tone of Harry's voice. "I won't be coming back here again," Harry began. "For a while at least. But, now, I've thought before that you have some amount of intelligence, seeing as how you stepped up for Fudge's job, so I'd have hoped you'd figured out from that article in the Daily Prophet that, for once, they're close to the mark." Scrimgeour was looking at Harry intently, his eyes narrowed. "What are you saying?" Harry decided it would be churlish to not get straight to the point. "I'm saying that if you want to call this a mission, then feel free. I am doing something that is very important, but one thing I don't need is the papers reporting on what I do every minute of every day." Scrimgeour looked as though someone had punched him in the face. "What are you doing then?" Harry laughed sarcastically. "Right, I'm going to tell you." Scrimgeour snarled, and then forced his face back to calm. "Harry, if you let us help you, then the public would see us working together. Ministry and Chosen One. Side by side. They'd see lies, because at the moment, the ministry is about as redundant as a licorice wand. Now see here." Scrimgeour bristled. "The ministry has stood up against evil for centuries before you were born, boy." Harry felt his temper flare and raised his voice. "Where were they 2 years ago? Where were they when I was shouting the truth at the top of my lungs to all of you? Where were you, Mr. Scrimgeour, when Umbridge, who is still working here, was forcing me to carve into my own skin that I was telling lies? Dolores Umbridge is a highly valuable, highly important. She's a sheep. You're all sheep, looking for something to follow, whether it is a story, or you follow in each other's blissful ignorance, one after the other, like children. It's pathetic. You forget, Potter, that I am not Fudge," said the minister in a dangerous voice. "I do things differently. It doesn't make any difference how you do things, Minister. How much headway have you made against Voldemort? How many Death Eaters have you caught? Real ones, I mean." Scrimgeour's face changed dramatically. Instead of a kindly, welcoming man he suddenly resembled a powerful, dangerous being. You have no idea what you're talking about, Potter. I think I do, Harry replied coolly. But we're not going to discuss your pitiful tactics at stopping this war. What do you suggest I do, then? Said Scrimgeour, bristling. If we were less harsh with the people we caught, I'd be criticized for being soft. Harry shook his head. They would never get it right. It's too late, Minister, he said in a weary voice. It's too late. The only chance the Ministry had at having a part in this was when Fudge had the throne. He didn't listen to me and he didn't listen to Dumbledore, and because of that, all you can do now is watch. Scrimgeour fell silent but appeared to grow a little paler. Harry, though he was speaking the truth, wasn't prepared to have this effect on the lion-like man before him. Why did you come here? The minister asked, gazing out of the window. I know you have a lot of leeway over the papers. Scrimgeour looked at him sharply. That's what this is about. Publicity. Harry fought the urge to hit him. I've had enough publicity to last me a lifetime, Minister. There was a silence before Harry spoke again. I want you to stop all of them from reporting anything about me. All of them, Scrimgeour said incredulously. All of them, Harry repeated, as though to a deaf man. But, that's impossible. I don't have that kind of say-so. And besides, my press people deal with that side of things. Then I suggest you promote them, said Harry calmly. I know you have power over them, and I want you to use it. Scrimgeour opened and closed his mouth several times, like a fish out of water. Okay, even if I tell the press to stop writing about you, there will be someone who realizes that it's because there is something to write about. Harry looked down. Then you need to make it perfectly clear that that can't happen. Scrimgeour hitched a false smile on his face, more like a grimace. All right, so say I do this for you, Potter, what do I get in return? You spurned all my offers of help. You weren't trying to help me, you were trying to help yourself by recruiting a poster boy. Harry retorted angrily, but the minister continued as though there had been no interruption. You turned down your chance to stand alongside and help the Ministry in these dark and dangerous times. You withheld information about Dumbledore. What do I owe you? Harry shook his head. You personally don't owe me anything, Mr. Scrimgeour. The Ministry of Magic on the other hand owes me more than I can actually put into words, and since you're the head of the establishment. Scrimgeour tutted in disbelief. But you know, most of all, you owe this world something. You owe them the chance to live their lives, because Fudge didn't. Scrimgeour wore an expression of mingled fury and skepticism. And how am I going to do that? Perhaps you can enlighten me, Mr. Chosen One. Harry smiled faintly. Let me get on with what I'm doing. There's nothing more you can do. The only chance you have now is me. There was a pause where Scrimgeour didn't say anything, and neither did Harry. The minister then suddenly spoke with a certain amount of venom in his voice. So you think you're the savior, do you, Potter? He said sarcastically. Harry ignored him, and continued to stare hard at him. What chance do you think you have? Scrimgeour said coldly. Harry didn't answer for a moment. He weighed his words, which had as much importance to himself as he said them eventually as they did to Scrimgeour. I'm a marked man, Minister. Always have been. I suppose we work with what we're given. Then he turned and went for the door. I can't promise anything, muttered Scrimgeour from behind his desk as Harry pulled the wooden door open. If you want us to win this war, Minister, I think you can. So you think that's done it then? Hermione asked Harry when they were walking towards a relatively sheltered park area in London. I think I gave him the message, yeah, Harry said. He said he couldn't promise anything, but he was frightened. I could tell. Well, that's something then, said Ron. At least he's taking you seriously, Harry. Hermione was frowning. But it means that if Scrimgeour does this for you, Harry, they really have lost control. They're really at a loss. Harry nodded. I kind of figured that out the night I got back from the maze. They had found a spot that was shielded from the bustling London life with high hedges and the odd muggle walking their dog, perfect for apparition to Grimmauld Place. Everyone ready? Harry said, bracing himself for the unpleasant sensation once more. Ron and Hermione nodded. But no sooner had Harry prepared to step into a spin, there was a huge explosion from behind them that shook the very ground they stood on and drove them all to their knees. They all instinctively threw their arms over their heads to shield themselves against the flying debris that was now showering everyone with the vicinity of 100 feet circumference. Harry raised himself shakily to his feet and looked over his shoulder. Behind him, standing tall amidst at least 30 injured muggles, was a man with a wand. And he had blasted a deep crater inches from his feet. Harry scrambled to his feet and stared. The man with a wand had a dark hood over his head, covering most of his face, but Harry didn't need anyone to tell him that it was a Death Eater. It was a surreal feeling. Harry had been wholly aware that there had been, effectively, a war raging around him for the past 2.5 years, and yet to see evidence of it, right there in front of not only him but muggles, was more than he could take in for the moment. "What's going on?" Hermione yelled as she scrambled to her feet, helped up by Ron. "We've got to get out of here," Ron muttered. "If that Death Eater sees you." But it didn't seem like the hooded character had seen Harry, who grabbed Ron and Hermione by the shoulders and ushered them behind a large bush. Harry was breathing hard, crouching as low as he could. He could hear frantic, terrified screams from muggles and peeped through a gap in the bush. "Come on," Harry said, Hermione tugging at his sleeve. But Harry shook his head. "No, I can't crouch here like a kid and just watch it happen." "Harry, there's nothing you can do," Hermione hissed anxiously, brushing her hair impatiently out of her eyes. "Yes, there is," Harry replied furiously. The hooded figure seemed to be pointing his wand at anything and everything he could, blasting chunks off stone-walled buildings, creating dust clouds and making more panic. Ron looked at Harry, saw what he was thinking and shook his head. "Harry, we can't risk it." A fierce battle was going on inside Harry's brain. If he tried to stop the Death Eater and lost, then Voldemort would know exactly where Harry was and could probably deduce what he was doing, but if he just sat here and did nothing. It was only one Death Eater. Harry stood up and aimed his wand. And in that moment, a group of wizards converged on the lone Death Eater. The Ministry had finally arrived. "Thank goodness," Hermione gasped. "Don't be so sure," Ron muttered. Wearing bright blue robes, the Aurors fired red spells at the Death Eater, who went down instantly, overcome. There were 2 muggles in close proximity, lying motionless on the ground, where many more were huddled against the wall with their arms over their head. Harry couldn't believe this was happening in central London. The Aurors came together and stood in a wall, shielding muggles from the scene. There was a fewer number of wizards wearing red robes hurrying to help the fallen. Harry clenched his fists and ran out from behind the bushes towards the Ministry. "Harry," he heard Hermione whisper. But Harry was nearly there. 2 Aurors turned their wands on him as soon as he approached. "Stay back," they yelled. Harry slowed and held his arms up to show he meant no harm. "Wait, I'm a wizard. Who was the Death Eater?" he asked breathlessly. "I said stay back. That is none of your concern." The Auror, who was tall and thick-necked with a great amount of blonde hair in both beard and hair, stopped in mid-sentence. "Wait a moment, you're Harry Potter," he muttered, his eyes raking over Harry's hairline and taking in his scar. A few other wizards turned to look and took in Harry's appearance. "What are you doing here, boy?" asked another wizard, older than the first. "Do you have any idea how dangerous it is around here these days? Especially for you." "Yeah, oddly enough I do," Harry replied coldly, trying to keep the sarcasm out of his voice and simultaneously trying to get a glimpse of the Death Eater. The older Auror, who had a deep, wise voice and a cracked face, said, "I've read what the prophet had to say about you, and while I only believe half of it, I suggest you go back to school, Mr. Potter, and leave this kind of thing to us." Behind him, Harry could hear a wizard in lime green robes calling out to the public. "If I could have you all assembled, please, ladies and gentlemen, in front of me, please don't panic, everything's all right now." Slowly, the muggles drew closer to the wizards. And then, somebody yelled, "Obliviate." Everyone behind Harry within the vicinity had had their memories modified. Everything that had just happened would be erased from their memories forever. As Harry turned to look behind him, he saw that the muggles had a dazed look on their faces. Harry turned back to the older man in front of him in red robes. "What's your name?" he asked politely. The man seemed taken aback by this question and answered more on instinct than anything else. "Arnold Cummings." Harry nodded. "Well, Mr. Cummings, you seem like a smart sort of guy. I guess you must be to be an Auror. Now listen here, young man. But it's a shame you work for the Ministry, because to be honest, they don't have a damn clue. Now I really don't want to make another scene, but believe me when I say that I really need to see who the Death Eater was." "Why?" said the man, suspicious. "I need to see the Death Eater," Harry repeated. "What harm can it do?" "You're not authorized." The Auror hissed back, a little more aggressively. Pretty soon, having authorization is going to be the last of your worries. You think what just happened was bad. Imagine hundreds of them, blasting muggles into the air. How are you all going to stop them then? The Auror paused. We have plenty of manpower. We have backup instructions, we have strategies. Your strategies are flawed, said Harry bluntly. One thing you can do to help is to let me see who that was. It might be important, Mr. Cummings. The Auror frowned, as though he wanted to argue back about just how flawed the strategies were not, but it seemed that the drama of the situation was distracting him from the point. Oh, very well. Quickly, have a look. Then you get back to school. Thank you, Harry said, sidestepping the Auror and looking into the face of the Death Eater whose mask had since come loose since his contact with the floor. It was Avery. As Harry returned to the sheltered garden in the midst of the chaos, Hermione was scurrying towards him like an angry goose. What did you do? She hissed. The Death Eater was Avery, Harry replied. Who? Said Ron. I saw him in the graveyard that night and in my dream a few years ago. Did anyone see you? Asked Hermione. Just a few Aurors, but even if they tell Scrimgeour he can't do anything. They won't report it, don't worry. But someone could have seen you. You ran out just after that Death Eater, there could have been more, it might have been a trap. That's exactly what it was, said Harry, surprising Hermione. Look, it's risky to talk about this here in broad daylight. Hang on, Ron muttered, pulling out his wand subtly. Muffaliato. Now they could talk without fear of being overheard. Do you remember ages ago, Ron, after we had that Quidditch match, I had like a vision, or a dream, where I saw Avery give Voldemort the wrong information and he was in real trouble. Yeah, well Voldemort doesn't forgive easily, so I reckon he didn't care whether or not Avery was caught by the Ministry. He knew the Aurors would be there soon enough, but he knew we were here too. So you think he was trying to draw us out or something? Said Ron. More like trying to draw you out, Harry, said Hermione seriously. And if you think Voldemort didn't mind about getting Avery hurt, then it probably means he's got more on standby, the minute they see you. We should keep moving, said Ron. Get out of here right away. Harry nodded. At least they've caught a Death Eater, said Hermione. That's what worries me, said Harry quietly. Come off it, said Ron with a small laugh. That's got to be good, hasn't it? Harry frowned. It's almost like he's got them to lose. He's being callous about it, so there must be more than ever. Ron and Hermione fell silent. There was a long pause. Finally Harry spoke. Right, well we'd best get going. Where? Chorused Ron and Hermione. Grimmauld Place, of course. Ron and Hermione appeared disposed to leave the surrounding area as quickly as possible and find a safe patch to apparate in. They found one not far away. There was still a great deal of confusion around them, so a small park next to the bus stop served as a good spot. With all of them visualizing Grimmauld Place, they spun quickly on the spot and let themselves be swept up into the horrible feeling of compression. In a whirl of blurry color and a nauseating feeling, they slammed flat into the ground directly in front of Grimmauld Place, where Harry and Hermione did at least. Ron had apparated 20 feet away from both of them. Sorry, he said sheepishly. Got a bit confused. Hermione seemed to be suppressing the urge to giggle, but Harry, who was staring up at the odd-looking vision that was Grimmauld Place, hadn't even noticed. There, in front of him, was the place he had never wanted to set foot in again. Magically squeezed in between two other battered Muggle houses, it would be, for Harry, forever haunted by the memory of his wasted godfather prowling the musty halls he had so wanted to escape when alive. Harry could almost hear his footsteps in the attic as he sulked upstairs with Buckbeak. Harry, are you okay? Said Hermione, putting her hand on his arm. Harry swallowed and took a step forward. I'm fine, he said gruffly, for another thought had occurred to him. If the Order had done as he had asked and vacated, Grimmauld Place should have been empty, but there was also the chance that Voldemort had figured out some way to find headquarters without the secret keeper, whose identity Harry still did not know. They took one last look around them and advanced on the front door. He pushed at it slightly, but it didn't budge. Drawing out his wand, he muttered almost inaudibly, Alohomora. The door swung open, as he predicted it would do. They stepped inside. Harry was immediately hit by a wave of the musty smell he associated with the ancient Black household, a smell that had accumulated due to many years of neglect and would not, despite their previous attempts at decontamination, budge. A long dark hallway met their eyes and they were plunged into darkness. Harry had walked this way many times in his dreams, but always with Sirius's face looming at him out of the darkness. Lumos, Hermione whispered. They came to a switch on the wall near the bottom of the stairs. Harry hesitated and then flicked it. The hallway was instantly lit with a dim candle light, burning in the shades on the walls. The first thing Harry noticed was that the portrait of Sirius's mother was no longer there. Blimey, Ron whispered. They got it down then. I thought she'd used a permanent sticking charm, said Hermione in the same low tone. She had, Harry replied. It must have ceased to operate when Sirius died. Why are we whispering? Said Ron. Habit, Harry said. But you're right, I think the order must have gone. Yeah, they did the sensible thing. What do we do? Come to the very place you know who's looking for. Hermione shook her head sharply. No, Ron, we'll be safe for a while. As long as the new secret keeper is protected, then Voldemort can't find us. True, he knows this is most likely where Sirius's brother is likely to have hidden the Horcrux, but getting the order out was just a precaution. Ron shook his head and continued to look skeptical. Right, well, I guess we should get looking then, Harry supplied reluctantly. He wanted to go through each room of this house less than anything else on the earth, but he knew he had to. Where exactly are we supposed to look, Harry? Said Hermione. I mean, we went through loads of stuff 2 years ago when we were trying to make this place fit for living in. Wait a minute, Ron said suddenly. Both Ron and Hermione looked at him expectantly. What? They said in unison. We've already got it, he said slowly. Don't you remember? When we were in the living room with Sirius and Ginny as well, there was that music box with the weird tune, those ancient seals and the heavy locket that none of us could open, Harry finished. Hermione gasped. Oh yes. Harry stared at the banisters for a second, thinking hard. Where did we put it? Hermione shook her head. How on earth did you remember that, Ron? She said, faintly surprised. I have no idea, Ron replied, equally taken aback at his own recollections. God, where did we put it? Harry said, beginning to panic. It really could be anywhere, and it was them who had put it somewhere. Well, we wouldn't have thrown it out, would we? Said Hermione in a faint voice, as though she didn't really believe it herself. Harry shook his head. Sirius could have done. He hated the entire heritage. He wouldn't have known what it was. Well, what on earth are we going to do? Said Hermione, unable to hide the trace of hysteria within her voice. Harry was about to open his mouth and answer her honestly that he did not know what they were going to do when all three of them froze. There was a definite bang directly above their heads. All three of them had heard it at the exact same moment and instinctively looked at the ceiling. Harry felt as though his heart had stopped as he held his breath. Maybe it was a rat, Hermione whispered, but Harry held a finger to his lips. Harry bent down silently and took off his shoes to dull the sound of his footsteps before he ascended the stairs. Ron and Hermione made to follow him, but he held his hand out to stop them, shaking his head vigorously. Not only did he want to keep them out of danger, but he was very aware of the fact that the stairs creaked and 3 bodies would undoubtedly make more noise than one. He held his breath as he moved up the stairs, but even as he reached the 5th, he heard yet another noise. This time, it was like a shuffling. Harry felt his heart jump in his chest, adrenaline coursing through his veins. As he reached the first landing, he moved along past the doors, one held in front of him like a sword. Bang! There it was again. And it had, without a doubt, come from within the room that Harry was standing directly outside. He took a deep breath and forced his hands to stop trembling as he held them out. Very slowly, they did, and he swallowed hard. Thinking surprise was the best form of attack, Harry stepped back slightly and kicked open the door before he stepped in, wand held high. There was someone in the room. But it wasn't a Death Eater. It wasn't even Voldemort. It was Ginny. The sight of Harry and the shock of the door being kicked open so suddenly had caused her to leap a foot in the air. She had clearly not expected him. Harry! She yelled, scrambling to her feet. She had obviously been looking for something. Harry, jaw hanging open, was momentarily too dumbstruck to speak. He shakily lowered his wand and closed his mouth several times. I didn't hear you come in. Ginny said. Where are the others? She said, as though her apparition was a perfectly normal occurrence. The next thing Harry knew, she had thrown her arms around his neck and was engaging him in a bone-crushing hug. Harry was helpless for a moment to do anything except stand there. Ginny drew back. "What's the matter?" she said. Harry found his voice, though it was a hoarse whisper. "What the hell are you doing here?" he demanded. Ginny was spared answering as there were loud clunks from the stairs that told the pair of them that Ron and Hermione were now making their way up. As they reached the landing, both stopped in their tracks, as Harry had done. "Ginny," Ron said, flabbergasted. "What's going on? Why are you here?" "How?" Hermione began. "We could talk about it over a nice pot of tea," came a deeply familiar voice from behind Harry. Remus Lupin stood at the bottom of the stairs, his graying hair betraying his forced look of calm. There were numerous cuts and scratches on his face and arms, and yet the brightness of his eyes was still vivid. Harry felt as though he had entered a previous life. He had been out of contact with everyone else for such a long period of time since leaving the burrow that Lupin and Ginny's appearance was bizarre. "What are you? What happened to your—" he began, but Lupin cut him off once more. "As I said, a nice pot of tea." Harry had followed them all with his mouth shut. Ginny had looked at him uneasily a few times, as though in fear of his reaction, but he had not looked at her. He was too angry. They sat in silence in the dingy kitchen underneath the living room whilst Lupin bustled around with the whistling teapot before setting it down on the table. Harry had lit the torches with his wand when they had entered, but the room was still freezing. Lupin reached out and took Hermione's cup before opening his mouth. "So, what are you playing at?" Harry began hotly, as though on cue. "Why are you here, and why did you bring Ginny? Do either of you have any idea how dangerous this is? Coming here." Lupin lowered the pot and put his hands together in a thoughtful gesture. "Harry, I know you must be angry. Angry. You've both just gone and done the one thing I asked of everyone to not do. Why would I be angry?" Hermione put a hand on Harry's arm, but he jerked away from her. "I told you, all of you, that I had to go away and do this. I explained why Ron and Hermione were coming, and I told you to not try and find me until I found you. So you better explain why you're here, and you'd better do it right now." "Well, we would if you'd let us get a bloody word in edgeways," said Ginny sourly. Harry stared at her. There was a fire present in her blazing eyes once more, and the burning torches made her hair dance. Harry sat back, feeling very much like a petulant teenager of all things, and folded his arms. Lupin took a sip of his burning tea and cleared his throat. "Your message was received by the Order a few days ago. There was a large discussion and debate about what should be done. We all voted, unanimously I might add, to take your warning at face value and evacuated the premises right away." Harry said nothing, but my heart was uneasy. The article in the Daily Prophet had since been published, and I was aware of how influential the press could be, and how damaging. It said you went to Azkaban. Still Harry said nothing. "Is this true, Harry?" Lupin pressed. "Yeah, it's true," answered Ron. "We had to." Lupin nodded. "I admire your courage. But I grew troubled. Voldemort knows as well as we do how revealing the newspapers can be, and I knew he must have seen where you had gone and would very quickly deduce your trail, particularly as the Prophet reported you not attending Hogwarts so far." Lupin paused and unconsciously rubbed a scratch on his left arm. "Whatever you're doing, Harry," he went on, a little more quietly, as though the walls themselves were listening, "I think you need to be aware that the situation has changed." "I am aware, Remus," said Harry, a little defensively. "Voldemort knows what I'm trying to do." Ginny gasped. "But he can't stop me. And he hasn't yet, so I don't see why you're preaching to me about being careful when you haven't been there." The moment Harry had said this, he regretted it. Lupin said nothing for a moment, but his expression told Harry quite clearly that he would have been there had Harry asked him. "Naturally, when I heard about the attack in London early this morning, I admit, I panicked. I came here." "How did you know to come here?" Hermione asked. A wry smile passed over Lupin's lips. "I deduced from Harry's cryptic warning that we had to evacuate because Grimmauld Place was very unsafe. So, in theory, it would be somewhere Harry would go." Harry swallowed. "It's what James would have done," Lupin added, staring at the table. "And I have learnt invariably that you tend to follow similar patterns of behavior." Harry nodded and sat forward slightly. "Okay, I accept why you're here," he said to Lupin, but then he turned his head towards Ginny. "So what's this all about?" he asked her seriously. Ginny flushed. "I'm not going to speak to you if you keep talking to me like a child," she said hotly. Ron and Hermione exchanged uneasy looks. We could go unload our stuff, Ron suggested quietly. Lupin appeared to take the hint and instigated a suggestion. Perhaps we should catch up elsewhere, Ron. Hermione. Ron and Hermione pushed their chairs back so quickly that there was a loud scraping noise as they got to their feet. And left the kitchen without another word, leaving a heavy silence in their wake. Lupin also followed out silently. Harry and Ginny sat in a stony silence for a good minute, neither looking at each other. Ginny stood up suddenly. It's cold in here, she said abruptly and lit the fireplace with an impatient flick of her wand. Ginny, what are you doing here? Really? Harry said wearily, rubbing his scar unconsciously. Ginny's eyes flashed dangerously. Why do you think, Harry? To see you, of course. Yeah, well, seeing me might just get you killed. Did you even think about that? Actually, I did. And do you know what? I don't care. Harry opened his mouth to retort something, but then found he couldn't. She had risked a lot, everything in fact, just to see him, and it terrified him. Ginny frowned. Looks like you don't care from where I'm standing. Of course I care, said Harry quietly, staring at his tea, the steam rising in little circles. Ginny sat down and tried to engage Harry in eye contact, but he was deliberately avoiding her. I was home for the weekend when they got your message, she said shortly. I asked Lupin what it was about. He wasn't going to tell me, but I explained that I really wanted to see you. He was so surprised that I'd figured out where he was going that he let me come. Mum and Dad don't know. Why were you home? Said Harry, dodging the main subtext of her explanation. Lots of people have been doing it recently, she muttered. McGonagall issued consent slips to everyone, in case they had to leave suddenly. And I missed my mum. Harry nodded. I miss your mum, too. Harry, why won't you look at me? She asked directly. Harry stood up very quickly and walked over to the fire. Because I can't, Gin, alright. I said goodbye to you back at the Burrow and You thought it was going to be the last time we would see each other, didn't you? Ginny exclaimed, firing up. You just don't want to see me now because it interferes with your bloody death wish. Harry opened his mouth angrily and turned to face her properly for the first time. I don't have a death wish. Voldemort's got a death wish for me, in case you'd forgotten. How could I possibly forget? Ginny said sarcastically, raising her voice to a yell, her tone derisive. That's the whole damn reason why you're not back at school right now. It's the reason we're not together. Harry shook his head. No, he doesn't rule all my decisions, Ginny. I said that don't think we should be together. Ginny looked as though someone had slapped her hard across the face. What? Harry looked away. But you said, Ginny started, angry tears glazing the surface of her burning hazel eyes. You said that was you for life if I'll wait, and I said I would. Harry swallowed hard, praying that she wasn't going to cry, as he knew his resolve would not hold if she did. I know what I said. So what, were you just lying to me? She said quietly. Harry turned around, his back to the fire. You don't deserve this, Ginny, he said abruptly. You're bloody right. I don't, she said shrilly. You need stability, and I can't give you that. You need to be with someone who isn't looking over his shoulder his whole life. Even if I get rid of Voldemort, there's always going to be something you need. Stop telling me what I need. Ginny shouted, as an angry tear fell and splashed down her sweater. Well, I don't know how else to deal with this. Harry shouted, matching her volume. I'm old enough to decide for myself what I want, and what I need. Why are you being such an ass? Harry took an angry step towards her. He wanted to shake her, to make her understand that he would never be good enough for her, but the monster inside him was clawing at him and ripping his insides out. He had never wanted to sacrifice anything less. I'm not. I'm trying to be practical. Screw practicality, Harry. When does that ever come into love? They were feet apart, red in the face, shouting at each other. Somebody has to think about the long run. Harry yelled. You think I can come out of this? You're going to be waiting a bloody long time, Ginny. Yeah, well, maybe that's my decision to make. She retorted. And all of this reaction, this isn't about me being here now, is it? This is about you being scared. No, it's not. Yes, it is. You've got Ron and Hermione as the closest friends, but you've never had anyone like me. Somebody who can know you intimately and love you like that. You're actually looking for a way out. Then why do I feel like just giving up when I think about how I can't be with you? Harry bellowed, wanting to grab her shoulders, to make her see. Neither of them had realized, in their angry quarrel, how close they had gotten in the last few minutes. Their faces were inches apart, they were glaring at each other angrily, and then in a split second, both moved forwards in exactly the same moment and they were gutting fiercely, arms around each other, as though they could not get close enough. Harry held Ginny tightly to him as he at her, never wanting to let her go or to let anyone take her away from him, and by the way she was clinging to him in exactly the same way, he knew she felt the same. They lay on a mattress some hours later, side by side, staring at the ceiling in semi-darkness. It was surely past midnight and, since neither had seen them, they assumed that Ron and Hermione and Lupin had gone to bed. Moonlight filtered through the grimy windows and the patched and frayed curtains, illuminating their faces. Ginny's eyes were closed, but when Harry looked at her, he knew she was not asleep, her breathing was still too unsettled. He spoke softly through the darkness. "Ginny. I'm not scared of being with you, I'm scared of not being with you." Ginny rolled onto her side. "I know," she said. "I just wanted you to say it." Harry closed his eyes. "Took me long enough then." He felt her smile beside him. "But you get what my problem is though, don't you?" he said seriously. Ginny opened her eyes sleepily and turned to look at him. "I understand that you don't want me involved now, Harry. Whatever you're doing now I know you won't tell me, and that's okay. But when it comes to it, when it's the last battle, I will be there. I know you will." She closed her eyes and laid her head on his shoulder. "There's something else I should tell you," Harry began. "There was one time when I had to do something dangerous, and I knew there was a big chance that I'd die, and the only way I got through it was by thinking of you." Ginny stirred slightly and Harry knew she was beginning to fall asleep. "So you see, you can help now." "You do." And then he fell asleep. Harry's dreams were the most unsettled he'd had for a good few months. Flashes of everything he had been thinking about seemed to pound his brain in a mixed-up jumble. He was entering Grimmauld Place for the first time ever, confronted by Sirius's shrieking, spitting mother who swiftly transformed into Voldemort, who was holding Hufflepuff's cup in the portrait. Harry made to take it from him but found that he himself was now stuck in the portrait. Imprisoned within the canvas, he watched in horror as Grimmauld Place changed and the ministry scene flickered before his eyes. Sirius was falling through the veil. Harry was yelling, but he could not move, his arms seemed stuck by his side, and then in an instant, he had been immobilized. By Dumbledore, that fateful night atop the highest tower. Snape was drawing closer. Dudley was there for reasons unknown, and so was Kreacher. Harry sat bolt upright on the mattress. Kreacher, how had he not thought of it before? His sudden movement awoke Ginny. "What's the matter?" she muttered, rubbing her eyes. It was still dark outside. Harry shook his head violently, ridding his mind's eye of the dream images still swimming in his head, ignoring the Dumbledore's shocked face right in front of him. "Harry, what's the matter?" Ginny said more clearly. But Harry had already put his glasses on, swung his legs over the side of the bed and had crossed the room in a matter of seconds. The bare, creaking floorboards were freezing against his bare feet, but he ignored this, lighting the lamps in the wall on his way. A door flew open to his right and Hermione emerged, flyaway hair everywhere. "Has something happened?" she asked urgently. Ron appeared behind her looking so drowsy he may have been sleepwalking. They followed Harry as he jogged down the remainder of the landing. "Harry, where are you going?" Hermione gasped. "Who is the one person," Harry said breathlessly over his shoulder as he ran down the stairs two at a time, "who was against us clearing out this house?" Ron and Hermione exchanged confused looks. "Which person?" said Ron. "Wasn't Sirius, he couldn't wait to be rid of most of it." "All right then, not person." "Which creature?" said Harry, coming to the bottom of the stairs. Both Ron and Hermione gasped vehemently. "Creature. Exactly." They had reached the entrance to the kitchen. Harry remembered, 2 years ago, when Hermione had insisted on giving Kreacher a Christmas present. Sirius had said that his den was under the boiler in the cupboard. Harry crouched down and pulled the door open. A disgustingly musty smell reached their nostrils and a voice from behind Hermione cried, "Ugh!" Ginny and Lupin had caught up. "Harry, what's this about?" said Lupin. "Kreacher isn't here, I was told you sent him to work in the kitchens at Hogwarts." Harry ignored him and brushed away Bellatrix Lestrange's prized photograph in a cracked frame. There were lots of hidden objects in little piles, obviously what creature had closely regarded as treasure worth saving from Sirius's purge. An assortment of metals sat at the back next to the boiler. There was a yard of red string, a pair of frayed trousers, a ripped canvas of an old portrait, some rusty cufflinks, a moving velvet pouch and a heavy silver locket. Hands shaking, Harry reached in and drew it out by the chain. Ron and Hermione appeared to be wrestling with intense fear and excitement. Lumos, Harry whispered and held the locket up to his wand light. There, emblazoned clearly on the front, was a large silver S, Slytherin's mark. Harry stood up shakily. It was very heavy, much heavier than the fake he had been carrying around since Dumbledore's death. The chain was rusted, but the locket itself seemed in fairly good condition. "That's Slytherin's locket, Harry, how did you?" Lupin began, but he never finished his sentence. In a huge explosion that shook the whole house, the windows around them were blown out with immense force and a harsh wind seemed to rush through the house. With a noise that felt like his head had been blown off, Harry watched, as though in slow motion, as glass flew towards all of them and the curtains billowed. He dimly registered that all the lights went out. Harry was blasted to his knees with one thought on his mind. "They found us!" Hermione screamed as she was showered with glass from the blast. Momentarily dazed, Harry's brain was numbed for a moment. The idea that Voldemort had not only found the Order of the Phoenix headquarters but had also found out where he, Harry, was, seemed mind-blowing. Ron had instinctively thrown his arms over Hermione and Ginny and Lupin was grabbing Harry roughly by the arms and pulling him to his feet. "Move, Harry, move, move!" Part of Harry did not want to move. His body was not catching up quickly enough with his brain. They all staggered backwards through a doorway just as a dozen red jets of light zoomed over their heads, missing them only by a fraction. One came so close it made Ginny's hair stand up. Harry held the locket tightly in his hand, so tightly that it dug into his flesh and hurt. Somehow, holding it gave him a strong feeling, almost like Dumbledore was there with him, seeing as how the locket was what Dumbledore had died for. There were shouts around him. It sounded like there were at least 4 Death Eaters. Harry had no idea of knowing whether or not Voldemort himself was there. The only thing he could go on was that his scar was not hurting. Then again, this had been less of a warning over the past year. Lupin crossed the room quickly and slammed the door shut. "Colloportus," he said breathlessly. "That won't hold them," Harry muttered, looking around the room they had stumbled into. It was an old study of sorts with patched furniture where the stuffing had come out of several of the leather armchairs. "I know," Lupin conceded. "We shall have to move very quickly. Any reason we trapped ourselves in here?" said Ron half sarcastically, half exasperated. Harry, breathing quickly, held up his wand above his head. "Revellius," he muttered. For a moment, nothing happened, and then a shimmering golden dust floated elegantly out of his wand. All of them seemed transfixed by this apparition, so much so, they appeared deaf to the commotion just behind the sealed door. The dust settled itself in an arch over the dust-encrusted bookcase. Harry hurried over to it and gave it a hard push on the left-hand side. The bookcase gave a great juddering shudder and moved backwards, revealing a dark passageway behind it. He turned to Hermione, Ginny and Ron. "Go," he said, pushing them towards the opening. "Come off it," Ron said. "We're not leaving you on your own." Harry threw his hands up, exasperated. 100 wild ideas ran through his head, each of them more unlikely than the last. Making a quick decision, he grabbed Hermione's hand and thrust the locket into it. If he stayed and fought, there was more chance of the Death Eaters taking it and giving it to Voldemort. "Harry, you can't give me this," she spluttered. "Yes, I can," Harry said quickly. "Take it, and for God's sake keep it safe. Ginny, you follow Hermione out." "No," she retorted angrily before Harry had even finished his sentence. "Yes," Harry shouted. It sounded now as though bodies were being hurled at the sealed door. It would not remain sealed for long. "You have to. I can't leave Hermione on her own with that thing," he said. "Please, Ginny, there's lots of murder-happy Death Eaters inches away and we can't afford to let them see you're out of school." "Why not?" she demanded. Harry let out a little roar of frustration. Would she never understand? "Because they won't only see how we feel about each other, they'll see you're vulnerable. Hogwarts is the only safe place left." Ginny stared at Harry for a moment before she squeezed his hand. "Be careful," she said, and before Harry could even say, "Same to you," both she and Hermione were gone. hastily shutting the bookcase behind them. The door gave an almighty shudder. "Quick, come here, both of you," Harry said to Ron and Lupin before pulling something out of the inside of his jacket. It was his invisibility cloak. He carried it with him. Everywhere. With an effort, he threw it over the three of them, crouched as low as they could go so it covered all of them. And then, as he knew it would, the door gave way. "Why have we got to keep that so safe?" Ginny hissed at Hermione in a hushed, anxious tone. Neither of them had lit their wands for fear of attracting attention and so had their hands firmly following the damp wall. "Long story," Hermione replied, treading carefully. Ginny was silent for a moment, sensing Hermione's fear. "Any idea where this goes?" she asked after a minute or two. Hermione stopped for a second and scratched her head. "Well, I think we seem to be going east, and the front of Grimmauld Place faces north. This passageway seems to be going upwards, so I would imagine we'll end up somewhere near the attic, if we're lucky, that is." But both of them stopped suddenly, having heard voices on their left. Hermione went to open her mouth, but Ginny held a trembling finger to her lips. The Death Eaters' voices were so muffled that they could discern nothing from the conversation, but this did nothing to lessen their fear. When the noise had died down, Hermione moved cautiously onwards with Ginny in her wake. The door fell with a crash on the dusty wooden floor, blown clean off its hinges. Harry held his breath as two figures clad in long black cloaks entered the room, wands aloft. They scanned the room within seconds and appeared to instantly come to the conclusion that it was empty, for they removed their masks. Harry instantly recognized McNair, Buckbeak's would-be killer, by his thick neck, bulging upper arms and mean piggy eyes. He was accompanied by, Harry saw with a rush of pure hatred, Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius's killer. Harry felt Lupin's grip on his shoulder tighten considerably, his fingers biting into his shoulder, and knew that, very possibly, Lupin hated her as much as he did. "I thought you said they came in here, McNair," said Bellatrix spitefully. "Are you blind, man?" McNair narrowed his eyes. "I swear they did," he said quietly. "Perhaps they're hiding under a little desky-wesky like babies." McNair strode over to the dilapidated desk in the corner and gave it a rough kick. It shattered instantly. Momentarily safe on the other side of the room, Harry, Ron and Lupin made no sound. Bellatrix Lestrange's mouth wound itself into a cruel smile. "Not under the desk, maybe they're still here." "Think you're the blind one?" spat McNair. "Fine. Go and look in the cellar or find the others." Bellatrix scowled deeply at McNair as he left the room, slamming the door shut. She began to stride around the room at ease, twiddling her wand in between her thumbs. Harry's initial fear had been replaced by a sudden urge to pull her head back and slit her throat. "I know you're here, little Potter, even if I can't see you." She was taunting him and it was driving him crazy. A sudden recklessness to attack overcame him, but at the same time he didn't want to put the others in danger. A plan had formed hazily in his mind the moment they had entered the room, but he was doubtful that it would work. All the same, he gripped Ron's arm under the cloak. Ron turned his head as slowly as he dared towards Harry, who had mouthed the words, "Prince." Harry could not tell whether or not Ron had understood, but he daren't be any clearer. Unless they moved soon, she would surely step on them. Harry nudged Lupin to let him know he was about to move. The second Harry had thrown the cloak off in one swift movement, Ron shouted, "Muffaliato!" at the doorway. Perhaps it was the fact that she had not counted on three bodies emerging out of thin air, but Bellatrix did not react as quickly as Harry did. "Stupefy!" he uttered with rage, wand raised. Her face contorted into shock and she raised her wand, but too late. She fell against a faded tapestry with a crash, but, with luck, the other Death Eaters would hear none of this, thanks to Ron's charm. Struggling against the still operating Jinx, Bellatrix flayed her arms around and attempted to get to her feet, but she could not. Harry advanced on her, his eyes narrowed. "Oh, very good, little man, very good," she muttered, her black sunken eyes darting around the room. "Always said you knew how to play, didn't I?" she went on mockingly, despite being completely at his mercy. "Why are you here?" Harry said in an expressionless voice, though his heart was pounding. She did not answer him at first. Instead, her face glinted malevolently in the light of Lupin's wand as she fixed her black eyes upon him. "Have you got the nerve this time, Potter?" she hissed at him quietly. Ron glanced nervously at the door. Harry's blood began to boil at the sound of her barbed voice, with the implied tone that despite the situation, she still called the shots. Harry realized, in that instant, that he hated her almost as much as he hated Snape. Lupin stepped forward swiftly, sensing the impending curse. "Do not play games, Lestrange," he spat. "You are outnumbered here. It appears the werewolf can't count either. We could kill you in a second, you fool," Lupin went on coldly. "Answer us, why are you here?" Bellatrix's nostrils dilated in excitement. Harry wondered how much she knew. Voldemort surely would not have revealed information about his Horcruxes to anyone. "Orders, orders," she said in a sing-song voice. She then turned her dark head towards Harry. "All alone now, are we? Now Dumby's dead." Harry raised his wand. "No, Harry, we can use her," said Lupin, grabbing his arm. She began to laugh, a shrill, slightly demented laugh that sent a chill down Harry's spine. Struggling against his revulsion, Harry knelt down slightly so he was on her level. "What orders?" he said. She glared at him. "I will never betray the Dark Lord. You may do all you wish, but I shall never say," she said shrilly. "I am his most faithful, his most trusted accomplice. He trusts me beyond all others I am." "You're deluded," Harry said sharply. "Voldemort doesn't trust anyone and he never has. I'd have thought you'd have figured that out by now." She snarled at him. "You are, and shall forever be, Potter, jealous. Jealous you did not join us from the very beginning. And I shall never say a word." "We're wasting our time," muttered Lupin in a low voice. "She won't tell us anything, Harry. Ron, go and see if you can locate the other Death Eaters and see how many there are, take out any you can. I'll keep a watch on her." Harry peered dubiously into Lupin's gray eyes, unwilling to leave him alone with Bellatrix Lestrange. After all, she had killed Sirius. "I don't think, Harry, we don't have much of a choice. Unless I summoned the rest of the Order." "No," said Harry sharply. "If they come, they'll get involved in everything. I don't want to put them in any more danger than they're already in." "Ah," Bellatrix crooned from the floor. "Such a thoughtful boy." Harry turned his wand on her, quick as a flash. "Incarcerus," he said boldly. Thick ropes shot out of the end of his wand with a bang and wrapped themselves tightly around Bellatrix's throat and torso. Now he was sure she could not escape. He turned back to Lupin. "All right, but be careful, okay?" Lupin gave him a brief smile. "Go on. And quickly." Ron pushed Harry reluctantly out of the room and they closed the door behind them. "Cloak, do you reckon?" he suggested. "Definitely," Harry replied, pulling the silvery water-like material from his pocket and throwing it over the both of them. They came upon McNair not far ahead, inspecting one of the empty store cupboards in the hallway. Harry pulled his wand out from underneath the cloak and aimed it at McNair. The urge to utter a fatal curse was overwhelming. How would they ever be rid of Voldemort if Harry kept letting his followers live? Ron seemed to sense something as he turned sideways under the cloak to glance at Harry as he shook his head a fraction of a centimeter to the left. Harry turned back to the hulking figure of McNair and pointed his wand. With all his might, hoping beyond hope that he could pull it off this time, he closed his eyes and thought Petrificus Totalis in his head. McNair's body seized up and became as stiff as a board, keeling over sideways with a crash, his eyes blank and staring. Ron threw the cloak off as soon as McNair was immobile. "Harry, I know what you were thinking, but you're better than that." "Yeah, but he'll just get free," Harry replied in a hushed tone, choosing to ignore the real reason of why he couldn't kill McNair. "If you'd done that then," Ron began, "that would have been murder. That's what makes us different from them. It makes you different because you're not a killer, Harry, whatever that damn prophecy says." There was no time for Harry to be able to express to Ron in words how much he appreciated having him here with him, next to him in these situations, how much he appreciated having a best friend who was able to pull him back and remind him what kind of a person he was. Instead he settled for a nod and a look in his eyes, which he hoped was enough for the time being. Ron seemed to think that it was, as he pulled the cloak back over them. "We've been hiding under here for ages, Hermione," Ginny hissed. "Shish." Hermione shushed back, her eyes wide. "They might still be here." They were hiding under broken bed up in the attic, lying on the dusty wooden floor. The secret passageway they had followed out of the study, in which Lupin was now encased with Bellatrix Lestrange, had opened out into the attic via a secret bookcase. "They can't still be here, they'll be looking for the others," Ginny said insistently. "Well, what do you propose we do, Ginny?" said Hermione testily. "Jump up and down on the bed and announce, 'We're here. Come up and kill us.'" No, Ginny snapped back. Have a look. And with that, she slid herself out from under the narrow space in which they had crammed themselves and brushed herself off. Ginny, don't be stupid, Hermione screeched in a whisper. I'm not going to crouch under there like a child and wait for them to find me, Ginny uttered, her face red. Hermione clutched at the locket in her sweaty hand, very aware of the fact that Harry had entrusted her with it. She couldn't possibly run around a house full of Death Eaters with one of Voldemort's last Horcruxes. But at the same time, she couldn't separate from Ginny. All right, hold on, I'm coming. And she followed her cautiously out of the room. Harry and Ron encountered the other two Death Eaters on the first floor. One of them was Mulciber, the other he had never seen had a pale face and had a rather sickly look about him. Harry was therefore not surprised when his curse sent him down so quickly. Ron managed to pull off the non-verbal casting of Impedimenta for the first time and could not help looking rather pleased with himself as Mulciber was blasted into the wall and knocked out cold when he hadn't uttered a single word. Harry and Ron kicked, rolled and forcefully shoved the two Death Eaters unceremoniously back to where McNair lay, still frozen, and Harry performed the same incarcerating spell on them as he had done on Bellatrix. There's a nice package for the Ministry when we're gone, Harry said darkly. That'll give them something to report at last. Best to make sure they don't get away again or apparate, said Ron, taking out his wand. Immobilis, Ron said, pointing his wand at the air surrounding the 3 dazed Death Eaters. They all became instantly still, though McNair was already unmoving. Good thinking, Harry said, lowering his wand. I suppose we'd better go and find the others. Drop the wand, Potter, came a cold voice as hard as iron from directly behind him. Harry did not drop his wand, but revolved slowly on the spot to see who had spoken, though he knew already. Bellatrix Lestrange stood behind him, her face triumphant, her right hand clutching her wand out of which there seemed to be a long stringy beam of red light that had wrapped itself around the neck of Remus. Harry started, taking a step towards him. No, Harry. Stay back. Lupin spluttered. He was red in the face, the beam of red magic seemed to be slowly strangling him. Drop it, Potter, Bellatrix repeated, her face alight with excitement. Harry lowered his arm, as did Ron, but he did not drop the wand. Let Lupin go, and I'll let you and your pals walk out of here, he said wildly, not intending to do either. You're not really in a position to bargain, are you? I think we've been in this situation before, Potter. She cracked her wand like a whip and Lupin gasped instantly, clutching at his neck. The question is, she went on mercilessly, is whether or not you have enough grit to let somebody else die for you. You shall surely run out of protectors soon. Harry swallowed hard, thinking fast, trying to ignore her words which in fact cut through him like a cold hard knife. I suppose the other question is, do you have enough friends to keep doing this? Harry clenched and unclenched his fists. Let Lupin go and we'll go our separate ways. I'm impressed with how you and your little friends silenced the rest of us, very impressed. I shall inform the Dark Lord of your newly grown-up status. She looked like she was suppressing a giggle. I won't say it again, Harry pressed. So why did you not do that 2 years ago, Potter? Where was your unsurpassable magical skill when I murdered your dear godfather? Harry gripped his wand so tightly that the pain in his hand almost caused him to not notice the glasses on the shelves behind them all shatter. Somehow, Harry's temper, as it had done so many times before, had caused something around him to explode. Here's the thing, Potter. Either you give me the locket that my lord wants or I'll strangle your friend here. She flicked her wand again and Lupin gasped, trying to grab the magical rope around his neck but being unable to hold it. Still it held him fast. Make your choice, Mr. Potter. Lupin now appeared as though he could not breathe. I don't have it, Harry said, playing for time. By the looks of it, he did not have. I do, came a voice from behind them all. Everyone turned, in spite of themselves. It was Hermione. Hermione, get back, Harry spat, now more terrified than he had been before. I don't have time to play your games, children, Bellatrix drawled, raising her wand with an air of finality. Looks like you shall have to live with the death of yet another friend, Potter. She pulled her wand upwards tightly. Lupin's arms twitched and his legs kicked. Harry's breath was caught in his throat. If you want this, Hermione said in a shaking voice of anxiety, dangling the ornate locket from her fingers, then you'll have to come and get it. In a split second, Bellatrix released the curse binding Lupin in order to cast another spell. The red energy disappeared with a misty haze and Lupin fell, gasping to the floor, clutching his throat and wheezing horribly. "Accio Locket," she yelled, pointing her wand at Hermione. There was an instant where Harry was sure his heart had stopped, but Hermione reacted so quickly, Harry was not even aware that she had saved the situation as she had shouted, "Protega," before Bellatrix had even finished her spell and therefore retained the locket. Harry did not even think. He reacted on complete instinct, and by the time he had pointed his wand at the hated, once striking face of Bellatrix Lestrange, he did not even realize he was saying the words Avada Kedavra. As the jet of green light shot from the end of his own wand, he was almost fairly sure that it wouldn't have worked. It couldn't have worked, he had never done it before. But as the jet connected with her body and her eyes widened in complete disbelief, he knew. The whole scene flickered oddly slowly before Harry's eyes as though he was watching an old movie. But although he felt detached, he would never forget the crunch as she fell to the ground and landed on the glass. She was dead, and he had killed her. The scene had frozen. Nobody moved an inch. Even Lupin, who had been painfully drawing breath through wheezes on the floor, fell instantly silent. Harry's wand arm was raised, his fingers trembling but his arm apparently unable to shift its position. Bellatrix Lestrange's face was white and shocked, drawn and pale, but nevertheless, dead, staring up at them all. Her body had crumpled in an odd angle with her arms sticking up grotesquely behind her head. Ginny moved her foot slightly, having joined them all unnoticed when Hermione had saved the Horcrux, before Bellatrix fell. "Harry," she whispered quietly. Harry moved his wand arm down so suddenly that they all jumped. He still wasn't looking at them, but was staring at Bellatrix, unable to break the frozen dead gaze she held him in. Nobody seemed to want to break this. They appeared to be frightened of shattering something holding Harry together if anyone said anything more. Lupin was the first to move. It seemed to break the spell. Hermione rushed forward to him, followed by Ron. They helped him to his knees as he massaged his neck. "Are you all right, Professor?" Hermione said anxiously. "Yes, I'll be okay in a second, Hermione," he said in an oddly strained voice. Ginny was still looking at Harry as though she was scared of moving. Harry turned his head slowly towards her, and then wished in an instant that he hadn't. The look he saw in her hazel eyes chilled him to the bone. She had never been frightened of him before, but she was eyeing him as though she no longer knew who he was, as though he truly was someone else. It was exactly how he felt, oddly detached from his body, and every time he tried to enter it again, he felt sick at what he had done, yet oddly dazed. "We can stay here no longer," Lupin said faintly, dissolving Harry's whirl of horror. "It isn't safe to assume Voldemort himself will not come looking in this place when he learns that his Death Eaters have failed." Ron nodded. "Where can we go?" "Your house." Lupin nodded, getting to his feet. "Yes. It isn't far from here, and it's unplottable, so we shall be safe for a time. That is, if everyone will consent to come," he added, inclining his head towards Harry, whose anger at Ginny and Lupin's interfering seemed to belong to a life he no longer had. Hermione stepped forwards. "Yes, I think that would be best for the time being." "Are the other Death Eaters secure, Ron?" "Yes, we used Incarcerus on them, and immobilized the air. They won't be free for a while." "Good, we'll leave straight away and send a message to the Ministry from my house." "Shouldn't we do that now?" asked Hermione, her eyes traveling over the corpse at her feet and tucking the locket securely in her pocket. Lupin shook his head gingerly. "No, I don't want to linger. There are more important things to consider, such as why they found us here." Lupin's words nudged Harry's temporarily stupefied brain into hazy action. "The secret keeper," he said slowly, finally taking his eyes off Bellatrix. "Somebody must have." "Yes," Lupin said simply. "Come, we must go." They did not risk walking to Lupin's, no matter how close it was. Instead, they used side-along apparition, all gripping each other's arms tightly. Hermione appeared anxious that Lupin would not be up to moving anywhere, let alone walking. Despite this, he proved them all wrong by managing to get them all safely to his house. Harry had never been to Lupin's house. It was very, very small and matched his current appearance perfectly. There was no entrance hall. The front door opened directly up into the sitting room, in which there was a squashy, decrepit green armchair next to a table with a lamp atop it, casting a soft, but nevertheless cozy glow over the shabby room. Lupin's desk contained many papers, strewn untidily across the mahogany top, so that very little desk could be seen. To the left was a small kitchenette, comprising of a single stove, a kettle, a sink and a small window that faced out into the street outside. "Please, sit down," Lupin told them, flicking his wand and conjuring another armchair out of thin air. He directed it again at the kettle on the stove and it came alive, making tea entirely independently. Lupin sank into the nearest armchair and again rubbed his neck. "Will you please let me have a look at that?" said Hermione sternly, raising from the chair. Lupin waved a hand unconcernedly. "It's nothing, really." But she was already pushing his hand away and holding the ignited tip of her wand to his neck. "That looks nasty, Professor. I can heal it in a second if you'd let me." Lupin smiled wryly. "Very well, if you insist." "Annoying, isn't she?" said Ron. "I would have said remarkably intelligent," Lupin conceded as Hermione healed the red and raw traces of the dark magic from his throat. "What happened, Professor?" Ginny said from a chair in the corner. Lupin rubbed his eyes and thanked Hermione before beginning a weary explanation. "I am not sufficiently accomplished at legilimency to break into minds as strong as Bellatrix Lestrange's was, I am afraid. I intended to find out more as to why they had come, but she used very skilled occlumency to stop me, and then took the advantage of mind power. I was powerless for a few moments to do anything except watch her free herself from the charm. I was foolish." The rest of the company were silent. Harry knew that all of them were thinking about Lupin's use of the word, was. "Hermione, would you please use the fireplace in the next room to let the Ministry know that there are 5 Death Eaters at Grimmauld Place to be collected and done with as the Minister sees fit?" "Yes," Hermione said, standing. "Ron, Ginny, you may go upstairs and go into the first and second rooms on the left. You can all stay here tonight, I think, but you'll need to make up some beds." "Sure," said Ron, rising, but Ginny did not get out of her seat. She was still watching Harry out of the corner of her eye, apparently lost in thought. "Come on, Ginny," Ron pressed. Ginny rose very slowly and got to her feet, following Ron as though she too was in a trance. Harry heard the sound of their footsteps ascending up the stairs behind him and knew the moment had come to talk about what had just happened. Lupin rose slowly from his chair and went to pour the ready-made tea. Harry was staring at the carpet, seeing nothing but Bellatrix's face. Lupin returned and pressed the steaming cup into Harry's hands. "Drink this, Harry. I put a shot of fire whiskey in it, it'll numb the shock." Harry pressed the edge of the cup to his lips and took a sip of the hot liquid. It warmed his stomach and burned his throat slightly but did nothing to erase the chill surrounding his heart. "Harry, look at me," Lupin said. Harry slowly raised his head and fixed Lupin with his green eyes over the top of the steaming tea. Lupin's gray ones were full of concern. "First of all, I want to thank you for saving my life." Harry tried to say that it was okay, but found his throat somewhat restricted. "How do you feel?" Lupin asked. "Sick," Harry replied. "You have no need to, Harry." "What happened?" "I killed somebody. I murdered somebody." "No," said Lupin very quickly. "No, you did not." "Yes, you took a life, but it was a necessity. It was not planned or done with a cold heart. You did not murder that woman, Harry." Harry said nothing but stared into his tea. "I know it's a shock," Lupin said kindly. "The first life one takes always stays with you, but you must not think yourself a murderer." Harry nodded, trying to push her staring eyes out of his mind. "Think, for a moment if you will, what else you could have done in that situation," Lupin said, leaning forward slightly, bearing in mind she was about to end my life. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. "I dunno, stunned her maybe." Lupin raised his eyebrows. "Perhaps. What if she had deflected it?" Harry said nothing but he closed his eyes slightly. "You had no choice, Harry. What you did. But I wanted to do it." Harry burst suddenly, the increased volume of his voice surprising even him. "I wanted her dead. Ever since she killed Sirius right in front of me I'd fantasized about it. I wanted to kill her and I wanted to do it myself." Lupin had not jumped at Harry's outburst. He was looking at him calmly. "You can't pretend that I didn't mean it. She took away one of the only things I had left," Harry went on a little quieter. "And she needed to die," he finished quietly, almost ashamedly. There was a slight pause where Lupin seemed to want to make absolutely sure that Harry had finished. Finally, he spoke. You had a chance to end her life in that room, Harry. When she was at your feet, taunting you, bad-mouthing Dumbledore, you had every opportunity then to kill her for her sins. But you did not. Because you are not a murderer. That's what Ron said, Harry muttered almost inaudibly. Then he knows you better than you perhaps know yourself, said Lupin gently. You did what you did on instinct, and instinct alone. Bellatrix Lestrange did deserve to die for what she did, and so do many others in the employ of Voldemort, but what happened happened because, for you, there was no other option. But what if my instincts were wrong? Lupin gave him a wry smile. Some will be wrong, in time. But Albus always trusted your instincts, Harry, always. He told me once that you had the strongest sense of morality he had ever known in a student that passed through his school. Therefore he trusted you in your judgment. As do I. Harry felt his eyes burn, but he could also not get out of his head the savage thought that Dumbledore had also trusted Severus Snape. I can't do this anymore, Harry said slowly, more to himself than to Lupin. Yes, you can, Lupin said firmly. How can I possibly be expected to kill Voldemort if this is how I feel every time Every time you what? Defend a friend. Take a life on the spur of the moment if the alternative is losing somebody you love. What if that had been Ginny that Bellatrix had? Would you have acted differently? Harry thought. No, he answered as something hit home very suddenly. This feeling you have now, it will pass. And it may well come to you again at some point during this path you have chosen. I didn't choose it, Harry said very quickly. It chose me. He chose me. Aware that they had moved into the territory of the prophecy, Harry changed his point. There's just so much to do. Will you let me help you? Lupin said sincerely. Harry opened his mouth and closed it again. It would be so comforting to share the huge burden of knowledge Dumbledore had bestowed on him and then left him to deal with it alone. Lupin was an adult and a friend. You can't, Harry said. Why not? Because there are certain things I just can't tell you, it's too risky and I'll never stop following Dumbledore's orders. I'm not asking you to betray his confidence, Harry. If all I can do for you is be here at times like this when you simply need to talk, or if you wish to go over some advanced spells now you are not at school. Harry nodded gratefully. Yeah, you take full credit for my Patronus, you know. Lupin laughed. There was a moment's silence between them. There was one time, Lupin began, looking away from Harry and out of the window, as though he had temporarily gone somewhere else, when I was many years younger than I am now, not much older than you are in fact. I found myself in the midst of a war, the very war we are fighting now. I had had my fair share of pain with being a werewolf, and so I was a reluctant fighter to say the least. What changed your mind? Harry asked as Lupin paused. Your father. Your father's courage, and Sirius's belief that we could win. Anyway, before long, against Dumbledore's wishes it's true, but your father, Sirius and I found ourselves in amongst a group of young Death Eaters. Why didn't Dumbledore want you to fight? We were young, foolish, reckless, I suppose you could say. We may have even gone looking for trouble at various points, he added with a nostalgic smile. Harry listened silently. But that day changed everything. Your father, Sirius and I stood with our wands out and dueled with these Death Eaters. They weren't much older than us, I suppose, and we were cocky. However, there was one much older man, obviously more dangerous than the rest, we could tell by the spells he was firing. There came a point where he had your father and Sirius at very close range, and somehow I knew that unless I did something, he would have killed them both. What happened? Harry asked, feeling unnerved, though he thought he knew the answer before Lupin gave it. I did it first. I drew my wand and I killed the Death Eater because my instincts told me to. There was a pause. We managed to evade the situation eventually, but when the drama had passed and I sat alone, I felt exactly as you feel now, sick, a little disgusted with myself. Harry swallowed. Dumbledore came to my home the very next day. I expected him to be angry with all three of us for being so foolhardy, but he was not. In fact, instead of a reprimand, we were all inducted into the Order of the Phoenix that very same day. Really? Harry said. Yes. So you see, in a situation of kill or be killed, there is no right or wrong move. It is all down to instinct. But I still relive that moment over and over in my head sometimes when I close my eyes, not so often now, of course, but I see his face still. Does it get easier? Yes, Lupin said simply. The images fade with time. It never gets easier to take a life, Harry. But after what just happened, I'll ask you one question. do you still want to kill Voldemort? Harry thought of all the people he had lost at the hands of Voldemort and how much misery and destruction he had caused. Did that all give him the right to end the pathetic excuse for a life Voldemort lived? Yes. Hermione came back not long after Harry and Lupin's conversation, her hands together. I didn't think it was a good idea to actually go to the Ministry, in case they wanted to question me about Harry and everything, so I wrote the details on a piece of parchment and sent it via flow powder. Good thinking, Lupin said. They won't know where it came from, there's an anti-tracking charm surrounding my fireplace. Very useful. Hermione sat down beside Harry in the squashy green chair and put her hand on his, resting in his lap. Are you all right? Harry looked at her properly. Yes, I'm fine. Ron and Ginny took that moment to descend the stairs. We've made up 2 beds in the first room and 2 in the second, said Ron. Ginny snorted. You mean I made up the beds while you watched? Ron's ears went slightly red. Yeah, well, Mum does it at home, he mumbled. Hermione giggled. Thank you, you too. Ginny, Lupin conceded. Right, I have a little food, we should perhaps eat something before we turn in. Lupin stood up and went over to the small kitchenette before opening numerous cupboards and lining up plates with his wand. Harry could feel all of their eyes on him. Look, he began, but Ron cut across him. You don't have to explain anything to us, Harry. What happened because you thought on your feet. We would have done the same thing. Harry rather doubted that this was true, but he appreciated it all the same. After some ham and cheese sandwiches, they all went up to bed, exhausted and each needing some form of personal space. This was not entirely possible as, except for Lupin, they were sharing rooms. Ron did not begin snoring until at least an hour had passed, and Harry, gazing up at the ceiling as he lay on his back, knew that this was because Ron had been just as affected by that evening as he had. Even after Ron was asleep, Harry could not close his eyes. He had listened to what Lupin had said and was not as horrified as he was, but he still felt detached from himself, as though he had aged 10 years in one moment without realizing it. Without really thinking about what he was doing, Harry slipped his legs out of the bed and put his feet on the cold wooden floor. The creaking floorboards did not wake Ron. He tiptoed down the stairs and sat in the darkness on one of the green chairs. The orangey light from the street lamp outside cast an eerie glow across the wooden floor and the rugs carpeting it. It was a few moments before Harry realized that someone was sitting beside him. He had not noticed. Hi, Ginny said quietly. Hi. I couldn't sleep either. Neither spoke for a moment, until Harry could not stop himself asking her the question he had wanted to since they had left Grimmauld Place. Ginny, why did you look at me like that, after? Ginny did not answer himself straight away. She seemed to be weighing her words very carefully. Because the moment that it happened, I realized something. What? Everything you have to do the kind of future that you might have in the way I've been acting. What do you mean? You've been trying to keep me safe from things like that and I've thrown it back in your face. I still want to fight, but seeing you kill that awful woman makes me realize what you face every day. Harry was silent. It's like you've changed so much I'm scared you won't want something as trivial as what we have or will have. Ginny, what happened earlier at Grimmauld Place, before the Death Eaters came, what we have is not trivial, and I still want it, no matter what happens between now and then. But all of this, it's going to change. I'll still be me. He reached for her hand in the darkness. You want me to go back to school tomorrow, don't you? Ginny said. Harry nodded and she saw his resolve through the misty glow of the street lamp. I love you being here, but I know. You can't risk it. He had felt it before, that day by the lake after Dumbledore's funeral, but once again, Harry knew that they understood each other perfectly. Ginny left the next morning without saying goodbye to any of them. Ron was indignantly surprised at this, but Harry had somewhat expected it and, in a way, he preferred it. It was too hard to say goodbye to her all over again. Why'd she leave like that? That's just rude, Ron said, pulling on a spare pair of socks on the edge of his bed the next morning. Because she didn't want to leave, Ron, Hermione replied calmly. No goodbyes, it was easier. Yeah, easier for her. You mustn't worry, Ron, said Lupin. She left via flow powder, and my fire is untraceable. It's not just that, it's just, I'll miss her. Hermione put a hand on his shoulder. I know, but I'm here. Harry cleared his throat gruffly and crossed the room. Ron went very red around the ears and Hermione seemed to become aware of Harry's presence. They were sat in the sitting room minutes later with hot cups of tea. Lupin was sat at the kitchen table poring through the Daily Prophet. 2 more deaths this week, he said grimly. One was Jonathan Mayer, he was big at the ministry. Who was the other one? A muggle. Mayer tried to intervene and they were both overcome in seconds. Ministry had a big clear up to do, it was all very public. Harry shifted slightly in his seat. He turned to Hermione. Do you still have the locket in your pocket? He said in a low voice. She nodded and reached into her pocket, taking it in her hands. It looked exactly the same. When are we going to know? Soon, Harry replied, very aware of the fact that now they had it needed to be destroyed as soon as possible. Wish my pockets were as exciting, muttered Ron, reaching into his own. Look, all I've got is a hanky and a chocolate frog. Hungry, Harry? He threw Harry the small chocolate frog. Harry wasn't hungry, but he opened it out of habit to see what the card was. He extricated the chocolate and flipped the card over. His stomach turned over. It was Dumbledore. Oh, Hermione said, looking at it worriedly. Here, Harry, I'll take it, but before she could, something happened that none of them had expected. Hello, Harry. Harry blinked. The card was talking. Harry blinked and shook his head slightly. Surely he had been dreaming. No one else had heard. Was he going mad? He held the card a little closer to his face, trying to see whether or not the Dumbledore in his hand looked any different to the way he usually looked on the card. He was smiling serenely, his eyes twinkling. Well, I have always thought of us as close, Harry, but really this is ridiculous. Harry gasped and dropped the card. Ron and Hermione looked at him oddly. You all right, Harry? Said Ron hesitantly. The card. Look at the card. Hermione slowly reached for the card, as though she feared for his sanity. What is it? She asked, holding it up. It spoke. The Dumbledore spoke. But, Harry, that's impossible. Good morning, Miss Granger. Hermione yelped and dropped the card. It fell to the floor for a second time with a soft clatter. Ron's face had gone white as he reached down and held the card up. Harry peered into it uncertainly. Professor. He stammered, feeling surreal. How was this possible? Yes, it is I, said Dumbledore calmly. However, now we seem to have established that twice in the space of 10 seconds. Perhaps we can proceed to better things. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Lupin walked over very slowly, as though not daring to believe what he was hearing. It was Hermione who seemed to recover first. How is this possible? As you may be aware, the portraits of the old headmasters and headmistresses in the office at Hogwarts are bound to give the current headmaster or headmistress advice as they see fit. As you may also be aware, I am currently not in my frame in the office, I am here. As I was, forgive my seeming lack of modesty, a somewhat advanced wizard, I was able to extend my advice to other forms of media, such as this admirable card. Now, another question if you please. There was a silence as each of them tried to process this information. So you're like a portrait? Said Ron. Precisely. And you can give us advice. Once again, a succinct and well-educated answer. Why did Snape kill you? Harry said suddenly with flat emotion in his voice. The others turned to look at him, surprised by the suddenness of his question. Dumbledore answered right away, which was not what Harry had expected. I cannot answer you that question, Harry. I am not alive. This form of communication is not as though I were speaking to you through flow power. Portraits of those who have passed only have a certain amount of information to give. Alas, as you did so many years ago, you ask me the question to which I cannot give you an answer. But you remember that? Harry pressed. You remember me asking you why Voldemort tried to kill me when I was a baby 7 years ago, but you can't tell me why Snape's a murderer. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled out of the card. As I said, I only have a certain amount of information to share. You are asking me the wrong questions. Harry felt like someone had kicked him in the stomach. After the initial shock, he had felt, for a few glorious moments, as though the things that had been tying his heart in knots would at last make sense. Make sense, no less, from the man who had been his mentor and whom he'd thought he'd lost forever. Surely he would wake up from this delusion any minute. Albus Grimmauld Place. Lupin began. Yes, Remus. What happened before you died? Who was the secret keeper? The Dumbledore on the card appeared to not need to know why Lupin had asked him. He did not ask if there had been an attack or if there had been casualties. I believe that Miss Granger gave an accurate analysis of the usual protocol when situations such as the current one arise. The original secret keeper, myself, nominates 3 other potential candidates to withhold the information, and if the main person killed, the 3 chosen hold a meeting and chose before they perform the spell. There was a pause as Harry remembered Hermione telling him exactly this a few days ago before they had set off for Grimmauld Place. So who is it, then? Who's the secret keeper? That I do not know, Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore was speaking in the same flat tone, and it was very strange. It was as though he was there, and yet he wasn't. But I thought you just said. All I can tell you is who the 3 candidates were for the new secret keeper. There was an intake of breath. They all seemed to realize very suddenly that this news would suggest that one of the 3 Dumbledore mentioned had turned. The 3 people I spoke with before my death were Minerva McGonagall, Nymphadora Tonks and Arthur Weasley. It was some time after this surprising revelation had shook them all. After revealing the names of the chosen 3, the Dumbledore in the card had simply vanished into blackness, as he had done so many times before when he had been on the card. Harry had called into the card and tapped it with his wand numerous times, but the portrait of Dumbledore did not reappear. Harry had even thrown the card across the room, though he hadn't really expected this to help. I don't understand, Lupin said for what must have been the 5th time, rubbing his brow wearily while the rain beat down mercilessly on the roof. None of these people would have betrayed us, betrayed the Order. It's unthinkable. But we have to think about it, said Harry realistically, but at the same time, his head reeling in confusion. How else would Voldemort have found out about headquarters? Said Hermione, her eyes wide. Well, we can at least narrow it down to 2, said Ron. I mean, my dad would never, he'd never. Harry felt sick. The people Dumbledore had named were the last people on Earth he would have ever expected to be moles, and yet. Well, I can vouch for Tonks, said Lupin. She'd never either, I know her. But McGonagall wouldn't either. This is Professor McGonagall we're talking about here. She's watched over us for years and fought with the Order from the beginning. Hermione said shrilly. This just doesn't make sense. Dumbledore clearly trusted these 3 people. There's no way any of them would betray us all. Especially my dad, said Ron hotly, his ears reddening, always a danger sign. There's something wrong with this, Harry said slowly. Really? Muttered Ron sarcastically. Harry ignored him. I don't think we should point the finger at anyone yet. We can't get distracted. Hermione looked at him incredulously. But Harry, whoever it is they've turned. They could do more damage. There was nothing in Harry's mind that could make him think Ron's father, Mr. Weasley, was a traitor. Nothing on the earth made sense if that were true. But at the same time, McGonagall, constantly present, always fighting against Voldemort, possibly the most trusted friend of Dumbledore, no, that didn't make sense either. Harry leaned forward slowly. Did Tonks ever say anything to you, Remus? About being chosen as a potential secret keeper? Lupin paused and shook his head, but Hermione spoke almost immediately. She wouldn't be able to. It's part of the enchantment. Once the original secret keeper, Dumbledore, chooses the 3, they're all bound by magic to never speak the name of the new one, unless they were directly asked about it. What do you mean, directly? Well, Dumbledore will have had some means of the others identifying who the secret keeper is within the Order, so they can be protected, but that's the whole point of having a secret keeper. If others are asked about it, they can't say, not even if they're given Veritaserum. So the new secret keeper could have given the information to Voldemort? Harry asked. Yes, but only if they chose to, said Hermione uneasily. Harry shook his head. The overload of information was immense and too much to process. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Remus, is Tonks supposed to be coming round anytime soon? Harry asked, making his mind up swiftly. Lupin raised his head slightly, coming out of a reverie. Yes, we had scheduled dinner tomorrow evening. Remus, I'm going to ask you something, don't mention any of this to her. I can't believe she's a traitor, I don't believe any of them are, but I don't want to start this yet. But Harry, this is important, Hermione began. Harry cut her off. We're going to be leaving this afternoon, Remus, Harry began, seeing the look on Lupin's face. Harry, because there's things we have to get on with and I don't want to do it here. It's too dangerous. He gave Ron and Hermione a significant look, and by their expressions, took it that they understood. What he meant by things they had to get on with is destroying the locket in a much safer location than Lupin's house. You know that you may put me in danger whenever you wish, Harry, said Lupin. I am always here to help, but whatever happens, Harry, Tonks is not a traitor. Harry nodded as a great sense of unease set in upon him. I don't think any of them are. Ron and Hermione wasted no time in packing their things, keen to be on their way now they had one of the last Horcruxes. By lunchtime, they were ready and waiting at the door. Thank you for all your help, Remus, Harry said as they shook hands and stood at the door underneath the window rafters, just short of the gushing November rain centimeters away. You never have to thank me, Harry. Do you have the card? He asked. Harry reached into his pocket and took out the chocolate frog card, still sporting Dumbledore's absent face. Keep it close, in case it should speak again. I feel that it has a greater part to play in this war than perhaps we are able to see just now. Harry and Ron shook hands with Lupin and Hermione at him on the cheek before they threw their cloaks over their heads to protect themselves and dashed out into the driving rain. It was with a heavy heart that Harry parted from Lupin. True, he had been angry to see his old professor and Ginny at Grimmauld Place, but having Lupin there after Bellatrix Lestrange's death reminded him how it had once felt to have a guardian. Before leaving, Harry, Ron and Hermione had decided upon their next move. We need somewhere secure where we can set about destroying this locket, somewhere where Muggles won't see or be hurt by whatever safeguards it has, Harry had said back in the house. Well, where can we go for that? Harry had given this a great deal more thought than he had let on to both Ron and Hermione, ever since they had located the locket from Grimmauld Place. I think a cave or something is the safest bet. A cave, Ron had repeated, off both Harry and Hermione's looks. Well, it doesn't have to be, Harry replied. Somewhere deserted. A cave just seemed. Okay, fine, just sounds a bit over creepy if you ask me. We just need somewhere away from everything and everyone in case something goes wrong. Remember how much trouble we had with the last Horcruxes? I don't want to be standing among a load of Muggles on the London Underground when I try and smash it. Right, well, where on earth are we going to find a deserted area around here? Said Hermione, scanning the roads around them full of houses and built-up areas and seeing nothing but inhabited areas. We're not, said Harry. But I can think of the perfect place. Really? Remember ages ago Sirius used to hide out in that cave in the hills above Hogsmeade. There's lots of countryside around there, and we know the place, too. We don't have time to go gallivanting around in random places getting lost. Hermione nodded. Yes, now you come to mention it, Hagrid said he used caves around there when Umbridge and those awful people in the Ministry squads were out looking for him, remember? Ron wore a skeptical expression. The only thing is, he began, when Harry looked at him questioningly, we know a lot of people in Hogsmeade. What if we ran into a teacher or something? We just have to be careful, Hermione said imploringly. And even if we do, we told McGonagall we were leaving back at your house, Ron. She won't stop us. A general feeling of assent settled amongst the company as they stood in silence for a few moments before they had left Lupin's house. Now, as they stood in the shade of a large beech tree at the end of Lupin's road, they looked at each other with stony expressions on their gray faces. Each of them noticed a marked difference in the other's appearance in the past few weeks. All had the same pained, slightly aged look on their visages, as though they had all grown a great deal in a very short space of time and their minds were not quite catching up with recent events. All apparating, Harry checked. Ron and Hermione nodded, pulling their cloaks tighter about their shoulders against the wind and rain, now falling harder if at all possible. Harry braced his shoulders, closed his eyes and focused upon the foothills of Hogsmeade before stepping sharply into the horrible feeling of dark and breathless compression. Harry blinked and stumbled forwards onto cold, hard stone, causing his knees to throb painfully. He gulped in grateful mouthfuls of wonderfully cold air after feeling as though he would never breathe again during apparition. Ron and Hermione had come to the same sort of stop meters away from him. They had landed just beyond the gate that marked the boundaries of the town before you stepped out into the wilderness of the hills and countryside. Harry could see, if he squinted his eyes against the rain, small people moving around in the village beyond, none of them giving any indication that they had noticed three teenagers appearing out of thin air. Let's get out of the rain, said Hermione, as she pointed her wand at her face and muttered, impervious. Harry and Ron followed her, scrabbling up the hill, which was becoming increasingly muddy and slippery. They reached a small plateau and looked down on the village below, having climbed for a good 10 minutes, their knees now becoming stiff. "Is the cave close, Harry?" said Ron, crouching for a minute and panting. "Yeah, I think that's it there," Harry replied, also out of breath, pointing to a dark hole in the cliff concealed behind a hilly mound. They pressed on, the rain somewhat receding now and leaving the sky above them a stony, iron gray. As they rounded the mound, Harry drew his wand out in front of him and held it high for light. Overshadowed by the west side of the hill, it was much darker. The cave was pitch black, but, Harry thought with a pang, just as he remembered it. A musty, damp smell reached their nostrils as they all entered, looking shakily around them. "Well, I suppose we shouldn't waste any time," Harry said, about to reach into his pocket and draw out the locket, but a shuffling behind him made him stop in his tracks, his heart hammering. With Ron and Hermione still standing warily in the opening, Harry turned around very slowly and, with a stab of cold horror, realized that there was somebody already in the cave. It was Draco Malfoy. Harry's right hand flew to his wand in the waistband pocket of his frayed and torn jeans, but this time, Malfoy was too quick for him. He had already pointed his wand directly at Harry and, without needing to utter an incantation, Harry's wand flew out of his hand and he was thrown against the cold and slimy wall of the back of the cave, plunged into semi-darkness. Only dazed for a second, Harry scrambled to his feet and looked for Ron and Hermione, who were standing frozen in the hole of the entrance. Malfoy must have immobilized them before Harry had even turned around. "You!" Harry spat in rage, scrabbling around on the rough floor for his wand. "I don't think so, Potter," Malfoy said in a wheezy voice, and Harry found himself lifted off his feet and pressed against the wall once more, this time unable to move a muscle. Harry felt no fear, but now looking at Malfoy from his disadvantaged point, he saw how ill he looked. Malfoy's face was gray and gaunt and drawn like an old man's around the dull eyes. Even in the relative darkness of the cave he looked ghostly pale. Despite this, he held his wand at Harry with a pained expression on his face but with his hand quite steady. "How did you know where we were?" Harry said with contempt, though he had more pressing matters at hand. "The Dark Lord is smarter than you, Potter." Malfoy's voice was thin and wheezy, as though it had been stretched and strained a great deal, and Harry could tell that perhaps if Malfoy had delivered that same line over a year ago, there would have been a sneer to accompany it. "So you're in charge now, are you?" Harry said, trying to see whether or not Ron and Hermione were having any luck throwing off the curse. "Heading the troops in. Where are your pals anyway?" Malfoy did not answer at once. "They're not. I'm alone. I don't need any backup." "Really?" said Harry, something occurring to him. "And why exactly are you here?" "To stop us. To kill us like you killed Dumbledore." "I didn't kill Dumbledore," Malfoy spat, his voice rising dramatically. "Yeah, that was my point," Harry said maliciously. "You don't even know what we're doing, so how can you stop us?" "I do know," said Malfoy slowly, but he didn't sound all that convinced, and Harry knew. "Really, I don't think you do." There was a split second where Harry and Malfoy looked into each other's eyes, detesting one another as equally as the other did, before Hermione cast her spell with a deafening thwack as it hit Malfoy in the back. Harry was instantly freed of whatever spell Malfoy had hit him with, seeing as its caster was now slumped on the floor unconscious. "Thanks," said Harry, rubbing the back of his head. "No problem," Hermione replied, unfreezing Ron. "How did you do that anyway?" Harry said, too used to Hermione's brilliance to even sound surprised. "The Immobilis jinx is based on muscle freezing magic, but it doesn't freeze your brain. I've known about using only your mind to charter certain types of magic for years now, so I chartered an energy burst through that willpower technique Moody taught us." Ron shook his head as he massaged his arms, as though he had forgotten how to use them. "You're like a textbook with arms. What do we do with him now?" said Hermione rather fearfully, peering into Malfoy's slack face. Harry did not answer. It did not take Malfoy long to wake up, and when he did, he found himself bound by magical ropes at the back of the cave, the ball of light Hermione had previously conjured illuminating his ghostly face. He licked his lips in apparent nervousness, but Harry knew better. "I suppose you think this is ironic, Potter," he said bleakly. "Incredibly," replied Harry, nodding. Malfoy strained at the ropes but to no avail. "Why do you think Voldemort sent you here, Malfoy?" Harry asked quietly. "Sent you with no backup to stop something you don't even know about." Because he trusts me, Malfoy muttered, though his eyes told a different story. Harry shook his head, eyes narrowed. He sent you here because you messed up, didn't you? Malfoy glared at Harry with gray, malicious eyes and did not answer. Harry plunged on. Someone told tales on you, didn't they? He found out that it was Snape who killed Dumbledore, so he sent you here because he thinks I'm going to kill you. Malfoy shook his head. You don't know what you're talking about, Potter, standing there with Weasel and the Mudblood. You think you know everything. Ron made an angry movement towards Malfoy, as though he would like nothing better than to hit him, but Hermione placed a pacifying arm on his shoulder, and he fell back with a murderous glare. Harry took a step towards Malfoy. Do you know what you are? A filthy piece of, Ron began angrily, but Harry cut him off. You're a donation, Malfoy. He's given you to us, because he wants to get rid of you. You couldn't even kill who he told you to, and now he thinks you're even more of a problem because you backed out. Malfoy looked as though he knew this was true, but his mouth appeared to be sealed shut. You didn't just think you could hand your notice in, did you? It's a lifetime of service or death. Didn't think about that when you were boasting about it on the train a year ago, did you? You don't even. Shut up. Malfoy spat with all the energy he could apparently muster. Even when he shouted, it seemed very strained. You know nothing, Potter. Nothing about my life, or what he's doing. Nothing. Why don't you just kill me and get it over with? I really don't know, Harry said, appearing to deliberate the point. At that moment, Malfoy seemed to sag slightly against the wall. Harry was irresistibly reminded of that awful night atop the lightning-struck tower when it had been Dumbledore lying defenseless against the wall. Malfoy with the wand. Please, if you're going to do it, just get it over with, he said in a much quieter, tired voice. Harry was again jolted back to the most unpleasant memory, when Malfoy had lowered his wand against Dumbledore when he gave him a second chance, the fear in his voice. I'm not going to kill you, Harry said. Malfoy's head snapped up. I don't need your damn mercy, Potter. You think I could live with that? Harry shook his head. That's not my problem. If I killed you, it would make it easy for him. Malfoy lowered his gaze and all the breath seemed to go out of him. His silver hair was dull and lank against his forehead. Why didn't he just kill me? Because you weren't important enough, Harry said simply, turning away for a moment towards Ron and Hermione, both eyeing Malfoy apprehensively. It's more punishment if you're in debt to someone you despise. Malfoy stared back at Harry again, hating him. But Harry raised his wand and with a flick, Malfoy fell to the floor, no longer bound by the magical bonds. Harry, what are you doing? Ron said. You're just going to let him go, said Hermione incredulously. Harry stared down at Malfoy, who for all his bravado, had not risen from the floor, but he too stared at Harry, apparently unable to believe what was happening. I was there, you know, Harry said, watching Malfoy get gingerly to his feet, in the tower. When Dumbledore was murdered. Some color seemed to drain from Malfoy's face, as though the memory made him sick. I saw what happened. I also saw you lower your wand before Snape came. Good for you, Malfoy spat. That's the main reason why I'm not going to kill you. Oh yeah, and what's the other reason? He sneered. Harry surveyed him before he answered. It's not my duty to ease your pain. You can't go back to Voldemort now, and you certainly can't go back to your mother because she's in deeper than you, or he can do his own dirty work. You've burnt your bridges, so you're just going to let me walk out of here? Malfoy said skeptically. Not exactly. Malfoy stared at him, as did Ron and Hermione. Harry looked at Malfoy rather like a judge surveys a defendant before delivering their sentence. You can go back to school. You can go to McGonagall. Malfoy's mouth hung open for a moment before he seemed to gather himself and reply, You're mad. It's been said, Harry retorted. They'll kill me. I'm a traitor, remember. I can't go back there. For all his attempted bravado, there was apparent fear in Malfoy's eyes as he seemed to realize, right at that moment, that his entire future now rested ironically with the boy that he had hated for over 7 years. Harry took a breath and turned back to the person he too had despised. The way I see it, Malfoy, you probably deserve to go to prison and rot in the cell next door to your useless father. But I'm not going to send you there, that's not my call. Dumbledore was willing to give you a second chance, and maybe if you'd taken it sooner things would have been different. Malfoy looked away, unable to hide the traces of regret lingering behind his sullen gray eyes. So you can go to McGonagall. She's in charge now. It's what Dumbledore would have wanted. And how exactly am I going to get to Hogwarts? He said with a hint of his old sarcasm. Harry smirked. We can't apparate. Why are you doing this? Malfoy said faintly, still not bothering to stand upright. He looked absolutely exhausted. If you thank me, I will punch you in the face, said Harry curtly. Malfoy scowled. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. Listen, I don't want to go back to school. If I see it all well, you know. Ron, would you? Yeah, course I will, he replied grimly. Ron seemed to take this as a personal mission that, particularly because of all the hardships Malfoy had caused, he would not mess it up. Don't stay any longer than you need to, because people might try and question you. Just tell McGonagall what's happened and come back as soon as you can. Ron nodded. Hermione appeared as though she were about to say something about Ron's apparating abilities, but stopped herself at the last second. Be careful, Ron, she said. Ron gave Malfoy a steely look and grabbed him roughly by the arm, dragging him up. Get up, he said. Easy, weasel, Malfoy hissed. I'm not a bloody doll. Ron sneered at Malfoy as they moved out of the cave into the rising wind. Just before Ron took Malfoy by the arm and prepared to turn into a sharp spin, Malfoy looked back at Harry questioningly. I heard you killed Bellatrix Lestrange, he said over the wind, his hair in his face. Harry stopped, his hand on the wall. He had, for the first time in the last few days, forgotten about her death at his hand. At Malfoy's words, however, the images came rushing back with the force of a high-sped freight train. It was self-defense, Harry said, turning around and facing Malfoy. Malfoy gave a trace of a smirk. I'm not judging you for murder, Potter. But seeing as you've cut me loose somewhat, I just thought I'd give you some free advice. Oh yeah, Harry said tersely. What's that? Malfoy moistened his lips. That'll really piss him off. Harry blinked. That's not advice, that's a warning. And anyway, I think he's been pretty pissed at me since I was a year old. Malfoy shrugged, turning his back on Harry and took Ron's arm. If I didn't hate you so much, I might tell you to watch your back, Potter. And Ron turned sharply. The next second they were gone, leaving Harry and Hermione on the hilltop in the wind. It had been half an hour since Ron and Malfoy's departure, and Harry and Hermione were sitting in the corner of the cave, warmed somewhat by the fire that Hermione had conjured. It cast an orangey glow over their tired faces. Harry held the real Horcrux tightly in his hand, staring at it. He had taken it out of his pocket because it felt as though it had been burning a hole there. Even though he had only laid his hands on the real one not long ago, it felt as though he had been carrying around its mystery for a great deal longer, since, in fact, Dumbledore's demise. I don't understand, Harry, Hermione said for what must have been the 5th time. You don't owe that boy anything. He made your life, all of our lives, hell for years. And he was pretty much the reason Dumbledore died. No, Harry answered back quickly. Snape was the reason Dumbledore died. And besides, you weren't there, Hermione. You didn't see how scared he was in that tower. Well, of course he was scared. He was just about to commit murder. But he didn't, Harry corrected her calmly. He had, almost unconsciously, given this a great deal of thought since it happened. I don't think he was never going to. Hermione made a skeptical noise somewhere between a huff and a snort. Harry pulled his knees up to his chest, hugging them. Do you remember that time in the girls' bathroom at school when I used that Sectumspmr spell? Hermione glanced sideways at Harry, as though she would never forget it. Harry bypassed this quickly. Before we fought, he was crying. I mean, Malfoy was actually crying. Is that in character? No, but, I'm not excusing what he did, because he could have killed Katie and Ron for that matter, but I heard what he said in that bathroom before he saw me. He said, if I don't do it soon, he says he'll kill me. Voldemort was pulling all the strings, forcing him. Everyone has a choice, Harry, said Hermione quietly. Harry knew she was referring to a great number of people threatened by Voldemort in his obsessive battle for ultimate power. Pettigrew, who had chosen to live and serve Voldemort rather than die. His parents, who had chosen to die rather than give up their son. I'm not going to say you did the wrong thing, Harry, because Ron and I were trusting you here in everything and it wouldn't be right. It's just, I just feel that Malfoy has some part to play in this before it's over, for good or bad. I don't know. Hermione nodded, and Ron apparated directly on her legs. Merlin, Ron, she hissed, retracting her feet sharply. Sorry, said Ron weakly, pulling himself to his feet. Still haven't got the hang of it. Did you manage to get to Hogwarts? Hermione asked, rubbing her shins. Yes, Ron replied defensively. Right outside the gates actually. Was there any trouble? Harry asked Ron, twirling the locket between his fingers. Well, not really. Ron, well, when we got there, I sent a Patronus up to the castle to let the person on guard know it was a friend, and I thought it would be Filch or someone. But it was Hagrid, Harry replied, knowing why there was trouble. Yeah, he didn't take it well. What happened? Asked Hermione, her eyes wide. Well, Hagrid started shouting at Malfoy all sorts of, well, you know. Malfoy got his wand out and told Hagrid to get back, which didn't help. I sent up red sparks and that's when McGonagall came out. And it went okay from there. Ron nodded. Yeah, she calmed Hagrid down. He looked scary, Harry. Still upset about Dumbledore I suppose. Anyway, she took Malfoy from there. I didn't see any of the castle, he added almost sadly. That was probably best, Hermione said. Hagrid told me to tell you to be careful, Ron added, looking at Harry, after he'd stopped yelling of course. Harry nodded. The thought of Hagrid at Hogwarts caused a lump in his throat and nudged him into thinking about whether it had changed much since Dumbledore's death and how many students there would be there to teach, depending on their parents' reactions. Right, Harry said, extinguishing the image of the Quidditch pitch, Hagrid's smoking chimney, his dormitory and the 4 poster beds in the Gryffindor common room. He held the locket on the chain up to the light of the fire. It shone emerald green and the silver glowed dully. Let's get this over with. From their faces, it was apparent that all 3 of them knew that this was the last Horcrux they would be able to attain without directly doing battle with Voldemort, and it was therefore almost more vital that they destroyed it. It had also occurred to Harry that, since Voldemort most probably knew by now what they were up to, he may even begin to make new ones. The thought made Harry shiver. Where do we start? Ron said. They tried smashing it with part of the crumbling stone wall. But Harry knew, before he had even brought the rock crashing down onto the locket, that it most certainly wouldn't work. As expected, it did not even crack, but remained wholly intact, glinting innocently in the firelight. Hermione suggested throwing it into the fire, so Harry dropped it into the conjured flames and they knelt down to watch what happened. It did not melt. It didn't even mark. Ron levitated the locket back out of the fire and set it back on the floor. Well, there's nothing we can physically do to it, Harry said. I didn't think there would be, but we had to try anyway. Hermione shook her head. Well, magically, there's not many possibilities. Spells like Reducto are based on the physical realms anyway. It has to be magic, mental magic or something else. What kind of mental magic can you do on a locket? Ron said. It's not like it's got a mind you can get into. Well, technically it has, Harry corrected. It's Voldemort's soul, it's all connected. But I don't fancy going into his mind to be honest. Hermione shook her head. No, it's not even that. He's obviously protected it against physical attack. I bet it's impervious to magic too, because both the cup and the notebook were it's something else. Maybe we should try and open it, Ron suggested, looking at the silver clasp at the front. They prized and pulled, but it remained stuck fast. And then Harry realized what was staring at them in the face. His eyes fell not on the locket, but on the chain that it resided. I've got to put it on, he said quietly. Ron asked, not really hearing him. I've got to wear it. That's what it's for, isn't it? It's a locket, it's supposed to be worn. But, Hermione began fearfully. How do you know that the second you put it on, it won't kill you? Because it would have to not kill Voldemort if he wanted to alter it or something like that. But it might be able to tell instantly, Hermione pressed. Harry shook his head. No, that's not his style. There'd have to be some kind of test. Harry, this is too risky. Hermione said, clear anguish in her voice. But Harry had already reached down to the floor and scooped up the locket, examining it again. It was still warm from its last contact with the fire. If something happens, Harry began, but Ron cut him off. You don't have to say that again, he said. We know the score. Harry nodded and, slowly, raised the chain above his head before bringing it down over his neck. It was exceptionally heavy. He waited a few seconds to see if anything happened, but nothing did. Well, That was a waste of time, he said and went to look up at Ron and Hermione, except that they were no longer in front of him. In fact, Harry was no longer standing in the cave. Harry's heart skipped several beats as he realized that he was no longer standing next to Ron and Hermione. Somehow, incredibly, he had been transported somewhere without even feeling a thing. But where he was he had absolutely no idea, and it filled him with a cold dread. Blinking slightly to clear his head, he glanced around uncertainly. He stood in a forest full of tall, substantial pine trees so densely packed together that they created an opaque darkness thick enough to be midnight, yet he was certain that when he had left Ron and Hermione in the cave, it had been daytime, a dreary daytime at that, but nevertheless, a different time zone. The smell of pine was so overpowering that Harry failed to notice the most disturbing phenomenon of the entire situation until he took a tentative step forwards, and left his body behind. Well, it appeared to be his body, but it was oddly transparent and smoky. He looked down at his own legs, they appeared solid enough. He pinched himself, it hurt. Turning back to the new apparition of himself next to himself, he reached out a hesitant hand to touch his own vaporous sleeve. His hand went straight through an oddly cold haze, which was his body, apparently in limbo. Though the more Harry stared at his ghostly doppelganger, he noticed that it appeared to be sleeping. Standing up quite straight, but sleeping. In some bizarre twist of magic, he felt sure that somehow, his essence had split when he was transported, and this did nothing to ease his mind. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the sickly pine aroma, Harry stepped forwards once more. The ground was unsettlingly springy, due to the infinite amount of needles littering the forest floor. As he raised his head, Harry could see a dim greenish haze above his head, as though the sky itself was a dull green like the trees. Even squinting at it did not help. He moved his hand toward his pocket, feeling undeniably vulnerable, and gripped his wand in reassurance before walking onwards. It seemed inevitable, even as he thought of it, that magic would not work in this place, wherever it was, as every place he had been previously that was linked to a Horcrux somehow rendered magic unusable. Nevertheless, Harry raised his wand above his head and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Point me." To his utter surprise, a blue arrow shot gracefully out of his wand and pointed to what must have been north. Feeling slightly relieved, Harry continued for 5 minutes, walking in as straight a line as he could manage. The thick winding trees made it very difficult. Before long, Harry was almost certain that the landscape did not look any different. He raised his wand and uttered the direction spell again. The arrow now pointed directly behind him, yet he was sure he had not changed his direction. What was going on? He turned in the direction of the arrow and tried to sustain it, so he could see exactly where it was pointing. After a further 5 minutes, Harry was certain that he hadn't actually moved, and yet he was sweating. The arrow had gone again. Harry repeated the spell again and again, but each time the arrow changed direction. "Don't panic," Harry told himself, though his breathing quickened. He turned abruptly left and began to jog. The jog swiftly turned into a sprint and Harry stumbled once or twice before finally tripping right over, but it did not hurt. The carpet of pine cushioned his fall considerably. Harry scrambled clumsily to his feet, pulling needles out of his hands and staring around once more. Nothing had changed. Before he could stop it, panic spread through his body like poison. He could have been there for hours and not realized it. Where the hell am I? Harry leaned against a tree and took several deep breaths, trying to not throw up as the pine scent overwhelmed him. All of a sudden, the locket felt incredibly heavy around his neck and very warm against his chest. "That's why I'm here," he thought to himself. The locket. Abandoning the point spell, Harry raised his wand again and muttered, "Lumos," as the darkening trees were causing visibility to become an issue. He lifted the locket over his head and held it in his hand, chain and all. They had tried everything possible to prise it open, both magical and physical, but it hadn't worked. However, something within Harry told him to try again. Why, though? It's not likely to work. But again, almost a nagging sensation told him that it was the right thing to do. Forgetting his fear for a moment, Harry slid his fingernails into the groove around the edge of the silver locket and pulled. In an instant, the locket snapped open, as though it had been well oiled every day since its creation. Harry peered cautiously into the opening, all of a sudden very aware that this was part of Voldemort's fragmented soul, and held it away from his face. At first, Harry thought there was nothing in there, but then abruptly, there was an almighty rush of wind that seemed to come from within the locket itself, and it blasted Harry backwards with such a force that his feet left the ground and he landed hard against a tree, striking the back of his head, winded. Stars exploded in front of his eyes and his back ached, but this did not stop him from witnessing what was happening right before his eyes. A green smoke was unfurling from the locket meters away from him on the floor, first a thin strip of smoke, then it began to billow and expand into a large haze of an emerald-colored cloud. Harry watched transfixed, still dazed by his most recent encounter with the pine tree which he now sat against. The green cloud spread and obscured his vision, entering his lungs, causing him to cough and splutter when a horrible thought entered his mind as he tried to get to his feet. What if it was poison gas? But then a deeper knowledge informed him that gassing an enemy was not Voldemort's style. No sooner had he thought this, the smoke began to clear in front of him and an iron fist clutched at his heart as he saw, quite clearly, that there was somebody standing in front of him, meters away. For one heart-stopping moment, Harry thought that it was Voldemort himself, but as his eyes adjusted, he saw that it wasn't. The figure was, for a few seconds, just like the other Harry in a smoky, transparent form. But before long, it became more defined, more solid and more human. Dark and heavy eyebrows matched black hair and rose in a judgmental arch above sinister eyes and a prominent nose. The jaw jutted out in an angular, almost pointy sneer before thin, white lips. The slim body of the figure was robed in a floaty green cloak, fluttering in a non-existent wind as he pressed long, spindly fingers together. Harry knew, fear overriding curiosity, who this must be. He did not need an introduction. When the figure of the tall, frightening man in front of him spoke, it was in a richly strong voice laced with scorn and strength. "Harry Potter. I am Salazar Slytherin." Harry. Hermione hissed anxiously at the still, smoky form of Harry back in the dimly lit cave. "Ron, what do we do?" Ron's face was white. "I dunno, what was he thinking?" Hermione shook her head, chewing her fingernails, her face in anguish. "Try again," Ron said. Hermione reached out a hand to try and touch Harry's shoulder, but it went straight through him again. She withdrew it as though she had been burned, but in truth, it was freezing cold, like a ghost. "I don't get it," said Ron, looking dumbstruck at Hermione. "Has he gone anywhere at all?" Hermione stared at the form of Harry. I don't know, perhaps it's in his mind, but then why has his body gone all?" "He can't hear us," Ron said, walking around the cave. They had established this since they both yelled at him until their throats were hoarse. So he must have split something, the locket must have split his essence or something. Hermione looked at Ron. "Yes, you're right, but that's such advanced magic, I wasn't even sure it was possible." "This is you-know-who, Hermione. Anything is possible, so part of him is here, but part of him is somewhere else." "What does that mean?" Hermione said nothing. "What happens when your essence is split? Are you okay?" Again, Hermione was silent. It seemed she did not want to answer Ron's question for fear of voicing her own fears. Ron exhaled deeply and spoke again. "He's on his own. We're just going to have to trust him," Ron said in a small voice. "He's not stupid, he can deal with it." Hermione looked at Ron, her brown eyes wide and pleading, as though she really wanted to believe him. Harry couldn't even explain to himself how he had known exactly who stood before him so solidly. He couldn't explain why Slytherin was the first name that jumped to his mind when the figure had unfurled itself from the locket, when the Slytherin Harry had learnt about had died many centuries ago. "It was foretold that we would meet," Slytherin began, his voice deep and rumbling, and very much alive. "A prophecy was made when I was alive that I would meet the one to vanquish a Dark Lord." Harry swallowed and moved slightly against the tree, his back ached very badly and his head throbbed. He had never heard of the prophecy that Slytherin was referring to. How Harry began, but couldn't decide which question he wanted answered first. "You have questions, I see," Slytherin said in a low, dangerous voice. Something stirred in Harry, and it wasn't only his previous knowledge about the Serpentine founder of Hogwarts, it was the way he was eyeing Harry hungrily that made him see that this apparition, ghost, or somehow human, was dangerous and not to be trusted. "You wish to know where we are?" Slytherin continued, as though he had not noticed Harry's brain warning him. "We are in a representation of a forest in Albania." "A representation?" Harry said, trying to keep his voice even and not shake. "These trees are real," Slytherin said, touching the closest pine to him, and we are real but this place does not exist. Harry did not try to fathom the mechanics of what had just been said, only that this was some kind of alternate universe. Albania, Harry said, a memory stirring. Yes. The Dark Lord found it fitting, seeing as he created one of his Horcruxes in a place very much like this. So Slytherin knew about the Horcruxes. Was he a Horcrux? And that's why my essence has split. Because this place doesn't exist. Harry said, trying to comprehend this impossible fact. Yes, part of you remains where you were. But that does not mean you are safe there. If you are destroyed here, you die in reality. Your mind makes it real. And you're a Horcrux, said Harry, not sure he wanted to know the answer. Slytherin half smirked. I am a recent addition, although, one could argue that there is nothing recent about Salazar Slytherin. The locket is now worthless, of course, he added, gesturing carelessly behind him. Harry's brain was working furiously. Through his ever-present terror at facing one of the greatest wizards of all time in whatever form, a certain curiosity stole over him. So Voldemort knew that I had the locket and tried to make it impossible. Slytherin said nothing, but that constant smirk was playing around his thin pale lips and Harry didn't like it one bit. I believe your next question was how. It is true, I had never thought it possible. I am technically dead, but there was a similar phenomenon not long ago I am told. Riddle's diary, Harry said aloud, more to himself than to Slytherin. Yes, the Dark Lord informed me of the spell when it had been done. I myself, very like he, went to many lengths to make sure that my legacies were not forgotten. Slytherin was speaking with a fierce kind of power, as though he were angry. Many believe that my basilisk in the chamber was my only remnant, but I was far more intelligent than that. When the one worthy came along in the form of a dark sorcerer, I hoped that he would know what to do. The charm to invigorate the memory I preserved is very complex, few will risk it, and yet. Here I am. So why are you here? Harry said, his voice breaking slightly. Why are you not with him? Because I only exist here, Potter. The downside to the charm, but no matter. For if my work here is successful, my legacy will continue whether I am by the Dark Lord's side or not. It seemed very odd to hear the great Slytherin call Voldemort the Dark Lord, when Harry was fairly sure that Voldemort had modeled much of his behavior and stemmed most of his ideas from the figure in front of him. Yet the way Slytherin was speaking about Voldemort was highly significant. It was almost as though Voldemort had hoodwinked this prodigy to do his bidding, therefore making him, really, the most powerful sorcerer in the world. And what work exactly do you mean? Said Harry. Slytherin gave a real smile this time. Why, by preventing you from destroying this Horcrux. By destroying you, Harry Potter. You know, that threat gets more frightening every time I hear it, Harry retorted bravely, playing for time. He had been prepared for Slytherin saying this, but he had to keep him talking whilst he thought of a way to get out of the situation. What's in it for you? He asked, his hand gripping his wand very tightly. If you only exist here, how can you benefit? I have mentioned already, Potter, I wished for my work to continue. I began the whole notion of pure-bloodedness and the right to be educated. It is what split me from the other founders. The Dark Lord believes in the same concept. If he is the winner of this war, he spat in a derisive tone as though he believed there was no such thing, then all those who are unworthy will be purged and eliminated and the race of wizard kind will be pure once more. White-hot anger licked at Harry's insides. What about half-bloods then? Half-bloods like Voldemort? He spat at Slytherin. Slytherin's smirk faltered for the first time. I was informed that you were insolent. I see I am not disappointed. Harry nodded. Yeah, that's right. I'm insolent. Insolent enough to do this. Harry had been weighing up what the most effective spell would be to use against this very real, very dangerous representation of Slytherin. Knowing that he could do it, realizing with every particle of his being that he could bring off spell to give him time to run and gain the upper hand, he thought, harder than ever before, consciously within his mind of the incantation. Crucio. Slytherin had clearly not been expecting Harry to use this curse, and so his parry was not as effective as it may have been. Nevertheless, he blocked the largest blow of the curse, but was knocked off his feet. Harry turned tail and ran for it. He did not look back, nor did he stop when the tree centimeters from his right arm shattered into 1,000 fragments from the force of Slytherin's retaliation spell whilst he ran, flat out, hoping desperately that the landscape would change, but of course it did not. Harry turned sharply and flew behind a thick tree, panting hard and clutching his chest. He had no idea where Slytherin was. His only hope was that the famous founder had not seen which tree he now leaned against, clutching his wand. A voice echoed from far away. "Does this mean you are tired of the history lesson, Harry Potter?" Harry said nothing. Clearly he could use any magic in this place, so that was certainly a relief, but he was fighting Salazar Slytherin. What could he possibly do? "You're dead already, Potter. You can have no hope against me, or the Dark Lord." The voice sounded as though it was coming slightly to the right of the tree. The locket was redundant now. All he had to do was kill Slytherin. "You do not even seek to kill me." Interesting. Harry's back and head still ached. Numerous spells ran through his head like a stream of conscious thought. He tried to think of the ones that had served him best against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, and yet they all seemed so unlikely against this relic. "I have heard of your own legend, Potter," Slytherin continued. It sounded like his voice was much closer this time, yet Harry didn't know how he could have moved so quickly when apparition was bound to be impossible in this place. Harry edged slightly away from the voice, trying to figure out where it had come from. Perhaps he could deprive Slytherin of his wand, then he'd have the advantage, but then what? A twig cracked like a gunshot from Harry's right. He swerved around the tree, ears listening out for any other noise. He was sure Slytherin was closer. Harry backed away, and felt a presence directly behind him. He swung around and found himself, inevitably, face to face with the green-clad wizard. Harry opened his mouth, out of habit more than anything else, and tried to yell, "Expelliarmus!" But Slytherin parried the jinx and reacted very quickly. "Stupefy! Protega!" Harry yelled. Though he only just blocked Slytherin's spell, his adversary's wand flashed like lightning. Harry backed away to give himself some space and to make whatever spells Slytherin used that he couldn't block less devastating. Adrenaline took over. No conscious thought was involved now as Harry fired spell after spell at Slytherin, knowing he was about a microsecond from being vaporized. And yet, Slytherin had not yet shot the most unblockable curse of all. Impedimenta! Harry yelled, shooting multicolored jet after jet at the oncoming wizard, who was now deflecting the spells with lazy flicks of his wand without uttering a word. Slytherin shot a spell at Harry, who tried to block it with the same shield charm he had used on countless occasions, but found it much more difficult. He was forced to wield his wand with both hands, like a sword, and found it took a great deal of strength, both physical and mental, to throw the curse off. No sooner had he done this, Slytherin had hit him with something else. It came so fast that Harry had not time to think and was knocked off his feet. Back still aching, Harry found once again that all the breath was knocked out on him as he landed hard, once again looking up at the green-tinted sky. He tried to scramble to his feet, but it was very difficult. Slytherin was laughing. "Good show, Potter, good show." This incensed Harry more than anything Slytherin had said so far about blood or anything else. He intended to play with Harry just as Voldemort had done, like a child, like a toy. "I wonder, are you pondering why I have not killed you with a single blow?" Harry gritted his teeth and pushed himself to his feet. "No," he spat with venom and shot a spell consisting of red sparkling light at Slytherin. It was a spell of pure anger that Harry had only managed once before when he was facing Bellatrix Lestrange, and even then he had not meant to do it. It hit Slytherin hard in the face and he yelled. For a moment, Harry thought that he had the better of him, but then he was hit with the Cruciatus curse. Having felt the white-hot, all-consuming stabbing pain many times before did not lessen its effect by any means. Every part of him screamed as though it were on fire. He thrashed wildly, trying to escape it, to throw it off, but there was no possible release. He was going to die of this torture. And then it was gone, as quickly as it had come. Harry lay in the pine needles, shaking uncontrollably as he came to his senses. "I shall tell you anyway, even if you were not wondering," Slytherin said, standing in front of him, his voice thick with the sneer associated with his house. As Harry stared up at his attacker, he saw there was a large red welt on Slytherin's forehead from Harry's most recent spell, rising into an angry wound. Slytherin appeared not to have noticed it. "I was curious, Harry Potter. I have heard many things concerning you." "Oh yes, but you and I both know that hearsay is never reliable. I wished to see myself whether or not you could fight your way out of the number of tight corners I have been informed about." There was a flash of blinding white light, and Harry felt the world turn upside down as he was lifted into the air. Every last remaining particle of strength in him fought it. He tried desperately to repel Slytherin with his brain, to not let him achieve these non-verbal spells, but it was so hard. He felt himself falling from a great height, the wind whipped through his hair and the blood rushed to his head. The next thing he knew, he had landed hard on his side, thwacking his head for the second time. Slytherin was laughing again. But I see now, Potter, that you are not as special as you have been built up to be. With an enormous effort, Harry staggered to his feet. Away from Slytherin he felt shattered, like somebody had been using his body as a tennis ball. Nevertheless, if it was going to end, it would not be on Slytherin's terms. Maybe Ron and Hermione can do something, Harry thought desperately. Maybe they can bring me back. But he knew, in the back of his mind, that they would not be able to, and that, as he had always known, he was completely alone. Harry turned, dazed, and tried to shoot a non-verbal attack at Slytherin, but his brain was so tired. Slytherin seemed to know, before Harry had even thought of using the killing curse, that he would not be able to bring it off. Somehow, this was different from his fight with Bellatrix. Now, when it really mattered, he could not do it. And Slytherin knew. You cannot kill one who is already dead, Potter. That spell will not work on me. The Dark Lord knew to make me virtually invincible. And now, as the last of your protectors is gone, the great Albus Dumbledore, you have no hope of vanquishing me. Harry thought Levicorpus, as hard as he could, but only managed to think of half the spell before his brain gave up on him. He clung to a tree for support, and was thrown to the ground as it shattered when hit by the Reducto curse. Wood and pine flew everywhere. Now that I see, Potter, that you are nothing special, I will kill you, as I said I would. My legacy will not be in vain. When you are gone, this world will be at the mercy of those with the blood who deserve it. God, this is it, Harry thought desperately. There was nothing he could do. He thought of Dumbledore's disappointment and how all the things he had been taught were now lost, gone to waste, pointless. He thought of Ron and Hermione and how they would perhaps never know. Maybe it was better that way, but the thing that entered his mind, more strongly than anything else, was the prophecy. So much for my power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry thought bitterly. He would never get the chance to face him, and it was this thought that filled him with a feeling he hadn't ever felt before. It was beyond anger, beyond strength, it was almost cathartic. Everything that Dumbledore had taught him came rushing back about the final battle and ridding the world of Voldemort. Got to. Of course you've got to. But not because he was marked. Because he'd never rest unless he did it. I'd want him finished and I'd want to do it. And he was sitting here, at somebody else's mercy. Not bloody likely, Harry thought savagely. If anybody was going to finish him like this, it would be Voldemort. Not Slytherin. Harry stood up. At exactly the same time Slytherin cast his paralyzing curse to freeze Harry's body before he killed him. Harry knew what he had to do. His mind was oddly clear and somehow, he could see what Slytherin was going to use. With the words for the shield clearly formed in his mind, Harry waved his wand clearly and sharply. Slytherin's spell fell flat on its face. Harry could see the look on his opponent's face, even with his eyes closed with concentration. Slytherin struck again, and again, Harry parried the curse. He did not know how he was doing it, only that the second time was a great deal harder than the first. It seemed like something he had to sustain, something he did not know how to keep up. No, Potter, Slytherin yelled. You cannot defeat me. Harry could not block the next spell. His mind was becoming hazy and less clear as Slytherin's spell penetrated his defenses and Harry was flying fast through the air a long way, landing with a sickening crack on the remnants of shattered trees in the distance. But as Harry staggered upright, away from the danger, something fell out of his pocket. The chocolate frog card. He could hear Slytherin shouting in rage behind him, boiling with anger that Harry had somehow deflected his most powerful spells. Harry threw himself behind a tree and held the card up to his face, hoping and praying that he would see the calmly lined old face, the half-moon glasses and the clear blue eyes staring back out at him. Harry. The Dumbledore in the card hissed in a hurried whisper. Harry's heart expanded to twice its usual size. Help me. Harry gasped. I can't stop him for much longer. He's too. Harry, listen to me. You cannot kill Salazar Slytherin, do you understand? He is already dead. The tree next to Harry was set ablaze as a large blue ball of fire hit it, having shot out of Slytherin's wand. He was getting closer. What can I do? Harry said desperately. You have to banish him. Came Dumbledore's urgent voice from out of the card. Voldemort brought him back in a form that does not belong anywhere, not even in this place. You can send him back to death. How do I do that? The incantation is expulsum. You have to point clearly and sharply and believe in your own place in this world, in this life. You are alive, Harry, he is not. What if it doesn't work? Harry panted. Slytherin was so much closer now Harry could hear him running even in the soft pine. He only had seconds. It has to work, because only you can do it. You see, only you. Because he is Slytherin, and you are the H. Harry had been holding the card slightly out from behind the tree in order to get a better look at Dumbledore's face, and Slytherin had blown it clearly out of Harry's open hand. Harry withdrew his burning hand as a searing pain shot through it and the card lay smoldering meters away. Slytherin darted forwards and fixed Harry with an enraged, piercing green glare. Accept your death, Potter. Slytherin drew back his wand, now close enough to touch. Avada K. Expulsum. Harry bellowed so loudly his voice cracked. He thought of nothing else except his whole and untarnished soul, his friends, his place in the world and his destiny to destroy Voldemort. Slytherin froze, mid-spell, his face full of rage. All of a sudden there was a bang and Slytherin was engulfed in a red prism of light, binding him. Slowly his wand was prized from his long fingers and his expression changed from rage to fear. No, he screamed. No, I have been restored. You cannot. But he was growing fainter and fainter, struggling against the red light, against whatever was dragging him back into death, but he could not fight it. Harry watched as Slytherin, now grotesquely distorted, faded into the air in a red cloud. There was a high-pitched scream of rage that Harry was fairly sure was not Slytherin's at all, and then he was gone. Harry lay against one of the only intact trees left, and exhaled a breath he had been holding for what seemed like hours. He had done it. He had defeated the pale imitation of one of the greatest wizards of all time. He cupped his burnt hand to him and closed his eyes. Now to get back. He turned and scanned the green landscape. Surely the locket would take him back, but he could not see it. With the last of his remaining strength, Harry opened his mouth. Accio locket. For a moment, nothing happened. And then something came speeding towards him out of the emerald forest and landed with a soft thump at his feet. With an effort that seemed to drain him of all the leftover energy he had, he bent down and put the chain around his neck, hoping against hope that he would be back amongst his friends. Harry, came Hermione's anguished voice from the cave. He had once again been transported without realizing it. Harry did not even speak. Instead, he stumbled forwards against Hermione, who held him with surprising strength despite her surprise, and gasped as he passed out. Salazar Slytherin, you faced the real Slytherin. Ron and Hermione had voiced this question about 10 times in the past half an hour after Harry had come around with a warm fire and some refreshingly cold water that Hermione had conjured. Yes, Harry said, a little exasperated. Can we move on from that now? Of course, but I mean, Salazar Slytherin. Hermione. Sorry. Ron chuckled and pulled a chocolate bar out of his bag, breaking it into 3 pieces and throwing one each at Harry and Hermione. Harry bit into the chocolate gratefully and felt warmth spreading through his body that the fire had not been able to penetrate. Since he had been back, elated though he was to see his friends alive, a chill had surrounded his heart following the confrontation with Slytherin. But anyway, Harry continued with his story. It's done. The locket is gone. Well, I mean, it's not. He held it up in the firelight, the green emerald in the center twinkled innocently, as though it had no idea as to what it had been used for. But it's not a Horcrux anymore. Harry let out a deep breath, feeling as though he were expelling with it a great weight from his heart. They had destroyed 5 Horcruxes between them. Tell me more about this spell, Harry, Hermione went on, a feverishly unnatural excitement in her eyes. You banished him. I've only ever read about that in wizard fiction books. Even ancient lore says it's impossible. Give the man a break, Hermione. Ron said thickly through his second mouthful of chocolate. I've told you, Harry said wearily, but sensed that Hermione wanted to be told again. If Dumbledore hadn't come out of that card, I'd have been a goner. Somehow Voldemort had brought Slytherin out of death. But how? Ron said. No idea, Harry replied truthfully. So he couldn't literally be killed, because he had already died. But I would never have thought to use that spell. I'd never heard of it before. Hermione was looking ponderous. Well, as I say, I thought it was a parable. But even in myth, Harry, it must have been an incredibly complex spell. Harry shrugged. I didn't really think about that, to be honest. Seeing as I was about a nanosecond from being eviscerated. You know, I'm just thinking if it's a real spell, and no one knows to use it, would it work on Inferi? Hermione's eyes sparkled and Harry blinked. True, he hadn't thought about this possibility. But it made sense. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, they're dead, aren't they? Harry replied. Mumbled Hermione, lost in thought. Yes, that spell might serve very useful in future battles. But you say the card exploded. Ron said sadly. Harry nodded. Well, not of its own accord, mind you. Nearly lost my hand, too. But yeah, that's a bummer. We'll just have to go into town and buy lots of chocolate, Hermione suggested. Suits me, Ron said happily, still munching on the first bar. We should go down into town soon, you know. Get a local paper and stock up on food, Hermione said sensibly. Me and Ron can go, Harry. You'll be recognized. Harry nodded as they got to their feet. Try and get some rest. I'll put a wind barrier up on the mouth of the cave so it's warmer. Harry waved his hand in thanks as their echoing footsteps disappeared out of the cave. His body ached from the many places where Slytherin had flung him about when he had entered the locket, but Hermione's swelling reducing spells had limited most of the damage. There were no spells, however, that could combat the feeling of dread slowly creeping in on him now, as he lay in front of the fire, watching the dancing patterns. True, it was a good thing that they had destroyed all of the currently accessible Horcruxes. But there was that nagging feeling that, sooner or later, he would have to go after the snake, which would almost definitely be with Voldemort. How has it come this quickly? He thought as he rolled onto his back and stared up at the ceiling. It did not seem long ago that he had heard the prophecy that dawning morning in Dumbledore's office when he knew, then, that the final meeting must come, whether it be 1 year or 20. True, it had been nearly over 2 years since that day, and yet, Harry did not feel ready. Will I ever be ready? Sleep rolled over him uncomfortably as this thought stayed with him. Before long, Bellatrix Lestrange's broken body was looming at him from the carpet of Grimmauld Place, only to be swiftly replaced by Slytherin's indignant expression at being destroyed. Somebody stood behind Slytherin in Harry's dream, and he saw with a surge of hatred, Severus Snape. He wore the well-known sneer, his lips curled in a mocking fashion. He was mouthing something, but Harry could not quite make it out. He moved closer. You're not ready, Potter. He knew Snape was mocking him, telling him that he would die, but he couldn't quite move away. He tried to thrash his arms, but he couldn't. Harry. Harry let Hermione's voice bring him slowly back to himself. Harry, wake up, it's only a dream, Ron was saying. He sat up slowly, head spinning, and saw their expressions of concern. We've got food, Harry. Eat something, you'll feel better. Harry rubbed his eyes and cleared the fading images from his brain as he took a bite of a chicken sandwich and felt instantly better. Here, Hermione said, throwing a bag of chocolate frogs down in front of him. There's bound to be one of Dumbledore somewhere amongst those. What were you dreaming about, Harry? Ron asked him tentatively. Harry looked up. Snape. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance that plainly told Harry that they regarded the subject of Snape as one to be avoided. Hermione cleared her throat. Right, so how are we going to plan? He was laughing at me, Harry said in a low voice. Ron and Hermione looked at him uncertainly. That bastard was laughing at me. Harry, it was only a dream, Hermione said in a pacifying tone. Don't let him get to you. Get to me, Harry said hotly. How much more could he get to me if he tried, Hermione? Hermione fell silent, her cheeks reddening. Harry instantly felt ashamed of himself. It was not her fault. I'm sorry, he muttered. It's just I don't know. Harry looked up, and dimly registered that Ron and Hermione had been holding hands and were sitting awfully close together. He turned away quickly, his ears reddening. Ron and Hermione seemed to come to themselves and let go of each other's hands very quickly. Hermione stood up and walked around the cave, but Ron came over and sat next to Harry. Harry, your fight isn't with Snape, it's with Voldemort, Ron reminded him. Harry nodded, not really hearing what they were saying, but telling himself privately that as far as he was concerned, there was certainly a battle to be had with Snape before this war was done. And so the days passed and they remained in the sheltered cave, Hermione performing frequent wind barrier spells to shelter them and keeping them warm with brilliantly conjured fires. It was a good spot to be, Ron and Hermione were able to alternately go down into the village covertly and buy local newspapers and food, so they could keep up with the goings-on in the world around them. "I just don't see how it's possible," Hermione said. She was talking, of course, about how to get to the second-to-last Horcrux, Nagini. It seemed as though they had exhausted every possible scenario on somehow infiltrating Voldemort's hideout, drawing the snake away from her master and destroying her, all going undetected. Every idea they came up with seemed to end in all of their imminent deaths. "We don't even know where Voldemort has his headquarters," Ron voiced. "Or even if there is a headquarters." Harry sighed and rubbed his sore eyes. He felt weary and frustrated, as though he were at the end of a very long jigsaw he had managed without help and there were two pieces missing. "Harry, we can't do this last bit just the three of us," Hermione said in a small voice, as though she really didn't want to say it. "I know you've been trying to keep everyone out of danger by isolating yourself, but we've done really well. 5 Horcruxes are gone." Harry looked up at her. "You think we should involve the Order," he said jadedly. It wasn't really a question, more a statement. Ron nodded beside him. "We haven't got enough resources to find out where the snake will be, and you said yourself, Harry, now that he knows." "We don't have enough time," Harry finished the sentence for him. Harry sighed deeply. He had indeed been thinking of the shrinking possibility that they could, the three alone, do everything and defeat Voldemort and all of his followers. But now the end was nearing, the final battle drawing closer. Harry knew it would be a war. And they couldn't fight a war with only 3 people. "Okay," Harry said. "I'll contact Remus, find out where the Order's meeting at the moment, now they can't use headquarters." And then another thought occurred to him. Who had betrayed their secret? Who had given up the whereabouts to Grimmauld Place? It couldn't be any of the 3. Dumbledore had said something was wrong. Harry scribbled a carefully thought-out note to Remus on some crumpled parchment for Ron to take down to the Ollery in Hogsmeade. "Dear Remus, I hope you're okay, something's come up. Don't panic, we're all right, but for want of a less dramatic phrasing, the time's come. We have to meet, all of us, you know who I mean, and go through some things. Let me know where things are occurring these days, and we'll come to you, we're close by. One other thing, any info about the 3 inches would be nice. Best, Harry." He handed it to Ron, who sealed it with his wand. "I expect he'll reply quickly, Harry," Hermione said. "He won't ignore a letter like that." Ron nodded and set off once outside again. Harry hoped they would have somewhere else to go before long. Living inside a cave like this was beginning to feel somewhat claustrophobic, like he was a fugitive or something. "How are you feeling?" Hermione asked him concernedly, dragging him out of a reverie. Harry looked at the wall of the cave, unsure how to answer. In truth, he felt many things. Fear of an impending death was perhaps the highest, but also fear of what involving the others would mean. He had known, from the very beginning, that it wasn't realistic to expect everyone to just sit back and let him handle it all on his own, and yet he was still worried for them. Harry blinked and glanced at the rocky ceiling. There was a heavy weight in his mind that had been dragging at its corners ever since he had destroyed his first Horcrux. It felt like something was draining him from the inside, but he supposed that had something to do with his prolonged contact with the evil surrounding the broken fragments of Voldemort's soul. Finally he looked at Hermione. "I'm fine," he answered. They sat in silence for a long time, each occupied with their own thoughts. The wind had died down a great deal, there was even a scent of dried grass and sweet flowers floating through into the cave. Perhaps spring had arrived. Harry hadn't even noticed. But before long, something brought him back to his senses with the speed of a bullet. He could hear hurried, anxious footsteps on the cliffside, but before he and Hermione had shot to their feet, Ron appeared in the archway of the cave, red-faced and very out of breath. "Ron, what's the matter?" Harry said, hurrying forwards. As he got closer he could see that Ron had a cracked lip, bleeding down his chin. "What happened?" Ron was wheezing from the run, but a loud bang from behind them all answered Harry's question. "Hogsmeade's under attack," Ron panted. "I was just at the and the Death Eaters, there's loads of think Voldemort's here." Harry's heart went cold as though an iron fist had been clamped around it. "Harry," came Hermione's terrified voice from beside him. Harry ran from the cave, blinking in the bright sunlight that he hadn't seen for days, and looked down on the village. He could see people scurrying around for cover like ants. 3 houses, one of them could easily have been Zonko's, were on fire, smoke billowing up into the clouds. flashes of light were everywhere, fired from the wands of many figures wearing black cloaks. He turned to Ron and Hermione. "Are we going to help or what?" he said. "The Aurors will be here soon, Harry," Hermione said, but he could see that she was going to be persuaded. "Let's go," Harry said, and they tore off down the hillside, Ron panting behind them. The first thing that Harry saw when they had vaulted the stile into the dirt track of a road that was Hogsmeade was a body. A man in his mid-50s perhaps, was laying face down, blood trickling from a wound at the back of his head. Harry raised his head away from the sight and looked down the street. Death Eaters were blasting doors open with gleeful expressions on their faces. A small child was running around in terror, her face wild, her pigtails flying. One of the black figures Harry had not seen before was laughing at her. Harry gritted his teeth and shot a bone-breaking hex at the Death Eater. His opponent cried out, looking for the source of the hex, but the next minute crumpled, clutching his leg. "Good shot," said Ron. "We need to split up," Harry said, pushing his hair back out of his eyes angrily. "Ron, go down the right street. Hermione, if you go around the back, you can sneak up on those three by the apothecary. Stay close to the walls, and if you see Voldemort, for God's sake, we'll get out the way, don't worry," Ron assured him. Harry nodded and set off at a run as Ron and Hermione separated themselves. As he ran down the main street, pressing himself to the wall of shops on the left, the first Death Eater saw him. It was Mulciber, one of the ones from the Ministry that night Sirius had died. Harry didn't even give Mulciber the chance to register his surprise at seeing the boy who lived. He had shot a stunner at him before he could blink. Mulciber gasped and slumped against the wall in the shade, out of the sunlight. Without warning, Bellatrix Lestrange shot into his mind again, and how he had killed her. This was different. Let the Ministry deal with the Death Eaters. Harry incarcerated Mulciber, pushed the horrific images out of his mind, and ran on. There were people running ahead. In fact, they were running towards him, fleeing from something behind. A fat bald man who was sweating profusely seemed to be trying to get the other people to safety. He turned and raised a wand, only to be swiftly knocked off his feet by someone Harry could not see. The next moment, Dolohov came around the corner, his mask askew on his gleaming face in the sun. He was laughing as the other people screamed, and a second person drew away from the crowd to fire a curse at the Death Eater, but Dolohov deflected it. A woman screamed. Harry flung himself out from behind the shop and threw a hex at Dolohov. The wizard spun quickly and ducked. Harry's hex flew over his head in a whirl of red light. He retaliated very sharply and Harry dived to the left as the shop window shattered. "You!" Dolohov yelled. "Me," Harry replied and fired a body-bind curse. Dolohov deflected it. "You're dead, Potter. If one of us does not kill you here today, the Dark Lord shall. He's very angry, Potter." "Protega!" Harry yelled, deflecting a jet of purple light that he had been anticipating. "He's always angry," Harry retorted, and fired his own spell. Sectum Sempra. Dolohov's eyes widened and he crumpled against the wall, unable to block for some reason. Harry did not stay long enough to see the blood blossoming out onto the street. It won't kill him, Harry knew, but he'd deserve it anyway. And then he saw him. Voldemort was at the other end of the street, looking around at the devastation, twirling his wand between his fingers, completely at ease. He had his back partly to Harry, and had not seen him. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. Perhaps he could end it here, but he couldn't. Where was the snake? Still he couldn't walk away from him. Harry raised his wand and started forwards. An arm grabbed him tightly around the neck and dragged him backwards, away from Voldemort. Harry staggered, losing his footing. A low, hated voice hissed in his ear. "You fool." A hand clamped over his mouth and Harry inhaled some sickly, alcoholic smell filling his nose and lungs. The world foggy. The screams became less, and though he tried to struggle as hard as he could, he felt himself slipping away. Harry knew, even before the wizard who had hold of him spoke, that it was Severus Snape. Sitting in the cave with Hermione thinking about Voldemort the battle. Harry wrenched his eyes open, they felt scratchy and sore. He went to put a hand up to his head to rub his eyes, but found that he couldn't. In fact, he couldn't move anything at all, because he was tied to a tree. Harry whipped his head around, and found that he was, in fact, surrounded by trees. He looked through the glade and could see sunlight streaming down onto the mossy floor through a gap in the trees. Not far beyond that he could see the still smoking town of Hogsmeade. The wood behind the village, he thought to himself. Finally, it is awake, came a sarcastic voice from directly in front of him. Harry hadn't even seen him. Harry could not think of a single thing to say to the man in front of him. He could find no words to express how much he hated him for what he had done, what he had taken, for everything. He could find no curse foul or dark enough to punish him with. Instead, he spat at the ground by Snape's feet. Severus Snape looked different. His face, if possible, was whiter and even gaunter than it had been before. His face was deeply lined, as though he had aged a great deal in a fairly short space of time. His hair, lank and greasy as ever, was shorter, and he stood with somewhat of a stoop. Harry disregarded this and continued to glare. "We have little time for niceties," Snape said in a raspy voice. "The Dark Lord will soon search for either one of us." "Why?" Harry spat with venom. "So you can go and have your little tea party for evil wizards only. Do not waste my time, Potter. I have only minutes for this unpleasant exchange." Snape's eyes did not glitter with malice the way they had once done when he used to savor the pleasure of insulting Harry at school. "You can do what you want with me," Harry said, emotion welling up inside of him as he was reminded of the night in the lightning-struck tower, where Dumbledore was as defenseless as he was now. "But if you hurt any more of my friends, Professor, I'm going to bury you." Harry had expected Snape to laugh at him, to scornfully tell him that he would do no such thing, to taunt him. "Hence the precautions," Snape said softly, indicating to the ropes that were, by now, biting into Harry's arms and ribs. "But I expected as much from you, Potter, seeing as you have been as transparent as glass for the past 17 years. Harry's blood began to boil. "If you're going to kill me, Snivellus, get it over with. I can't stand looking at your face." Snape cast an anxious glance through the trees, as though he was fearful of an interruption. "But before you do, just tell me why. You owe me that, after everything. Why did you kill him?" Harry said, his voice breaking. A spasm flittered across Snape's face, and it gave Harry satisfaction. If Snape felt any remorse about what had happened, Harry was prepared to stretch it until the old potion's master broke. "That is why we are here, Potter. If you would shut your filthy mouth for a few moments, perhaps you will learn something to your advantage." But Harry didn't want to hear Snape's excuses. He hated him now more than ever. He strained against the ropes, feeling them move, but not break. "Why would you do anything for my advantage?" Snape opened his mouth in a snarl, moving a pace forwards, but Harry cut him off. "You tried to take away everything I ever loved. You tried to get Sirius killed by the Dementors, you had Lupin sacked, you killed the only person left who could have been a parent to me. You think I want to hear anything you have to say?" Harry yelled, his throat hoarse. "Pipe down, you insolent stray," Snape said, anger pulsating out of every part of him. "You clearly wish to get yourself killed as far as you are concerned. What on earth was going through your minute brain, as you went to confront the Dark Lord?" "Well, in case you haven't noticed, Snivellus, there's a war going on. You are not ready, Potter," came Snape's ringing retort. Harry blinked. It was as though his previous dream was replaying in his mind. "Why did you stop me?" Harry said. "He'd have just killed me. You probably would have wanted to watch. Or not. I mean, you are a coward after all." Snape started towards him, fury in his eyes. "I have said it before, Potter, do not call me a coward." As Snape shouted at him, Harry felt himself growing hot, as though something wished to escape from him, escape from the ropes he plunged on, willing Snape to become angrier. "Why not? It's true. You wouldn't even fight back when you ran away. You couldn't face it. You're AC." Snape drew back his fist and hit him hard across the face with the back of his hand. Harry felt his head snap sideways and hit the side of the tree with the force. The left side of Harry's face felt big and swollen, and wet with blood from his eyebrow as it began to run down his cheek. He looked back to see Snape staring at him with rage etched over the lines of his face. And in that moment, Harry had never wanted anyone to die so much. A feeling of wrath surged through him, and the ropes snapped, as though they were made of paper. For a moment, Snape and Harry looked at each other, only just registering what had happened. That was until Harry rammed his body against Snape, sending him backwards, and crashing into the floor. He felt around for his wand. It was lying at the foot of the tree. Snape was getting to his feet slowly, as though he were in no hurry. Harry fired a stunner at Snape, who deflected it with a lazy flick of his wand, not putting any effort in. Harry waited for Snape to retaliate with something stronger, but he did not. Disregarding this, he threw a bone-breaking hex at Snape. Effrego! Harry yelled, stabbing his wand at the air like a sword, towards Snape, but again, Snape deflected it. It was like a replay of that night last year. Fight back! Harry roared, shooting another spell. This time, he thought Petrificus Totalis rather than saying it, knowing the incantation in his mind, and pointed his wand. Snape ducked, and said one single word, better. Harry stared at him, panting. Then, he raced at Snape, ignoring magic, wanting to strike him, to make him pay, but Snape shot an immobilizing spell at Harry, who did not react quick enough to dodge it. His brain was hurting, his face hurt, and so did all of his body. For now, he could not move, and Snape came towards him. Now we have gotten the pathetic whining out of the way, perhaps we can get down to business. You are to consult the portrait of Albus Dumbledore in any way you can, and ask it where the pensieve is hidden. When you discover this, go to it, and recover the memories. I will be in Hammersmith Graveyard in 1 week's time, alone. You will come. Harry stared, only taking some of what Snape was saying in. He would come. Not bloody likely. Snape began to walk away, but as he did so, he raised his wand above his head and gave it a casual wave. In an instant, Harry fell to the ground, the immobilizing spell lifted. He raised his head an inch or two to see Snape stalking away amongst the trees, back towards Voldemort. But as he walked, Harry heard what he said before he disappeared. In the meantime, Potter, do not seek a fight with the Dark Lord until you have destroyed that intolerable snake of his. Harry's mouth fell open. He watched as Snape became smaller and smaller in the distance, and he did not go after him. With both his head and mind spinning uncomfortably from what had just been said, Harry pushed himself off the leafy ground with both hands with a great effort, spitting out a mouthful of earth. He raised a hand gingerly to his left eyebrow, dabbing at the blood with the corner of his sleeve, and swore. It was too much to think about, too complicated to even consider. Why had he just not died? Snape had not attacked him at all, except for striking him across the face. Why had he not simply delivered him to Voldemort? Harry shook his head, as though trying to clear his ears of water, disgusted with himself for even entertaining the idea, even for a split second, that Snape may have been sincere in those moments. You will ask the portrait where the pensieve is hidden. Why? As Harry pondered this on the leafy floor of the wood, there was only room for one thought in his mind. It's a trap. Snape must think he was really stupid. He raised himself completely off the ground and staggered along, towards the shouts from the village beyond the wood. It was not long before he emerged from the thicket into a clearing where the road led into the burning village of Hogsmeade. Figures in red robes were now scurrying about like frantic ants, the Aurors, Harry thought in relief. He could see many witches and wizards in bright green robes levitating people on conjured stretchers, but some villagers were still wandering aimlessly alongside the shops, zonkos and honeydukes, with serious injuries. "Oh, Harry, thank God," came a voice from behind him. Hermione was running towards him, a spectacular bruise on her cheek, her hair more flyaway than it had been in weeks. "We thought maybe you'd been hit. What's happened to your face?" she asked concernedly. Harry brushed the still trickling blood off his face and looked around distractedly. "I'm fine, really lucky the Aurors turned up when they did. We were a bit outnumbered." "Yes," Hermione said, staring around in turn. "It only took them minutes. Somebody must have managed to raise the alarm from the 3 broomsticks. I think there were some officials stationed in there anyway." "Have to hand it to them, I suppose," Harry conceded. "They're not as useless as I thought." Hermione nodded. "Where's Ron?" Harry asked with a fresh wave of fear. "He's just getting patched up by those healers over there," she said, pointing over by an array of shattered crates outside Madame Puddifoot's. Ron looked up at the exact moment Harry looked over and pulled away hurriedly from the witch with her wand, mending some kind of abrasion on his arm. "Harry," he said, limping towards him, and threw his arms around his neck. Harry drew back, a little surprised. "I'm okay," he assured Ron. "Blimey, I thought you might have. Well, I won't say what I thought." "I know what you thought," Harry conceded, nodding. "See, I told you he'd be all right, Hermione." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Go back to that healer and get your wrist mended, Ronald Weasley," she said in a tone so reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley that it appeared Ron did not dare argue, and turned back to the healer who wore a disapproving expression like a petulant child. "So what happened to you?" Hermione asked again, running her hands through her hair, trying to flatten it. Harry paused. He wasn't quite sure why he wasn't telling either of them about Snape. It was almost as though if he told them, he was committing himself to taking what Snape said at face value, and he wasn't quite ready for that. Nor was he ready for either of them to suggest that perhaps Snape was inexplicably trying to help them, for whatever reason, when it still gave him a savage pleasure to blame Snape for everything bad that had happened since he murdered Dumbledore. There could be no possible reprieve from that. "Well, I got hit in the back by Dolohov. Knocked me out for a few minutes. Don't know what happened between then and now really." "Oh Harry," Hermione said, "you see how dangerous it is. What if you'd been seriously hurt?" She said in scandalized tones. "I knew we should have waited for the Aurors." "We won't always have that option, Hermione," Harry said seriously. "Sometimes we're going to have to fight battles on our own." Hermione nodded seriously. "Yes, of course, you're right." They both turned to view the scene of devastation. It seemed that the Aurors now had complete control, as everywhere they looked there were red-green robed figures trying to maintain order. Some were shouting, "Augmenti," at the fires burning in the rooftops of some of the buildings, whilst the others stood guard imposingly over the 4 or 5 Death Eaters they had managed to capture. Harry noticed, without remorse, that Dolohov was surrounded by some Medi wizards who seemed to be trying to stem the blood flow from the wounds that Harry created. "Why are they helping them?" Hermione said bitterly, motioning to Dolohov. Harry narrowed his eyes, but didn't tell Hermione that it had been him who had caused the damage. "They can't give information if they're dead." "Information like where Voldemort's headquarters are," Harry thought savagely. "I want to end this." People had seen them in Hogsmeade, so there was hardly any point in retreating to the cave in the hillside when they could stay on the edge of the village, and in any case, Harry did not think he wanted to go back to that claustrophobic cave. There was one B&B open out of the many that usually did business in the season. The only other people staying there were shop owners and those people whose houses and businesses had been destroyed in the battle. Everywhere Harry went, whispers followed him. True, they were somewhat dented, defeated whispers from people who had lost everything, but still they were there and by no means subtle. Why is he here in the village? Where has he been all these months? Was it because of the attack? Perhaps he's been trying to kill he who must not be named, living up to the prophecy. Is the prophecy even real? Harry found that he had almost forgotten what it was like to be followed, to be stared at, to be talked about when he had spent the last few months trying to blend in with the dull and normal public. But when the third person of the day rushed up to him to shake his hand whilst he was out for a walk and tell him that they were so pleased somebody was at last going to do something to stop these dark and difficult times, Harry found it all rushing back to him with the force of a high-speed train. Over the next few days, blazing headlines appeared in the Daily Prophet. Village of Hogsmeade burns at the hands of guiltless Death Eaters. Yesterday afternoon, the sleepy and tranquil village of Hogsmeade found itself the victim of an unprovoked and deadly attack by none other than followers of he who must not be named. Witnesses say they saw you-know-who himself in broad daylight, causing a high alert and a serious need for caution. For further suggestions on elementary safety, proceed to page 12. Fatalities have reached double figures and it is reported that there were many casualties. The ministry has said that it is not only the nature of the attack that is causing so much concern, but adding further worry to the equation is the close proximity that the attack had with Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Cont. On page 6. Harry waited with bated breath for a huge headline announcing his presence in Hogsmeade, but it seemed that Scrimgeour had kept his word. No story came out about Harry and neither was he mentioned, not once, in the write-up of the attack. It was sure to get out sooner or later, however. Some of the Death Eaters besides the ones captured were bound to have seen him and would doubtlessly carry this back to Voldemort. "Didn't think he'd keep it quiet, you know," Ron said over breakfast 2 days later. "I mean, it's almost as though he really does think you're the last hope." "Thanks, Ron," said Harry sarcastically as the landlady came over with a tray of tea. She put it down in front of them, but bent down towards Harry's ear and spoke in a staged whisper. "I put an extra sugar lump in your tea, Mr. Potter," she said in an Irish accent. Harry smiled at her weakly. This was getting ridiculous. "I have to get out of here," he said in an undertone as she toddled away. "I hate it. All this responsibility. Quote. Don't let it get to you, Harry. All you have to think about is what you need to do. Not what they want you to do. I wonder if they'd sing the about the prophecy so much if they knew they might not have a hero to worship when it's all over. Don't say that, muttered Ron darkly, dropping his toast. Harry was about to open his mouth again when the landlady's shuffling footsteps were heard from behind. Harry quickly closed his mouth and looked around. We shouldn't be discussing this here. Mr. Potter, I'm so sorry I forgot, she said in a high, trembling voice. This came for you early this morning. The brown owl nipped my finger. She held out a letter in her hand and Harry took it. Thank you. It seems to be specially sealed, couldn't say why, she said, and turned to leave again. Harry stared down at the letter and went to open it with his nails, but it wouldn't open. He pulled and pulled, but the paper envelope would not budge. Here, try this, Ron said, raising his wand. A small jet of steam shot out of his wand and covered the letter. Again, Harry tried to open it, but it wouldn't dislodge. I don't get it, Harry said. This must be from Lupin, but... Harry, try placing your hand over the front of the envelope. Harry turned the letter over and placed his palm down on the paper. Nothing happened for a moment, but then, a green light seemed to glow through his fingers and the envelope snapped open, almost as though he had punched in the correct access codes. How did you know how to do that? Said Ron, looking at Hermione. Palm letters, they use them at the ministry sometimes so that if they get intercepted and try getting opened, they self-combust. I read about it. Ron smiled at Hermione. What's it say then? He prompted. Harry held the letter up to the light of the window. Harry, first off, I sincerely hope that you all continue to be well, following the Hogsmeade attack. That news has hit everyone hard here at the Order, and I pray that you all remained unhurt. I received your last letter and wrote back almost immediately. We need to talk. I don't quite understand what you meant when you said the time had come, but I can divulge where you need to go for that conversation to happen. This is a palm-sealed letter, only you can open it, therefore. 7 Cross Tree Avenue, Birchwood Way, London. Hurry along, I am anxious to hear what news you have. As for the other thing you mentioned, not in this letter. Best, Remus. So when do we go then? Hermione asked, putting down her cup of tea. Harry thought hard, tracing a hand over the cut on his eyebrow that he had half healed. He felt for something in his pocket, whilst he thought of what to say to her, and it was a chocolate frog card that he had found amongst the hundreds they had bought before the Hogsmeade attack, and he had found one of Dumbledore. He had 5 days to decide what to do about Snape, plenty of time. Now, we're leaving now. The landlady of the B&B showed all signs of not wanting Harry to leave when they asked her if they could use her fireplace to flow. Don't you see you've given everyone hope, Mr. Potter? Harry smiled falsely. Yeah, I'm sure. Is it true? Are you really going to save us all from these terrible times? She added dramatically. Harry motioned for Ron and Hermione to move ahead of him into the fireplace. Thank you for putting us up, Mrs. Smythe. We really appreciate it. No trouble, my love, but we'll be seeing you. She looked at them sadly and left the room, shutting the door with a soft snap. Ron stifled a snort. Blimey, can you say batty old cow? Harry shook his head. She was just scared, Ron. Everybody's scared now. Without going into exactly what this meant and what implications it had, Harry strode into the fireplace, took a handful of flow powder and said very clearly, 7 Cross Tree Avenue, London. He felt immense heat surround him only to be replaced by a spinning sickness. He would never get used to the sensation of traveling by flow powder. As a green swimming haze whirled around him, Harry shut his eyes tightly and was sure to keep his elbows tucked in. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped and he lost his balance slightly. He straightened up and dusted the ash off of the front of his jumper. He glimpsed a high ceiling above what appeared to be an elaborate kitchen when a low, rumbling voice he thought he recognized came from behind him. Welcome, Harry. Harry turned towards the voice and saw the dark and impressive form of Kingsley Shacklebolt standing in front of a chrome-colored cooker, a big smile on his kind face. He still donned the gold earring form his left ear but had since acquired some stubble on his chin. Kingsley, Harry said, where are we? Kingsley took a long stride forwards, seeming to cross the entire room with one stride, and shook Harry's hand in welcome. My house, new headquarters, he explained. It's good to see you, boy. Many of us have been extremely worried, you know, especially Harry! Came a shriek from the doorway and Molly Weasley hurtled towards them with surprising speed. Kingsley stepped back, still beaming, and allowed Mrs. Weasley to throw her arms around Harry and pull him to her in a bone-crushing hug. Harry couldn't help laughing as he struggled to breath, but was startled as Mrs. Weasley's initial shriek was replaced with a real scream as Ron and Hermione materialized in the fireplace, coughing. "Oh, oh, oh," she said, unable to contain herself, and threw herself onto her youngest son. Ron crumpled against the wall, looking a little shocked, but returned the hug in full force as he recovered. I thought, oh, Ron," she cried, tears splashing from her eyes. "Mum, it's all right," Ron spluttered, as Mrs. Weasley rounded on Hermione, who was also submitted to many wet and tight embraces. "What's all this noise?" came a voice from the doorway, and Harry turned in time to see Mr. Weasley and the twins standing framed, their previously grim expressions cracking only to be taken over by true smiles. Harry laughed out loud, he couldn't help it, and for a few glorious moments he forgot all about Snape, all about betrayal, all about Voldemort and the prophecy, and waited for more shrieks of happiness to come through the kitchen door as more people heard their arrival. Kingsley, it transpired, had been left a tidy sum of money by his late grandmother, his only remaining relative. Thus, he had inherited the house. They now held order meetings in and added a considerable amount of gold to his account at Gringotts. Lupin, upon greeting Harry, Ron and Hermione enthusiastically when he arrived that afternoon, gave them all a tour of the house with Kingsley's happy approval. The house had 3 floors and was situated at the very end of a posh street in West London and was, as Grimmauld Place had been before it, unplottable and had many Muggle-repelling charms on it. It was grand to say the least. There was a vast drawing room with high windows and long red velvet curtains that, although still held a feeling of old lady about them, were all the same impressive to look at. The kitchen, the first room they had seen, was possibly the most modern as Kingsley had redecorated in the previous months. There was a large dining room with a long mahogany table where it became apparent all the main meetings were held, and a lounge leading through with plush armchairs. Upstairs there were too many rooms to count, but all were a decent size and had double beds. "You 3 can stay here, of course," Kingsley had said in his deep voice, "as long as you like. It's not like I haven't got enough room." "That's really nice of you, Kingsley, but..." "No buts about it, Potter. I can see from your face you've had a fairly trying time, and you look like you could do with a few decent nights' sleep. Lupin said we all needed to talk, and this is where it's all happening." Harry opened his mouth, but decided it would be churlish to spurn Kingsley's offer. Now it had become clear that he and the Order would need to work together if things were to progress. Also, the thought of a soft double bed waiting for him was a blissful idea, having slept on the cold hard floor of a cave for several days. "Thanks, Kingsley." That evening, they had the first meeting in the elaborate dining room after a sumptuous dinner that Mrs. Weasley had prepared. Harry had never seen so many people around one table before. There was at least 30 of them sat in the room, all with goblets of wine and the like. Many of them he knew. There was Alpheus Dodge, who had given a little leap of excitement when he had been introduced to Harry for the second time. Hestia Jones, who shook his hand politely. Moody, who of course he knew well, his magical eye whirring around like a spinning top. Lupin and Tonks, hand in hand under the table. Harry duly noted all of Ron's family, including Fleur, who was noticeably subdued compared to their last meeting, but many of them Harry did not know. He supposed that this was a good thing, seeing as it must mean they were new recruits. Against his better will and cursing himself for even doing it, Harry had looked around for Ginny amongst the company on more than one occasion, but she was not there. Moody cleared his throat at the head of the table, and the chatter died down. He stood up with noticeable difficulty, his wooden leg shuddering underneath him and his chair scraped on the tiled floor. "Ahem, well, welcome everybody. I shall be heading this meeting this evening, as since Albus there is no named leader since his death, but I was elected to chair for now." There were murmurs of, "Here, here," from around the table, especially Fred and George. Moody raised his gnarled hands in thanks. "Well, firstly let's welcome Potter and his friends back to the table." There were louder murmurings this time of approval, and Harry felt his face reddening as Mrs. Weasley beamed at him. "I have a few pieces of information to give," Moody began. "First off is that we have a confirmed list of fatalities in Hogsmeade obtained from the Ministry by our good Kingsley here," he said, indicating to Kingsley, who lowered his goblet. 12 deaths and 34 injuries. I shouldn't need to say that the fact that the Dark Lord showed himself in blatant public means that we are reaching a turning point in this war. Do we have any information on the Death Eaters, Alastor? Came Charlie's voice from the right-hand side of the table. In an aura report from Jones, again, Moody raised his glass to Hestia Jones, who turned pink. They reported there were 15 Death Eaters in the village. 7 were captured, but a little reconnaissance done by yours truly showed that there were very few big names in captivity, with the exception of Dolohov. Harry's stomach tightened painfully. This means, as I'm sure you can all figure out, that Voldemort is sacrificing all the dumb lackeys he's got. He doesn't care about losing them because he's got more of them at HQ. Moody said something else that Harry, lost in his own thoughts, did not hear. He remembered thinking exactly this a while ago, when Avery had been caught in central London. So in my opinion, we need to go on the offensive. We've been collecting nuggets of information for over a year, and all we've been able to do is lose our people in the process. That's not fair, Mad Eye, came a harsh American voice from the far end of the table. We've suffered losses, sure, but what about the scum in custody? That's gotta count for something. It counts for very little, Parsons. There'll be hundreds more Death Eaters waiting to take their places. Which is why we should perhaps exercise caution rather than a charge of the Light Brigade attitude, Mr. Weasley said. Harry felt he privately agreed with Moody, but did not say anything, until Lupin's voice came from his left. What do you think, Harry? Harry stared at Lupin and felt the eyes of everyone in the room on him, including Ron and Hermione. Don't ask him that, Remus, it's not fair, Mrs. Weasley said. Harry cleared his throat and did not look at Mrs. Weasley. I think we need more information, he said in such a steady voice that even he was surprised. Like where Voldemort's headquarters are, and then I think we need to make some kind of move. What about the Ministry? Said a witch at the other end of the table with a deep tan and an oriental accent. Sure, Scrimgeour isn't fighting us as much as Fudge did, but Scrimgeour won't give you any trouble, Harry replied with such conviction that many people stared at him or frowned. Harry, what, Mr. Weasley began, but Harry cut him off. Look, a lot's happened since I left. The Prophet isn't printing anything about me anymore, and the Aurors are more likely to help us than get in our way. Scrimgeour knows the situation now. And what situation is that exactly, boy? Moody said in a low but curious voice. It's just Harry stopped. Hell, we should just storm the place once we know where it is, and go for this damn lord ourselves. Said the American wizard. You can't. Harry said this so sharply that every face in the room was looking at him avidly. Hermione put a hand on his knee, and it was at that point that Harry realized he needed to share what had been going on, despite the fact that both Tonks and Arthur Weasley were there. He realized then that he had not prepared for this moment because, in all honesty, he had not expected to get this far. True, Dumbledore had told him to keep to himself what happened, but Dumbledore was not here anymore. You can't go after Voldemort. Nobody else can. There was a beat, and then Moody snorted. Look, Sonny, I know you're worried about us all, but how else do you expect us to? You're not listening to what I'm saying, Harry said wearily. Nobody else can. Fleur's face was white and she let go of Bill's scarred hands and put her own on the table. You mean, somebody began. The Prophet has got the prophecy right, more or less. Nobody else has got a chance of killing Voldemort, especially right at this moment. There were intakes of breath around the room, but Harry had expected this. His head felt oddly clear and calm. Even I can't kill him yet. He paused, wondering how to not tell them about the Horcruxes, but it seemed that he had no choice. How else were they going to help him if they didn't understand? How else could they win? Before Dumbledore died, I found out a lot about Voldemort. True, it's a lot that I should have known right from the beginning, but things didn't work out that way. Lupin lowered his head slightly, as though thinking about Dumbledore caused him great pain. Harry paused in his speech, unsure of how to best phrase what he had to tell them next. Who in this room knows what a Horcrux is? The reaction was mixed. There were a couple sharp hisses Harry often associated with people's reactions when they heard the name Voldemort, whereas the vast majority of the company simply looked puzzled. Moody had not reacted with a sudden jump. Instead, he looked up at Harry with fear in his one remaining eye, something that Harry had not seen before, and it alarmed him. He hasn't gone, and God no, that's impossible. What is a Horcrux? Lupin said, as nonplussed as the wizard sitting next to him. I've heard that term before, said Kingsley in his low voice. Something to do with the soul, isn't it? But how do you know about that? It's a banned subject at Hogwarts. Albus saw to that many years ago. I found out from Professor Slughorn the other year, in a memory. It seemed no one cared how Horace Slughorn had known about Horcruxes. They appeared more interested in what they actually were and why they were causing so much upset. A Horcrux is the word used for an object where someone has encased part of their soul. Even as he said it, Harry recalled the words perfectly from that memory of Slughorn's he had witnessed in Dumbledore's pensieve. That day, everything had changed. Part of their soul, repeated Hestia Jones. Yes, the soul is split and part of it's hidden within something called a Horcrux. The soul is supposed to stay whole and intact, but Voldemort's isn't. The only way you can do it is by the most evil act, murder. The killer uses the evil power from this to their advantage. With the soul ripped, there's a spell, only I don't know what it is, but they hide it in a Horcrux. So then, because they're got part of their soul stashed somewhere secret, even if they're hurt, in theory, they can't be killed, Fred finished in a hushed, trembling voice. Harry nodded. People were looking at him disbelievingly. Moody was shaking his head gravely. By Merlin, he muttered. The evil. So have we got to find this Horcrux, then? Mrs. Weasley said in a very high-pitched voice. Harry shook his head. The worst of the news was yet to come. Voldemort's made 7 Horcruxes. The company gasped as one. 7. Harry nodded. He'd had a whole year to get used to this revelation, whereas some of these people did not even know what a Horcrux was, and so he could understand their reactions. How on earth are we going to? I've destroyed 4. One of the loudest silences ever followed this pronunciation. Some people stared shamelessly, their jaws positively hanging open. Mrs. Weasley put a trembling hand to her mouth, her eyes filling with tears. Remus simply gazed at Harry intently. That's to say, we've destroyed 4, Harry said, looking at Ron and Hermione, who rearranged their faces into expressions of modesty, trying hard not to look too pleased with themselves. They shouldn't be modest, Harry thought to himself. They're my bloody heroes. Potter, did you just say? Moody started, but Harry cut him off, determined to get all of it out. Dumbledore destroyed 1, which makes 5. The last part of Voldemort's soul is in himself, so there's one more, and we think we know what it is. The only thing is, he can't be killed unless we've destroyed all of the Horcruxes. Then he can die. It was only then Harry realized his knees were trembling. Nobody seemed to really know what to say. Goblets remained untouched and half the Order members' eyes were still as wide as galleons. When after a whole minute, no one had broken the silence, Hermione cleared her throat. Well, we just thought you ought to know. That's what you've been doing. Lupin said in a hoarse voice. All this time, you've been doing that. Yes. Merlin's beard. There's one problem, Ron interjected. People turned their attention to him, and some looked incredulous. Oh, you see a problem now. Tonks said sarcastically. Ron ignored her. We think, or Harry thinks, that Voldemort knows what we've been doing. There was something in the prophet before we went to see Scrimgeour. You went to see Scrimgeour. And Harry sensed something, like he knew. So we don't have much time. He might be making a new Horcrux as we speak. Harry was beginning to get a little annoyed at the unchanging stunned expressions of the Order. True, it was a lot to take in, but it had taken a great deal to tell them all this, and the least they could do was come to their bloody senses, he thought. Finally Moody stood up again, brushing his robes. Well Potter, that's a lot of information to receive in 3 minutes. There was an outbreak of nervous laughter. Look, Harry said, I know it's a lot to take in, but we need to pull together now. Dumbledore's gone, and he was the last person Voldemort was ever really afraid of, so now we've got to be stronger. The first thing we need to do is to find out where the headquarters are. And how exactly do you propose we do that? Said Alpheus Dodge, his eyes no longer sparkling with the same feverish excitement. I've always said we should interrogate some of the Death Eaters the Ministry's got, said the American wizard, not looking up from the table. In that case, we need the Ministry completely on our side, said Mr. Weasley, his face gray, his eyes tired. Some of the company nodded solemnly. But I'm not sure how we should go about that. What do you think, Harry? Said Lupin for a second time. I don't think what I've just told you all should leave this room, ever. I only told everyone here because you needed to know why we go in the direction we're going next. If the ministry finds out, or worse, Scrimgeour, you can't guarantee that it won't get out, via the prophet, or a leak inside, or anything. And if the whole public knew about Horcruxes, we'd be screwed. There were many nods around the room. Harry was very aware of the fact that they were still all looking to him to decide what the best course of action was. Maybe I shouldn't be the one planning this, he said quietly. Just say what you think and we'll come up with something, Lupin said. You've got the most right here than anyone to show the way. We need the Aurors on our side, Harry said firmly. I can see we've got more people in here, which is great, he added, but it's not enough. Judging by what's been going on, I'd say Voldemort's got at least 5 times more wizard power than we have. If we get the ministry, we'll be more or less even. Let's not forget Hogwarts, somebody said from the shadows, and Harry felt a nostalgic pang. He moved his head slightly and saw a thin-faced wizard with spiky hair. He bowed his head to Harry and raised his glass. My name is Pentagon, Mr. Potter, and I'm an ex-Auror. Harry half smiled at the new face. As I was saying, we've got a good 10 more or so people stationed up at Hogwarts right now who aren't here. They'd do some damage in a battle, for sure. Moody nodded. Quite right, quite right. Am I right in thinking that Hagrid has gone to Belarus with Maxime and his brother? Harry stared at Moody, and so did Ron and Hermione. What? They chorused together. After the failure over 2 years ago, they've gone to a different country where there was reported giant activity, said Charlie, rubbing his eyes. Who knows, with Grop with them, it might be different this time. So we've got potential help from the Giants, Mr. Weasley confirmed, which is something, I suppose. Right, Moody said a little loudly, for some mutterings had broken out. Do we have a plan, then? We travel to the ministry tomorrow and see Scrimgeour and see about joining forces. He won't just do it that easily, Harry said. I know I went to see him, but he likes to be in charge. Don't make it sound like we're the leaders and he's got to follow. We could use him. There was a murmur of general assent, and Mr. Weasley said, he was a good head of the Auror division in his day. We shouldn't tell him too much about the Order, Kingsley said. We should just say that we've put a group together determined to fight against Voldemort, and Potter's involved. That ought to do it, Moody growled. Other Aurors currently at the ministry, raise your hands. Kingsley's hand went up, as did Tonks and Hestia Jones and 5 or 6 others in the room Harry recognized by face only. Good, well, if you come along and vouch for them, he can't claim you've all been confounded. Right, well then I think that's all the business we have here tonight, if Potter's got nothing else to add. Harry shook his head. Well then, in that case, meeting concluded. There was a great shuffling of papers and Harry went to rise from his chair when a voice from next to Lupin said, just a minute, Alastor. Tonks rose from her chair, pink spots on her cheeks. Harry knew what this was about before she even opened her mouth. I'm sure everyone is aware of what happened at Grimmauld Place last month. A rustling shiver traveled around the table like a Chinese whisper. It was something that Harry knew he would never forget. The attack can only have happened because the elected secret keeper gave up the location of old headquarters to someone on you-know-whose side. Harry said nothing, but felt Ron's eyes next to him blazing directly into his father's. Mr. Weasley's hands were gripping the sides of his chair so tightly that his knuckles were white. Harry braced himself. Was there about to be an earth-shattering confession? I take no pleasure whatsoever in this, she said, her voice shaking a little, and Harry saw tears glistening in the corners on her eyes. Lupin reached up and took her hand in his. Because of the severity of the breach, I've done a bit of an investigation. Albus chose 3 potentials, as we knew he would do if ever he died, and one of them has betrayed us. Harry chanced the smallest of glances as Mr. Weasley. He was not looking at anyone but staring fixedly at the table. The room was extremely tense. It's only recently that this has all been discovered, and we didn't, want to say anything until we were absolutely sure that what I found out I didn't believe at first, but it's true, it's got to be true because. Just tell them, Tonks, said Mr. Weasley sharply. Dread flooded into the pit of Harry's stomach. If Mr. Weasley and Tonks were the we that Tonks was referring to, then it could only mean one thing, that the traitor was The person who betrayed the whereabouts of Grimmauld Place was Minerva McGonagall. There was instant uproar. Several people stood up. One even shouted, "Never." People were shouting loudly over what Tonks was trying to say. Harry himself stood up, feeling as though some action was needed to stop the fear and betrayal from bursting out of him. Hermione had her hand over her mouth, tears threatening to fall from her eyes, but Ron simply closed his eyes. "Silence, CO." Moody roared and stabbed his wand at the air violently. There was instant silence. "We will talk about this in a calm manner. Now can everyone do that?" Nobody nodded, but they couldn't speak, of course. "Good," Moody said irritably, and removed the spell. There was still shocked muttering, but nowhere near the magnitude of disbelief as there had been seconds before. "Arthur, how did what's going on?" Mrs. Weasley said weakly, looking at her husband. Mr. Weasley looked gravely around the company and sighed deeply. "Tonks, McGonagall and I were the three potentials. As soon as it happened, Tonks and I called a meeting between the three of us, but Minerva didn't come. We thought what this might mean, but we didn't jump to conclusions. It was then we decided we should do some sort of investigation between us. What with Tonks stationed at the school on alternate days, it was fitting she investigated somewhat. What we found incriminated the headmistress." "And you're sure about this, Arthur?" Moody asked seriously. Mr. Weasley looked at Tonks. "We thought there must be some sort of mistake, that you know who found out some other way, but Tonks retrieved a memory from the new pensieve in Dumbledore's old office. It told us everything. I'm more than happy to present the order with it this instant if needs be." "I rather think you'd better," said Moody in a very low voice. "I can't believe it," said Lupin. I can't." "Look at the memory, Remus," said Mr. Weasley sadly. Harry stood up. He did not want to watch the memory, nor did he want to sit and see everyone's expressions of disbelief and shock. He did not want to find out in the most tough way that the teacher he had trusted with his life for 7 years, the person who had been one of Dumbledore's closest friends, was in fact working for Voldemort. "I don't want to see it," Harry said, moving towards the door. "I'll see you all in the morning," and shut the door with a snap. Ron and Hermione did not follow him. Kingsley had said that he and Ron would be sharing a room with Hermione next door, if that was okay. Harry had told him it would be fine, but now he wished he hadn't. He wanted to think about everything that had just happened in complete privacy. He lay on his side, staring at the wall, having been awake for hours, and still Ron and Hermione had not been up. How was it possible? McGonagall had always without fail done everything in her power to aid Dumbledore, to help Harry. She had been in the Order. What on earth could have prompted her to betray everyone and nearly get them all killed? It was a complete mystery, and yet Harry did not want to know any more than he had done 3 hours ago. The door opened with a soft creak. Harry pretended he was asleep and shut his eyes tightly. He could sense that both Ron and Hermione were standing in the doorway, even though Hermione was supposed to be next door. He guessed that they wanted to talk, but he really wasn't in the mood. "I think he's asleep," he heard Ron's whisper carry through the darkness. "Wonder why he didn't want to see the memory." "The same reason I'm wishing I hadn't seen it now, I suppose," Hermione said. Harry heard the creak of a mattress and realized that Hermione must have sat down on the edge of Ron's bed. It was a very large room and their beds were at opposite ends, but Harry could still hear them, despite their whispers. "Why?" Ron asked, perplexed. Because Hermione seemed to struggle. "It was hard to watch. I mean, there's the evidence, right in front of us. She went right up to that Death Eater and told them what she knew, even though she knew what it would mean we saw it with our own eyes." There was a silence. Harry too contemplated her words. So McGonagall had approached them. It's upsetting enough for us as it is, but for Harry it can't be easy. He's been through a lot with McGonagall. "I suppose," Ron said. "I think we did the right thing today, though, telling them all. It was the best thing to do." "Yes," Hermione answered. "I think so too." "Well, of course you do," said Ron, and Harry thought he could envision a trace of a smirk on Ron's face. "Because we've both got great minds, and we think alike." Hermione snorted softly. "Oh, yes. Great minds. You have, you know," Ron said softly. "I don't say it often enough to you, really." Harry frowned into his pillow. "Here. They were going to do this here. You don't have to say that to me," Hermione said quietly. Harry had the distinct impression that she was not looking at Ron as she said this. "Yeah, I do," Ron said. Because I think a lot of you. Harry was beginning to wish for nothing more than sleep to roll over him so he could not hear them. What do you think of me, Ron? Hermione said. Harry knew she was looking at Ron now. He could almost feel Ron turn red. You know what I think. Yes, I think I do, but I want you to say it. There was a moment's pause. As much as Harry wished he were not there, he was also mentally screaming at Ron to get the hell on with it and get it over with. Just tell her, you prat. You know. No, Ron, I don't. Tell me. Ron gave an audible sigh. I like you, Hermione. Okay. Happy now. I really like you. Harry tried not to grin. About bloody time. Well, that's just as well, said Hermione in an oddly business-like tone. Why's that? Because I like you too. Good on you. Just don't bloody well start snogging with me in the room. Despite everything that had happened in the last 5 hours, Harry savored the feeling of happiness for a few moments. The immense feeling of deep sadness and treachery ebbed away ever so slightly because Ron and Hermione had finally said what they needed to say. It was surreal, and slightly ironic, that in the midst of all this depravity, happiness could still exist. Harry did not know what it was that caused him to wake up with such a sudden start. He thought perhaps it was Ron's snoring, but then again he had lived with that for years. He raised himself slowly out of bed and glanced at his watch in the moonlight, 4:55 a.m. Everyone was sure to be in bed. Passing Ron as he crossed the room, who was thankfully sleeping alone, he opened the door silently and stepped onto the landing. A nice hot drink seemed in order, so he could sit and think about everything with no one asking him how he was feeling, or what he made of it all. But no sooner had he descended the stairs and made his way towards the kitchen, he heard the front door open. Harry froze where he stood, who was taking an exceptionally early morning walk. He raised his wand to chest height and moved out of the kitchen again. The front door closed with a very quiet click, but not before Harry had seen the bubble-gum pink hair of Nymphadora Tonks disappearing out of it. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.